Chapter 71. After Lao Jiang entered the room, he saw the stew pot in my arms and Ban Ban, whose mouth was still bloody. How sharp is his mind? Immediately understood the general idea and sneered. "Oh, when did you get Lao Xiaoto's precious little pot? For a midnight snack? Do you want it medium rare or medium rare?" "Master, things are not what you think," I hurriedly explained. "Okay, just don't stew Lao Xiaoto. I don't care about anything else." Lao Jiang seemed to know that for Ban Ban, a 1,000-year-old zombie, it was a blessing that he didn't attack people, so he didn't blame him, but threw the newspaper in his hand to me. "Look! This is the first evening newspaper published in the 20th year of Shenbao's founding." Shenbao was the most popular newspaper in the Republic of China. The reason was that the founder, President Yu, dared to write and speak, and never flattered the powerful, so the sales volume was very large, and newspaper boys were often seen selling on the street. But in my impression, Shenbao has always been published every 2 days. This is the first time I have seen it at night. My intuition told me that something big was going on, and it must be related to us. Sure enough, a huge headline appeared in the newspaper. "Extraordinary, extraordinary, unearthed in Yinshu. Archaeological heroes bring back national treasures. The Shang dynasty amazes Asia." This headline was bold and black, as if it would penetrate the paper, and every word would be engraved in the hearts of every Chinese. It also published a photo of the tiger-eating man-eating jar. On the gloomy and evil bronze where a tiger was carved, with its bloody son open, preparing to pounce on the head of a young child. The strange shape is rare. This is just one of the thousands of bronze artifacts in Yinshu, which was carried back by the archaeological hero alone after countless sacrifices. Please take a look at the Humuding, which is still lying deep in Yinshu. It was cast by King Wu Ding of Shang for his beloved wife Fu Hao, and there is a beautiful love story behind it. The language in the newspaper is very contagious, and there are some photos taken by Lao Jiang in the tomb. Unfortunately, the light in the ancient tomb is too dark. Even if Lao Jiang used the best spy camera at the time, the photos were still not clear. But this is enough to shock the Chinese people. I looked at Lao Jiang and then at the newspaper, and was very excited. "Lao Jiang, am I dreaming?" Lao Jiang patted the back of my head. "Of course not. The boss has handed over the tiger-eating man-eating jar to the Peking Museum. Those experts couldn't believe that our ancestors could cast such exquisite bronzes thousands of years ago, and it was the world-leading lost wax method. We did it, and the name of Qilin once again resounded in the archaeological community. Also, this evening newspaper has exploded in society. Even walking on the street, there are college students holding newspapers and shouting, they can be proud. The Shang dynasty, which is about 4,000 years old, has been verified. So how far are we from proving 5,000 years of history? The Black Bird of Destiny descended and gave birth to the Shang dynasty. Under the guidance of the Black Bird, the old Shang king traveled thousands of miles and led his people to establish a powerful kingdom. For the sake of the people, Wu Ding resolutely drew his sword and went to war against the gods and ghosts. Fu Hao led the Shang army to defeat the invaders, making Yan the only survivor among the 4 ancient civilizations and earning her the title of female war goddess. Bravery, perseverance, and never surrender have always been synonymous with the Yan nation. Although it is a critical moment for survival, I believe that the younger generation can still maintain the glorious 5,000-year civilization. The confidence of the Chinese people is flowing in their blood. I read with tears in my eyes, as if I saw the people on the street discussing this history enthusiastically, as if I saw Bai Shui, Xiao Xiao, Lu Baoping and others coming back and waving at me one by one. Your sacrifice is worth it. Everyone's sacrifice is worth it. I held the newspaper tightly and asked Lao Jiang if he could give it to me. Lao Jiang nodded. Keep it as a thought. After he left, I carefully put the newspaper into my chest, then put on a coat and went out in the night. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and the lights in the entire Qilin building were off. The darkness and the sound of insects in the distance were intertwined, making people shiver. I found a secluded place, set up a brazier, and carefully threw the paper money I bought a few days ago into it, calling out the strange yet familiar names one by one. Bai Shui, this newspaper is specially printed for Yinshu. I know that your best youth was spent there, and you will stay there until you die. This thought should not be left to me, but to you. I carefully took out the treasured newspaper, and then lit it with a lighter. The flame quickly rose, as if reflecting the scene of us fighting side by side. Tears slowly filled my eyes, and I seemed to see Bai Shui standing on the edge of the cliff, smiling faintly. Back then, we left our homeland and went to the West, with no regrets, not greedy for the enjoyment of Britain and the United States. Just to learn all the science of foreigners, and contribute to the archaeological cause of Yin country. Professor Baishui, I will soon be an official member of Qilin, cheer for me. Sister Xiuxiu Lao Jiang is very good. You don't have to worry about him. As I was talking, I burst into tears. The fire in the brazier was getting more and more intense, and it seemed that invisible hands were reaching out from all directions, wanting to see with their own eyes whether what was written in the newspaper was true. I don't know when Lao Jiang appeared behind me, and the smell of Hardman cigarettes drifted into my nose, choking me to sneeze. I saw Lao Jiang smoke a cigarette for a day, and put the remaining half of it next to the brazier. He didn't say a word from beginning to end, but I knew that he was paying tribute to his comrades, who had been through life and death in his own way. When the flames burned out, Lao Jiang slowly took out a silver badge from his sun bag. On the badge was a lifelike unicorn. The unicorn had a dragon tail and tiger claws, and roared to the sky, like a natural king commanding a group of beasts, and it seemed like the totem of Yin country was protecting the country's destiny. What is this? My voice trembled slightly, with a hint of shock and excitement. Old Jiang smiled and patted the dust off my clothes, then pinned the badge on my chest and said solemnly, Li Jinglan, the oath ceremony is waived. From now on, you are the 108th silver unicorn. Remember your mission. Dedicate your life and death to the country, and go all out. I bowed deeply to old Jiang, and couldn't help but touch this special gift. At night, I fell into a deep sleep. In my dream, I was lying in a large pit full of bronze artifacts. It was pitch black all around. There was nothing except the bronze masks with exaggerated expressions, and covered with green rust. But I could clearly feel that there was a pair of strange eyes under each mask, looking at me with good intentions without any doubt. This is not Yinshu, but it is very similar to Yinshu, both of which use bronze vessels to worship something. Li Jinglan. Suddenly, I heard someone calling me. I suddenly looked towards the source of the sound, and another voice appeared in the pit, Li Jinglan. Slowly, people from all directions were calling my name, and some of the voices sounded like my mother, some like the clan leader, some like Lao Jiang, some like Yin Linger, and even many unfamiliar voices. Li Jinglan, hee. But I couldn't find anyone, so I was alone, groping in the pit trembling with fear. Soon I discovered something even more terrifying. I touched a human face embedded in the pit. The skin of the human face was still elastic, and even kept its body temperature. I bravely took out a lighter from my arms to take a look, and I was shocked to find that it was also a bronze mask. It just opened its mouth mechanically towards me, and said, Li Jinglan, you are finally here. It turned out that every voice came from the bronze masks in all directions. Those bronze masks seemed to be alive, making terrifying, hoarse, hysterical screams. Who are you? I stared at the human face and shouted. I am your ancestor Wen Tao. The corners of the human face's mouth showed a strange smile, but its eyes were empty. Come to me and break the curse, otherwise you and the entire Lei town will die. Chapter 72. Ah! I suddenly woke up from my dream, and my back was covered with cold sweat. Although it was just a nightmare, I still had a subtle feeling in my heart. The voice in the dream seemed to be guiding me to a place full of bronze masks. But where is this? During the time I was taking classes at the Central Institute of History, I thought I was proficient in ancient history, but I never knew which civilization used bronze masks for sacrifices, and there would be a pit full of thousands of masks. With this question, I went to the archives room on the second floor of Qilin the next day, but I found nothing. In the end, I didn't care anymore, so I just stayed in the archives room with my partner, reciting the methods of cracking the mechanisms and hidden weapons in the ancient tombs in the morning, reading the S-level National Treasure Archives at noon, and lighting a lamp at night to understand the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling the sea left to me by the old mayor. Because after the Battle of Yinshu, I understand a truth. A blacksmith must be strong himself. The more knowledge you know, the greater the chance of survival in the ancient tomb with many traps. If I could see the skyfire glazed tiles earlier, Professor Heishan would not be burned to death by the flames. If I could find the weakness of the demon flower earlier, Yin Linger would not be wounded to save everyone. It's all because I'm not strong enough, and don't have the strength to protect everyone. Every epiphany now may save one sacrifice in the future. 36 Secrets of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas divides tomb robbery into 36 levels, namely, finding dragons, acupuncture points, observing stars, looking at chi, breaking through barriers, beheading tigers, slaying dragons, etc. The ancestor Wen Tao even said, if the descendants of the Li family can learn 1 or 2 levels, they will benefit endlessly in this life. And now I can recite the dragon finding points by heart. A few months ago, I was stuck at the stargazing stage, but after witnessing Lao Jiang using a method that no one could think of to find the star sign of the black bird falling, and thus exploring the setting of the sun in Yinshu, I suddenly realized it. Several problems encountered in the past have been solved, and I am currently studying the 4th level of Qi watching. The so-called Qi watching means that a tomb robber with high skills can look at a mountain from a distance, and see how many ancient tombs there are on the mountain based on the aura of the mountain, and even know which dynasty's ancient tombs are on which mountain and which peak. This is because the ancients generally chose feng shui treasures when choosing tombs. The aura emitted by feng shui treasures is different from ordinary soil. A feng shui treasure that can breed an emperor will emit dragon aura. A feng shui treasure land that can make future generations of generals and ministers will emit tiger energy. And a place that makes future generations blessed and rich will emit treasure energy. So in the business of tomb robbing, an expert can tell whether there is any. When I encounter a problem that I don't understand, I will ask my master Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang is very honest, and said that the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling the sea is the secret of our Li family. Even if there is a beautiful woman taking a bath in it, he, an outsider, will never plagiarize. I asked, what if Helan Shui takes a bath in the book? This time, Lao Jiang didn't say anything, but took the initiative to ask me what I didn't understand, and he would explain it. Although Lao Jiang is unlucky with his apprentices, he is really good at being a master. He will use various vivid examples to tell me how to look at the energy. Legend has it that when Zhu Yuanzhang was a child, his family was poor. After his parents died, they were buried on the hillside with only a roll of straw mats. Coincidentally, a mudslide happened that day, and his parents' bodies were washed to another place, which happened to be the place of dragon energy. It also happened that the Yuan dynasty had run out of luck at that time, and it was time for the Han people to revive. These 3 things happened to make the young Zhu Yuanzhang go through many hardships, and eventually become the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. This is the importance of dragon energy. For example, a county magistrate named Lei Huan of the Jin dynasty accidentally discovered that a purple and green gas was faintly emerging from the floating clouds when he was playing in the back mountain one day, and it came from a deserted canyon. When he went back to drink tea, he accidentally mentioned it to the teacher, and the teacher was shocked and said that there was a treasure there. Lei Huan heard the words, and led people to dig 3 feet into the ground. Sure enough, they found an unnamed ancient tomb. There were 2 stone boxes that emitted strange colors every day in the ancient tomb. In each box, there was a peerless magic sword, one named Long Huan and one named Tai. On the night when the sword was found, the purple and green air in the sky disappeared. This is what is summarized in the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas, treasure air. With the help of Lao Jiang, I studied even harder, forgetting to eat and sleep. I would only take him to the canteen for a meal when my stomach growled or when Ban Ban looked pitiful, indicating that he was hungry and wanted to eat meat. At first, the old Xiaodo in the archives room kept a distance from Ban Ban, and even protested why Qilin would let a 1,000-year-old zombie walk around. If it bit someone and sucked blood, who would be responsible? But when Ban Ban showed an obedient look, his handsome features and 2 grinning little teeth immediately captured the heart of the 60-year-old childless old man. He brewed a pot of tea every day and chatted with Ban Ban about family matters, regardless of whether Ban Ban could understand or not. He even gave Ban Ban the stolen tripod, and often brought raw beef from the canteen to teach Ban Ban how to make a fire and roast meat. Little wolf cub, I heard that your mother is Fu Hao. You Shang dynasty people eat with your hands? Fu Hao's wife also. The meat must be roasted before eating, sprinkle some pepper powder. Do you want to drink bean juice tomorrow? Alas, if I have a grandson, it is estimated that he will be the same age as you and Li Jinglan, the stinky boy. Although old Xiaodo also stood on the same front with me, we all faced a problem, that is, Ban Ban was picked up by Fu Hao from a wolf den, and was fed by the mother wolf's milk. After that, he called himself Wolf General every time he went to war. So he has a natural wolf nature. Whenever night falls, and he sees the moon outside the window, he will squat there, raise his neck and howl. The sound became louder and louder, as if it came from the Wolf King in the extremely cold land, full of unyielding and unruly. But it was a disaster for others. In the past few days, members of Qilin have been looking for the source of the sound. Shin Xiaoyu, with a pair of panda eyes, banged on the door of the archive room and shouted, Li Jinglan, I know you are in there. For the sake of saving your life, let me go. Don't let that zombie scream in the middle of the night. I know that this is really not a solution. One day, Ban Ban will be expelled. Until Lao Jiang found a small bronze rattle from somewhere, I coaxed Ban Ban to sleep every night, and when he fell asleep, he stopped screaming, which temporarily alleviated the crisis. I thought that after becoming a formal member of Qilin, I would receive one task after another, so that I could practice the skills I learned these days. But the opposite happened. I was still rubbing the badge on my chest in the building like an idle person. Lao Jian also had some free time. In his words, recently, there has been a strange calm in various places. The tomb-robbing forces at home and abroad have stopped their business one by one, and few large tombs have been unearthed. Even the mysterious organization that had been against us in Lei Town before seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and disappeared completely. Behind the short peace, there must be a huge storm brewing. And we can only quietly wait for the storm to come. Chapter 73. In addition to reading books, what I care about most these days is Linger's injury. I don't know how this little girl is doing now after being so seriously injured. I pestered Lao Jiang several times to go and see her, even if it was just a sneak peek outside the door. But Lao Jiang only said one thing: Linger was injured by her natal goo, and she can only be treated with the 7-leaf flower from Yejiang. Before her natal goo recovers, no one is allowed to approach the ward, otherwise once the goo worm is startled, even gods can't save the girl's life. He Lanxue is now guarding outside the ward 24 hours a day, boiling medicine for Linger, washing her body, and even sleeping outside the ward. When can I see her? I asked anxiously. You little bastard, have you fallen in love with Linger? Lao Jiang suddenly looked at me. Didn't this girl oppose you everywhere and torture you with tickles? You have a masochistic tendency, didn't you see that? I immediately denied it, but I felt that Qilin was too dull without Linger's laughter. That's true. Lao Jiang nodded. When the situation gets better, I will take you there, but you kid, remember, don't think about Miajiang women. That place. We can't afford to offend. Got it. I agreed and said that as long as I could see Linger as soon as possible, I would not spread the news that he was smoking and peeking at Lanxue's photos in the middle of the night. How did you see it? Lao Jiang was shocked. Ban Ban discovered it first, and then dragged Lao Xiaodo to watch, and Lao Xiaodo dragged me. As for Shen Xiaoyu, it was only a matter of time before he knew it. I counted on my fingers. Lao Jiang covered my mouth with his hand, revealing a murderous expression. I will deliver food to the 4th sister tomorrow, and you can come with me and bring some sweets that Linger likes to eat. If anyone else knows that I have the 4 sisters' photo in the future, I will kill all 3 of you. After that, he made a knife gesture. Lao Xiaodo is a lonely old man, Ban Ban is a helpless zombie, and I am a cheap apprentice who is not loved by anyone. How dare you kill me? Get lost. Lao Jiang roared and kicked me away. The next morning, I rode my bicycle to Beiping City and bought a box of milk skin cakes, a box of sakama, and a box of honey cakes. On the way back, I saw a Candyman stall and asked someone to make a small Candyman that looked like Linger. I have to say that this Candyman master is quite skilled. After listening to my description, he sketched out a willful and capricious little girl in just a few strokes, with a big bamboo basket on her back, just like a walking Linger. I think she must be very happy to see it, and her illness will be cured. I made an appointment with Lao Jiang to meet at the door of the archives room at 10 o'clock, but I was waiting at 9 o'clock. Seeing the big bags in my hand, Lao Jiang, who came late, showed a playful smile. If Linger is not from Miajiang, I will definitely match you two together. This is the second time Lao Jiang mentioned Miajiang. I was very curious. What exactly is Miajiang? Why can't women from there be provoked or touched? Are all of them widows, young and old? It was not until one day later that I realized that the horror of Miajiang was not only about insects, but also about the existence of true horror, which even Lao Jiang, the Black Knife Kirin, would be terrified of. While I was thinking, Lao Jiang had already taken me into the elevator. It turned out that Linger's ward was on the 4th floor of the Kirin headquarters. This is the most confidential place of Kirin, and also the quietest place. The leader of Kirin specially vacated a room for Linger to recover from illness. It can be seen that everyone here favors Linger. As soon as I approached the ward, I smelled a strong smell of Chinese medicine. It was obvious that Lanxue was feeding Linger medicine. It's too bitter. I only drink it for one day. Linger lay weakly on the bed, bargaining. Her willful temper has not changed at all. Her pink little face is like a porcelain doll, with curved eyebrows, revealing a graceful and lively charm. The bells on her wrists and ankles were taken off and put aside. Although she looked well recovered, she had lost a lot of weight. It won't be bitter if you eat sweets for a day. I put the cakes in my hand aside. Let me feed Linger. I make sure she finishes it all, and the disease will be cured. Linger, look, I also brought you a little sugar man. Does it look like you? The Langsu was very surprised by my arrival, but she didn't say anything, just handed over the medicine bowl. I blew on the spoon carefully, and was about to feed it. However, the next scene was unexpected by everyone present. Linger's smiling face, which was just acting coquettishly, suddenly turned cold, and she said very coldly, "Who asked you to come?" "I'm just worried about you, and want to see your injuries," I answered nervously. "Thank you, don't worry about me." Linger closed her beautiful eyes. "Also, don't save me in the future, I won't appreciate your kindness, I will only hate you more." Linger. I was completely panicked. I never thought that this little girl's face was like the weather, changing at any time. Wasn't she fine and ain't you? Lao Jiang couldn't stand it anymore, and came over to smooth things over. "Linger, Li Jing'an is here on the way. You drink the medicine, and I will take him away. Don't be angry. Being angry is bad for your health." How many times do I have to say it? I hate him, I hate him. Linger suddenly sat up, knocked over the medicine bowl, and then threw all the cakes that I bought after riding my bicycle for 2 hours on the ground. I just felt a nameless fire rising in my chest. "I, Li Jing'an, came here because I was worried about you and afraid that my companions would be injured. Not to please you. You saved everyone in Inshu, but I also carried you all the way out of the ancient tomb. When you fell off the iron chain bridge, it was me and Banban who pulled you up at the risk of our lives. It would be fine if you didn't thank me, but why did you treat me like this?" My face was dark, and I couldn't hear what Lao Jiang and Helangsu were saying. I threw away the little sugar man that I had been protecting all the way, and afraid of melting. With a click, the little sugar man in the shape of a silver bell broke into 2 halves, just like my heart. Then I walked out of the ward without looking back. After returning to the dormitory, I couldn't figure it out, so I just sulked. Dahu and Banban wanted to please me, but seeing that I looked murderous, they also went to play with Lao Xiaodo. I don't know how long it took, but a cigarette was suddenly handed over to me. Lao Jiang patted my shoulder and asked, "Do you want to smoke for a day?" "I don't smoke these ghost things," I said lightly. Still angry. Lao Jiang forced a smile and came up to me. "How does it feel to be hated by a woman for the first time?" "Learn from my master, the more times you do it, the thicker your skin will be." I sighed, saying that women's hearts are really like needles in the sea. Even a wound can change their personalities. It's simply unreasonable. Lao Jiang said that things were not what I thought. This is what my 4th sister told me secretly. "Jing'an, you have to know that women in Miaojiang are different from women outside. Miaojiang women are strong by nature, and are often the best candidates to inherit the goo worm. Unless a family can't give birth to a daughter, or all the daughters die, they will consider sons. So the status of women in the village is much higher than that of men. And there is an unwritten rule in the Miao village, that is, the strong are respected. If a girl with a goo worm is rescued by a man one day, this man is her kamani, and the girl must marry him." "What?" Hearing Lao Jiang's words, I widened my eyes. Kamani? Chapter 74. This is the first time I have heard of this word. From Lao Jiang's explanation, I learned that the so-called kamani is the fiancé of a Miao girl. In that mountainous area similar to a matriarchal tribe, women are respected, and only their saviors can become each other's kamani. Because the person who can save you in times of crisis, in addition to being loyal and righteous, also has the most important point, that is, being strong enough. Only such a man can capture the heart of a Miao girl. "But, little bastard." Lao Jiang sighed slightly. "You can't have any thoughts about Linger, otherwise it will be miserable if Miao knows." "Why?" I asked curiously. However, the answer I got was a cold smile. Because this ancient place is very exclusive. For hundreds of years, only marriage within the clan is allowed. Once an outsider becomes kamani, in order to prevent the sacred Miao bloodline from being tainted, other suitors will start hunting mode and challenge him at all costs until his head is chopped off. Whoever comes back with the head is the new kamani. At this point, Lao Jiang looked at me steadily. "Don't think I don't know your little tricks. Are you scared now, kid?" "Master." This is the first time I called Lao Jiang master seriously, and every word came from the heart. When I escaped from Lei Town, I didn't think I would survive. But now I have joined Qilin and become the mayor of Lei Town, and there is a big business wolf general to drive me. How do you know that one day, I won't be so powerful that I can even turn the sky over? Linger is a very good girl. I will not watch her become a tool for Miaojiang to reproduce. Lao Jiang's eyes were slightly startled, as if he did not expect me to be fearless. "You are still too young. Do you know how terrible that place is? Miaojiang is entrenched in 2 forces, the black Miao and the white Miao. The Miao are good at poisoning, and the black Miao are good at witchcraft. Those who are targeted often become sacrifices to the god of death. When I was young, I was fortunate to see a white Miao Gu master chasing a heartless man. The heartless man was originally a peddler who traveled all over the country. He was handsome and eloquent. Because he saw a Miaojiang girl innocent and beautiful, he tricked her into eating the forbidden fruit and then left without saying goodbye. As a result, the next day, there was a colorful centipede in the peddler's luggage. Do you know what this is? It was the death notice given to him by the Miao Gu master. Anyone who sees the 7-colored centipede will die in 3 days. Later, the seller tried every possible way, either throwing away the centipede or smashing it to death with a stone. But every time he woke up the next day, the colorful centipede would lie hideously beside his pillow. 3 days later, the seller died, with red spots and blisters all over his body, which was horrible to look at. Since then, I knew that even if you want to overturn the table of the king of hell, you should not mess with the women of Miaojiang. Besides, Linger has a special identity, and you are not qualified to know what her identity is. But what I can guarantee is that as long as the Bai Miao and Hei Miao know that you have become their Kamani, there will be tens, hundreds, and thousands of Gu masters like the ones I met when I was young to hunt you down. Don't even mention that you have a 1,000-year-old zombie, or that you have a Lasian as your backing. By then, all you will have is a collection of insects that cannot be written in an encyclopedia of insects. At that moment, I seemed to see countless unknown poisonous insects attacking me. Their shapes were terrifying, their appearances were strange, and they were densely packed and covered the sky. Linger, who is she? Why am I not worthy of knowing her identity, and why would becoming her Kamani lead to hundreds of Gu masters hunting me down? I shuddered uncontrollably, and stammered to say something, but found that Lao Jiang had already walked away, leaving me with only a receding back. The crisp and pleasant sound of the thin silk bells in my ears seemed to be getting farther and farther away from me. What Lao Jiang said was right. In the world I didn't know, I was still too weak. My restless heart sank slowly. I suddenly understood Linger's difficulties. She targeted me, perhaps to protect me, but why was I still unwilling to accept it? In the next few days, I never took the initiative to find Linger, nor did I mention that I wanted to visit her. I could only divert my attention as much as possible. After all, I had more important things to do, to teach Banban how to become a person. Banban couldn't speak. Every time he could only bite his fingers and write with blood to communicate. They were all Oracle bone characters with complex strokes. It was okay at ordinary times, but if he was in a critical moment, I was afraid that we would all be wiped out by the time he finished writing. Teaching him to speak was urgent. Most of the Chinese characters now evolved from Oracle bone characters. I listed some of the most important Oracle bone characters, while removing unnecessary radicals, explaining how it evolved into the characters we use now, while pronouncing them clearly. This is Li, which originally refers to a kind of fruit that grows in spring, so your Oracle Li is like a fruit hanging on a branch. We only need to simplify the lower part, and it will become what it is now. Li is my last name. My name is Li Jinglan. When you are in danger or need me, just call my name. I stared at Banban with burning eyes, and explained it to him word by word slowly. Banban seemed to understand. His wild eyes reflected a faint blue, and his wild face was full of confusion. Read after me, Li. Wu. Not Wu, it's Li. I made gestures with difficulty, and I didn't know whether the ancients were generally stupid, or his brain had become an antique after 3,000 years. It took me 2 full days to teach him to recognize my name. Li Jing Lan, master. When Banban finished stuttering, I was so excited that I almost cried. Just as I was about to hug him, he suddenly looked up to the sky and howled. Seeing his slender neck swallow the water with a gulp, and his eyes looking around with green eyes, I knew he was hungry. Forget it, I'd better use the few dollars in my pocket to exchange meat with the canteen chef. The road to teach him how to be a man is long and arduous. After I bargained and carried 3 pounds of cut raw beef back to the dormitory, I found that Banban was gone. I shouted their names while looking for them everywhere, but at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed behind me, and the next moment, my eyes were covered. Banban? Don't. Before I finished the word trouble, I realized something was wrong. Banban rarely jokes with me like this, not to mention that Banban is brave by nature, and there is even a trace of wolfish hostility in the air. At this moment, the little hand covering my eyes is soft and boneless, and the air is filled with the fragrance of a girl from time to time. Guess who I am? There is a reward if you guess it right. The person deliberately pinched his throat to speak, but his tone could not hide the playfulness. Is it her? She got better so quickly, and came to see me specifically. A lot of question marks suddenly appeared in my mind, but I didn't dare to say it. "Huh, you big fool, look at what this is?" The moment my eyes regained light, a lifelike little sugar man appeared in front of me. The little sugar man had a funny shape. It was a willful and capricious little girl who jumped and walked, and she was carrying a big bamboo basket almost as tall as her behind her. "Isn't it broken?" In an instant, I was surprised and happy, and turned my head almost without thinking. What caught my eye was a face that made my heart beat fast. She stood in the sun, and the silver bells on her hands and feet reflected dazzling light. It was Linger. At this moment, Linger's face was rosy, no longer lying on the bed dying, with curved eyebrows, light in her eyes, and a raised corner of her mouth, like a little fox who had succeeded in her conspiracy. I took the little sugar man carefully, fearing that I would break it again, and couldn't help asking Linger how she glued it together. "Humph." Linger tilted her chin, and her voice was soft and steaky. "Is there anything in the world that can stump me? But I was very angry that you didn't guess who I was just now." Linger showed a wicked smile. "As a punishment, Mau Mau will tickle you. Where is the best place to tickle?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly shook the thin silk bell on her wrist, and the pleasant sound of jingling lingered in my ears. I seemed to vaguely hear an obscure daily order, and then a small green flying insect flew out of her sleeve. This was the first time I saw Mau Mau's appearance clearly. It turned out that it was the tickle bug that made me embarrassed before. But the prank on other places was fine. But the posture of this insect was heading straight for my lower body, hovering around my crotch and buttocks. "Hey! Take this thing back quickly. It's easy to cut off your offspring, okay?" I covered my pants in fear. However, at this moment, there was a sudden loud bang outside, as if a thunder exploded from the ground, and then the whole dormitory door was knocked away, and a murderous aura came raging. "It's bad, is it that Ban Ban is back?" At the same time, the big bamboo basket carried by Linger began to shake violently, as if it sensed the arrival of the enemy. "Stop!" Before I could open my mouth, a tall figure protected me. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his nails grew longer and sharper like wolf claws at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flying insect that was about to tease me was slapped away by a claw. Linger screamed, "Don't hurt Mau Mau." She was about to summon other poisonous insects, but her movements were instantly interrupted by a strong murderous intent, and her whole body was pinched by the neck and pressed against the wall. At that moment, Linger was like a little rabbit with no power to fight back, and her face was full of fear. Looking at Ban Ban again, he stood there like a killing god, keeping the posture of pinching people, and said in babbling words, "Li, Jing, Lon, Master, protect." Linger's feet were suspended in the air, her face became paler and paler, and she was almost out of breath. At this moment, I realized how powerful Ban Ban was. In the face of absolute power, we mortals can't even resist. Chapter 75. "Ban Ban, stop!" Seeing Linger gradually stop struggling, my hair exploded all over my body. I was afraid that someone might die. At this moment, I almost cried, and hurriedly grabbed Ban Ban's arm and pulled him out. But how could I resist such a huge force? "Stop! The master asked you to stop." Fortunately, Ban Ban still listened to me, and he turned his head stiffly. A pair of blue wolf eyes were a little confused, but the cold and murderous intent around him was slightly restrained. I gestured desperately. "She is my friend, we are just joking." "Woo!" Ban Ban tilted his head, his two sword-like eyebrows frowned, as if thinking, "It's over, this guy doesn't understand at all." At the critical moment, I had an idea, put my two thumbs together, made a loving gesture, and did not forget to point at myself and Linger. Ban Ban's stupid head finally came to his senses, and his hand that was pinching Linger loosened instantly. Linger leaned against the wall limply, panting heavily, with a dark red pinch mark on her snow-white neck. I couldn't help but feel scared. If I had been a step later, the consequences would have been disastrous, but I saw Ban Ban cast his eyes on Linger again. I was worried that this guy would do something out of line again, and I didn't care about the intimacy between men and women, and decisively took Linger into his arms. Now Ban Ban's brows were completely relaxed, and a layer of soft light appeared in his bottomless eyes. I was about to say a few words to comfort Linger, when a stuttering voice sounded. "Mother." What? Ban Ban actually called Linger mother? This made Linger and I feel like we were struck by lightning, and our eyes almost popped out. "Say it again?" I looked at Ban Ban in disbelief, but saw Ban Ban's confused expression. "Dad." Good guy, one mother is not enough, and he recognized another father? Linger and I stared at each other, totally unable to believe what was happening in front of us. After being stunned for half a minute, Linger blushed and slapped me, Li Jinglan, what did you teach him? I didn't teach him anything. You know, this is the first time Ban Ban took the initiative to speak. How could I know he would be like this? You are simply a big bad guy, a big pervert, a big gangster. Listen to my explanation. I covered my burning face and wanted to cry without tears. I won't listen. No man is a good guy. It was not until one day later that I realized that Ban Ban had misunderstood my gesture. This gesture means love in modern times, but in the Shang dynasty it means the continuation of the family line. In addition, after sleeping for 3,000 years, the past events of the Shang dynasty that awakened in his mind made Ban Ban mistakenly believe that Yin Linger and I were Wu Ding and Fu Hao, and gave birth to him through the so-called unspeakable behavior. The call of father and mother also came out. I stuttered and tried to explain to Yin Linger, but Yin Linger snorted angrily, and then she suddenly walked to Ban Ban. Ban Ban had no murderous aura at this time, like a tall wolf king squatting by the door, not even daring to move a finger, as if he really regarded Yin Linger as his mother. Linger, Ban Ban is just a zombie. His IQ is not high. Don't bother with him about what happened today. Although I was a little angry with Ban Ban, I was afraid that Yin Linger would tell Helangsu about Ban Ban's attack on humans, which would lead to Ban Ban's expulsion, so I was very worried. Yin Linger blinked her curious eyes, and turned left and right 3 times around Ban Ban. Are you the big Zongzi that Li Jinglan brought back from Inchiu? Ban Ban made a humming sound in his throat, and I didn't know what he wanted to say, so I had to answer for him. At this time, Yin Linger suddenly stretched out her hand and pressed on Ban Ban's chest. Not bad. It's pretty solid. Then I will call you a big Zongzi from now on. I couldn't understand Yin Linger's actions. Wasn't she angry? You know, she is a powder keg of Qilin, and she would stir up trouble even if she was unreasonable. I wanted to beat him back, but since you called me mother, I won't suffer any loss, so I let you go today. Yin Linger raised her willow leaf eyebrows and smiled. What? Is this still the vindictive Yin Linger? Yin Linger explained, we in Miaojiang are born to believe in the strong. The stronger you are, the more respected you will be. If the big Zongzi really fights, I'm afraid he will be more powerful than my master and that frivolous old man Jiang. Li Jinglan, you really found a treasure. Hearing the word Miaojiang, my face looked a little unnatural, but I still whispered, I'm also very powerful, okay? However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Yin Linger said that she could not complain, but she had to lend her Ban Ban to play for a few days. It took her a full month to recuperate, which made her bored. She had to take Ban Ban to catch birds and teach her how to speak. I was so happy to see the success that I was so excited that I handed this difficult task to Yin Linger, and I continued to study the Looking at Qi realm and 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas. I had not yet fully understood the many instructions that Lao Jian gave me last time. Half a month later, Yin Linger's teaching career began to show results. Ban Ban could already speak some simple Chinese, such as, hungry, eat meat. Another example, mom is so beautiful. Another example is, dad is a big gangster. Yin Linger not only deliberately took advantage of Ban Ban, but also tricked Ban Ban into apologizing to Mao Mao. Of course, Ban Ban didn't understand the meaning of many words at all. For example, he always thought that big gangster meant war god. Am I very powerful? Yin Linger asked Ban Ban to show me the results of this period of time. Seeing that he could speak a few daily expressions fluently, I really felt that Yin Linger taught well. Yin Linger raised her little pink nose, so proud that she said, don't you see who taught you? At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and changed the subject, but Ban Ban is really a little stupid. You know, the parrot I raised in Miaojiang can argue with me in a few days, and the whole Miao village wants to use it to make soup in half a month. That parrot is gifted, I said embarrassedly. In short, I can't admit that Ban Ban's IQ is not as good as a bird. At most, it is 3,000 years behind. Yin Linger turned her head, and her bright eyes reflected my figure clearly. By the way, Li Jinglan, where did you buy your little sugar man? I told her, it's in Shaowei Hatong in the urban area of Beiping. There are many snacks there. You will definitely like it. Sure enough, when she heard that there was delicious food, Yin Linger's eyes lit up immediately, and she couldn't wait to pull me out. As a result, the corner of my clothes was suddenly pulled, and I looked at Ban Ban, and he also wanted to follow us. I looked him up and down, and suddenly found that my old clothes were too small for him. The tight clothes wrapped around him layer by layer, and he really looked like a rice dumpling wrapped during the Dragon Boat Festival. Then let's go together. I can find a tailor to fix you up, but we have 3 rules. No running around, no grabbing, and no wolf howling. I gestured to warn Ban Ban. Woo! Ban Ban nodded excitedly. Chapter 76. We immediately set off for Beiping City. You know, we have been stuck in Qilin for a long time, just like being under house arrest in a deep courtyard. As soon as we smelled the fresh air, Linger and I couldn't help cheering. But it was the first time for Ban Ban to go out, and I was scared all the way. He was like our personal bodyguard. From time to time, he glanced around coldly, and didn't let anyone get close to us. Even a newspaper boy was scared to tears by his grinning face. I told him several times that there would be no danger, but he still didn't listen, so I just let him go. Linger was thinking about the Sugar Man shop in her heart. When she came to Xiaowei Hutong, I immediately took her to find the master. I didn't expect that the Sugar Man master still remembered me. He looked Linger up and down and said in surprise, "Oh, there really is a cute little girl who goes out with a big bamboo basket." It seems that the shape I provided to the Sugar Man master was too weird, so he remembered it. "Uncle, the Sugar Man you made is too similar. This time, I came here to take care of your business." Linger was so sweet that the Sugar Man master couldn't stop smiling. Linger asked the Sugar Man master to make one according to the appearance of me and Ban Ban. The Sugar Man master waved his hand. No problem. However, when he saw Ban Ban, his eyes brightened. "I, the Sugar Man Zhang, have set up a shop here for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a majestic young man, with a majestic and warrior style. If he was born in ancient times, he would be a general, if not a prince, and he was born in the year of the wolf." I felt a shudder in my heart. This old guy is too accurate in judging people. Ban Ban didn't understand what he was saying, and stared at the Sugar Man master's hand, as if he would pull out a dagger and stab her in the next second. The Sugar Man master quickly made my Sugar Man, and when he handed it to me, Linger snatched it, and said with a smile, "Humph, of course it's mine if I pay for it." What a rude little girl. The Sugar Man master made Ban Ban very seriously, and it took me almost twice as long to make it. The bridge of his nose was high, his hair was loose, revealing two sword-like eyebrows flying diagonally into his temples, and his deep eyes reflected the battlefield spirit of a born general. A brown Sugar Man was made just like this, and the armor on his body was especially shining in the sun. "Uncle, you made it so like it. You even made a set of armor for the big Zongzi." Linger couldn't help but applaud, and the Sugar Man master stroked his beard proudly. This is in line with the temperament of the little brother. Linger handed the little Sugar Man to Ban Ban, who looked at the Sugar Man and then at me, as if he was wondering what it was, and why it looked so similar to himself. "You can eat it." I gestured and asked him to put it in his mouth. Ban Ban licked it for a day, and his eyes immediately shone with strange light, as if he thought it was delicious, and he began to chew the little Sugar Man. In no time, the little Sugar Man was destroyed. Linger held my little Sugar Man, and licked it all the way, but she was a real glutton, and couldn't walk when she saw delicious food. Going down an alley, she ate all kinds of candied haws, jelly, milk skin cakes, and mung bean cakes. I also bought a bunch of grilled skewers for my partner, and specifically told him that they only needed to be cooked to medium rare, as he likes to eat raw meat. It was cold at this time of year, and it was going to snow soon. We planned to have a hot pot at Domlisha at noon to drive away the cold. As a result, there were so many people that there was no room at all, so I asked Linger to queue up here first, and I took Ban Ban to the tailor's shop to order a suitable dress. Linger readily agreed. Lao Su's tailor shop is very famous in this area. Many celebrities have ordered cheongsams here. The moment I took Ban Ban in, the whole place was immediately quiet, attracting a lot of hungry eyes. Ban Ban noticed those eyes, and immediately protected me behind her, but those women were all looking at Ban Ban. Lao Su came up to entertain us enthusiastically. He asked who the clothes were for, and I pointed at Ban Ban. However, when Lao Su was measuring the size of Ban Ban, Ban Ban looked alert and wanted to retreat. I quickly whispered a few words in his ear, and told him to stand still. Ban Ban looked at me with a bitter face, but finally did it. This guy's height and arm length are the most perfect I've ever seen. He's a natural clothes hanger. Old Su sighed sincerely and recommended a white stand-up collar dress to me. I paid a deposit with a lot of money, and Old Su asked me to come and pick it up in half a month. Thinking that I would have to wait for a long time, I bought a set of ready-made clothes for Ban Ban. He didn't know how to change, so I had to take him to the dressing room. However, after changing clothes, Ban Ban looked less murderous and more heroic. It was a black close-fitting Zhongshan suit. Although it was a little short for Ban Ban, it perfectly highlighted his tough curves and broad shoulders. A set of conventional clothes was worn by him with a unique wild charm. A fashionable lady in the store was immediately attracted by Ban Ban and tried to chat with him, but Ban Ban looked fierce and roared at her, forcing her to retreat as if she had invaded her territory. The lady was stunned at first, and then glanced at me meaningfully. "It's me who is rude. It turns out that you are a pet rabbit." Although this whisper was very light, it fell clearly into my ears. Thinking about what happened just now, Ban Ban had been protecting me and not letting others get close, and I paid and helped him change clothes. It really looked like someone's fetish. I didn't know how to explain it, so I had to pull Ban Ban away quickly. However, just as we were leaving, Ban Ban suddenly seemed to sense some dangerous signals, looked around, and pushed me back into the store as if facing a great enemy. "Be careful, enemy attack." Enemy attack? What does it mean? I didn't quite understand, but Ban Ban stood firmly at the door of the store like a shield, and at the same time, he entered the state of attack. A Ford car gradually drove into my field of vision, and Ban Ban's muscles suddenly tensed up. However, just when he was about to fly out, I quickly grabbed him. Misunderstanding. Ban Ban thought that car was the enemy's vanguard chariot. In the Shang dynasty, bronze chariots only appeared when two armies were fighting. Chariots at that time were battlefield weapons, and the number of chariots often determined which side the balance of victory tilted towards. I patiently explained to him the difference between the car here and the chariot, and told him to remember the agreement and listen to me in everything. Ban Ban only understood half of it, but he was a very loyal zombie. He would not move if I told him not to move, and would retreat if I told him to retreat. At that moment, I gradually understood the meaning of the host. Linger waited for a long time, but only waited for a table set up at the door. At this time, the cold wind was biting, and many people were eating hot pot in groups of 3 or 5, and playing drinking games. When we arrived, the copper pot had been set up, and the aroma of the soup base drifted into our noses, not to mention how enjoyable it was. I asked the waiter to cut 6 plates of fresh mutton, and then told Linger and Ban Ban that although it was just a small hot pot, the details in it were indispensable. If one step was missing, the taste would be 1 point less. "Really?" Linger asked doubtfully, holding her cheeks with her 2 small hands. I smiled faintly, rolled up a piece of meat with chopsticks, and put it into the boiling copper pot. It is said that this shabu shabu was invented by Genghis Khan. He led the Mongolian army to fight in the south and the north, and it was not convenient to cook at any time. By chance, he threw a piece of mutton into boiling water and found that the scalded meat was fragrant and tender, so this way of eating gradually became popular in old Beijing. Today, shabu shabu has also produced a variety of rules, such as the pot should be large, the charcoal fire should be selected from fruit wood with less smoke, the dipping sauce should be chives and sesame paste, and the soup base should be just plain water. As the saying goes, boiling water is a gentleman's friendship. Finally, the meat, the master who knows how to eat it will order the hind legs of the sheep, and a plate of waist, upper brain, neck meat, and ribs, put them in and scald them for 3 seconds, and the taste is so authentic after a day. However, after I finished speaking, I found that the atmosphere at the table was a little wrong. Linger opened her mouth wide, and looked at her partner next to her, as if she saw a monster. Ban Ban wiped his greasy mouth and burped. It turned out that when I was introducing the way to eat, this guy actually poured all 6 plates of raw mutton into his mouth, eating it up in a flash, and even cast his green eyes on my chopsticks. What a waste, what a waste! I gritted my teeth, looked at the first and last piece of meat in my hand, and quickly stuffed it into my mouth. I secretly made up my mind that I would never take my companion out to eat in the future. Just when I wanted to ask the waiter to serve a few more plates of meat, the diners around suddenly crowded around the door of the Western restaurant opposite to watch the fun. Linger also stood on the stool curiously, and looked over there. It turned out that a well-dressed, well-combed rich young man with a big back hair was proposing to a girl. The girl was wearing a light blue Republic of China school uniform, and her half-long hair hung down to her chest, looking gentle, beautiful, and charming. The young man knelt on one knee with a rare flower in his hand, which made Linger envious. Wow, so happy! I also stretched my neck to look over there. Logically, the girl should be very touched by the love confession in front of so many people, but I found that the girl was a little anxious and uneasy, holding the corner of her clothes with her fingers, and seemed very nervous. More importantly, she looked at us from time to time. But we didn't know her. Ouch, I got burned. At this time, the waiter who was filling the hot pot for us was not careful, and a few drops splashed outside, which startled Linger and made a hissing sound. Sorry. The waiter kept apologizing to us, but his eyes glanced at the opposite side from time to time. I immediately understood something and couldn't help asking, Do you know that girl? Ah. The guy seemed to be guessed at, and became incoherent. At this moment, I realized that this guy had a handsome appearance and a scholarly air, but he worked with rough hands and feet, and it was obvious that he had not been doing this for long. After repeated questioning, he finally sighed and answered, "The girl's name is Lulu. She and I are both students of Peking University. I thought that if I worked a few more jobs, I could make her happy." In the end, my 10 times of effort was not as good as a wheel of Prince Wang. It is better to accept Prince Wang than to suffer with me. Maybe only in this way can Lulu be happy. Listening to the waiter's words, I shook my head. No, happiness or not is not up to you, but that girl. Einlinger's cunning eyes turned, and she touched her nose. This is not simple, this kind of thing. Lulu is the best. Lulu? The waiter looked at me, then at Einlinger, not knowing what was in the gourd. Einlinger told him not to ask too much, just go and get a bowl of white wine. After getting the liquor, Einlinger patted the bamboo basket gently, and then her fair little hand gently brushed across the bowl. Girl, are you doing magic? The waiter didn't understand, but Einlinger raised her chin towards me. Li Jinglan, go and pour this bowl of liquor on the girl's face. Are you crazy? I'm not going to live if I do this in public. I was unwilling to do it, and the waiter was also angry. He felt that the little girl in front of him was deliberately humiliating his sweetheart. Go when I tell you to go, or I let Mao bite you. And you? Einlinger glared at the waiter. You coward, if you don't want your sweetheart to run away, just watch obediently, and everything will soon be revealed. Under Einlinger's coercion, I could only brazenly approach the crowd, and then splash the wine on the girl. Accompanied by a scream of awe, the girl's face seemed to be cursed, and a green centipede appeared from nowhere and crawled on her face. Wherever it passed, the fair skin immediately turned into charcoal color, and finally half of her face was corroded, and the appearance was very scary. My God, monster, don't come over. Prince Wang was like seeing a ghost, and the flowers were immediately thrown to the ground, and he got into the car and fled. The girl touched her left face in disbelief, panicked and terrified, holding a small mirror to look but didn't dare. The guy rushed up at this time, holding the girl in his arms, and comforting her. Don't be afraid, Lulu, I will take you to see a doctor now. No matter what you become, I will be by your side. He turned and glared at us angrily. Tell me, what did you do to Lulu? It was the bowl of wine just now, right? Einlinger snorted, ignored him, and looked at the girl and said, Now you know who is sincere, right? In this world, only those who truly love each other can be happy. After that, he shook the bell on his wrist and waved it in the girl's face, whispering softly, Lulu, come back. After Einlinger withdrew her hand, I clearly saw a very small centipede crawling into her palm, then jumping onto her shoulder, and sinking into the big bamboo basket. On the way back, Einlinger thought, sincerity is the most precious thing in the world. Nothing can compare to a sincere heart. In the afternoon, we returned to Qilin. However, as soon as I stepped into the door, I found that the intelligence department seemed to be particularly busy today. The Qilin members in black were holding papers and copying the telegrams. The air was still filled with a strong smell of tobacco, and the ground was full of Lao Zhang's cigarette butts. He squatted at the door, and when he saw Einlinger and me, he scolded angrily, You finally came back. Get out of here and gather in the conference room immediately. As soon as I saw Lao Zhang's expression, I knew that something big had happened. Chapter 77. In the conference room, Lao Jiang looked serious, and Helan Shui also sat aside with a stern expression. It was silent, except for the breathing of two people, according to the principle that the smaller the noise, the bigger the matter. My heart was lifted up in an instant, and I carefully put the snacks I bought on the table, fearing that Lao Jiang would scold me. But he didn't say a word at all, just asked me and Einlinger, Are you ready? Einlinger and I looked at each other and said in unison, Yes. Ready. Lao Jiang nodded. A white curtain slowly lowered, and then the first slide was inserted into the instrument. What came into view was a desolate cave, surrounded by yellow sand and dead trees, but on the cave were vivid murals painted with amazing brushwork. The murals were composed of red, yellow and green, and most of the paintings were Buddhist allusions, with dancing goddesses, preaching Buddhas, and listening bodhisattvas. From a distance, it looks like thousands of Buddhas paying homage to the Buddha, which is deeply shocking. This is a mural from Dunhuang. Lao Jiang introduced. The painting depicts the story of Sakyamuni and his followers saving sentient beings. It has a history of more than 1,000 years. Einlinger and I listened attentively. Suddenly Lao Jiang changed the subject and asked a strange question. Do you think this mural is beautiful? I nodded. It's so beautiful. Even I, a non-Buddhist, have the urge to shave my head and become a monk when I see it. If a Buddha sees it, I guess he will go crazy. Lao Jiang snorted and said, yes, it is precisely because these murals are unique in the world that they attract groups of tomb robbers. The largest tomb robbing force even comes from abroad. My heart skipped a beat, and here comes the main topic. Li Jinglan, from today on, you must remember a name, Warner. At this time, Helan Shui, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Warner? I chewed on this name carefully, but I didn't know what special meaning it had. But I could feel the murderous intent that suddenly emerged in the conference room, which was Chilin's deep hatred for him. Warner, a world-renowned explorer and philanthropist, is actually a notorious international thief. He controls the largest tomb-robbing group in Europe, Ghost. He has traveled to the Nile River, South Africa, the Amazon rainforest, ancient Maya, etc. in the name of exploration, and has excavated countless ancient tombs, and his methods are extremely cruel. Old Jiang said, as he inserted the second slide, and a blond and blue-eyed old man suddenly appeared on the screen. In order to get the royal gold in the Golden Valley, he drove hundreds of laborers into the tomb and exhausted the mechanism. In order to get the knight's long sword buried with the German prince, he blew up a town. In order to take away the mummy of the ancient Egyptian princess, do you know what he did? What? I asked curiously. Old Jiang sneered. He ordered his men to kill all the natives along the Nile River, so that his ship could pass unimpeded. At that time, he was still smiling and giving candy to children, and took photos and published them in the Times. I couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This guy is too cruel, killing people while pretending to be a philanthropist. This kind of hypocritical people are often the most difficult to deal with. So no one has ever exposed his true face? Linger asked at this time. Helangsu shook her head, because he has been engaged in tomb robbing for a long time, and the ones he targets are often legendary mysterious monuments. Warner has accumulated treasures that are rich enough to rival a country. Those who can catch him have long been bribed. Have you ever seen him robbing tombs in front, and the generals of small countries helping to carry the coffins in the back? He did it. What's more terrifying is that the ghost in his hand has gathered desperate people from all over the world. I don't know how many lives he has harvested over the years. Even Qilin can't figure out the details of that group of people. Linger and I looked at each other. He has money, power, and a terrifying force to serve him. No wonder Warner makes Qilin deeply afraid. Lao Jiang said that Warner had been robbing tombs abroad, and he and Qilin were considered to have nothing to do with each other. But he never expected that he would actually set his sights on Dunhuang in the west of Yin country, and under the banner of exploration, he began his own treasure-stealing journey. In recent years, Warner has stolen hundreds of murals by hiring local tomb robbers, using coercion and inducement, and even claimed that this was his greatest discovery of the century. This old bastard is really a shameless father who opens the door for the little shameless boy. So shameless. I couldn't help but slap the table, wishing I could twist Warner's head off and use it as a chamber pot. Lao Jiang was also very angry, but he continued, because Warner sneaked in secretly at that time, the stolen murals could not be recovered, but just half a month ago, this terrifying force came again. And this is the focus of this meeting. Half a month ago, Warner went deep into the vast desert and opened an ancient tomb that had been sealed for thousands of years. The moment the ancient tomb saw the light of day again, it actually burst into golden light, which almost blinded people. It turned out that there was a sleeping Buddha statue made of white jade in the center of the main tomb, with a solemn and crystal-clear face. It was exactly the appearance of the Buddha when he passed away, because Buddhist illusions record that Sakyamuni died in his sleep. No one knew the origin of the tomb owner. In addition to the jade Buddha, there were also golden coffins surrounding the 13th day. It was rare to make coffins with gold, but these coffins were also surrounded by the Buddha, which looked weird no matter how you looked at it, as if the Buddha was deliberately used to suppress something. But Warner was a Westerner, and didn't mind these things. He asked the workers to tie the ropes, and go down to collect the burial objects that day. Because the Buddha statue was too big to be transported out, Warner sawed off the Buddha's head. I was shocked when I heard this. They actually cut off the Buddha's head? Aren't they afraid of retribution? Lao Jiang smiled bitterly. Yes, their retribution will come soon. Warner and others were busy for a day, and finally got the Buddha's head out. When it was getting dark, they ordered their men to camp on the spot, and wait until the next day to continue to pry open the golden coffin of the 13th day. His intuition of excavating countless historical relics told him that there must be a big secret hidden in the coffin. However, when he woke up, he found that the tents near the tomb were all empty. The 12 workers who participated in the excavation yesterday were missing, and there was no trace of struggle or blood at the scene. At that time, Warner thought he was retaliated. He was angry and asked his men to search back and forth in the desert with guns, but where could there be any enemies in the vast desert? In the end, Warner turned his attention back to the golden coffin of the 13th day in the ancient tomb with some fear. Are the 12 missing workers all in the coffin? I asked with a frown. This was too bizarre, but it seemed that there was only one place where the bodies could be hidden. Yes, Lao Jiang replied. When Warner opened the golden coffin, he saw a worker lying in each coffin. The workers had no injuries on their bodies, but a strange smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. The smile was both peaceful and eerie, exactly the same as the sawed-off Buddha head. This scene frightened Warner's men out of their wits, and they shouted, "Buddha is asking for my life." They didn't dare to stay in the tomb for long, but Warner insisted on opening the golden coffin on the 13th day. He believed that the truth about the death of the 12 workers, including the secret of the entire tomb, must be in there. So was the coffin opened on the 13th day? Linger and I asked nervously. Lao Jiang sighed. It's open. But no one knows what Warner saw at that time. We only know that the coffin made the notorious international thief Soul jump out, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. He even left his equipment and escaped from the desert at night. It was at that time that a group of patriotic volunteers got intelligence and successfully intercepted Warner with the help of the local army and took back the Buddha head and other burial objects. This group of patriotic volunteers is called the Free Commune, which is composed of folk eccentrics and student teachers. They planned to send the Buddha head to Peking by train and donate it to the Peking Museum to tell the world not to covet the treasures of Yanhui anymore. Otherwise they will be severely punished, Lao Jiang told us. This is the first time that the Chinese have successfully prevented the outflow of Dunhuang cultural relics. It is a historic moment. At that time, there will not only be celebrities in the industry, but also many literati and reporters at the station to welcome the national treasure home. So we are also invited, right? I nodded and asked. Lao Jiang hummed, but his frown never relaxed. Qilin means that the four of us go as representatives. I understood that Lao Jiang had something to say, so I took the initiative to ask, "Are you worried about accidents?" Lao Jiang was craving for a cigarette, and was about to touch the cigarette, but was stopped by Helan Shui's cough. He could only smile awkwardly and explained, "Warner and his ghost have never failed for decades. He has spent so much energy and money on that ancient tomb, and even caused a loss of life. How could he let it go?" The boss was worried that there would be accidents when the cultural relics were handed over, so he sent me and my fourth sister to meet them. This is also to show the position of Qilin to the outside world. Anyone who dares to covet Dunhuang again will be an enemy of the entire Qilin. I secretly glanced at Linger and found that Linger happened to look in my direction. When our eyes met, she turned her head suddenly and avoided my gaze. At this time, I had a particularly strong feeling. The short and peaceful days were about to be broken. Chapter 78. The next morning, the four of us were afraid of being late, so we changed into decent clothes and headed straight for Beiping railway station. Lao Jiang and I wore Zhongshan suits, Linger wore Miao clothing, and Helan Shui wore a red Hanfu dress. Her hair was drooping, and a hairpin was inserted diagonally. The wind rustled, and Lao Jiang couldn't help but shed tears. I don't know why, although it was reported to be sunny, it was strange that snowflakes fell in Beiping in the morning. It didn't seem like a good sign. When we arrived at the train station, it was already full of reporters with cameras, and there were also many young students, waving their flags in high spirits, shouting the sun to welcome the return of the national treasure. Lao Jiang and I squeezed into the crowd. Linger couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise when she saw so many people. "Wow, it's too lively, isn't it?" Helan Shui stood in the wind. The cold wind lifted her skirt. Her profile was as cold as the snow, because many people have been waiting for this moment, waiting for too long. Linger seemed to understand. Lao Jiang asked us to check around to prevent the enemy from ambushing at the station. After all, Warner, the notorious international thief, would never give up the food in his mouth to others. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle at that time. Only by anticipating the enemy in front can you be invincible. This is also the life experience that Lao Jiang taught me. We immediately dispersed. I was responsible for the two platforms. Linger was responsible for the entrance and exit. Helan Shui was responsible for the high ground, and Lao Jiang was responsible for the rails. After a while, we met again and started reporting. Safe. 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 All four directions were fine. This was something Lao Jiang had never expected. Could it be that Warner had changed his personality? But this was not in line with common sense, because once the Buddha had successfully entered the Peking Museum, he would lose face. Lao Jiang asked Langsu and Linger to continue to monitor the crowd, while he took me to the end of the crowd. There were reporters holding cameras and taking pictures of several young people. These young people were all wearing gray woolen coats and white armbands. It was the first time I saw the pattern on the armband. It was a red long sword, splitting the black clouds. I couldn't help but take a second look, but I was noticed by an old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses next to me. He was obviously over 60 years old. His temples and eyebrows were already gray, but his eyes were bright and brighter than those of young people. You two friends are a little unfamiliar. I wonder who invited you. If not, please move. Everyone has something important to do next. The old man pushed his glasses unnoticeably, narrowed his eyes, and showed an elegant smile, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. I subconsciously swallowed the water, but Lao Jiang smiled coldly, then lightly lifted the corner of his waist, revealing a black knife. This is... The black knife stunned the old man like thunder. He was stunned for several seconds, and then he was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. It turns out that you are a distinguished guest. I am sorry for not welcoming you. Please, please, please. Lao Jiang and I stood in the front smoothly and asked him in a low voice about the identity of the old man, because the other party gave me a very unusual feeling. Lao Jiang smiled and answered quietly. He is Xiang Wenli, a professor at Peking University and a highly respected figure in the history world. Because the Republic of China's institutions were incompetent, national treasures were repeatedly lost to tomb robbers, so Xiang Wenli led a group of people to form the Free Commune. In recent years, they have captured many tomb robbers. It was their people who have been living in the Mogao grottos in Dunhuang that were able to crush Warner's conspiracy this time. Is he the leader of the Free Commune? I glanced in the direction of the old man in surprise. He noticed my gaze, smiled, and nodded slightly. Time passed by minute by minute. Seeing that it was time for the train to arrive, many reporters set up their cameras, fearing that their peers would steal the headlines of the newspapers. Many industry experts and upper-class people also arrived one after another, waiting for the historic moment. However, when the agreed time came, there was no sign of any train in the distance. What's the situation? Is the train delayed? I didn't receive any notification. Is there any trouble? The whispers around were all heard by Xiang Wenli. He paced back and forth, looking at his watch anxiously from time to time. The group of young people with white armbands beside him also looked at each other. Finally, Xiang Wenli couldn't wait any longer. He cast his eyes on a young man. Honghua, turn on the radio and see if Bai Bing has sent you a message. But the quiet radio told everyone the answer. Professor Bai has not been contacted since he sent a message saying everything went well at 6 a.m. this morning. No, even the band dedicated to Professor Bai has disappeared. The young man's tone was filled with fear. Then keep waiting until he gets home. Xiang Wenli gritted his teeth. The uneasy atmosphere came with the snow like a shadow. I looked at Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang glanced at the railroad tracks with a serious expression and put his hand on the black knife at his waist. We just waited like this. At 11:30, 12 o'clock, 12:30, many people were getting impatient and people began to flow out one after another, as if they thought it was a scam. The people who stayed behind held their breath and didn't dare to say anything. I stretched my neck to look at the end of the endless railroad tracks, looking forward to the long-lost train. Wait and wait. After another half an hour, a roar finally sounded in the distance. Woo woo woo. Here it comes. I jumped up with excitement, and my heart finally settled down, but Lao Jiang and Helanjua's faces were full of solemnity. Not long after, other people also saw the train, and the atmosphere on the platform was ignited again. I knew it would be fine. This is the first time that Chinese people have taken back their own things from the hands of foreign devils. You must take good photos later, and publish them in the newspaper before them, okay? The title is, Patriotic Patriots Bravely Seize the Buddha's Head, and the Western Thieves Return in Defeat. The excitement was like a flame ignited in the crowd, but when the train slowly approached, I sensed a strange breath. It was quiet, too quiet, and even a little abnormal. The sky was gloomy now, but the whole train was pitch black. None of the 4 carriages had lights on, which gave me a creepy feeling. It was as if it was a ghost train from hell, carrying all the lonely ghosts. In a moment, the train stopped in front of us. As the flashlights came on, the reporters kept pressing the shutter under the camera, and the crowd cheered again. But no one got off the train. Even the group of young people with white armbands shouted the names of their colleagues, but they didn't get any response. Gradually, Everyone realized that something was wrong, and someone asked Xiang Wanli, "Professor, what's going on?" Xiang Wanli did not answer, but his face turned pale, because he smelled the bloody smell slowly overflowing from the train. "It's the smell of blood," I shouted with a change of color. The young men with white armbands could not help it, and wanted to rush into the train, but were stopped by Lao Jiang with one hand. "Let us go, master and disciple." They did not know Lao Jiang and tried to break free, but found that Lao Jiang in front of them was as unmoved as Mount Tai, looking for a fight. The young man was about to get angry, but he was stopped by Xiang Wanli's words. "Let them go, Professor." The two turned their heads together. Xiang Wanli ignored it, but looked at us with trembling eyes and said, "Please." "You?" Lao Jiang nodded, and the knife on his waist was like a black dragon, unsheathed, and then the whole person ran to the driver's cab of the steam locomotive. Because even if this train encounters an accident, the driver must be alive, otherwise he can't drive to Beijing. He went to the front of the train, and I carefully went to check the carriage. Section 1, the carriage was empty, no danger. Section 2, there was nothing unusual in the carriage, but the smell of blood became stronger and stronger, as if it came from behind the door at the end of the carriage. I took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. The scene in front of me suddenly made me widen my eyes. There. Actually. Chapter 79. Dead people. Everything I looked at was dead people. For bodies were lying crookedly on both sides of the carriage. They were dressed like the members of the Free Commune on the platform, all in grey woolen coats and white justice armbands. But their clothes were covered with wounds, blood was flowing all over the floor, and they showed a frightened expression before they died. I took a quick look and found that the murderer was extremely cruel. Even though they had been killed, they still cut a deep wound on the neck of each body, which was obviously a finishing blow. And on a window glass, someone drew a weird smiley face with blood. That smiley face was like a devil crawling out of the 18th level of hell, and it oppressed me deeply with a breath of death. This is... I took a step back unconsciously, but suddenly I felt someone holding me from behind. Lao Jiang's voice sounded coldly. "Ghost, this is the sign of a ghost." It turned out that he had returned from the cab, where there was only a frightened driver and a coal-burning worker. After Lao Jiang used some tricks, the two of them woke up in panic, and the first sentence they said was, "Dead, all dead." Under Lao Jiang's questioning, the truth slowly surfaced. At 6 o'clock this morning, when the train stopped at Shecheng Station to replenish coal, a group of ghost-like people suddenly got on the train. Within 10 minutes, they killed everyone and took away all the treasures on the train. The leader was a blond old man. He left a bag of silver dollars and asked the driver to continue driving back to Beiping Station, saying that he left a letter for us. Letter? But so far, we haven't seen any letter. Lao Jiang's eyes searched the carriage quickly and finally stopped at the bloody ghost face. This must be the letter. Warner is warning the world that whoever dares to stop him will end up like these corpses. The boxes that the 4 Free Commune members guarded with their lives have all been pried open at this time. The Buddha head inside disappeared, leaving only a handful of dry straw. They failed. And the way they died was extremely tragic. They were successfully attacked without fighting. 2 of them were still reading the newspaper, with a stab wound in the chest and a stab wound in the neck. There were 2 others, who seemed to be on guard, but they were no match for the enemy, and were killed on the spot. Walking in, I found that there was another body at the end of the carriage. It was a middle-aged man, with a scholarly air, with shiny hair combed, and a pair of round-framed glasses on his face. He should be the person in charge of this escort, Professor Bai Bing and Xiang Wanli Rizhong. But he was tied to the seat with hemp ropes, and there was no intact skin on his body. 8 of his 10 fingers were cut off, and there was a pool of blood under his feet. Obviously, he had experienced a horrible torture. Ah! Linger, who got on the car with him, couldn't help but scream, as if she was frightened by the death of the middle-aged man. However, when I was surprised, I suddenly found that the other party's chest seemed to rise and fall. In order to make sure it was not dazzled, I looked carefully, and sure enough, there was another small rise and fall after a few seconds, but the breath was very weak. "Lao Jiang, he is still alive!" I shouted loudly. Lao Jiang also found it, and his iron-blue face finally warmed up a little, and then his 2 fingers sealed the acupuncture points on both sides of the middle-aged man's shoulder blade like lightning. "Li Jinglan, give him artificial respiration, remember to breathe for 3 days, and spit out for 1 day." "What, me?" I widened my eyes in shock. He is an old man. "Hurry up, you bastard. Are you going to let Linger give you her first kiss?" After being scolded by Lao Jiang, I could only grit my teeth and do as he said, and Lao Jiang was not idle either. He took out a cigarette box from his pocket, poured out a dark green pill from it, and was about to put it into the middle-aged man's mouth. But it attracted a round of scolding. "What are you going to do to Professor Bai?" I looked back and found that the people from the Free Commune had also boarded the car. Several young people pointed at Lao Jiang indignantly, suspecting that Lao Jiang was going to poison Professor Bai Bing. Only Xiang Wanli said loudly, "Everyone retreat, now the only one who can save Brother Bai is Black Knife Kirin." I don't know if it was Xiang Wanli's prestige, or the 4 words Black Knife Kirin that worked. The group of young people really didn't dare to speak, but their eyes were filled with deep suspicion. They didn't believe that Lao Jiang could bring such a bloody man back to life. After Lao Jiang fed the strange pill, the middle-aged man finally woke up slowly. The first time he opened his eyes was to look at the pile of boxes. Although we couldn't bear it, we still told him, "Don't look, the Buddha's head has been robbed." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly, but suddenly thought of something and grabbed my hand. "Little brother, come and see if the things under my chair are still there." Under the chair? I bent down curiously, and found that there was a trace of stitching on the leather chair under the other person. Fortunately, this trace was very subtle, and the angle was very tricky, so it escaped Warner's layers of search. So I answered, "The thing should still be there. By the way, what did you hide in the chair?" The middle-aged man panted heavily and said, "A token, which hides a huge secret. Don't let Warner get it, otherwise Dun Wang will face an unprecedented catastrophe." Xiang Wanli choked and nodded. "I know, Brother Bai, stay for a day, I will take you to the hospital now." The middle-aged man shook his head. "No, I can't survive, you must remember my words." Warner tried his best to dig the Jade Buddha tomb, which was just a lead. What he really wanted to get was the amazing treasure deep in Dunhuang. The clue to unlock the treasure is in this token. He spoke intermittently, as if he wanted to use up all his strength in this life. I clenched my fist tightly, and Lao Jiang patted my shoulder at this time, suggesting that I should walk away from him, leave the last time to say goodbye to this group of comrades. As Bai Bing said, he didn't have much time left. But what we don't know is that Bai Bing never married. He has no wife or children. He dedicated his whole life to Dunhuang. Before he died, Bai Bing grabbed Xiang Wanli's hand and said with longing, "I saw Mingsha Mountain, Crescent Lake, and Mogyo Grottos. They are so beautiful." Xiang Wanli choked and nodded. "Yes, we are home, home." Bai Bing closed his eyes. Xiang Wanli called him in pain and begged Lao Jiang to help him again. Lao Jiang shook his head helplessly. The snow ginseng pill can stimulate the potential of the dying person and let him live a few more minutes, but this pill can only be used once. Professor Bai lost too much blood. He had relied on his strong willpower to hold on until now. At this moment, his wish has come true. When a person dies, the light goes out. Even the Dalyo Jinxian can do nothing. Xiang Wanli said with red eyes, "Okay. Then let's see what the token that Brother Bai got today is." When Xiang Wanli moved the body away, the black knife in Lao Jiang's hand flashed, and he cut the leather chair neatly. I reached out to take it out, and sure enough, I took out a fist-sized clay statue from the layers of sponge. Warner, the old fox, had made 1,000 calculations, but he didn't expect Bai Bing to hide the thing under his buttocks. It was really a dark place under the lamp. It's just that the clay statue has an extremely strange shape, with a snake head and a human body, and a pair of blood-red eyes, like a king cobra spitting out its tongue, staring at me coldly, with an inexplicable cold air all over the body. This thing is a bit evil. Lao Jiang seemed to feel it too, and said on the day. I then found a piece of black cloth to cover the clay statue, and handed it to Xiang Wanli. When we got off the bus, some reporters thought the Buddha's head was finally going to be unveiled, but they found that what was carried down was not a national treasure, but a body covered with white cloth. The scene was silent. The archaeologists, the upper class, and the reporters looked at each other, and finally they seemed to understand something, and some of them took off their hats spontaneously. The reporters also put down their flashlights, and the students took back the waving flags. Everyone lowered their heads tacitly, as if they were mourning something. The snow was falling, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy at this moment. When passing by the crowd, I clearly saw a female student leaning on the shoulder of a male student, asking with tears in her eyes, "Why did they take away our national treasure and kill our compatriots?" The male student replied, "The nation is weak and is being slaughtered." The female student sobbed, "Then when can we stop being slaughtered?" The male student looked at the bloody corpses, and in addition to deep hatred, there was also a touch of despair under confusion. In the end, he replied with 4 words, "I don't know." The silence of the platform at this time is better than words, and everyone is spontaneously saying goodbye to the victims in their own way. Only Xiang Wanli stood in the wind and snow, looking to the west, and remained silent for a long time. That was the direction of Bai Bing's home, and also the direction of Dunhuang. Chapter 80. The snow was getting heavier, and Lao Jiang and I were in a state of confusion. Linger wanted to speak, but Lan Yu had covered her mouth. At this moment, only solemnity was worthy of the sacrifices. I don't know how long we stayed, but the people waiting for the station all dispersed. Xiang Wanli's body suddenly moved, and then he walked towards us. Perhaps it was because of excessive sadness, or perhaps his feet were frozen. His figure was slightly staggering. I felt that he seemed to have aged a lot in this moment. The departure of his comrades, the loss of national treasures, and the disappointment of his compatriots were all blows to him. Professor, I'm sorry. Lao Jiang stretched out his hand, and wanted to persuade Xiang Wanli to take care of himself. Xiang Wanli said with red eyes, Dear guests, rest assured, since the day the free commune was established, everyone has become indifferent to life and death. Then he asked if we had time to go to a nearby place for a drink, if it was convenient. Xiang Wanli seemed to have a lot to say to us. Snowflakes fell on his eyebrows, dyeing them white. Lao Jiang nodded heavily and agreed. We walked into a nearby tavern. Xiang Wanli handed us the menu elegantly and asked us to order first. He also took the initiative to recommend dishes. The qianlong cabbage here is very authentic. You can try it. His expression was normal, and he didn't seem to be immersed in the sorrow of his comrade's death. But I know that all this is an illusion. The sadder he is, the more he has to restrain himself. After all, his identity does not allow him to collapse or be rude. Xiang Wanli clinked a glass of wine with us with reservation, and then raised his neck and drank it all. Linger was curious about what kind of organization the Free Commune was, and even more curious about what the pattern on their white armbands represented. Xiang Wanli wiped his glasses, and then told us, You two little brothers don't know that the reason why the government was weak at that time was because the Republic of China was incompetent, but the young people always had a heart to save the country. I participated in the May 4th movement, opposed the Beiyang warlords, and swore an oath with New Youth, but all failed without exception, because the power of young people was still too weak. Later, when I was teaching, I founded the Freedom Commune. The pattern of the sword piercing the dark clouds was designed by me, symbolizing the fight for justice. Gradually, students who were deeply influenced by me joined in, and then my colleagues, archaeologists, historians, and even folk masters, and our team became stronger and stronger. It was the peak period of tomb robbery in the country. By chance, Xiang Wanli learned about the excavation of Changsha Tomb No. 1, but the priceless bronze tripod was just revealed when it was snatched away by foreign forces. So Xiang Wanli thought that instead of just shouting slogans, it would be better to let the passionate young people do something for the nation. Under Xiang Wanli's leadership, the Free Commune smashed many tomb robbers' plots. Although they were far inferior to Qilin, they were doing the same thing as Qilin. We once protected the double ring jade to prevent it from being sold to France. We once recovered the Jinnayongu Cup, which is now in the Peking Museum. Did you know? Everyone who saw it was impressed by the craftsmanship of the Chinese nation. And this time, he never expected that those foreigners would even get involved in Dunhuang. At that time, Bai Bing received news from the northwest that Warner had secretly sneaked into Yin country, carrying a large amount of weapons and equipment, and seemed to want to enter the vast desert deep in Dunhuang. Bai Bing is one of the earliest members of the Free Commune. He was originally a colleague of Xiang Wanli. During a survey in the northwest, he fell deeply in love with Dunhuang. Since then, he has taken root there, and become a guardian. Bai Bing often sent me photos of Mingshan Mountain and Crescent Lake, especially those beautiful Dunhuang murals, which fascinated him deeply. He dedicated his life to there, but still failed to keep it. Dear guests of Qilin, I have an unwelcome request. While speaking, Xiang Wanli suddenly stood up and bowed deeply. How could we afford such a great gift? So we quickly stopped him, and let him tell us first what he wanted us to do for him. Xiang Wanli carefully handed over the little clay figurine with a snake head and a human body. When I was on the platform, I thought about it for a long time. With Warner's strength, it would be as easy as crushing an ant to destroy the Free Commune. If there is anything in the world that can confront him head-on, it is only Qilin. In the vast desert of Dunhuang, there are countless treasures left by our ancestors. We must not let Warner's conspiracy succeed. I leave this matter to you. Old Jiang looked at the clay figurine handed over and fell into hesitation. I kept winking at Lao Jiang. This is the territory of the Yin people. Warner's open provocation is like shitting and peeing on the neck of Qilin. We can't ignore it, Professor Xiang. This matter is of great importance. I'm sorry I can't make the decision. Lao Jiang sighed, but please rest assured, I will try my best to persuade the boss. Wait for my news. Lao Jiang stretched out his hands and carefully took the clay statue, as if he was taking on a heavy burden. After leaving the tavern, we went straight to the Qilin headquarters. On the way, Linger was also cursing water indignantly, and said that the people on the train died too tragically. They risked their lives to protect these antiques buried in the soil. Is it really worth it? Helangsa touched her head lovingly. You are still young now, you will understand later. Back to the familiar black building, Lao Jiang asked us to wait where we were. He took the elevator alone, and went straight to the most mysterious top floor. I stood indoors, looking at the snow falling harder and harder outside the window, wondering when it would stop. I thought it would take a long time for Lao Jiang to report the situation, but the elevator opened again a few minutes later. Lao Jiang walked out of the elevator with a solemn expression, exuding a seriousness he had never had before. At that moment, he said, the boss only replied to me one sentence, life and death for the country, go all out. This is what Qilin means, and it is also the mission of every member in this building. In the critical moment of survival, protect every plant and tree of this nation, and defend the national treasures of this nation. What astonished me even more was the speed of Qilin. In my eyes, this little clay statue was just a naked-chested monster with a snake head, exuding an evil aura all over its body, comparable to the tiger-eating man-eating jar, and I don't know about the rest. But Qilin was able to dig out its roots. After we handed the little clay statue over to our colleagues in the intelligence department, Qilin's most proud intelligence machine began to run at full speed. But I saw dozens of radio stations and dozens of telegraph machines running at the same time, and the whole room was filled with the sound of beeping, beeping, just like thunders hitting my ears. The northern informant sent a message that he had seen this thing in a temple. It is one of the Buddhist guardian gods. Keep tracking. The northwest informant sent a message that the material of the clay figurine has been confirmed. It is black clay from Gansu. Keep tracking. The originally quiet first floor, intelligence personnel holding papers and passing them back and forth. The grand scene reminded me of the scene of the strong army going to war. It was as if rows of vanguard soldiers rushed into the battlefield. They were high-spirited and brave, but they were serving the secret front where no gunpowder could be seen. The sound of the telegraph in my ears was their weapon. I stared at all this in a daze, and felt that all my cognition was overturned. How powerful is Qilin? Perhaps I have only uncovered the tip of the iceberg now. What's wrong? Why are you stunned? Old Jiang habitually reached for a cigarette from his sun bag. At this moment, Shen Xiaoyu popped out from nowhere, grunting and chewing an apple, and asked us about the situation at the Beiping railway station. Lao Jiang was too lazy to pay attention, but Shen Xiaoyu continued. When I saw Qilin was so busy, I knew it was not good. We didn't want to talk nonsense with Shen Xiaoyu. Shen Xiaoyu felt bored and went for a walk with an apple in his mouth. Before leaving, he asked Lao Jiang to be nicer to him in the future. Maybe he would need his help this time. With the appearance of Shen Xiaoyu, the atmosphere became less tense. Lao Jiang asked me to catch up on some sleep first. It would probably take some time for the intelligence department to come up with the final result. I couldn't sleep. As soon as I closed my eyes, I saw the blood and corpses on the train. So I went into the archives room and continued to flip through the books to see if I could figure out the door of the little clay statue. I have to say that Qilin's intelligence ability is really amazing. 3 hours later, they handed Lao Jiang a piece of paper. It turned out that this evil clay figure was not a devil, but a god in Buddhism. It was just that his influence was not great, so few people knew about it. The name of the clay statue is Maharaka, which means python god in translation. In Buddhist legend, he was originally a huge python, greedy and gluttonous. He would often swallow up the people of a village with one son. He was also lustful by nature and needed a young girl as a sacrifice every year, otherwise he would get angry. Later, he was enlightened by the Buddha and had a human body, but his head was still in the shape of a snake. Only if he continued to do good deeds and pay off all his sins, he would completely become a human. This python god is one of the 8 guardians of the Buddha. The intelligence department speculated that there may be 7 more clay figures of the same kind, which is in line with the meaning of the 8 heavenly dragons. If all the mechanisms of the 8 heavenly dragons are opened, perhaps a stunning treasure map will be opened. But what kind of mechanism is hidden in the clay figure is unknown. They have tried their best. Chapter 81. Lao Jiang held up the paper and read it several times, muttering, I didn't expect that they worked so hard all over the place and only found such a small clue. I still underestimated this clay figure. But the ancient mechanical techniques are nothing more than mortise and tenon joints, ball bearings, carving, casting, and potions. How did this guy who made the clay figure hide the secret? While talking, Lao Jiang picked up the strange-shaped clay figure and looked at it. The clay figure was pitch black, with a human body in a fighting posture, but with a weird python head on top. The pair of bloodthirsty red eyes were like rubies, exuding a silent death aura, which made people shudder just by looking at it. I shuddered involuntarily, but Lao Jiang put his ear close to the clay figure and tapped it heavily with his fingers. The sound was very dull, which made Lao Jiang shake his head. It should be solid, excluding the possibility of a trick. Then, he carefully examined it with a magnifying glass. The whole clay figure was perfectly formed, with no traces of splicing and no small carvings. After all possibilities were ruled out, Lao Jiang was obviously a little frustrated, muttering that if he was not afraid that this thing had a self-destruct device, he would cut it open like a watermelon to see what kind of shocking clues were hidden inside. I asked Lao Jiang, "Don't you claim to be a master of mechanisms? You can crack the mechanisms of all dynasties? This is not enough." Lao Jiang threw the clay figure on the table angrily. "Whoever is interested in this thing can get it. I can't afford to serve it. It doesn't play by the rules at all." The clay figure rolled down his hand, and at the moment it was about to land, I caught it with my quick eyes and hands. "Okay, Li Jinglan, since you have caught this thing, Master will let you crack it. Don't let me down." Sure enough, Lao Jiang will never forget this habit of teaching his apprentices. I took the little clay statue back to the dormitory to study it. Ban Ban was taken by Yin Linger to learn to speak, and Da Hu was not there either. At this time, I was the only one in the dormitory. I don't know if it was because of the snowy weather or because I was alone with this weird clay statue, but I always felt that this palm-sized thing was emitting a cold chill. It was like a demon god that had been sealed for thousands of years, peeling off the seal little by little, trying to control the world. I shook my head and threw away these unrealistic ideas. I held the little clay statue and began to study it carefully. There was no text, no pattern, and no mechanism on it. It seemed to be just an ordinary little clay figure. No wonder Lao Jiang was in trouble, but I don't believe that the thing that Bai Bing hid with all her life was just a toy. There must be a mystery hidden in it. I put the lit candle close to the clay statue, trying to force it to reveal its shape by roasting it with fire. Because the books I saw in the archives recorded that in ancient times, many princes and nobles would hide their gold, silver and jewelry in a special place when they fled, and then draw the route map on the parchment roll. But in order to prevent the treasure map from falling into the hands of the enemy, the words on the parchment roll were drawn with a special potion, which would only appear when close to the fire. In this way, I roasted it for half an hour. As a result, the clay statue not only did not show a single word, but it was so hot that I grimaced. I started to use the water immersion method again, but it still didn't work. Are we just going to give up? No, there must be another way. I planned to go to the archive room on the second floor to look through other books related to the agency, but I found that the sky was covered with red clouds, and it was already late. I was a little tired after running around all day, so I decided to look for a solution early the next morning. Lying on the bed, I felt that the little clay statue was still releasing cold air, making the dormitory colder and colder. I wrapped myself in the quilt and fell asleep deeply. While I was dazed, I felt a sudden sharp pain in my forehead, as if something was about to come out of my skin. I reached out to touch it, and sure enough, there was a big bulge. What's more terrifying is that the things in the bag seem to be alive, pushing out little by little, and every time I push, I shiver all over. I was anxious and hurried to the mirror to check, but the light was too dim to see clearly, so I rubbed my face closer. At this moment, a pale ghost hand suddenly stretched out from the mirror, grabbed my neck and pulled me in. At the same time, the owner of the ghost hand walked out of the mirror. He wore the same clothes and had the same hairstyle as me, but his skin was pale, and he looked like a floating corpse just pulled out of the water. "Who are you? How did you appear in my dormitory?" I screamed angrily, but found that I was trapped in the mirror. There seemed to be an invisible wall around me, sealing me tightly. I kept slapping the mirror and ramming my body out, but it was useless. "What do you want to do? Let me out! Let me out!" I shouted for help, and then I was horrified to discover another fact. Except for the person, who looked exactly like me, no one in the whole building could hear my voice. The oppressive feeling of being imprisoned in a secret room almost made me collapse. At this moment, the other party suddenly turned his head. Oh my god, his face looked exactly like mine, but his hair was wet. And a third I had grown on his forehead. Hee hee, who am I? I am naturally Li Jinglan, Li Jinglan with cursed blood flowing. The other party smiled upward, his face full of evil. No, I am Li Jinglan. I am the real Li Jinglan. I refuted his words, but he ignored me and sat quietly under the windowsill. Am I just replaced by a fake? I was unwilling to accept it. I desperately slapped the mirror in front of me and screamed the names of Lao Jiang and others, hoping that someone would save me. The other party's eyes searched the table for a while, and finally picked up the weird little clay statue. Don't touch this thing, I shouted angrily. The only response I got was a mocking laugh. You are the descendant of Wintao, but you can't even crack the secret of a python god. He opened the window, and the cold moonlight poured down like water. Li Jinglan, who had a third eye, held a clay figure close to the moonlight, and he was muttering something, which turned out to be the general outline of the dragon-finding chapter in 36 Secrets of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas, 36 Tian Gang, 72 Disha, all kinds of methods in the world, can't escape the eyes of heaven. You can find dragons in tombs, you can find acupuncture points when climbing mountains, you can break through barriers when wading through water, and the eyes of heaven can break through the sky. While he was reciting the secrets of the sun, he used an extremely clever technique to quickly check every detail on the clay figure. The technique became faster and faster, and more strange, and finally even my naked eyes could not catch it. Is this the true power of 36 Secrets of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas? Then what have I learned? I'm afraid it's not even the tip of the iceberg. When his hand stopped, he suddenly patted the clay figurine's head, making it kneel down to the moon in a weird posture. It was like a snake opening its mouth wide to absorb the moonlight. At the same moment, I saw that the clay figurine actually absorbed all the moonlight. The next second, all the moonlight exploded in its belly, projecting countless silhouettes on the wall. The shadow turned out to be a series of crooked words, mountains, and rivers. It turned out to be like this. At that moment, I suddenly realized that there were many tiny holes carved in the belly of this clay figurine. Only by finding the right mechanism and using the moonlight can the secrets hidden be revealed. I've never thought of this method, let alone heard of it. At this time, Li Jinglan, who had a third eye, put down the clay figure and looked back at me. This is not how you read books, do you understand? Trash. The eye in the center of his forehead was in the shape of a vertical pupil, and a layer of misty black air was wrapped above the blood-red pupil. At that moment, I suddenly sat up in shock and realized that this was just a dream. I saw the clay figure on the table at a glance. Under the influence of some ghost, I walked over, opened the window, and read the general outline of the dragon hunting chapter in 36 Decisions to Move Mountains and Fill the Sea in the Moonlight. Everything was just like what Li Jinglan did in the dream, and he patted the snake's head. The moonlight poured down and shone on the clay figure. At that moment, the wonders in the dream also miraculously became reality. A piece of light and shadow appeared on the opposite wall, and strange and weird words were arranged from right to left. Mountains and rivers appeared before my eyes, like a road map. It seemed like the ancient Silk Road, and the text seemed to be Sanskrit used in Buddhism. Chapter 82. I was really shocked by the scene in front of me. After a long time, I came to my senses and shouted Lao Jiang's name, but Lao Jiang lived far away and was afraid that he could not hear me at all. I didn't have time to think about it. I grabbed the clay statue and rushed out barefoot. I rushed to Lao Jiang's room. Before I could knock, Lao Jiang opened the door in his coat, looking sleepy. Little bastard, what are you doing in the middle of the night? The clay statue is alive. Not right. For a moment, I couldn't find the right words to describe everything I saw. Seeing that my expression was not right, Lao Jiang also looked serious for a rare time. You are not going to tell me that the mechanism was cracked by you, kid? I nodded heavily and described excitedly. I saw Sanskrit, mountains and rivers, just like the ancient Silk Road. Hearing this, Lao Jiang woke up completely, as fast as light and lightning. Even his slippers flew away. When we came to the dormitory barefoot, Lao Jiang was still a little unconvinced, and took a deep breath before going in. But when he saw the intact python god, his smile became playful. Little bastard, is it because the master didn't beat you during this period that you learned to lie at such a young age? He patted my face, and I said seriously, it's true, if you don't believe me, I show you now. I followed the method just now, silently reciting the general outline of the dragon hunting chapter in 36 Secrets of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas, while turning the clay figure in my hand. The moonlight sprinkled on the body of the python god. I slapped the snake's head fiercely. At this moment, everything began to reappear. The moonlight penetrated the body of the clay statue and shone on the opposite wall. Words, mountains, rivers, and desert slowly unfolded like a scroll. Look, I didn't lie to you, did I? Even though this was the second time I saw it with my own eyes, I was still shocked by the magnificent desert route in front of me. Old Jiang also stared at the wonder in front of him. It's amazing. Boy, you actually cracked the secret of the clay statue, but how did you know to use moonlight? When asking the second half of the sentence, old Jiang looked at me with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through me at a glance. At that moment, I somehow concealed the appearance of another Li Jinglan, and said calmly that I cracked it through the 36 decisions of moving mountains and filling the sea. Ancestor Wen Tao said that even if you only learn a little bit of this book, future generations will benefit endlessly. Now I understand that he has collected all the tomb robbing skills in the world. By the way, Master, the text on it should be Sanskrit, right? Take a look at what it says. I changed the subject at the right time, worried that old Jiang would notice something unusual if he continued to delve deeper. Fortunately, Lao Jiang was more concerned about the wonders on the wall. He took out a piece of white paper and copied down the route stroke by stroke, including the rivers and mountains. After all this was done, Lao Jiang was able to answer my question. The text is indeed the early Sanskrit of Tianzhu, but what? Don't keep me in suspense at this time. I pushed Lao Jiang and urged him. Lao Jiang sighed for a day, and then put away his pen in frustration. This time, the intelligence department really guessed it right. There are a total of 8 clay figurines in the world. Did you notice that this route is not consistent with the text at all? I suspect that it is very likely just one of the pieces of the entire treasure map, which is missing something. Even a master of tomb robbers, like me who is extremely smart, exquisite, handsome, and charming can't guess it. Seeing Lao Jiang boasting about himself, I reminded him coldly, "Speak human language." Lao Jiang replied, "At least I need to crack 2 or 3 clay figures before I can find the approximate range of the treasure. You know, in the tomb robbing business, especially in the Northwest Desert, if you are not careful, if you take a wrong step, the whole team will be dried up. But what I can be sure of is that what you just said is right. This route is along the ancient Silk Road, because Lake Balkhash appears in it. If so, the top priority now is to find a way to find the remaining clay figures. Get together the so-called 8 heavenly dragons." Lao Jiang asked me to have a good sleep first, and then wait for news. He will ask the intelligence department to expand the search to various places, and report immediately if a clay figure appears. I nodded helplessly. Old Jiang rarely looked at me for a second longer. I never thought that you could break through the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas by yourself. I am impressed by you. It is indeed difficult to fool an old fox like old Jiang. I pulled the corner of my mouth and said jokingly, "Who made the master incompetent? Besides boasting, he also let his apprentice die when something happened. If I don't learn more skills, 9 lives will not be enough. Disrespecting the master and destroying the ancestors." Old Jiang cursed me with a dark face and left. But after he left, I came to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the house uncontrollably. The scene in the dream was still vivid in my mind, which made me feel a little scared. I touched myself in the mirror with trembling hands, fearing that a pair of pale ghost hands would pull me in the next second. Is that person really just a dream? Is there any relationship between him and me? Why? Woo! At this time, Banban's voice suddenly rang in my ears. He seemed to be very interested in the moonlight. As soon as he entered the door, he squatted under the windowsill and wanted to roar. Although he was a wolf and hard to tame, his arrival really dispelled my fear and helplessness just now. With Banban here, even if Li Jinglan with a third eye appeared, he would not dare to act rashly, right? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but rub Banban's head. The next 2 days were unusually quiet. Lao Jiang came to me with a camera on the second night and asked me to demonstrate the cracking method again and take a picture of the route map on the wall. There was no movement. I was also very tactful and didn't disturb him. Instead, I picked up 36 decisions to move mountains and fill the sea again. This time, I must learn the unpredictable dragon hunting technique in the dream. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lao Jiang suddenly knocked on the door. The first thing he did when he entered the door was to ask me to pack some clothes and go on a long journey with him. "Where are you going?" "Shanghai." "What are you going to do there?" In my impression, Shanghai, which is undercurrent, is not peaceful at the moment. Lao Jiang explained. The intelligence department has found the whereabouts of the second clay figurine. If nothing goes wrong, it will appear at the Shanghai auction in 3 days. We must get it at all costs. But auctions are not our specialty, so Shenxiao, you can't go? No, there is a more important mission when we set out. Lao Jiang said mysteriously. In order to be invincible in the confrontation with Warner, we need to meet someone and invite someone. I frowned immediately. Which two people can arm wrestle with an international thief like Warner? Lao Jiang said seriously. An actor and an eagle. Well, this answer is useless. Seeing that I still want to ask more, Lao Jiang urged me to tidy up my clothes quickly. Hilangsu and Yinlinger are ready, and I am the only one missing. It seems that this time it is our group of 4 again. Now Ban Ban can roughly understand some words. Knowing that we are going out, a pair of wolf eyes stared at me and asked me to take him with me. Lao Jiang waved his hand. Leave to Zongzi to guard the house. It be back in a few days. You be back soon. Why do you need me? I don't know who to entrust Hu and Ban Ban to this time. But Lao Jiang said that with Lao Xia here, it's impossible for them to starve. Besides, my dear disciple, I can't go to Shanghai without you. Lao Jiang said this in a shady tone, and even showed a cunning at the corner of his mouth. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Damn. Every time the old bastard showed this kind of anti-smile, it was a precursor to harming his disciple. Chapter 83. We set off that day. I entrusted Dahu and Ban Ban to Lao Xiaodo. Lao Xiaodo told me not to worry, but Ban Ban was extremely resistant. I could only explain with gestures that I was going to fight against the barbarians just like King Wu Ding of Shang. It was a military order to let him stay, so Ban Ban gave up. Before leaving, I specifically asked Dahu, don't harm Chilin's wolfhounds. And you, Ban Ban, don't steal raw beef from the cafeteria. If you want to eat anything, buy it on credit. Let Lao Jiang pay for it. These two are both troublesome people. I feel like I am both a father and a mother. Then I got on the train with full of reluctance and worry. The train drove toward Shanghai. Looking at the scenery around me that was receding, I actually thought of Li Jinglan with a third eye. He seemed to be smiling at me through the glass. No, I can't go on like this. I tried to move my eyes away from the car window and open the 36 Decisions to Move Mountains and fill the sea that I brought with me and started reading. Yinlinger's soft voice sounded in my ears. Li Jinglan, you haven't finished reading this book yet? I remember you have been reading it for more than half a year. She wore a water blue dress when she went out this time, and her black hair was braided into playful pigtails. The hair ropes were mostly green, blue and purple, which looked lively and cute, but also fresh and elegant. A silver ring and a thin silk bell hung on her snow-white wrist, and her arrogant little eyes were full of coquettishness. Although she was arrogant and unreasonable, she made people feel uncomfortable. I patiently told her that I thought I had understood the book, but after experiencing some things, I found that I had not even learned the basics, so I needed to start from the beginning. At this time, I suddenly looked at Lao Jiang, but found that he was also concentrating on reading a Buddhist scripture. Yinlinger stretched her neck out of curiosity and said in surprise, Uncle Jiang, why are you reading the Lotus Sutra? Do you want to become a monk and not marry my master? How could that be? Old Jiang subconsciously refuted. Yinlinger smiled with a conspiracy. So you want to marry? Suddenly, a cold gaze shot over. Hilangsa looked at old Jiang with murderous intent and snorted coldly. Old Jiang was shocked and wanted to explain something like an ant on a hot pot, but he didn't know how to start, which made Yinlinger laugh. Fortunately, Hilangsa didn't forget her. She grabbed Yinlinger's ear with one hand and said, if you keep making trouble like this, I will send you back to Miaojiang and let you get married. When she heard about getting married, Yinlinger immediately admitted her mistake and said repeatedly, Master, I was wrong. You haven't married yet. How can Linger solve the lifelong event before you? This eloquent person is really hard to beat. Helan Shui glared at me coldly. Yinlinger stuck out her tongue and said coquettishly, Oh, Master is the best. Linger won't talk back. I quickly changed the topic and asked Lao Jiang, Master, do you think it is possible that I have been learning the 36 Decisions of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas incorrectly all along? I thought I had learned the 5th level, but in fact, I only have the 1st level in form. Lao Jiang smiled slightly and said, The book belongs to your late town, how can I know it? But, his expression began to become serious, and his brows frowned slightly. What you said is not completely unreasonable. Think about what kind of person Wen Tao is. The world's #1 tomb robber. If the notes he left were so simple, your Lei town would not have produced so many wastes from generation to generation. Lei Zhen clan leader entrusted you with the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas, but repeatedly emphasized that you are the destined person, which means that only you can understand the profound and unique skills in it. It's like a martial arts secret book. If it is given to a farmer, it is not as useful as a hoe, but if it falls into the hands of a martial arts master, it will help him reach the pinnacle. Li Jinglan, how should I put it? You are indeed very lucky, but if you want to truly master the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas, You still have a long way to go. Hearing this, I couldn't help but think of the three-eyed Li Jinglan in my dream. If he can continue to teach me, it doesn't matter even if he locks me in a mirror. I want to become strong too much. Only by being strong enough can I protect what I want to protect. My eyes fell on Linger. She was flipping through the sutra that Lao Jiang had placed on the table without knowing it. Lao Jiang patiently explained that this book was called the Lotus Sutra, which was one of the earliest classics of Indian Buddhism, and was later translated by Kumara Jiva. It records in detail the existence of the 8 heavenly dragons. Only by being familiar with the sutra can you crack the secrets of all the small clay statues. As for Helan Shui, she leaned back in her chair and looked out the window with a calm expression. She was wearing a black hanfu, her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, and her whole person was like a black chrysanthemum, with an extraordinary temperament. When we arrived in Shanghai, we rested in the inn for one night. That night, I learned that the auction I was going to attend the next day was not an ordinary auction, but an underground auction governed by the local hangmen. Commonly known as night market. The items auctioned this time included some antiques that were not allowed to see the light, precious medicinal materials, and high-quality cultural relics. Everyone who enters the venue needs an invitation letter, but even so, there are still all kinds of people inside. Not only are there upper-class people wearing masks to disguise their identities, but there are also tomb robbers, pawnshop owners, and even foreigners. On both sides of the venue, there is a row of bodyguards wearing felt hats, black jackets, and axes on their waists. Our invitation letter was obtained by Qilin. Before entering, Lao Jiang specifically explained, "Remember, we are here to do business this time, and we must not cause trouble. No quarrels or fights are allowed. Especially Li Jinglan, watch your temper." Sure enough, I knew that he would only bully me. When we sat down in our seats, Lao Jiang was still talking about how if you endure for a while, you will be calm, and if you take a step back, you will have a broader horizon. I was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, but I found that at the table next to us, a bald old man with a cigar in his mouth was looking at Alangsu and Linger with interest. He made a sound of tisk when he fucked from time to time. The Langsu had noticed it a long time ago, but she still followed the principle of not causing trouble and pretended not to see it. Lao Jiang was still instilling the concept of peace in us. The bald old man's men had come to invite people. The two sisters are so beautiful. Our boss would like to invite you to come over and sit. After the auction, go shopping together and have dinner together. You can hack whatever you like. He will pay for it all. As long as you two can in the evening. Before the bodyguard finished speaking, Lao Jiang had already made a thunderous move and slapped the other party with a loud slap. The speed was simply astonishing. The bald old man gave a look, and several burly men immediately surrounded him. Lao Jiang knocked them all down with one move, then drew out the black knife from his waist and put it on the bald old man's neck, saying coldly, "Today is Mr. Zhang's place. I don't want to kill people, but don't force me." According to Lao Jiang's tone, Master Zhang seems to be the organizer of this auction. If the black knife had moved forward 1 centimeter, the other party would have been killed. The bald old man finally realized that the 2 thorny roses in front of him were not for him to pick, so he had to smile awkwardly. Misunderstanding. It's all my subordinate's fault for not knowing how to do it. I just want to invite you to have a cup of tea. If you don't want to, forget it. Zhang-san, why don't you apologize to the guests? The bodyguard who came to invite people just now was so scared that he apologized repeatedly, and the matter was finally over. When Lao Jiang sheathed his knife, Linger spoke for me. "What do you mean by not causing trouble? It's obvious that the governor is allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps." Lao Jiang couldn't afford to offend Linger, so he glared at me. "Li Jinglan, why don't you give the master a good seat? Hee, you only know how to bully me, right?" After a small episode, the auction officially began with a host in a suit and tie taking the stage. The first item was a porcelain from Jingdezhen, a blue and white fish and algae patterned cup from the Yongle and Xuande periods of the Ming dynasty, which was extremely exquisite and finally sold for 5,000 yuan. The second item was a jade ruby from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty, and the third item was a potted plant made of gold. Each item was priceless and sold at a sky-high price, but compared to the competition among others, our table was very quiet. Every time I saw the host carrying a plate, I was very excited, but every time I saw the black cloth torn off, I turned into deep disappointment. The bald old man with a cigar in his mouth deliberately glanced at us while bidding, as if to say, "Poor warriors, I know you have no money." The fourth item was still not the clay figurine we were waiting for. I couldn't help but look at Lao Jiang and ask him if the information was accurate. The items auctioned here were all good things, and that kind of small clay figurine should not be on the table. Lao Jiang was obviously very anxious, but he scolded me. Why are you in such a hurry? This is just the beginning. Even if the master is unreliable, do you think Qilin is just eating for free? Qilin's information has never been wrong. Wait a little longer. As soon as the voice fell, Yinlinger suddenly pointed at the stage and said in surprise, Is it that one? The fifth auction item also appeared. Unlike the previous exquisite and wonderful cultural and antique collections, this time it was an ordinary clay figurine. And this clay figurine is different from the python god we got before. It is the image of a lotus-picking girl, soft and gentle, holding a lotus in her hand, like a maid under the bodhisattva, without any murderous aura. But the four of us knew very well that this clay figurine was exactly the same as the python god in terms of workmanship and material, which means that they both came from the 8 divisions of heavenly dragons. TSK, who wants this thing? What a joke, isn't this just a clay figurine? Uncle Zhang downstairs in my company makes better ones than this one. Unlike the rush to take pictures just now, everyone was not optimistic about this little clay figurine, and there were sighs from the audience, asking the host to pass quickly. The host patiently introduced it, saying that this little clay figurine was unearthed in Gansu, Yin State, and was made in an era of war and chaos. Although it has an ordinary shape and no gold or silver, this clay figurine has not decayed after thousands of years, which is obviously a great skill. And as long as it is placed indoors, it will also emit a faint fragrance that calms people's minds. It is really a rare opportunity. Hearing this, Lao Jiang immediately became excited. Gandharv. This is Gandharv, there is no mistake. Lao Jiang told us that Gandharv is the only female guardian god among the 8 heavenly dragons, and is also the scent god in Buddhism. According to legend, she travels around the world, does not eat rice, flour, wine or meat, and only feeds on the fragrance of the world. So after giving birth, the Indians often recite the Gandharv Sutra while cutting the umbilical cord to purify the dirt with fragrance. At this moment, some people raised the price tag because of the host's introduction, but it only increased from the starting price of 500 yuan to 700 yuan, which formed a sharp contrast with the sky-high price before. Seeing that Lao Jiang was still indifferent, I pinched his waist directly. If you don't say anything, this treasure will belong to that bald head. Lao Jiang stood up slowly and raised a finger. I sighed for a day. Although it cost 1,000 yuan, at least a task was completed. However, as Lao Jiang opened the day, my heart instantly rose to my throat. $10,000. I give you $10,000. Oh my god! I swear that was the first time I saw Lao Jiang so rich and powerful. At that moment, his image in my mind became majestic. If it weren't for the scene that happened later. Chapter 84. Lao Jiang's opening remarks shocked the entire underground auction. Within a few seconds, there were probably hundreds of eyes cast at us. Then, the host came to us with 2 waiters. The host was wearing a well-tailored suit and asked politely, I wonder if you guests want to pay now, or do we have people come to your house to pick it up? Lao Jiang didn't look like someone who could take out $10,000 immediately. I thought that Qilin should have a small treasury in Shanghai, right? The waiter held a plate and waited for our next words. I was also looking forward to Lao Jiang's performance. Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang pointed at me with one hand. This money will be paid by my apprentice. You can ask him for it. The waiter looked at me with a smile and floated in front of me like a wandering soul. At that moment, I was stunned. I looked at Lao Jiang and then at them. I awkwardly took out a few silver dollars from my bag and put them on the plate. The huge iron plate immediately made a crisp clanging sound. 1, 2, 3, a total of 3 silver dollars. The waiter was startled at first, then he covered his face with a handkerchief and laughed. This distinguished guest is so humorous. Are you taking me for a joke? But I only have so many dollars on me now. I gritted my teeth and glared at Lao Jiang, wishing I could betray my master and ancestors right now. How could a master be like this? Every time I force him to pretend, I let him say harsh words, but he pushes his apprentice into the fire pit. If eyes can kill, Lao Jiang would have been tortured by me. Lao Jiang, stop it. He Lanchua's clear voice, like a mountain spring, saved me. I had time to wipe off the beads of sweat on my forehead. I saw clearly just now that there were countless Hungman swordsmen ambushing on both sides of the auction. If it weren't for the host's pressure, they would have rushed over long ago. At this time, Lao Jiang finally put away his joking expression and said to the host, The clay figurine stays, please go back. The waiter placed the plate in front of Lao Jiang. He was obviously smiling, but there was a warning in his words. Dear guests, think carefully. Looking at Shanghai, no one dares to make trouble at night. Lao Jiang stretched out his right hand, and suddenly lifted the corner of his clothes, revealing a black scabbard. His speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, the black knife was slapped on the iron plate. Go ask your host if my black knife is worth $10,000? Maybe our performance was too mysterious, or maybe Lao Jiang's skills shocked them, or maybe it was that strange black knife with a daunting power. In short, the host did not doubt, but asked us to wait here for a while, and he would go to ask the boss. The other two waiters blocked our table one after another, as if they were worried that we would run away. Lao Jiang drank tea leisurely, and asked me to drink more tea for a few days. The tea used here is all good tea. It would be a waste if you don't drink it. Thinking of the incident of cheating my apprentice just now, I snorted in anger and didn't bother to pay attention to him. But I didn't expect the host to come back so quickly. He almost panted and trotted back. First, he anxiously gestured to let all the Hongmen assassins ambushing on both sides retreat, and then respectfully handed the black knife back to Lao Jiang with both hands, and of course did not forget to offer the clay statue of Gandharv. Lao Jiang took the black knife with a smile, hung it back on his waist with a click, and then threw the Gandharv statue to me, and asked me to keep it well. Now do you know how much Master's face is worth? Lao Jiang shamelessly showed off to me. The host next to him said breathlessly. The host didn't expect the guests to arrive so soon. Please forgive us for the poor hospitality. Linger pulled the corner of her mouth. Huh, isn't this thing prepared for us? If we were a little late, wouldn't it be cheaper for others? You are worrying too much about this. Since we dared to auction it, we must have a foolproof plan to keep it. The host's words surprised me a little, but he continued, by the way, the host would like to invite the guests to the back hall for a chat. Lao Jiang accepted it generously, glanced at his watch and said, it's just right for a meal. Led by the host, we followed a small path, and unexpectedly, the winding path led to a secluded place, and suddenly it was open. Hidden behind the auction was a garden with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, rockery and stone sculptures, and western fountains. There was also a stage in the center of the garden. On the stage, a beautiful woman with light makeup and blue costume was learning to sing from a master. The woman raised her orchid finger, her voice was feminine, and her singing was graceful and charming. She sang Du Shernyan's Wrath, and sinking of the treasure box with tears in her eyes. I couldn't help but applaud. When the woman saw us coming, she actually walked down the stage. I didn't expect that the owner of the nightclub that made Shanghai people shudder, the leader of the Hongmen, was actually a beautiful girl. I sighed from the bottom of my heart, and the woman laughed heartily after hearing it. Just now my little brother said that this little brother was very funny. I didn't expect it to be really funny. At that moment, I was simply stunned. That woman actually made a man's voice? I looked at Lao Jiang, who was holding back his laughter, and then introduced me. This is Zhang Baiju. Although he is rich enough to rival a country, he loves to sing opera the most in his life. He is one of the 4 famous young masters of the Republic of China. This is Li Jinglan, my new apprentice, all of whom are from my family. My family? Could he also be from the Qilin organization? Zhang Baiju glanced at Lao Jiang with a gentle look. After not seeing you for so long, you still like to throw your black knife around. What's the matter? Do you want to change it? Isn't this just throwing a stone to test the water? You will definitely know I am here as soon as you see the knife. Lao Jiang answered shamelessly. Zhang Baiju looked at Alangsu again. Fourth sister is still like a bunch of cold plums. So reluctant to laugh, everyone has not changed. Linger took the initiative to introduce herself, saying that she was Halangsu's apprentice. She had never seen Zhang Baiju before, and asked him if he was Lin or Lin. It seems that Linger wants to suppress Zhang Baiju just like she did to me. He Lanchu has said something shocking. No, Master Zhang is like my master, and your uncle Jiang, all of them are Black Blade Qilin. The difference is that we rely on fighting in tombs, while Master Zhang relies on spending a lot of money. He is Qilin's god of wealth. He pays for Qilin's intelligence network all over the world, and he is even responsible for half of its food, drink, and defecation. In other words, you can have a big chicken leg every meal because of Master Zhang. At that moment, I clearly saw Linger's eyes, which were full of admiration after being overwhelmed by money. Brother Zhang, no wonder I saw you glowing with gold when I came in just now. It turned out to be the smell of money. This is the first time I have seen Linger speak so sweetly. I don't know if it is because of the big chicken leg. Zhang Baiju was so amused by Linger that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, he asked the waiter to take us to the wing room first, and wait for him to remove his makeup before coming to eat with us. There are several plum blossoms planted in the courtyard of the wing room. It is winter now, and the cold plum blossoms bloom proudly in the snow. The red and the white is like the unbending backbone of the Chinese people. Passing through the corridor, it is the dining place. The ancient window is propped up, and you can see the beautiful scenery in the courtyard from inside the house. The dishes were served quickly, first a few cold dishes, and then hot dishes, including a treasure duck, songjiang sea bass, Portuguese chicken, German steak, etc., all made by local famous chefs and Western chefs. After the dishes were served, Zhang Baiju also came in gracefully. He changed into a moon-white long gown, with picturesque eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and a neatly combed back hair, looking like a slender young man. Zhang Baiju also had a folding fan with 5 blessings in his hand. He closed the folding fan, put the fan head against his palm and said, "Xiaosheng, I'm late." If he was a first-class beautiful actor in green clothes and powder before, then at this moment he is a romantic and suave noble young man, with a feminine aura in his every move. Recalling the riddle that Lao Jiang had made before, to see an actor, invite an eagle. Now it seems that the actor refers to Zhang Baiju. After Zhang Baiju sat down, Lao Jiang offered him a glass of wine, which was a good French dry red wine with a fruity but not intoxicating aroma. "I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Zhang, for your help. We were able to get the Gandhar statue so smoothly. Let me drink first." The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Lao Jiang stood up again and was about to offer Zhang Baiju a second glass, but Zhang Baiju smiled and stopped him, saying, "I don't know about you yet, so there's no need for wine. I already have an idea of what you asked me to find out." "Oh, is that deity in Shanghai?" Lao Jiang was not vague and asked directly. When I heard this, I immediately thought of the so-called eagle that Lao Jiang said he would invite. Zhang Baiju nodded and said softly, "It's true that he is in Shanghai, but if you want to see him, you probably have to spend some time, because he is still squatting in Talankio prison in the British concession. That place is not the territory of my hongmen." "What? In prison? Is there anyone in this world who dares to pluck the hair on the head of Dioya?" Lao Jiang was dumbfounded and asked Zhang Baiju what was going on. Zhang Baiju smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone knows Dioya's temper. Let alone catching him, they dare not even touch him. It's just that the old man took the initiative to go to prison. The police station dared not refuse to accept him, let alone neglect him, so they could only serve him like an ancestor with fine clothes and delicious food every day, and this so-called Dioya is the old eagle in Lao Jiang's day, the person we need to invite." Chapter 85. It doesn't matter. As long as he is in Shanghai, I will definitely find a way to invite him out. Next, Lao Jiang began to eat heartily. I was wondering why Lao Jiang ate so little at lunch. It turned out that he was saving his stomach to kill people now. But looking at the exquisite and lovely Western food in front of me, I couldn't help but swallow some water, and I didn't care about my reserve and started to use my knife and fork. Linger didn't care about her image. You know, although she is petite, her appetite is as much as 2 Lao Jiangs and me put together. After a whirlwind of eating, Zhang Baiju was really scared and dropped his fan. Among the 4 people, only Helangsa chewed slowly, like a fairy who didn't eat fireworks of the world. "Lao Jiang, have you been hungry for 3 days?" Zhang Baiju drank tea for a day and asked slowly. With a piece of steak in his mouth, Lao Jiang replied vaguely, "You can work better when you are full. You know how hard I will have to work next. By the way, did I forget to introduce my 13th apprentice, Li Jinglan? He is a third-rate kung fu master, but a first-rate bad heart." It was only during the interval between eating that Lao Jiang mentioned this to me. It was only at this moment that I realized that this old bastard had tortured 12 of his apprentices to death. Zhang Baiju looked at Linger again, as if he was curious about why this pretty girl, who was obviously following Helanxue, could eat so much. However, when Linger caught Zhang Baiju's eyes, she immediately raised her hand and said, "Young master, Linger wants to eat 2 big chicken legs, 1 spicy and 1 sweet and spicy. Is that okay?" No problem." Zhang Baiju waved to the people around him, and the waiter immediately went to prepare. Of course, Zhang Baiju did not forget to add a few more dishes. After all, we couldn't go back hungry. After the 3 of us had full bellies and Linger burped, Zhang Baiju asked, "Have you finished eating?" "Yes, I have." Lao Jiang touched his belly contentedly. Zhang Baiju asked the servants to bring tea and a plate of green tea Buddha cakes. The outline of the cakes was wrapped with fragrant white sesame seeds. The crust was crispy with a faint tea fragrance, and the filling was soft and dense taro paste, which made people feel relaxed and happy just by looking at it. While eating, Lao Jiang did not forget to put some in his pocket. I was shocked by his shamelessness, and could not help but pull the corner of his clothes to remind him not to embarrass Jilin. Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang did not stop his movements. Instead, he glanced at Zhang Baiju leisurely and said, "By the way, don't forget to find out the whereabouts of the other 6 clay figures as soon as possible." Zhang Baiju flipped his right hand, opened the folding fan in his hand, and smiled softly. "Lao Jiang, I haven't seen you for many years. You have improved your shamelessness skills." I smashed it. He came to my place, robbed my things, ate my food, and now he is giving me orders in a superior tone. Isn't it a bit? Just tell me, will you help me or not? If you don't help, I won't tell you what kind of food that person likes to eat, what kind of wine he likes to drink, and where he went on each mission. Lao Jiang picked his teeth with a toothpick and said, "Think about it, it's really pitiful. It seems that you haven't seen him for half a year? You don't even know if he has changed. Originally, I was going to tell you a few little secrets about him this time. I didn't know who the he that Lao Jiang mentioned was, but Zhang Baiju looked anxious, frowned, and said, "Help. Tonight, I will mobilize all the Hongmen disciples in Shanghai, even if they have to dig 3 feet underground to find out the news." By the way, the clay statue at the auction actually looked a bit strange. It was taken by a tomb-robbing gang roaming around Gansu. I don't know why they traveled all the way to Shanghai to sell the stolen goods. I don't even know which tomb they stole it from. When I wanted to find them to get clues, they had all disappeared. 2 days later, my men found their floating corpses in the Huangpu River. The entire tomb-robbing gang was wiped out, all drowned alive, and the forensic doctor couldn't even find any signs of homicide. They could only be classified as collective suicide by jumping into the river. Unexpectedly, Zhang Baiju took the initiative to explain the origin of the Gandhar statue. He also said that although the Hongmen had been dispatched, the whole thing was still shrouded in mystery. Except for knowing that the person who took the goods came from the northwest, no other identity or name was known. Hearing this, Lao Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, and Helangsu also looked worried. Zhang Baiju assured us, "The passing of geese leaves traces. They can't just appear and die suddenly. My people will continue to investigate." After leaving the auction, we returned to the inn where we stayed. Linger still felt that she hadn't eaten enough, so she asked He Lanchua why she couldn't stay at Mr. Zhang's house. Tomorrow's breakfast must be very delicious. He Lanchua pinched her rosy cheeks and reminded her, "Don't forget, we are here to do business. We have to go to the British concession tomorrow." "Okay." Linger pouted reluctantly. The next morning, we set off for the British concession. As the largest trading city in the Republic of China, Shanghai was divided up by the great powers as early as the late Qing dynasty and was cut into British concession, Japanese concession, French concession, and American concession like a cake. They occupied the territory of the Yen people, squeezed the blood and flesh of the Yen people, and called it renting, which is really outrageous. The place where Yi was imprisoned was the famous Talankio prison in the British concession. At this point, Lao Jiang couldn't help but say, "I don't know if Yi was used to being poor when he was a child, and he wants the best of everything when he grows up. He wants the best place to live, the most beautiful concubine to warm his bed, and the most dangerous tomb. Now he even wants to be in the #1 cell in Shanghai." I took the opportunity to ask Lao Jiang who Yi was. Why did he make us so deliberate to invite him? Lao Jiang told me, in fact, in the tomb-robbing business in the north and south, there are 3 branches: water, land, and sand. Water refers to the water robbers. Most of the water robbers are boatmen on the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Their targets are often sunken ships from past dynasties. After all, in ancient times, waterways were the most important means of transportation and often transported a large amount of goods. But there are unexpected changes in the weather, and strong winds and waves on the water. Many merchant ships sank in the rolling waves, and countless gold and silver treasure sank with them. The leader of the water robbers is called Wenlingjiang, known as the Dragon King of the 3 Rivers. It is said that Wenlingjiang's parents fled on a small boat to avoid being hunted down by their enemies, but they were ambushed and died tragically. Even Wenlingjiang's mother, who was pregnant with him, was not spared. Unexpectedly, after the enemies left, a boatman nearby found the pregnant woman with a big belly. She had a cesarean section after she died. With the baby's cry that resounded through the sky, this water overlord, who made the tomb-robbing world tremble, was born. He was Wenlingjiang. Born on the water, his name has 3 characters containing water. You should know that the tomb robbers on land are all in our Qilin. As for the 3rd gate, the most mysterious sand, it refers to the sandwalkers. It is said that the sandwalkers are all big bandits in the northwest. They wear red clothes and carry unique digging tools, whirlwind shovels, and crescent knives, and are active in the Western Desert. You should know that the Western Desert was the only way to communicate between the Central Plains and Rome in ancient times. In addition, the raging sandstorms have buried countless merchants under the vast yellow sand. There is the real treasure land there, with gold from Rome and porcelain from the Central Plains. It is so rich that a digging can feed the whole family. Hearing Lao Zhang's words, Linger asked naively, "Is the western region so rich? Why are there the fewest people who go there to rob tombs?" Lao Jiang replied, "Because it is dangerous. Where is the water source? Where is the quicksand? When will the wind come? When will the sky fall? If you don't figure out these things, you will be wiped out." So the sandwalkers, the most mysterious and respected in the tomb robbing world. When they sell stolen goods, they only need to shout Zhou Sha in the market, and there will be countless people flocking to buy them. No one dares to lower the price, because what they bring out are definitely treasures. For example, ancient Roman gold coins, bronze galloping horses, agate cups inlaid with gold animal heads, etc., all come from their hands. And Dio Yi is the head of Zhou Shaku. This man has been robbing tombs in the western regions for decades, and knows every plant and tree in the desert like the back of his hand. He also has a unique skill that ordinary people cannot learn. Golden eagles explore the way. Relying on the hundreds of trained eagles, I don't know how many treasures he has found. Speaking of this, Lao Jiang took out a Hardman from his sun bag and smoked it. Now you know why Dio Yi came forward. The amazing tomb of Dun Wang is hidden on the distant ancient Silk Road, and Warner is also eyeing it. Without Zhou Shaku, even your master, I am afraid that I can only become a skeleton in the vast desert. Chapter 86. Therefore, asking Master Dio to come out is the most important task of this trip. Without further delay, we arrived at the British concession that night. There is a strong commercial atmosphere here, and there are many Western-style buildings on both sides of the street. Banks, rouge shops, silver shops, Western restaurants, etc. There is also a statue of a white angel with open arms on the roof of the tallest building, as if preaching, and as if to take everything in the East into its own hands. There are many rickshaws coming and going on the road, and trams running on the tracks, which really shocked us. This evil capitalism. Wow, master, can we go to that restaurant for dinner later? It smells so good. Linger was so greedy that her water was about to flow out. Lao Jiang glanced at her in surprise, thinking, "Didn't you eat enough just now?" Then she asked Lao Jiang what his plan was. Lao Jiang suddenly stared at me with a wicked smile. I subconsciously took a step back, but Lao Jiang hugged me. "My dear disciple, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you want to see what the foreign prison looks like?" "No," I refused flatly. Lao Jiang continued, "Aren't you curious about what Diao Yi looks like? He's not a beauty. Why should I look at him?" Lao Jiang sneered, "You are a silver Lin, and you don't have the spirit of sacrifice and dedication. Just think that I, the master, have made a mistake." Although I felt a little ashamed of what Lao Jiang said, who made him cheat me so much before? If I agreed, I don't know what I would be cheated into. Lan Chua kicked him and asked him if he was planning to rob the prison. Lao Jiang shook his head repeatedly. No, it's not easy to go to jail. Just do something wrong, isn't it?" While talking, Lao Jiang raised his chin and looked at the tram coming not far away, and asked me to follow him up, and he would act as a gangster, and I would be the enthusiastic citizen who reported him. "That's no problem." I agreed, feeling glad that Lao Jiang finally didn't cheat me. After the tram stopped at the station, Lao Jiang and I paid the fare and got on the bus. After getting on the bus, Lao Jiang spotted a standing lady and motioned me to approach slowly. The lady was dressed very fashionably, about 40 years old, wearing an emerald green cheongsam, with a protruding front and a curly back. Her hair was tied up, and there was a big feather as decoration. It can be seen that she was carefully maintained, and her skin was tight and shiny. I stood in front of Lao Jiang, watching him touch the lady's buttocks, and immediately grabbed Lao Jiang's hand, intending to catch the thief and seize the stolen goods. Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang turned his wrist, subdued me with his backhand, and shouted, "Rogue, catch the rogue." Instantly, all eyes in the tram looked over. I stared at Lao Jiang blankly, not knowing what he meant. When I realized it belatedly, and was about to expose him, Lao Jiang covered my mouth with his hand. "What, you still want to deny it? Sister, did someone touch your butt just now?" Lao Jiang looked at the lady next to him. The lady's eyes were shy, and she gave me a wink and hit my chest. "This guy is really tender and delicate. How can he do such a thing?" But when she got close to my ear, she suddenly blew a hot breath on my face. If you want to touch, why don't we find a place to touch it properly, handsome boy? It turned out that this noble lady was willing to let me take advantage of her because I looked handsome. Lao Jiang obviously didn't expect this outcome. I glared at him fiercely. How could a master be like this? He was two-faced, didn't keep his word, and cheated his apprentice without any bottom line. Suddenly, Lao Jiang's cunning eyes lit up again. He moved his left hand, and a stone flashed out from his fingertips. The stone was very accurate, and it broke the light bulb with a snap, and the whole carriage fell into darkness in an instant. At that moment, I felt my hand suddenly loosened. What was going on? Was Lao Jiang going to let me go? My butt. Ah, who touched me? My butt was touched too. Instantly, more than a dozen women screamed in the tram, shouting to catch the gangsters and perverts. When the backup light came on, Lao Jiang had already grabbed my arm and said angrily, "What kind of beast are you? You actually harmed all the women in the train." I looked at the rear of the tram, which had regained light, and watched the 2 or more women wrapping their clothes tightly, cursing shameless and perverted. Among them were teenage girls, female students, young women, and even old women. One of the female students in black school uniform looked at Lao Jiang and me with strange eyes, slightly curled her lips, and then smiled. Could it be that she saw it just now? Before I could pull her to testify, the driver had already stopped the car in an emergency and asked Lao Jiang to take me off. I glared at Lao Jiang fiercely, but he pretended to be righteous and said, "What are you looking at, you little rascal? You don't want to touch my butt, do you?" This is the British concession. As the Japanese whistle sounded, the police came quickly. After hearing about my deeds, the leading police officer couldn't help but give me a thumbs up. I have been a police officer in this area for 20 years. I have seen people who are so bold as to follow girls and molest girls on the street, but this is the first time I have seen someone touch the buttocks of all the women in the tram, from a 60-year-old old lady to a 13-year-old girl. Brother, you have done so many things that men dare not even think about in their lifetime. Things. I admire you, I admire you. The people around me were also pointing at me and talking about it. This time I have brought shame to the whole of Shanghai. Who knows, tomorrow's newspaper will write, "Tram maniac, specializing in touching women's buttocks." Is this a moral decline or? Lao Jiang, I will remember you, I admire you, but you still have to go with me. The policeman handcuffed me, and did not forget to praise Lao Jiang, saying that there are not many good citizens who can do such a brave thing these days. Haha, brave? It's obviously a frame-up. I looked at Lao Jiang reluctantly and said to him in Japanese, "Just wait, I will tell Helan Shui that you touched many women's buttocks." Under Lao Jiang's plan to cheat his apprentice, I was successfully sent to Talenkyo prison for a month of discipline. But after I came in, I found that in Shanghai, not only are people divided into different classes, but even the prisons are divided into different classes. The rich and powerful live in the private rooms, which are spacious and clean, with not only balanced meals 3 times a day, but also special servants. The rich but powerless can live in a medium-sized single room. And people like me who have neither money nor power can only live in the lower-class cells. There are 8 or 9 prisoners crammed into the narrow and damp cell, with cockroaches and fleas everywhere, and the air is filled with an indescribable smell. I'm a pickpocket. I stole a foreigner's wallet, and was sent in. I'm better than you. I stole a policeman's wife, and was arrested. I accidentally injured a man from the opposite gang, and was sent in, but my boss will definitely find a way to get me out. Everyone introduced themselves in a flurry of chatter, and then turned around to ask about me. Hey, little brother, what did you do to get you in? You don't look like a scumbag in your outfit. I touched a woman's butt and got in. I lowered my head and answered reluctantly. At the same time, I couldn't help but hate Lao Jiang more. Chapter 87. Little brother, you really can't judge a person by appearance. You dare to touch a car full of women's buttocks? After hearing my answer, the cellmate next to me suddenly had his eyes lit up and almost knelt down to worship me. Another cellmate also became interested and asked me which women's buttocks I touched, whether I touched foreign girls, and what it felt like. I didn't touch any buttocks. You should ask Lao Jiang about this question. What else can it feel like? Aren't all buttocks the same? I answered with a dull look. The cellmates pointed at me and laughed. If they are the same, why don't you touch your own? Women are more comfortable to touch than us stinky old men. They are fragrant and soft. Looking at the wretched faces of those guys, I was too lazy to pay attention and sat aside in silence. I was thinking about how to meet Master Diao, otherwise it would be too unfair for me to bear such a big blame for no reason. I spent the night in prison, and the next day, I finally found an opportunity It turned out that the prison in the British concession emphasized human rights, and there was an hour of exercise time every afternoon. That is, all prisoners were put on the playground to get some fresh air and sun to prevent mental illness. During the exercise, there were prison guards with guns at all four corners, and iron fences were also high to prevent anyone from escaping. I kept looking for the traces of Diu Yi in the crowd, but I couldn't find a back figure that matched the identity of the head of the shaman. Instead, I noticed a strange scene. I saw several burly and handsome prisoners, who were receiving the best rabbit meat and mutton from a foreign policeman, and gathered together to feed an eagle. The eagle was black all over, with shiny hair and a golden beak. It stood there majestically, like a king dominating the world, exuding an aura of looking down on all living things. The prisoners surrounding it were like servants, just serving it meat. Eagles are kept in this prison? They eat better than humans. I almost vomited when I thought of the vegetable soup with rice I had at noon. My pickpocket cellmate cracked melon seeds that he had stolen from somewhere and replied, "What prisoner? He's a pet." No, the pets of the upper class are much more noble than ours. Suddenly, the cellmate lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of being heard by others. I heard that this eagle is raised by the big shot in the prison. Did you see that the meat is prepared by foreigners? Brother, let me remind you that the big shot is the king of this place. Even the warden has to bow his head when he sees him. Even if this eagle takes the initiative to provoke you and pecks your butt, you have to smile and move the other petal over. I couldn't help laughing when I heard him. Seeing me smile, my cellmate quickly covered my eyes and said, "What are you laughing at? You a butt toucher? Don't you want to touch the eagle? It must be a male, not a female." I didn't want to touch its butt. I pushed my cellmate's hand away and said to myself, I want to pluck its feathers. Because I know how I can see the eagle. So when those men left and the eagle was basking in the sun lazily with its eyes squinting, I suddenly took off my coat and covered the eagle and brought it back to the cell without anyone noticing. As soon as I entered the cell, I blocked its mouth, tied its hands and feet, and began the brutal plucking work. Hee, let you eat better than me. Let you bask in the sun every day. Let you look at me with contempt. This scene made the other inmates shudder, and they called me, "I'm tired of living." In order not to implicate themselves, they could only shout and report with tears, "Hurry up, someone, Dioya's eagle, was plucked by this madman like a scalded old hen." When the men found the cell, the originally majestic eagle had been stripped of half of its clothes, and I was successfully brought to Dioyi. Dioyi lived on the third floor of the prison. How could this be considered a prison? It was clearly one of the best private rooms in Shanghai. A soft big bed, tables and chairs made of Wangwali wood, incense rising from the stove, and various famous calligraphy and paintings on the wall, one of which is Huang Gongwang's Fuchen Daling too. I heard that you plucked the hair of my little black dog. Before I could take in the furnishings of this room, a slightly hoarse voice pulled my sight back. I looked across and saw an old man lazily leaning on a sandalwood chair, leaning on a green cane. He was about 60 years old, with a dignified face, a scar on his face from the corner of his eye to his mouth, and his eyes were like hawks. Although he was just leaning there, he exuded a strong murderous aura, which I had only seen in Lao Jiang in full condition. There was also a beautiful lady standing on each side. One handed him a pipe, and the other fanned him, a real local emperor treatment. "Boy, our master Diu is asking you a question." One of the men escorting me kicked my butt. I immediately raised my head and tried to make my voice sound normal, and shouted, "Master Diao, good luck." "Oh, you know I'm Dia Yi, then do you know our methods?" The old man smoked his pipe all day, and said leisurely, "Since you are young, I won't make it difficult for you. You plucked the hair of my little black, so I let my men pluck the hair of your bird too. It's fair, right?" "My bird? I don't have a bird." Just when I was wondering, the men next to me had already groped towards my lower body. I suddenly realized it, and then I shouted calmly to stop. "I don't know that the eagle is yours. Besides, Dio Yi is the leader of the tomb-robbing world. If you argue with a little kid like me, won't people in the world laugh at you? Ha ha ha, you touched my daughter's buttocks and plucked the hair of my pet, Li Jinglan. Do you know that no one in Shanghai dares to ride on my neck and pee and poop like this? You think you are the king of heaven." Dioya's crutches hit the ground heavily, and my heart trembled at this moment. He actually knew my name was Li Jinglan. Could it be that Lao Jiang touched too many people's butts last night and accidentally hurt Dioya's daughter? And from the first moment I stepped into this prison, Diu Yi had already set his sights on me. At this moment, I was like an ant on a hot pot, feeling that my eyebrows were about to burn. Lao Jiang, you really heard me this time." I was thinking about what to say to explain, but Dia Yi asked me to raise my head, And then I couldn't help laughing, my mouth almost opened. Young man, you are very courageous. I haven't been so happy for a long time. Since you have added a touch of color to my boring life, I won't bother you about Xiaohei's matter. But my daughter, hee, we still have to settle this account. Whoever touched it will have his hand chopped off today. When I heard the word chop off, my knees went weak. The aura of Master Diao was too strong. I was led by him since I came in. This won't work. Master Diao, since you know my name is Li Jinglan, don't you know that the reason I pretended to be a gangster and came in this time was all for you? That's right, Master Diao, my target is you. What, you didn't like my eldest daughter, but you like my boss? The subordinate, who kicked me just now, asked suddenly. I ignored him and shouted at Diao Yi. I heard that you feel that life is too boring. You have robbed all the tombs in the world. You have no lofty pursuits, so you took the initiative to retire in prison. I wonder if Diao Yi, as the world's #1 tomb robber, is interested in the amazing tomb deep in Dunhuang. Haha, I have been in the tomb robbing world for 30 years. I have seen all kinds of tombs. You want to ask me to come out of retirement with just one sentence? Who do you think you are? Besides, what else is there in Dunhuang that is worth my attention except for a few murals and a few Buddha statues? Diao Yi looked normal, and his eagle eyes did not fluctuate at all. No! I can guarantee that you have never seen this tomb. Legend has it that only by gathering the 8 clay statues of the 8 divisions of heaven and earth can you find a way to open it. It contains the greatest treasure of the ancient Silk Road, more than you have seen in your life. I finished speaking in one breath, and accurately caught the second half of my sentence. When Diao Yi mentioned it, his eyes lit up obviously, and he ordered the 2 women beside him to retreat. After the woman left, the first thing Diao Yi asked me was, do you have a clay statue of the 8 heavenly dragons? Yes. I got a Maharaja before, and successfully cracked its secret. I answered seriously. Diao Yi leaned forward slightly, and his eyes suddenly widened. What? You can crack the clay statue? That's right. I can draw you what's in the belly of the clay statue. It's a cut treasure map that connects the entire ancient Silk Road. It's a pity that only a part of it can't find the location of the ancient tomb. Diao Yi asked his men to loosen the hemp rope that tied me, and threw me a piece of chalk, asking me to draw directly on the opposite wall. Although I felt a little distressed about this gorgeous decoration, I didn't hesitate. I drew the scenes I saw that night one by one according to my memory. When I depicted the mountains, rivers and rivers one by one, Diao Yi's eyes immediately changed, and he murmured to himself, yes, it's Lake Balkhash. I asked boldly, Master Diao, do you have such a clay statue in your hand? Boy, you are really smart. It is true that I got a Yaksha statue not long ago. At that time, the man also said that gathering the 8 dragons could open a mysterious treasure, but I didn't expect you to be able to crack the secret inside. Tell me, who sent you here? Master Diao slammed the table fiercely, and the fierce murderous intent in his eyes made it difficult for me to breathe. Under such overwhelming pressure, I couldn't lie, and could only explain word by word, Qilin. I am Qilin's man. This time I came to Shanghai to ask the general leader to come out of the mountains to help me, and go to Dunhuang to do something big. Hee Qilin, this is a bit interesting. The expression on Master Diao's face was very interesting. After speaking, he looked at one of his men. Camel, what do you think? The man called Camel replied, as expected, he is a man who can touch the buttocks of the eldest lady. He is really extraordinary. Chapter 88. Luotua was the sand traveler who had captured me earlier. I don't know if it was because of illness or other reasons. His whole back was hunched, and his face was sallow and dry, which was quite in line with his nickname of Luotua. As soon as he finished his shameless words, I saw Diao Yi frowned, then he smiled and waved his hand at him. Come here. Luotua thought he had something important to tell him, so he ran over quickly. Come closer. Closer. Diao Yi was not satisfied until the distance between Camel and him was only half a meter, but the next second he picked up the jade cane in his hand and hit him on the head. How dare you talk about my daughters, but remember this matter, don't mention it again, or I chop you into pieces and feed you to Xiaohei. Although Diao Yi was just warning, the aura he exuded made Camel tremble all over. Camel quickly covered his mouth. No more, I won't say it even if you kill me. After teaching Camel a lesson, Diao Yi looked at me again. Boy, you are Qilin's man, I won't make things difficult for you. Get out of jail now, and we pretend that what happened today never happened. Old man, I'm here to invite you sincerely. Are you really not interested in that tomb? I couldn't help but take a step forward. Diao Yi couldn't help but laugh hysterically. Qilin wants to invite me, so he has to send a black knife, right? Sending a little gangster as a lobbyist. Do you look down on me for going to shaman? 2 black knife Chilans are waiting outside. Isn't it enough sincerity? Old man, don't be so arrogant. I know you actually want to challenge that tomb, right? Otherwise, you'd be wasting your time in jail all day. I noticed just now that Delia started playing with a pair of jade balls in his left hand. He was obviously thinking about something, but I didn't have enough chips here. So, if you have any requests, just let me know. I'm here on behalf of Chilan. As long as it's not excessive, I can basically agree to it. I straightened my chest and spoke with a resounding voice. Delia pointed at my nose and smiled. Young people are courageous. Okay, I give you a favor today. As long as Chilan can agree to my 2 requests, I can accompany you to Dunhuang. You say? I made a gesture of invitation, letting Delia speak freely. Diu Yi said that the first request was very simple, that is, I must personally crack the secret of the Maharaka statue again in front of him. I have had the Iksha statue in my hands for several months, and it has been polished to a shiny finish, but I still haven't found the mechanism. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. Young man, you let me see that road with my own eyes, then I can convince myself to follow you. I patted my chest and agreed in one day, this is easy. And at this time, the Maharaka statue was on me. Lao Jiang seemed to have calculated everything long ago. He stuffed the clay statue into my day bag early, and also stuffed a bag of silver in my other day bag. I also bribed the prison guard with silver, so that I could bring the clay statue safely into the cage. After hearing what I said, the eagle-like eyes of Delia immediately reflected a strange brilliance, and I smiled and said, but before the show, I need Delia to wait with me for a while. Wait. That's right, wait until the sun sets in the west, and the moon is high in the sky, then you can see the secret. The camel kicked me again, but this time I reacted very quickly and easily dodged it. I only heard him cursing. I hate people who keep secrets the most in my life. Do you believe that I can split your head like a watermelon with a knife? Diao Yi reprimanded Luotua and told him not to be disrespectful to me. Since we were just watching a show, we should just wait and see. Then he asked Luotua to send me back to the cell and pick me up after dark. When the inmates saw that I was sent back intact without any missing arms or legs, they all showed an unbelievable look. Did the old ancestor change his nature and suddenly believe in Buddhism and stop killing? Or was the eagle not raised by Dia Yi? Or did Dia Yi take a fancy to you? Several people talked about it, and their guesses became more and more outrageous. In the end, they wanted to kneel down and kowtow to me, asking me if I could help them make a connection since we were classmates. They didn't ask for much, and they wanted to rush to do it even if it was to empty Galya's urinal. Time passed quickly, and it was dark in the blink of an eye. When the foreign prison guards respectfully invited me out, the inmates were completely stunned. Oh my god, this little gangster has a great background. Brother, remember to say something when you leave. Help me reduce my sentence. How can you be sentenced to 300 years for stealing a wallet? I was invited to Diao Yi again. This time, there was only Camel and a one-eyed man in his room. The one-eyed man was thin and had a black eye mask on his left eye, but the aura he exuded was obviously much stronger than other disciples of the shaman. Diao Yi briefly introduced me. Sha Hu, the third leader of the shaman, but he has a bad temper. Li Jinglan, you have to perform well later. It sounded like I couldn't crack the clay statue at all, and I was just deceiving him. I took the Maharaka statue out of my arms. Under the light, the clay statue was pitch black, with fierce eyes, like a monster fighting a desperate battle with a god, grinning with a terrifying python mouth. When Diao Yi saw the clay statue, his eyes lit up and he nodded, saying, yes, it is indeed similar to mine. When will you start? Now! I smiled slightly and held the Maharaka in my palm. Seniors, please watch carefully next. I walked to the window and pushed open the antique window. The moonlight poured down. The moonlight tonight was brighter than that night, as if God was helping me in the dark. The Maharaka was covered with a layer of bright moonlight. I imitated the movements of that night, silently reciting the outline of the dragon hunting art, and kept groping for the clay statue with my hands. My speed was getting faster and faster, so fast that I couldn't see clearly at the end. At that moment, I felt like I was possessed by the Li Jinglan in my dream. When my hand stopped, I slapped the snake's head, but I heard the clay statue click and crawl with its mouth open, as if a 1,000-year-old python was swallowing the essence of the moonlight. The moonlight seemed to be really sucked into the belly of the clay statue. Soon, all the moonlight exploded in his belly, and then cast countless silhouettes on the walls on both sides. Boss, look, there is really a river. The camel shouted in disbelief, and the sand fox also changed color slightly. On the wall, Countless shadows appeared, with crooked words, mountains, and rivers. At this time, Dia Yi also stood up from the chair uncontrollably, walked forward several steps, and then said with rapid breathing, "This is Sanskrit. I even saw the Buddha's light." Lake Balkash, Suya City. Dia Yi muttered to himself, and then burst into a strong laugh. "Ha ha, the legend is true. The ancient Silk Road swallowed by the wind and sand has come to the world again." I don't understand what Dia Yi means by this sentence. I only know that when the moonlight faded, Dia Yi came to his senses and said with a cane, "You kid, you are very good." Of course, after all, he is a man who has touched the buttocks of the young lady. The camel was so heartless that he broke out of the sun, and Dia, he was so angry that his face turned black again. I struck while the iron was hot and said quickly, "Master Diao, I have already met your first request. What about the second condition?" "The second condition, I want you Qilin to agree that if you really enter this tomb successfully, the first thing must be chosen by me, and you can take the rest." It's not that I haven't thought about Master Dia's request, but I am not qualified to agree. After all, for the first thing, he must choose the best and most expensive thing in the entire tomb. Don't talk about me. I'm afraid even Lao Jian can't make the decision. Chapter 89. Diao Yi looked at me and sneered. "Now that you know how to be a lobbyist, why are you not qualified?" "This second condition." "I agree." Before Dia Yi finished speaking, I shouted with my neck straight. Maybe because I was not confident enough, my voice was several degrees higher. Although I knew that I was indeed not qualified, since Lao Jiang pushed me out. Even if there was any problem, he, the Black Blade Qilin, would be responsible. What did a little silver Qilin have to do with me? Diao Yi looked at me steadily, and then put away his smile. "You are very interesting and courageous. I like you." This sentence made the hot sweat on my forehead go back immediately. Dia Yi said that I could go back and ask the master for advice. If he was sure that the second condition was okay, he would take the initiative to go to the Qilin headquarters to meet with the supreme leader, and he would bring the Yiksha statue in his hand with him. But I suggest that you find another clay figure. We must have at least 4 of the 8 heavenly dragons in our hands before we dare to go on the ancient Silk Road. During this time, I will settle down the disciples and grandchildren of the shaman. They were all raised by me, and I have to make arrangements before I can go on a long journey. Maybe it will take a long time to come back this time. Dia Yi took out his pipe and smoked hard for a day facing the bright moon outside the window. There was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The milky white smoke came out of the mouthpiece and slowly drifted to the west. That night, Dia Yi invited the warden William to bail me out, and he released me soon. Before leaving, the policeman who arrested me stuffed a box of cigarettes in my pocket to apologize, saying that he was blind and didn't recognize the great man, and asked me not to bear a grudge against him. "I don't smoke, just treat me to a meal." Just kidding, wouldn't it be a bargain for Lao Jiang to take the cigarettes back? After a full meal, I returned to the inn, and as soon as I entered the door, I found Lao Jiang and Linger eating a lot at the dining table on the first floor, and there were many Western snacks they bought. Lao Jiang was like a daughter slave, and kept asking Linger if it was enough and what else she wanted to eat. That kind and amiable look never appeared in front of me for a day. I walked straight over and sneered. "It seems that you are willing to spend money without me." Lao Jiang turned his head when he heard my voice, with a cigarette but still in his mouth, and replied vaguely, "Li Jinglan, you are not dead. Otherwise? You still hope that my grave will grow grass." Looking at Lao Jiang, I replied with a fake smile. Linger asked me to sit down and eat together. I said I had already eaten. After she wolfed down the food, we returned to the room. Halangsu was lighting incense. Seeing me come back, she was a little surprised, but Kairi comforted me. "It's good to be back. You must have suffered these days." I glared at Lao Jiang angrily. "It's not hard, but life is hard." Lao Jiang asked me with a smile how my life was in prison, whether I had seen Dia Yi, otherwise why did I come back so soon, how was the situation with Dia Yi, and whether he agreed to help. I pulled out a chair and sat down, then swallowed the water, saying that I was thirsty. Lao Jiang immediately poured me a cup of tea. I didn't drink it, but fanned myself with my right hand, saying why it was a bit hot. Lao Jiang quickly fanned me. I was about to pick a fight again, but Lao Jiang pulled out his black knife this time. I looked at him sarcastically and said, "Think carefully. If you chop off my head, no one will deliver Dio Ye's daily letter for you." The cold killing intent was immediately replaced by a spring breeze smile. Lao Jiang said with a smile, "How could it be? There was a mosquito just now. It was a misunderstanding." Then, Lao Jiang sheathed his black knife and said frankly, "Master knows you are angry. So, Master will give you a minute to vent. You can say whatever you want. You said? I said. At Lao Zhang's serious nod, I pointed at his nose and said, I want to dig out the bones of your ancestors and stew them into soup. 18 miles along Donggo from Jinmapu, Linshui County, Shaanxi Province, is my ancestral grave. There is a hoe hidden in the grass next to it. Go there when you have time. Lao Zhang's answer really shocked me. This man is so shameless. As the old saying goes, the crime does not extend to the family. This guy has confessed his ancestral grave and said tools. To my surprise, Lao Jiang glanced at his watch. Time's up. Let's get down to business. I was too embarrassed to argue with him, so I had to sit down obediently and describe the fights with Yao Yi in detail. Lao Jiang showed an admiring look, as if to say, okay, Li Jinglan, you didn't lose face for your master. Yes, I must never advertise that I am Lao Jiang's apprentice when I go out in the future, in case he offends his enemies one day and sells me out. However, when he launched Yu heard Diao Yi's second condition, she couldn't help but frown. Diao Yi has always had a sharp eye. If he is allowed to choose the treasure in that tomb, I'm afraid he will choose the best one. How can I explain to the countrymen then? Lao Jiang disagreed with He Lanxue. Since Li Jinglan has already promised Diao Yi, going back on his word is a slap in the face of Qilin. Let him choose. As long as we can find that big tomb and crush Water's conspiracy, I think the boss will agree. But He Lanxue still had some concerns. Lao Jiang reminded her, it's better to let Diao get it than to let Water get it. Don't forget that we still have Master Zhang, the god of wealth. At worst, we can spend money to buy it back and give it to the museum. I looked at Lao Jiang unexpectedly. It was strange that he not only didn't blame me for taking the initiative, but also stood on my side. Could it be that this master cheated his apprentice so hard that he suddenly found his conscience? Don't look at me like that. Master has something serious to tell you next. Master Zhang just sent a message that he found the whereabouts of another clay statue. My eyes lit up and I asked hurriedly, where is it? Lao Jiang told me, according to reliable information, the clay statue is currently in Handan Temple. It has been guarding Handan Temple for hundreds of years, as the treasure of the temple. Because it involves the century-old faith of the temple, Master Zhang is not convenient to come forward. So let us find a way to persuade the abbot to get the clay statue. Handan Temple? I seem to have heard of this name, and I can't help but say, is it the 1,000-year-old temple we heard about when we first came to Shanghai? Handan Temple is also in Shanghai. In addition to the Maharaka in our hands, the other 3 clay statues have surfaced in Shanghai. Is this just a coincidence? Or is it a conspiracy carefully arranged by someone? In any case, getting this clay statue and asking the eagle to come out are what we must do at this moment. Chapter 90. We decided to set off early the next morning. Handan Temple is located on a mountain on the other side of the Huangpu River, far away from the hustle and bustle. We arrived by boat at noon. Strangely, there are many pilgrims in such a remote place. There is a constant stream of incense. After asking around, we found out that it was the Buddha worship day of Handan Temple 3 days later. Many local residents and nearby people came here early to worship. After we followed the little monk into the temple, we found that the whole temple was a 7-hall system of the Song dynasty. The central axis from south to north is Maitreya Hall, Heavenly King Hall, Great Hall, 3 Saints Hall, and finally the Abbot's Room, Sutra Pavilion, and Zen Room. The treasure of the temple is probably hidden in the Abbot's Room or Sutra Pavilion. After we offered incense to Maitreya Buddha, we said we wanted to stay and participate in the Buddha worship days soon, and revealed that we were friends of Mr. Zhang. This is what Lao Jiang meant. Although we cannot openly ask for the clay statue in the name of Zhang Baiju, it is completely okay to eat and drink for free with his reputation. The little monk obviously heard of Zhang Baiju and exclaimed, he is a great kind man. His attitude towards us became more and more respectful, and even the meditation room arranged by Zhu Tulin was the best. I was in a room with Lao Jiang, and He Lanxue and Yin Linger were in another room. It seems that even Handan Temple has received more or less the favor of Zhang Baiju. In the evening, we ate with the monks in the temple in the dining hall. There was a couplet engraved on both sides of the dining hall. Ask the world, how many people know that rice is cooked? Please look at the Buddha on the seat, he only recognizes the field from his heart. I couldn't help but say, why isn't it a poem about every grain of rice being hard-earned, advising everyone to cherish food? He Lanxue said calmly, this is because the dining hall is actually the 5 contemplations hall. When Buddhist disciples eat, they have to comprehend the 5 realms while eating. First, they have to know that food is hard to come by, and second, they have to think about whether they have any moral shortcomings today, etc. This couplet embodies this idea. At this moment, Hilangsu was wearing a black hanfu. Her daily habits were either to make incense or drink tea. It was indeed a kind of zen. Thinking of this, I glanced at Lao Jiang with a bad taste. His road to chasing his wife was really long and arduous. But I couldn't laugh when I was eating. The dishes here were all vegetarian. Not to mention any meat, there was not even any eggs. A plate of green vegetables, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a bowl of tofu soup. It's really vegetarian. Linger pouted and said sullenly, "How can I eat this?" Lao Jian also put down his chopsticks. "My dear, I'm not a rabbit." I pretended to be calm and picked up a chopstick of green vegetables, but I couldn't swallow it when I put it in my mouth. There was not even a drop of oil in the dish. Unlike the three of us, Helanchua really liked the vegetarian food here and ate it very happily. I could only pray silently that this mission could be completed smoothly. Otherwise, if we stayed in the temple for a few more days, Linger and I would be starved to death. After all, we are still at the age of growing up. As for Lao Jiang, it's okay as long as we don't starve to death. I reluctantly ate the rice, but suddenly noticed three strange people sitting at a table not far away. One was wearing white clothes, his face was pale, and he exuded a breath of the underworld. The other was wearing black clothes, his face was like the bottom of a pot, and the chopsticks he used to pick up the vegetables were steady. At first glance, he was a hidden martial arts master. The last one was wearing red clothes, but she was a woman, with a touch of blood-red makeup on the corners of her eyes, like a female ghost. Although I was 2 or 3 meters away, I could clearly smell the earthy smell on the three people. There was no doubt that they were all tomb robbers. The three ghosts of Lingnan? Why are they here too? Lao Jiang's muttering fell into my ears, and I hurriedly asked him, "Do you know them?" Lao Jiang shook his head to indicate that he didn't know them, but the three were all on Qilan's wanted list. Get to the point. I knocked on the table, telling Lao Jiang to fart quickly. Lao Jiang told me, "The one in white is the hanged ghost, the one in black is the ghost of death, and the one in red is the mourning ghost. These three people have average kung fu, but they are moody and vicious. I don't know how many ancient tombs they have dug in the Lingnan area, and they are called disasters by the locals. Why would three ghosts come to worship Buddha for no reason? There must be something strange." Helan Shue's cold voice came out slowly, reminding us to pay more attention. I pointed to the sun setting in the dining hall and whispered, "Did you see a foreigner come in?" After entering the hall, the blonde and blue-eyed middle-aged foreigner first glanced around the dining hall, as if he was looking for someone. When he saw the three ghosts of Lingnan, he retracted his gaze. There is no doubt that he was looking for the three ghosts of Lingnan. Old Jiang frowned. "Yes, they are all in the same group. I am afraid that Handan Temple will not be peaceful in the future." Helanchua added, "Moreover, their purpose of coming is the same as ours, all for the clay statue." I have to admit that Helanchua's guess is very likely. I suggested to inform the abbot immediately, but old Jiang waved his hand. "The wall has ears. Let's talk again when we get back." Although our voices were very low, they might not be heard by someone with ulterior motives. After noticing the strange looks, the three ghosts of Lingnan looked at us vigilantly. Fortunately, we moved to another position in advance and talked about the bad food, so we got away with it. We must not alert the enemy before we know their background. The vegetarian food here is really not very suitable for our stomachs. Fortunately, we bought some cakes when we went out, and planned to fill our stomachs in the Zen room. In the Zen room, I asked Lao Jiang again whether we should notify the abbot. Lao Jiang shook his head. "Let's not talk about whether they have any problems. At least we don't have any evidence in our hands. If we rashly go to the abbot, we are afraid that we will be accused of thieves crying thieves. What's more, the important place of Buddhism has always emphasized the equality of all beings. Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Even if it is proved that they are tomb robbers, the abbot will think they are qualified to worship Buddha. It's best to wait and see." Helan Shui followed Kyrie. "I think what they said makes sense, but I have a bad feeling in my heart." Lao Jiang reminded us that although it is not the time to deal with the three ghosts of Lingnan, we must be alert and take action immediately if we notice something wrong. However, what we never expected was that they would act so quickly. A murder occurred in the temple that night. The victim was the young monk who guarded the sutra library. He was killed in a secret room in an extremely horrible way, and no footprints were left at the scene. Chapter 91. Dong dong dong. The next day, before we heard the cock crow, a burst of rapid bells woke us up. I was about to complain, but Lao Jiang sat up from the bed with a gleam in his eyes. "Oh no, something happened." "Something happened? Isn't this the morning bell of the temple?" I yawned and asked. No, this is the funeral bell. It will only keep ringing when someone dies. When Lao Jiang and I walked out of the meditation room, we found that the atmosphere around us was extremely tense. The gate of Handan Temple was closed, and there were 7 or 8 monks holding wooden sticks blocking the way around the meditation room. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other and hurried forward to inquire about the situation. The leading monk explained, "Several donors, a murder occurred in the temple last night. For your safety, no one is allowed to step out of the meditation room." After we called out Zhang Baiju's name, he told us the story. It turned out that at 3 or 4 o'clock this morning, when the shift was changed in the sutra library, it was suddenly discovered that a young monk on duty had been killed. The Buddhist scriptures in the entire sutra library were turned upside down, and the cabinets were tilted. It seemed that a thief had sneaked in and was looking for something. Handan Temple has always been peaceful, and it was the first time that a murder occurred. The abbot concluded that the murderer must be mixed in with the pilgrims, so he urgently rang the death knell and blocked the gate. I immediately thought of the 3 ghosts of Lingyan, but I saw that they were also watching the excitement from behind, with a look of indifference on their faces. Lao Jia's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip with water. We really didn't expect that the other party would take action so quickly, and it would cause a death. Can we go into the sutra library to take a look? Maybe we can help a little. Lao Jiang hoped to see the scene with his own eyes, but the monk shook his head. Donor Nick has agreed to help. He is a detective in the American concession, and will find the murderer as soon as possible. Nick. This sounds like a foreigner's name. I suddenly had a bad premonition in my heart, and I looked at Lao Jiang nervously. Lao Jiang once again brought up Zhang Baiju, and said that we were also policemen. The monk could only go to the abbot for instructions. After a long time, he trotted over and led us to the sutra library. The sutra library is actually a tall tower, standing behind the main hall. Although it was already dawn, the tower was brightly lit, and there was a faint sound of chanting. It turned out that the abbot was praying for the dead little monk. The abbot was over 60 years old, wearing a red cassock, with a kind face and a long beard to his chest. He was very happy to hear that we were friends of Zhang Baiju. He said that if it hadn't been for the help of Mr. Zhang during the drought a few years ago, I don't know how many victims would have been displaced. Even the magnificent sutra library was built with the money donated by Master Zhang. Old Jiang smiled and replied, Master Zhang has always told me that Handan Temple is very effective. So I made a special trip to Shanghai and brought my wife and 2 children to worship. I didn't expect that someone would dare to kill people in the Buddhist community. It's simply unforgivable. As long as the abbot is trustworthy, we can help. To be honest, I have been a policeman for several years and solved countless unjust cases. This old Jiang took advantage of Halangsu, me, and Yilinger in just a few words, but in order to disguise my identity, I could only let him talk nonsense. The abbot immediately made a gesture of please. After entering the door, we found that the blonde foreigner we met yesterday was interrogating a young monk in a broken Yin language. The young monk was the first person to find the dead body. The foreigner was called Nick. He had a detective certificate from the American concession. No wonder Handan Temple asked him to investigate the case. But the problem is that the most suspicious people now are him and the 3 ghosts of Lingyan. How can the murderer investigate himself? How can this be solved? Nick took the initiative to come to us. Seeing him so attentive, I became more suspicious. I haven't seen many foreigners so enthusiastic in the past few days in Shanghai. Lao Jiang disdained to deal with him, and took me to squat in front of the corpse. Yinlinger also made a face at the foreigner, blue eyes and golden hair, no talk to you. When Lao Jiang lifted the bloody white cloth, everyone present took a breath of cold air. The murdered monk was only 15 or 16 years old at most, with a delicate appearance, but he died with his eyes wide open, and his death was extremely horrible. 3 of his 10 fingers were chopped off, and his arms were turned 90 degrees in a weird posture. Obviously, his bones were dislocated, and even his teeth were stripped. He was bloody from head to toe. The cruelty of the murderer was simply outrageous. At that moment, I suddenly thought of Bai Bing's appearance before his death. Both of them were tortured by having their fingers cut off. I could even clearly feel their despair before they died. The similarity of the method seemed to be from the same group of people. Old Jiang looked at Nick angrily, and I instantly understood that he felt the same as I did. Warner did attack Handan Temple. If it was just a suspicion before, now it can be determined with 100% certainty that Nick and the 3 ghosts of Lingnan are all Warner's subordinates. I walked around the scene. What the monk said before was right. The sutra library was indeed turned upside down. There were torn scriptures, and pried open cabinets everywhere. It was obvious that they came for the clay statue. Since they couldn't find it, they wanted to use torture to force the little monk to tell the whereabouts of the temple treasure, but unfortunately, he didn't know it at all. This little monk died so tragically. Linger couldn't help but sigh. It looks like he is not even as old as me. Killing innocent people indiscriminately is unforgivable, and killing monks and Taoists, old and young, is even more unforgivable. Master will make the murderer pay with blood. Yue suddenly looked at Nick on the side, and the cold murderous intent in her eyes had quietly risen. But the murderer was too experienced. We searched the house for a long time, but there were no footprints or clues. Apparently the scene had been deliberately cleaned up before we left. When we turned our attention to the body again, Nick pretended to ask other monks, "Has the deceased made enemies with anyone recently? Will he be retaliated against?" It seemed that the death of the little monk was just a vendetta inside the temple. Old Jiang exposed his lie at a glance, and said to the abbot, "The Sutra Pavilion is an important place in Handan Temple. It was turned upside down. The little monk was tortured to death. The other party obviously did not come for him, but wanted to get a treasure in the temple. Abbot, please forgive me for being blunt, but you have to be careful in the next few days. People will continue to die in the temple." When old Jiang said this, his eyes were as cold as a knife. Chapter 92. This gentleman has a unique view. In a broken Chinese voice, Nick said, "But I like hard-to-catch murderers. The harder they are, the more challenging they are. Let's wait and see." The eyes of Lao Jiang and him almost collided in the sutra library. Linger couldn't stand the bloody smell in the room, and wanted to slip away, but was stopped by Nick. "Wait, this woman is carrying such a big bamboo basket. What is in it? Don't touch it." Seeing that the dirty hand was about to reach out, Linger was so angry that she slapped his hand away, but the abbot and the elders all looked at him sideways. The abbot and the others also asked to see what was in the bamboo basket, but Linger directly refused. To be honest, it was a bit suspicious that Linger was so small and carried a big bamboo basket, but it was full of insects, and it was not convenient for others to see it. But in this way, the suspicion seemed to fall on us. One of the elders holding Buddhist beads asked suspiciously. Several donors claimed to be friends of Master Zhang. "Do you have any evidence? What proof do friends need? Why don't you ask Master Zhang to come over, or ask someone to send a letter to see if he knows me, old Jiang?" Old Jiang hid Linger behind him like a child, and looked at everyone with disdain. The abbot told him not to be rude to us, and said, "That girl doesn't look like a cruel person by nature. Let's leave it at that. Several donors should not have had breakfast yet, so you should go back to the meditation room first." Although the abbot didn't doubt us, he didn't want us to continue to get involved in the case. We couldn't insist, but before leaving, old Jiang reminded the abbot again, "The murderer will never give up until he finds that thing. Please be careful, abbot." The abbot nodded slightly, said Ba, and let us leave. When I went back, I was a little indignant, and asked Lao Jiang why he didn't identify the 3 Lingnan ghosts and Nick in person, since he knew that they were the ones who killed them. Lao Jiang said that without evidence, the other party would not admit it at all, but would bite us back one day. What should we do now? I was worried that someone else would be killed. But Lao Jiang sighed. "Wait. As long as we wait until the moment when the snake comes out of the hole, they can't run away even if they want to. At that time, we can also force the truth about Bing's death." My eyes lit up and I turned to look at him. "You figured it out too?" Lao Jiang nodded. "Yes, I'm sure that the people who killed the little monk and Bai Bing are the same group of people. The 4 of us don't sleep tonight. These people are in a hurry, and will definitely do it again." With hatred for the 3 Lingnan ghosts, we waited until late at night. In the middle, Lao Jiang went out for a while, saying that he wanted to satisfy his craving for cigarettes, but when he came back, there was no smell of cigarettes on his body. I asked Lao Jiang what he was doing, and he just hit me on the head. "Little kid, stop meddling in adults' business." Then he started smoking a Hardman in the Zen room, showing no manners at all. Just in the early morning, when there was still a morning star in the sky, we finally heard a huge noise. There was a faint fire in the darkness, and it turned out that the sutra library was on fire. "Put out the fire. Go to the well to get water." There were busy monks everywhere, and even the several martial monks, who were monitoring the Zen room, rushed to help. I suggested going to the rooms of the Ling and 3 ghosts, and Nick to check. As long as there was no one, it proved that they must have set the fire. Lao Jiang said an unexpected name, Zingzalin. Helangsu, and he had a tacit understanding, and immediately whispered. I explored the terrain during the day, and Zingzalin is the only way from the Zen room to the Sutra Pavilion. If the arsonist wants to escape and continue to disguise, He will definitely pass through Zingzalin. Waiting there is the best choice. The four of us immediately rushed to Zingzalin. Since Yinlinger was carrying a large bamboo basket, it was inconvenient for her to move. Helangsu and her fell behind, and Lao Jiang and I took the lead to block people. In the quiet forest, we really waited for the three ghosts of Lingnan. The three of them were panting, and were using light skills to rush back from the direction of the Sutra Pavilion, fearing that they would be discovered. Lao Jiang suddenly rushed out of the forest with a knife, and the black knife cut through the sound of the wind, reflecting a touch of snow-white light and shadow, leaving several bloody days on the three people in an instant. Unexpectedly, the three of them were carrying hidden weapons, and they dropped a cloud of thick poisonous smoke on the ground, and then fled in a panic. We could only chase them closely until we came to a strange place. This is the courtyard where the monks live. The three Lingnan ghosts flew in, and we hurriedly followed. However, after entering, Lao Jiang and I could no longer find their traces. The three injured people seemed to have evaporated from the world. Just when we wanted to knock on the doors of each room to search, all the doors opened with a click, countless torches illuminated the entire courtyard, and Lao Jiang was holding a black knife in his hand, with a murderous feeling. It turned out to be you. The abbot and four elders stood not far from us, and there was a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner standing behind them. The elder holding the rosary in the daytime sneered and said, "You two are holding sharp blades and searching in the discipline court late at night. Do you have anything to say? We are here to chase the three ghosts of Lingnan," I shouted indignantly. The elder showed a trace of disdain. "The three ghosts of Lingnan? Do you think we will believe you just because you make up some nonsense?" Lao Jiang and I looked at the abbot. At this time, Helangsu and Yinlinger also arrived. Seeing the sword on Helangsu's back, Nick shouted, "Just now, the Sutra library caught fire, and a monk was burned to death. But after I dragged his body out desperately, after forensic examination, he was killed by the murderer with a sword and then set a fire to destroy the body. You are the only pilgrim in the temple who brought a sword." After this, all the monks looked at us, and even the abbot was disappointed. It turns out that I really believed you wrongly. We said that we really broke into the discipline courtyard to chase the three ghosts of Lingnan, but the abbot said that there were no other outsiders in the courtyard except us. And the fact is indeed so. The small courtyard that can be seen at a glance does not look like a place where people can hide, and the room where the elders live is also closed. But we just saw the three Lingnan ghosts coming in. The facts were before us, and we had no way to argue. The abbot ordered the monks to tie us up and detain us in the woodshed, and to hand us over to the police station after the Buddha worship day. In response, Lao Jiang did not resist, but deliberately shouted, "Don't think that you will be fine if you catch us. As long as that thing is still in your hands, there will be batches of people coming to make Handan Temple restless forever. You dare to threaten the abbot? The murderer is indeed them, it's them." The other elders looked at him sideways, and the abbot roared, "Lock him up." Yinlinger shook her big bamboo basket, and wanted to release the poisonous insects to bite people, but was suddenly stopped by Helanshua. "Don't hurt innocent people." I can understand this, but Helanshua and Lao Jiang are also black knife unicorns. Even if they don't hurt anyone, they can get away with it. Why do they choose not to resist? And take the crime of murder on themselves? Could it be that they did it on purpose, and the real play of luring the snake out of the hole is still behind? Just as I was escorted out by the monks, I saw a drop of blood on the threshold of the leftmost room of the discipline courtyard that had not been wiped off in time. This was obviously flowing from the wounded day of the three ghosts of Lingnan. I was about to shout excitedly, but Lao Jiang suddenly kicked me and told me to shut up. The abbot seemed to have seen it, but he quickly turned his head away with a strange smile on his face. Chapter 93. What is going on? Is the abbot in league with the three Lingnan ghosts? But why are Lao Jiang and Helanshua willing to swallow this injustice? We were locked up in the firewood room of Handan Temple. The conditions in the firewood room were very poor, with dim light, no beds, only a layer of weeds, and rats running around from time to time. Yinlinger jumped onto Helangsu's back out of fear. Helangsu patted her and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, master is here." As for my master, Lao Jiang, he actually had the leisure to take out a hardman and smoke. I couldn't help but kick him. "What on earth are you up to?" Lao Jiang was furious and said, "Li Jinglan, are you going to murder my master?" "Bah! Tell me, what are you planning?" "The three ghosts of Lingnan are clearly in the discipline courtyard." Lao Jiang replied me directly with 4 words. No comment. Yinlinger held her face with both hands, disliking the poor conditions here. Lao Jiang took the initiative to comfort her, saying that if she sat in meditation for a few hours, everything would be clear. Now all we need to do is wait. Strangely, after an hour, a monk suddenly brought us breakfast and asked us to eat quickly. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. How can someone be so concerned about prisoners? It must be poisoned. But Lao Jiang took it with a smile, and said that it was hard work for the young master. When we turned our backs to eat, Lao Jiang hit me and Ein Linger's hands with chopsticks like lightning. We immediately woke up and pretended to eat a lot. After a while, we fell to the ground in a daze. Seeing that everyone had fainted, the monk outside poked us with a wooden stick and opened the cell door, after confirming that there was no problem. Humph. I don't know where these two pairs of bastards came from, but they dared to ruin Grandpa's good deeds. Then I will follow Mr. Nick's instructions, and kill you first, and then pretend that you committed suicide out of fear of crime, so that all the bloody cases will be left without evidence. The man took out 4 hemp ropes from his bag, and put them around our necks with a grin. However, what he never expected was that a figure suddenly jumped up from the ground, and his speed was 10 times faster than his. Then, there was a clang, and the black knife was unsheathed, and the ghost of impermanence was already kneeling in front of us with blood on his knees. The ghost of impermanence was wearing a monk's robe, and the human skin mask had been torn off by Lao Jiang. He covered his neck and looked at Lao Jiang in disbelief. What's wrong with you? Lao Jiang clapped his hands, and all of us stood up one by one. This scene made Wuchang Ghost's eyes widen. You are not poisoned. Who are you? Old Jiang put the black knife back into the sheath, his eyes cold, and without a trace of warmth. Black knife Qilin. At that moment, I saw shock, disbelief, and deep fear in Wuchang Ghost's eyes. After dealing with Wuchang Ghost, old Jiang took us out of the woodshed, but I didn't expect that there was no guard outside. This abbot doesn't take us seriously, I said as I walked. Old Jiang didn't answer my question, but glanced at his watch lightly. It should be about time. Huh? Ein Linger and I looked at old Jiang together. Old Jiang still looked like he was keeping the secret, and Helan Shui finally said, Let's tell the children, they are so anxious. Helangsu's words were very useful. Lao Jiang immediately explained to us that he had gone out in the afternoon to discuss with the abbot in secret. The abbot suspected that there was a traitor in the temple, and it must be one of the 4 elders of the Discipline Institute, otherwise he would not have left the door open for the Ling and 3 ghosts. This traitor and the Ling and 3 ghosts worked together to kill monks, and find the treasure of the temple. This must not be forgiven. So they planned to play a chain of tricks. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. The abbot actually arrested us on purpose. The purpose was to let the thieves take it lightly, so that they could continue to search for treasures without restraint. He invited the 4 elders to talk separately afterwards. Because the treasure of the temple is the biggest secret of Handan Temple, it can only be told to the next successor before the abbots of all generations pass away. The abbot said that Handan Temple was in a critical situation, and he himself could be killed by thieves at any time. In order to pass on the secret, he could only break the iron rule of hundreds of years, and tell them in advance where the treasure of the temple was stored. But he sternly warned them not to leak it to a third person. In fact, the abbot revealed different treasure locations to each elder, in order to lure the snake out of the hole. The loyal elders would naturally keep silent after knowing the location, but if it was the traitor, they would be eager to join forces with outsiders to go to that place. By that time, we can catch the turtle in the jar. As soon as the voice fell, a signal flare was suddenly fired not far away. Lao Jiang smiled and said to us, Next is the time for the yellow bird to appear. The signal flare was left by Lao Jiang to the abbot, asking him to fire it when needed, and he would rush to support as soon as possible. We immediately rushed in the direction of the signal flare, and soon arrived at the destination. In front of the stupa where the monks of past generations were buried, there were hanged ghosts, mourning ghosts, Nick and the elder holding the Buddhist beads standing together, while the abbot and all the monks surrounded them and confronted each other. Jinkong, I didn't expect it was really you. The abbot's finger stopped in midair, heartbroken. The elder holding the Buddhist beads was Jinkong in his day. Monk Jinkong sneered, Pedant, instead of guarding that broken thing, it is better to give it to Lord Warner. Do you know that the gold bars he gave me can't be spent in 3 lifetimes? I can return to secular life, buy a foreign house in Shanghai, buy a luxury car, and keep a concubine. The 4 elements of a monk are empty, but your 6 senses are not pure. The word greed will kill you. The abbot also tried to influence Jinkong. Jinkong said, Brother, how are you better than me? You lied to lure me out. Do you know that monks don't tell lies? The crying ghost in red couldn't wait any longer. He shook out a bloody long whip and smiled evilly. Don't say anything more to them. I don't believe that he won't tell the whereabouts of the clay statue after catching this old bald donkey. After that, she brought out countless whip shadows and attacked the abbot. The bloody long whip seemed to have eyes, and was about to wrap around the abbot's neck. The next moment, Helangsu descended like a god. The long sword drew a touch of frost, and cut off a section of the long whip. "I will kill you!" The crying ghost rushed over desperately. The hanged ghost stopped watching the show, and attacked Helangsu with a sharp iron hook in each hand. Lao Jiang stood in front of Helan Shui. The moment he showed the black knife in his hand, the boss, hanged ghost, was immediately shocked. You are actually from Qilin." Then he shouted in fear, "You are not dead, where is Lao Er? What did you do to Lao Er?" "Nothing, just let his nickname of Wuchang Ghost live up to its name." Lao Jiang's domineering voice made the remaining two Lingnan ghosts even more angry, and they immediately used desperate moves. Nick took out a pistol in the chaos, wanting to give Lao Jiang, and he launched you a fatal blow, not caring whether it would hurt the two Lingnan ghosts. "It's a pity that Linger and I are not vegetarians either." Linger slapped the bamboo basket, and the buzzing poisonous insects flew out densely, instantly drowning Nick. Bite him! Bite him!" Linger posed a cute fighting posture. While fighting, Helangsu did not forget to tell us, "Don't kill that foreigner, we still have something to ask." Linger quickly gave her insect companion an additional order, "Don't bite that bad guy to death, just swell his butt." Seeing the scene in front of them, the monks of Handan Temple were so frightened that they dared not move. Soon, Lao Jiang's side ended the fight. The hanged ghost and the mourning ghost were trampled under his feet by him and Helangsu, and I also subdued the dying Nick when the insect tide dispersed. In the end, the three of them were gathered together. The two Lingnan ghosts were covered in blood and flesh, and Nick was stung by the poisonous insects and his whole body was several times fatter. "You are Warner's men, right? Did you hijack the train carrying the Buddha's head? What other purpose did you have in coming to Handan Temple besides the clay statue?" Lao Jiang asked 3 questions in a row, and the two Lingnan ghosts nodded repeatedly. However, Nick did not say a word and bargained with the two Lingnan ghosts, asking Lao Jiang, "If we tell the truth about everything we know, will you let us go alive?" "That depends on your sincerity." Lao Jiang lit a Hardman. However, the next moment, 2 gunshots rang out, and the hanged ghost and the mourning ghost fell to the ground. They looked in the direction of the gunshot in disbelief, and it was actually Nick. Unexpectedly, Nick had a gun hidden on him. He said indifferently, "Anyone who hinders the master's plan must die." Lao Jiang kicked the gun in Nick's hand away, but Nick laughed wildly. "You can't stop the master, just like you can't change the poverty and backwardness of this country. When you really fight with ghosts, you will know what fear is." The treasures of Dunhuang will be displayed in the British Museum, like the artifacts of ancient Egypt, ancient Babylon, and ancient Maya, because only in this way can they still shine after hundreds and thousands of years. We are the protectors of the artifacts, we are the real heroes, and history will prove everything. Nick laughed up to the sky, but as he laughed, black blood plasma flowed out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Nick committed suicide. Chapter 94. Lao Jiang rushed forward and tried to save Nick, but found that he was powerless. Only Nick's crazy and sinister laughter echoed throughout the Handan Temple. He hid potassium cyanide pills in the temple, which are extremely poisonous and can kill a living person in just a few seconds. Although this foreigner is insidious, he is a tough guy and would rather die than reveal any information about Warner. Lao Jiang frowned deeply, and he and I went to check the hanged ghost and the mourning ghost. The 2 ghosts, one white and one red, still had some residual heat in their bodies, but there was no breath left. This Nick is really cruel. All 3 insiders died. Thinking of Nick's provocation before his death, I couldn't help but shudder, and my back got goosebumps. Warner may be 100 times more terrifying than I imagined, but what cultural relics protectors, heroes of human civilization, I will never believe this. They are clearly a group of robbers with blood on their hands. However, I have to admit that this group of robbers is too scary. I couldn't help but look at Lao Jiang and Helan. "You say, the reason why these people appeared in Handan Temple and happened to run into us is just a coincidence, or is it that our every move is now under the control of Warner?" It was obviously a question, but I said it in an affirmative tone. At this time, I noticed that Lao Jiang, who had just finished examining the body, had a trace of sadness in his figure. His left hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of the knife at his waist, as if drawing strength from it. "Li Jinglan, do you know why Qilin has a blood feud with Warner? Now I can tell you that my brother is sitting in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, thanks to Warner." Helangsu suddenly stood beside me, and said with a little sadness, "We don't want to recall that battle until today. The boss was disabled, 2 Black Knife Qilins died, and Qilin was seriously injured. Of course, Warner also suffered heavy losses and withdrew from Yin State. I was very surprised and couldn't even believe that Qilin would have a shocking battle with Warner, but I had never heard anyone mention it before. Lao Jiang told me, that's because national justice is far above everything else. If we only think about revenge, we are not worthy of taking back the national treasures. If it weren't for Warner's comeback, we would have buried this secret in our hearts forever. Lao Jiang's words were full of hatred for Warner. I wanted to continue to inquire about the course of that great battle, but no matter how I asked, Lao Jiang stopped answering. Instead, he restored his old and frivolous smile and walked towards the abbot. At this time, everything in Handan Temple had been settled. The abbot ordered people to collect the dead bodies. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Master Jinkong on the side knelt down and begged for mercy. Brother, I know I was wrong. I was blinded by greed for a moment. For the sake of our friendship for many years, please let me go. The sound of kowtows fell to the ground. The abbot was in great pain, but he pointed at him and shouted, Shirua, how innocent is Shukong? As an elder, when you colluded with outsiders to torture and extract confessions, how could you have thought of letting them go? Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful, and this time the Buddha can't save you. The abbot couldn't bear it, but in return he was cursed by Master Jinkong. You old immortal thing, wait! Mr. Warner will avenge me. Seeing that Master Jinkong in such a state, even Linger and I couldn't bear it anymore. Linger secretly released the tickle bug and laughed sarcastically. Bald donkey, Warner won't care about you, Mau Mau. Tickle him to death. The tickle bug climbed onto Master Jinkong's body, causing him to jump up and down, laughing so hard that he almost had cramps. The abbot winked at the two monks behind him. Why don't you take this evil beast away? It's a joke for the donors. After Master Jinkong was tied up and taken away, Linger slowly took back the tickle bug. The abbot performed a Buddhist ceremony, said Amitabha to us, and invited us to his room for a cup of tea to express his gratitude. Lao Jiang did not refuse, and took us to follow the abbot. The abbot's daily living place is extremely simple and elegant. The little monk brewed tea, and was about to make tea for us, but was stopped by the abbot. The leader of the monks was not arrogant at all. He took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for each of us. His behavior was humble and admirable. Abbot, you are embarrassing us. Hilangsu asked the abbot not to be so polite. The abbot shook his head and said, if there were no donors, Handan Temple would face an unprecedented catastrophe. If you have any difficulties in the future, I will definitely lend a helping hand as long as I can. Hearing this, Lao Jiang's eyes lit up immediately. The abbot asked him if he had anything to say. Lao Jiang hesitated for a moment and looked at Hilangsu. Hilangsu did not say anything, but calmly drank tea all day. Lao Jiang gritted his teeth and said with a red face, to be honest, we just have a request right now. I hope the abbot will not beat us. The abbot said that it was okay to talk, and Lao Jiang said in a low voice with a guilty conscience, we want to borrow the treasure of your temple to see it. This was clearly the same purpose as the three ghosts of Lingnan, Nick and others. I thought the abbot would be shocked, and even scold us as bastards for taking advantage of the fire. What I never expected was that the abbot just smiled and replied, Amitabha, of course no problem. What? No problem? Then you agreed. Lao Jiang was also obviously shocked, and couldn't believe his ears at all. We looked at each other, fearing that the abbot was deliberately speaking in a sarcastic way. Lan Shua couldn't help asking, but the abbot replied, monks don't lie. You are the benefactors of the temple. How can I refuse this small request? The scene in front of us really confused us. This abbot didn't play by the rules at all. Lao Jiang was also very bold. Seeing that the abbot agreed so readily, he even asked, what if we need to borrow it for a while? The abbot's answer was still, of course. We really didn't understand this. You know, his junior brother wanted to steal the treasure of the temple for the gold bars, but he didn't agree. Now he can easily give it to us. This is really too weird. In fact, I knew you came for the treasure of the temple. The abbot smiled kindly. During his day, we learned that the abbot knew that we had ulterior motives from the moment we stepped into the mountain gate. Because there was no enthusiasm for Maitreya Buddha in our eyes, and it didn't seem like we came to worship Buddha at all. It's just that there is an obvious difference between us and the three ghosts of Lingnan, that is, they have a disgusting heart, but we have a kind heart. Junior brother Jinkong's 6 roots are not pure, so the treasure of the temple cannot fall into his hands. The abbot sighed almost imperceptibly. In fact, he was reluctant to abandon this junior brother, but Jinkong was greedy and participated in killing Buddhist disciples. Handan Temple could no longer accommodate him. While talking, the abbot suddenly fixed his deep eyes on me. To be honest, I have been waiting for a destined person. That was the oath my master asked me to make before his death. He said that Handan Temple has always had a treasure of the temple, but it does not belong to Handan Temple. If one day its owner comes to Handan Temple to ask for it, you must not refuse it. He told me to wait for that person to appear. Linger was heartless, and could not hear the abbot's subtext, so she asked directly, "What if you never wait in this life?" The abbot smiled slightly. I asked the master the same question back then. My master said, "If you can't wait in this life, let your disciple wait in the next life. If your disciple can't wait, let your disciple's disciple wait. One day, the young man with 3 eyes will come." The abbot looked at me meaningfully and stood up slowly. Our Buddhism emphasizes fate. Now, it has finally waited for its own destined person, and I can rest assured. This sentence scared me completely. 3 eyes, young man, could it be referring to me who was cursed by the Thunder Town? Old Jiang and Helangsu also looked at me in surprise. At this moment, the abbot was still looking at me with a smile. I was a little scared and tremblingly answered, "But I don't have a third eye." The abbot smiled and said, "It's enough for me to see." Hearing this, I was terrified. The abbot added with a more profound meaning, "Little donor, when you are 40 years old, your third eye will definitely grow out. It is a blessing, not a disaster. If it is a disaster, you can't avoid it." Chapter 95. At this time, I didn't know what to say. All I could think about was that sentence. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. The third eye will definitely grow. And this is the fourth difficulty that we in Lei Town have always talked about with fear. Linger is also smart. Seeing that everyone was staring at me, she knew that the abbot was referring to me. She came to me, pinched my face with both hands, and didn't pay attention to the strength. She pulled it back and forth several times. "Hey? Where is the third eye? Where is it? Go back." Helangsa glared at her. "You are still an unmarried girl. How can you be like this all day? This is a Buddhist holy place." The abbot may have seen the world, and whispered Amitabha, "Young people are full of blood," which is understandable, but next time remember to be different between men and women. The abbot is right. Helangsu and Lao Jiang nodded repeatedly, but Linger, and I couldn't help blushing. It was not because of her behavior just now, but because my heart was beating wildly because of her. If she is always so impatient, I'm afraid it's. "Li Jinglan, you are so old, don't always be ignorant." Lao Jiang suddenly kicked me, as if to remind me of something. That's right, Linger can be ignorant, but I can't. Miao Jiang is always a gap that cannot be crossed. Before I could sigh for a day, Lao Jiang elbowed me again. "You messed up and almost forgot the main business. It's obviously Linger. You only know how to teach me, and you don't know who is her master." I pretended to be unconvinced, and said something to Lao Jiang, and the atmosphere finally eased. Lao Jiang said with a fake smile, "Four sisters' apprentice is naturally my apprentice. Raising a son in poverty and a daughter in wealth, an ignorant guy." A murderous gaze pierced over, and Helan Shue's eyes seemed to want to eat Lao Jiang alive. Lao Jiang hurriedly looked at the abbot. "Abbot, you said that the clay statue should be given to the destined person, which means that it does not actually belong to Handan Temple?" The abbot clasped his hands together and smiled slightly. "In fact, I believe everyone has a question in their hearts now, that is, where is our temple treasure hidden? Some people think it is in the Sutra Pavilion, some think it is in the stupa, and some think it is in my room, but in fact none of them is." At this point, the abbot suddenly paused, as if deliberately leading us to guess. We looked at each other, but we didn't know where to start. The abbot read out the name of Handan Temple with a hint of meaning. There are 480 temples in the southern dynasties, and each of them has a touching story behind its name, but this one is named Handan. Haven't you thought about why? Helangsu is the most Zen-savvy among us. She glanced out the window and said, "I heard that there is a pond in the back mountain, which is cold and secluded. Although the name of Handan is a bit strange, it also has a hint of asceticism." "Yes, isn't there a Handan temple outside Gusa City?" Old Jiang supported Helangsu without thinking. I suddenly realized something, stood up abruptly, and said with great joy, "Could it be that the treasure of the temple is hidden in the pond behind the temple?" Old Jiang also suddenly realized, his eyes shining, as if the clay statue was already in his pocket. Handan Temple, Handan Temple. So it turns out to be like this. First there was the coal pond, and then there was the temple. This is the origin of the temple's name. That's right. The old abbot nodded and praised me generously. "Little donor, you are very insightful, and you are worthy of being a destined person." According to legend, the founder traveled around the world to find the existence of Bodhisattva. He walked through Shuedo Mountain, went to Johua Mountain, and finally stopped at the Mogao Grottos in Dunhuang. He was attracted by the exquisite Buddha statues there, so he simply stayed there and worshipped the old monk who guarded the caves as his teacher. However, he stayed there for a full 10 years. After he finished his studies, he did not visit the famous mountains again, but suddenly returned to Shanghai. At that time, he was alone and took nothing from Dunhuang except the clay statue. He traveled thousands of miles to carry a small clay statue back home, and sat at the gate of Jinshan Temple, the most famous Buddhist temple in Shanghai. Others saw that he was wearing tattered robes, and thought he wanted to go to the temple to beg for food. Unexpectedly, he was so brazen that he dared to correct the words and deeds of the abbot of Jinshan Temple, thinking that the other party's lecture was wrong, and very wrong. Jinshan Temple thought he was deliberately provoking him, and a senior monk condescended to teach him a lesson and offered to debate with him, but he lost. Several other senior monks came in a group, but the result was the same. Even the abbot of Jinshan Temple could not do it. Later, famous masters from various temples came after hearing the news, but none of them could win the debate against the ancestor. Although he was only a teenager at the time, his practice of Buddhism was already profound. With this reputation, the common people voluntarily followed him, and even the abbot of Jinshan Temple was willing to make room for him. The ancestor just tapped his finger lightly, pointed to the west and said, "I only want that piece of land." So the villagers built a small temple for him on the other side of the Huangpu River. There was a cold pond there, and the temple was built based on the cold pond. Originally, many monks often went to the cold pond to practice asceticism when they were confused, but over time, fewer and fewer people went to the cold pond, and weeds grew more and more. First, the backyard was abandoned, and later even the path leading to the cold pond was closed. But the incense of this cold pond temple is getting more and more prosperous. Halangsu frowned helplessly. I also think that the abbot's words have a deeper meaning, or that this cold pond temple and this world are ridiculous. The abbot raised his right hand, chanted Amitabha, and then told us frankly, the founder hid the clay statue in the cold pond, where the most important thing for building a temple is, so it was named Handan Temple. The abbot looked at the bright moon hanging in the night sky and said slowly, the founder has been looking for the Bodhisattva for a lifetime, and finally found out that he himself is the incarnation of the Bodhisattva. This is exactly where there is nothing, so where can dust arise? Heelan Shui listened to this sentence thoughtfully, but Lao Jiang eagerly asked the abbot when he could take us to get the clay statue. No hurry, you came at the right time. Tomorrow is the day to worship Buddha. After eating this vegetarian meal in the evening, it is time to return the things to their original owners. The abbot bowed slightly. Tomorrow at midnight, I will wait for you by the cold pond. Then he called the little monk to see the guests off. On the way, Linger said heartlessly, if you want to give us the things, why do we have to go to Handan? Hasn't the road there been abandoned for a long time? Also, I find it strange. This abbot looks quite messy. Why does he let Handan be abandoned without taking care of it? In response to Linger's doubts, I just casually echoed, who says it's not right? But in my heart, I sincerely admire the ancestor and the abbot. This is what is called great wisdom and foolishness. When I woke up, it was already the day of worshipping Buddha. I wanted to call Lao Jiang to join in the fun, but Lao Jiang lay on the bed and refused to get up, saying that he was tired from dealing with the 4 thieves last night. This was an excuse. He was the Black Blade Qilin. How could such a small matter? However, when Lao Jiang said he was tired, I woke up from my sleepiness. I fell asleep and woke up in the evening. It was late at night, and the dew was heavy. We walked through the backyard path. There were already weeds and the wall had collapsed, and there were many spider webs. It seemed that the deep cold pond had been forgotten by the world. Although we arrived earlier than the agreed time, when we appeared, we saw a figure already appeared by the emerald green pond. The abbot sat cross-legged by the pond, meditating under the moon. A thin layer of frost formed on his cassock. It seemed that he had been here for some time. Lao Jiang even went up to greet him. Didn't we agree to come at midnight? Why are you here so early? Be careful not to catch a cold. The days in Shanghai aren't that cold these days, but the closer we get to the cold pond, the more we feel a chill piercing our bones. The source of the wispy cold is the bottomless pond. The pond is not small, as big as 2 courtyards. Today, the moon is in the sky, reflecting the ground and the ground below, but in the cold pond, it seems to be crushed and eaten, so gloomy that no light can be seen. What's even more strange is that in the center of the cold pond stands a stone statue of a little monk, wearing a moon-white cassock, and every line is carved vividly, but the most important face is blank. What surprised me was that there was also a vertical line on his forehead, which was almost exactly the same as the forehead of the three-eyed Li Jinglan in my dream. Under his feet, he stepped on 9 bronze chains as thick as bowls. The other end of the bronze chains was deeply immersed in the water, and the bottom could not be seen, as if they were restraining the demons and monsters in the pool. This is strange. This stone statue should be based on the scene of your ancestors' enlightenment in the cold pool, but why does it have no face? Old Jiang looked at the abbot in confusion. Yes, yes, what are the chains under his feet for? Eamlinger asked. The abbot raised his hand and told me, it is said that there was a poisonous dragon living in this cold pond. Every March 3rd, it would cause poisonous rain in the Huangpu River, causing the people nearby to live in misery. After the ancestor arrived at this cold pond, he sat here and chanted scriptures in Buddha. Over time, he actually influenced the dragon, and it never came out of the water to do evil again. In order to commemorate the ancestor, the disciples built a statue in the center of this cold pond. As for why there is no face, have you ever heard this sentence? There is no self, and there is no sentient being? Buddhism says that everything is false, so what does it matter if he is you and you are him? Although the old monk said this, he looked at my face with a strange smile throughout the whole process. It was as if the so-called ancestor had a face very similar to mine. I looked at the faceless ancestor statue again with some fear. Is his ungrown third eye really related to me? Or is he actually from Lei Town? Chapter 96. But I won't ask for the answer. The abbot couldn't tell me either. He just gently pinched a corner of his robe with his left hand, and made a gesture of invitation with his right hand. The boat is ready. Please follow me to get the treasure. It turned out that there was a small wooden boat hidden alone in the reed marsh beside the cold pond. Although it was not big, it was just enough for a few of us. After getting on the boat, Lao Jiang took the initiative to row the boat, and the abbot thanked him. As a result, Lao Jiang threw the oar directly into my arms. It turned out that he was the good guy, and the hard work was all borne by the apprentice. I glared at him fiercely, but Lao Jiang smiled and said to the abbot, "Look at my disciple. Although he is ugly, incompetent, and loves to get into trouble, he knows how to be filial to his master." "How shameless," I said angrily. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will take you to the center of the lake and drown you." Eamlinger and He Lanchua were both amused, and only I took the paddle and paddled hard. Fortunately, the pool was not very big, and soon we approached the moon-white little monk statue. The abbot bowed respectfully to the statue. "Ancestor, the person you were waiting for is finally here." Then, he did something that no one expected. He took out a black key and opened all the 9 bronze chains under the feet of the statue. Click! As the copper lock fell off, the 9 chains were dragged into the bottom of the pool by an unknown huge force. The entire cold pond seemed to be unsealed, and began to spin rapidly, the speed getting faster and faster, until finally a black vortex was formed. The boat kept spinning with the vortex, and we all felt dizzy, and couldn't even stand steadily. This moment reminded me of the story mentioned by the abbot. Isn't the current scene like a giant dragon bound in a cold pond awakening? At this moment, it is stirring the green water in the pool, declaring its territory to the uninvited guests. Just as I was surprised, a wave suddenly fell like broken jade beads, soaking us all wet. I subconsciously lowered my head, and was horrified to find that a huge black shadow appeared under the boat. The shadow was at least more than 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket. Obviously, the whirlpool just now was created by it. It's just that it dived too deep, so I couldn't see what it was. "Master, is there really a poisonous dragon under the water?" Linger is so scared. Eamlinger grabbed Helanx's hand, like a frightened bird. Old Zhang's eyes were like torches, and he suddenly pressed the handle of the knife and blocked me. But the long black shadow under the water did not attack us, but disappeared quickly. Look! The legend is actually true. The abbot suddenly raised his hand and pointed, and we rushed to look. With a roar, a large snake covered with black scales suddenly left the water. It just glanced at us with its blood-red lantern-like eyes, and then spit out a strange thing on the shore. Then its body cut through the rolling white waves and dived back into the cold pond. It was so fast that we didn't see anything except that it was black, had 2 tumors on its head, and looked like a dragon and a snake. Later, I learned from Lao Jiangri that this monster is called Jiaolong, and it is a giant python that has evolved from hundreds of years. As the saying goes, snakes become Jiao, Jiao becomes dragon. It's a pity that no monks have come to practice in Handan Temple since the founder, otherwise the python would continue to listen to the Dharma and might turn into a dragon. The abbot put his hands together and silently chanted Amitabha. Then he bowed to the statue and said to us, "Go back." The scene just happened so fast that I almost didn't come back to my senses. Lao Jiang had a conscience for once, and took the oar from my hand, and returned to the way we came. When we returned to the shore, Lao Jiang bent down to take the thing that was vomited by the poisonous dragon. Only then did I see clearly that it was an oil paper bag sealed by layers. Lan Chua suddenly stopped me. Let me do it. I saw that she had put on a pair of silver silk gloves at some point, picked up the oil paper bag from the ground, and after opening 7 or 8 layers, there was a palm-sized clay statue inside. The clay statue has a human body, tall and mighty, snow white, but its head is a dragon head, with a pair of blue eyes, as if poisoned, staring at us. If you look closely, you will find that its arms are covered with a layer of golden scales, as if through the blessing of Buddhism, it has put on an invincible golden armor. Old Zhang's eyes narrowed, and he was overjoyed. The dragons among the 8 heavenly dragons have finally been born. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't imagine that this thing was spit out from the mouth of a poisonous dragon. Even the abbot couldn't move his eyes away. He recited slowly. At the beginning, the ancestor came to the cold pond and enlightened the poisonous dragon to practice Zen. The ancestor didn't know where he went, but the treasure was in the poisonous dragon's mouth. Thanks to the blessings of several donors, the old monk had the opportunity to see the poisonous dragon that accompanied the ancestor back then, which was not in vain. No way, without your help, we would never get this clay statue. Old Jiang flattered the abbot, but the abbot's eyes seemed to be glued to me. My intuition told me that he had something to say to me. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't say a word. Old Jiang knew what I was thinking and took the initiative to say, since we have got the things, we should hurry back to report without delay. Li Jing'an, please say goodbye to the abbot on behalf of everyone. We will wait for you outside the temple. Linger didn't understand what old Jiang meant, and enthusiastically said that we should send the abbot off together. Lan Chua covered her mouth and told her not to get involved. The abbot didn't refuse. On the way back, I specifically asked him about the founder of Handan Temple. The abbot said very little, and he knew what I wanted to ask, but he only answered superficial things. I sent him to the meditation room, but didn't get any useful information. Seeing that the great opportunity was about to pass, I put the question directly. Abbot, I want to know, did your ancestor open his third eye after the age of 40? I thought he must be from Lasian, but the abbot just smiled and said, everything in the world has its own destiny. If the ancestor has a third eye, it means that the Bodhisattva gave him an extra pair of eyes to see the sufferings of the world. If he doesn't have a third eye, it's hard to change his Buddhist teachings to save the sufferings of the world. This was a confusing statement, as if he admitted that the man had a third eye, but it also seemed that he didn't admit it. I wanted to continue asking, but the abbot only replied, the secret cannot be revealed. After leaving Handan Temple, we only stayed in Shanghai for one more night, and bought train tickets to Beijing the next day. Because we already have 3 clay figures on us, plus the shadow of Warner, Lao Jiang dared not stay in Shanghai for a moment. The weather in Beijing has warmed up at this time, and some willow branches on the road have sprouted new buds in the breeze. We dared not stay and just rushed to Qilin headquarters. When we saw the black building in full view, all of us were relieved. Originally, Lao Jiang planned to report directly to the superiors, but we were too hungry, and it happened to be mealtime, so we went straight to the cafeteria. Master, I want to eat a big chicken leg. Linger jumped all the way and started to pester Lan Chua when she arrived at the cafeteria door. Lanxus smiled and agreed, okay. For the sake of you not getting into trouble this time. Lao Jiang also smiled, thinking that he would have to drink a few bottles of the best chrysanthemum liquor later. So happy, this time he had done a great job. However, when we came to the cafeteria and wanted to talk to the chef, we found a familiar figure in red clothes, hunched over, talking to the chef and asking him to make a special boiled cabbage. The cabbage should be selected from Shandong, leaving only the freshest cabbage heart. Of course, the soup base is the most important. You need to use hens, white ducks, ribs, abalone, pigeons to make the soup. By the way, can Zui Yonglang make it? Use the most authentic Xinjiang lamb slices. Soak in 2 taels of white wine. Add some wolfberry jujube. Before the man finished speaking, the canteen chef waved his hand. Do you think I'm the emperor's kitchen, where you can order dishes? No, nothing. The man was furious, pointed at the other person's nose and cursed. How can you let the head swallow these rotten vegetable leaves that feed pigs? The canteen chef here is also used to being arrogant, and he rolled up his sleeves to beat people. How dare you say that the dishes I cook are for pigs? Seeing that the 2 sides were about to clash, Lao Jiang immediately grabbed it. Brother Camel, wait a minute. Do you know me? Yes, the one who ordered the dishes was Camel. Camel was wondering how Lao Jiang knew him. I hurried forward to introduce each other. When he saw me, Camel immediately shouted, "Isn't this the boy who touched the young ladies? But what a coincidence." Camel's voice was naturally loud, and this shout almost attracted all the Kirin members, who wanted to see gossip in the cafeteria. The eyes of dozens of meters around were all staring at me, and Linger's teeth were clenched and chuckled in my ears. "Hey, you can touch people's butts? It's unfair. It's obviously Lao Jiang who framed me." I looked at Lao Jiang, wanting him to help me explain, but Lao Jiang covered his face, and was ashamed to see people. "Master told you not to use that method, but you insisted." Alas, it's unfortunate for the master. Now everyone looked at me with more and more serious eyes, and I wished I could find a hole to crawl into. Chapter 97. Jiang Donghu. I gritted my teeth and glared at Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang realized the seriousness of the problem, and quickly waved his hand towards the cafeteria. "Why are you all watching the excitement? Just eat your food." As he spoke, he calmly flashed the black knife on his waist, and the people who were watching the excitement dispersed. I explained to Luotua that it was not like that, but Luotua didn't want to listen, and asked loudly, "You can come back so quickly, I guess you got the thing?" I nodded and said, "Thank goodness, but why are you here, and why are you ordering so many weird dishes?" As I was talking, a thought suddenly popped up in my mind, and I quickly asked, "Could it be that Diu Yi is here? He is so picky about eating, it can't be Luotua, a brainless and rough man." Camel nodded, then pulled me to the canteen chef and asked me to think of a way. How could I order him around? Besides, Camel had just made me look so bad. So I pretended to smile and said, "Master, Qilin has a distinguished guest this time, so let's serve him some of the best dishes we made today." The master chef glanced at me, and Lao Jiang also said hurriedly, "It is indeed a distinguished guest." The master chef then left leisurely, but before leaving, he took the initiative to ask Linger, "Are 4 big chicken legs enough?" Yes, thank you, uncle." Linger is really a little elf, who is favored wherever she goes. Different treatment? This is naked different treatment. After solving the problem of eating, Lao Jiang immediately asked Camel, "Where is your boss now?" Lao Jiang has not seen Diao Yi yet. Although I have seen him, it was only once. However, this person is picky about everything. I am afraid it will be difficult to get along with him on the journey to the west. Camel told us, "It's too tiring to ride in a car, and I always feel a little sleepy. I'm still taking a nap now." Lao Jiang pondered for a moment and said, "When he finishes his meal, call him to the conference room on the 2nd floor, and we meet there." Camel carefully carried 4 or 5 exquisite silver lunch boxes and left, while a few of us ate in the cafeteria. While eating, Linger stared at me with a fake smile. "I didn't expect you to be a pervert, shameless, really shameless." Linger became more and more angry, as if I had really done something. I hurriedly explained that it was Lao Jiang's plan, and even the person who touched my buttocks. Lao Jiang coughed hard and stopped me from saying the rest, but Linger still pouted, as if she was going to eat me alive. Fortunately, Lan Chua helped me back up, so the matter was finally revealed. After dinner, we went to the conference room on the 2nd floor. At this time, there were already a few people sitting in the conference hall, and their status and position should not be underestimated. The one in the middle was the leader of the Qilin, who was still wearing a spotless Zhongshan suit, with gray hair on his temples and a gentle smile on his lips. But his eyes were like thunder and lightning, radiating an innate aura that made people respect and fear him. And in the next position, there was an old man with a scar on his face, wearing a luxurious Sika deer blanket, holding a priceless jade cane in his hand, and his eyes wandering around with a hint of cunning. "Master Diao, you are here." I raised my hands and bowed. "Yes." Master Diao nodded lightly. There were 2 familiar figures behind him, a hunchback camel and a one-eyed sand fox, one standing on one side, like 2 door gods. But what surprised me was that the 2 black blade Qilins, who rescued us at Yingxu last time, Shin Xiaoyu and Guangtou, also came. They were sitting on the left side of the conference table. After Lao Jiang entered the room, he saluted the leader of Qilin first, and then called me. I quickly put the bag on the table, and took out 3 clay figures side by side. Maharaga, Gandharv, and dragons immediately came into everyone's sight. Diaya narrowed his eyes, and uttered 2 words after a while, "Real stuff." The Qilin leader asked us to sit down quickly. Diaya winked at Shahu and said with a smile, "You are so fast, I underestimated you." Shahu received the order, and put the Yiksha statue in his arms heavily on the table. I looked over immediately, but I saw that this Yiksha statue was the shape of an evil ghost. The skin all over the body was purple, 2 long fangs grew in the mouth, and the green hair on the top of the head was burning like a candle. He was holding a steel fork that shone with cold light in his hand, and he was simply the most terrifying one among the 8 heavenly dragons. In Buddhist legends, Yiksha is a man-eating evil ghost that often appears in the dark and sucks the blood of children. After being converted by the Buddha, he became the guardian god of the underworld. Only when he eats enough evil ghosts in the underworld can he be perfect. Lao Jiang looked at the leader of the Qilin and said, "At present, we have collected 4 of the 8 heavenly dragon statues. As long as we crack the mechanisms on them, the next step will be easy." The leader of the Qilin smiled slightly. "The question is, who will crack it?" His eyes fell on Jia Yi. And Jia Yi pointed to the 2 warriors behind him and introduced himself to them. "The camel swordsmanship is amazing. With a full moon sword in hand, hundreds of people can't get close to him. And they are very good at surviving in the desert. They can determine the wind direction and find water sources. Everyone knows that water is very important in the desert. It can be said that without water, even if you have the ability to reach the sky, you can't survive." Sand Fox has lived in the northwest since childhood. Hearing, vision, and smell are very sensitive. He can detect various dangers hidden in the desert, and even predict the arrival of wild beasts. Deoya sipped his tea for a day and added, "These 2 are my right-hand men. In addition, you will see the lizards and rattlesnakes among the 4 saints walking in the desert later. So, the brothers should not be very good at breaking the mechanism." Shen Xiaoyu introduced himself with a smile. Shen Xiaoyu specializes in playing with guns, hobbies, eating apples. Shen Xiaoyu suddenly looked at me and added a sentence in a naughty way, "and stealing apprentices." Lao Jiang glared at him and warned him not to hit me again. Bald introduced himself with only 2 words, "Bald." He didn't say what he was good at, and he was very secretive. Neither of them knew how to crack the mechanism, so they immediately turned their eyes to the leader of Qilin, and the leader of Qilin looked at Yaoya. "Don't look at me, I have been playing with Yiksha for several months, but there is no progress." Yaoya kicked the ball directly. In the end, the attention of the whole audience was focused on Lao Jiang. "I remember that Lao Jiang is the best at cracking the mechanism, right?" the leader of Qilin said. Since the boss has said so, Lao Jiang should have agreed to it immediately. As a result, Lao Jiang, who always cheats his apprentice, did not disappoint me. He pointed his finger at my head and said in a sonorous voice, "He will crack it." The leader of Qilin glanced at me, but did not refute. "So far, 1 has been cracked, and there are 3 left. So which one is Li Jinglan going to crack?" I was about to refuse, but Lao Jiang spoke faster than me. "He broke it all." "What? Break it all?" When this was said, everyone looked at me in shock. Not to mention Master Diao, even the leader of the Qilin was slightly surprised. I heard that Li Jinglan had accidentally solved the secret of Maharaka, but can he break it all? This really touched my heart. I was about to open my eyes when I held back my tears, but Lao Jiang covered my mouth. To be honest, this is the challenge of young people for the future. Last time he broke Maharaka, he told me that he would be the next clay statue, and he would definitely break it. When did I say this? I didn't expect that Shen Xiaoyu not only didn't speak for me, but also sided with Lao Jiang this time. Look, Li Jinglan's ambitious look really reminds me of Lao Jiang when he was young. The Kirin leader hesitated and asked again, "Can he really do it?" Lao Jiang continued to cover my mouth and made the final decision. Of course, I taught Jinglan all my skills in breaking the mechanism. If he can't do it, who can? At this time, I wanted to kill Lao Jiang. Suddenly, Camel started to talk loudly, looking completely stupid. "Can you take your hand away from Brother Li's mouth? I always feel like you don't let him speak. How can you say it? You clearly don't." However, Lao Jiang still wanted to talk, and finally the leader of Qilin coughed. "Then let Jinglan try. Heroes emerge from young people, and our generation should give young people opportunities." At this moment, I really doubt what Lao Jiang said to the leader of Qilin in private, and he actually threw this hot potato into my hands. The final outcome was as expected. I was weak, pitiful and helpless, and returned to the dormitory with these clay statues that no one else could snatch. That night, I sat under the windowsill and tried to use the first volume of the 36 Secrets of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas to crack the 3 clay statues, but I don't know how many times I slapped their heads, but nothing happened. I felt a pang in my heart. Oh no, I'm afraid the cracking method for each clay statue is different. Lao Jiang, you really made me suffer this time. I even thought, which craftsman made these 8 heavenly dragons? Why do you only like to make clay figures? You should sell safes. I guess the safes you make cannot be opened by thieves in the world with all the master keys in the world. I was tired of cursing in the dormitory alone, so I just went to bed. In fact, I had a little unrealistic fantasy in my heart. If the three-eyed Li Jinglong could appear in my dream again, would he tell me how to crack it? As long as he could tell me, I would be willing to close the mirror again. But, will he really appear again? My eyelids became heavier and heavier as if they were filled with lead, and my consciousness became more and more blurred. In a daze, I really ran into him. But this time, it was not in the dormitory, but in a dark corridor. I was like a lost person, reaching out my hand, trembling and groping in the dark corridor. But the scary thing is that no matter how long I walk, this corridor will never end. It is exactly the same as the corridor in the dormitory, but the windows, doors, and house numbers on both sides of it have all disappeared strangely, leaving only gray brick walls and gray fog, with no end in sight. I was terrified and helpless. A feeling of oppression rose from the bottom of my heart and spread to my limbs. The more I walked, the more scared I became. I trembled and fumbled around, but I only found a box of matches. Forget it, some light is good. I was just about to use a match to illuminate the corridor, but at this moment, I heard the same sound of striking matches in the corridor that was obviously empty. Tear. In the dim firelight, a pale face was reflected. The face was only a few inches away from me, almost face to face with me, but there was no one standing opposite me just now. What's more terrifying is that the man looked exactly like me. The only difference was, there was a vertical eye on his forehead, and there was a vertical blood-red pupil inside, which looked particularly weird. Li Jinglong, who had 3 eyes, was holding a match in his hand at this time, looking at me mockingly, and the first word he said was, "Waste." I don't know why, the first time I saw him, I was scared. This time, it seemed as if I had grabbed a life-saving straw, and I quickly asked him, why did I use the same method and recite the same general outline of the dragon hunting secrets, but couldn't break the other 3 clay figures? In response to me, he sneered, "The world's mechanisms, the tombs of the north and south, are all included in the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling the sea. You can't break it, not because the book is not good, but because you are a waste. Go back and think about it. If you can't get through one way, then try another way. If you don't make progress by reading forward, then read it backwards. When you really learn the first volume, I will come to you again." After saying this, he stood up and left without looking back. I wanted to chase him and ask who he was, but at this moment, the walls on both sides of the corridor suddenly began to move, squeezing inward inch by inch. Then countless pale hands stretched out. Those hands were like melted wax, sticky and greasy. Their owners seemed to be sealed in the wall. I vaguely seemed to see that they were all wearing strange bronze masks. I wanted to run, but was grabbed by dozens of hands. They grinned and wanted me to blend into the wall like them. Just as I was screaming hysterically, I woke up, covered in cold sweat, and my back was soaked with sweat. But I didn't have time to recall the horrible scene in the dream. Instead, I quickly pulled out the book 36 Secrets of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas from under the pillow and began to turn the first volume to the last page at a fast speed, reading from the back to the front. As I was reading, I suddenly discovered something terrible. This book is very likely written backwards. Chapter 98. This discovery really shocked me. I flipped through the book in disbelief, but I had to believe this fact. If you follow the normal logic and read 36 tips for moving mountains and filling seas from front to back, it is actually some ordinary tomb-robbing knowledge points. For example, how to go to the tomb, how to look at feng shui, how to observe yin and yang, how to find dragons, etc., but there is never a specific way to practice, which is why I have always mistakenly thought that I know all of them. But in fact, I don't know it all. It was not until today that I discovered that if you read the book backwards, there will be a code word every other sentence. These code words are like a string of pearls in the sea. It seems inadvertent, but it connects everything together invisibly, and becomes a real realm. Thinking of this, I became more and more excited, as if I was guarding a peerless treasure. I just stood at its door before, but it did not belong to me, but now I finally found the key to open the treasure. No wonder the clan leaders of Lasian have only the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas, but no amazing skills. This is the reason. That night, I simply did not sleep and kept reading the first volume. Gradually, I understood that the real way to practice the general outline of the dragon hunting secret is to first study the 5 elements, then yin and yang, then find the dragon, then the mechanism. This level of realm emphasizes, if you understand one method, then all methods will be understood. The ancestor Wen Tao believed that the mechanisms in the world are inseparable from the original intention of the designer, emphasizing, only speed cannot be broken, only cleverness cannot be broken. Thinking about it, My mind suddenly emerged with all the methods of cracking the mechanisms that Lao Jiang had taught me before, including the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, the Qin and Han dynasties, the Three Kingdoms, the Jin dynasty, the Southern and Northern dynasties, the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Five dynasties, the Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties. Until the end, the picture was frozen at the beginning, when Lao Jiang took me to Xiaoshui village and cracked the tomb door for the first time. I took a long breath. I'm afraid I already know how to crack the 3 clay statues. Looking at the table, the clay figures were lying quietly under the windowsill, either weird, elegant, or terrifying. I walked over and raised my hand to pick up the first statue under the windowsill. It was a gentle woman holding a lotus, and the only female guardian Gandharva among the 8 heavenly dragons. Although her shape was ordinary, she exuded a lingering fragrance. The fragrance entered my nose, giving me a sense of familiarity, as if I had smelled this kind of fragrance somewhere, but it seemed that I had never smelled it before. It seemed to grow deep in my memory. Even if the memory can be blurred, the 5 senses can't forget it. But this gave me a good revelation. Gandharv is a god who likes fragrance, so I can start from this aspect. Thinking of this, I was happy and suddenly had an idea. It was getting late, and there was not much time left to rest. I put the clay statue back on the table, and had a good sleep. Early the next morning, Lao Jiang really started banging on the door, trying to get information. I saw the thief's hands carefully push the door open a crack, and his eyes peeked in through the crack. My dear apprentice, you are as smart as the master when he was young. I think there must be some progress, right? He said this as if I didn't make any progress. I was not smart. If there was any progress, it was because he, the master, taught me well. He was really cunning. When I saw him, I was so angry, but I didn't get angry, but stretched my waist lazily, and said with a smile, "Of course there is progress. Today I will help you break all 3 clay statues." Hearing this, Lao Jiang was struck by lightning, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. "What, all broken? Are you lying to me? You know, I've been thinking all this way, and I'm just short of smashing these little clay figures, but I can't see any way. Can you do it?" As soon as my suspicious eyes appeared, I was about to follow Lao Jiang's words, but he was smart, and didn't give me a way out. "Your master is the #1 mechanical expert in Qilin, and your apprentice must be better than you, so I think there will be no problem." Sure enough, he put a high hat on his head again, not afraid of being crushed to death. I forced a sly smile, and patted Lao Jiang on the shoulder and said, "Didn't you say yesterday that the future belongs to the young people? Since I praised Hai Ri, I must do it, but..." I glanced at Lao Jiang's face. "Old man like you, it's better to get into the coffin as soon as possible, so as not to push your apprentice out for everything." Lao Jiang's face sank, and he was about to get angry. I quickly got to the point. "Okay. If you want to know the secret of the Gandharv statue, you should go to Beiping City, and collect all the stinky tofu sold by street vendors at dawn." Lao Jiang sneered. "Aren't you afraid of diarrhea after eating so much stinky tofu?" I smiled and said, "No, the mountain man has a good idea." Seeing that my expression didn't look fake, with the mentality of asking for help, Lao Jiang still hurried to do it. I yawned and went back to bed to catch up on my sleep. When I slept enough, it was already noon, and there was a commotion downstairs. "Lao Jiang, when did you change your job and go to carry manure?" "Oh my god, it stinks, stay away from me." "Lao Jiang, you are really..." The cursing voice came into my ears from the bottom of the building. I pushed open the window and, as expected, Lao Jiang was back. The once majestic black blade Kirin was now carrying 2 large wooden barrels, one on each side, filled with unknown black objects. From a distance, they really looked like filth that had been dried for a long time. Not only that, there was a group of buzzing green flies behind him. Whoever approached Lao Jiang would run away in a hurry. As Lao Jiang got closer and closer, the stinking smell came into the corridor. When he came to the dormitory, I almost vomited. I quickly covered my nose and fumbled for something in the drawer. Lao Jiang was really smelly. Even his clothes looked like they had been soaked in a cesspool for a few days. He stuffed a ball of cotton in his nostrils, and spoke in a muffled voice. "I bought the things for you." He put 2 large wooden barrels heavily on the ground, venting his dissatisfaction, and then he couldn't help it, pointing at my nose and yelling, "Little bastard, if you don't make me a reason today, I will definitely peel your skin. Do you know how the pedestrians on the street point and talk? Do you know how my colleagues laughed at me when I came back? Shen Xiaoyu, that damn scoundrel, has given me a nickname now, called Stinky Knife Kirin." I became interested and asked him, "What is Stinky Knife Kirin?" Lao Jiang cursed. "Wherever I appear, the enemies there will be stinking to death. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help laughing out loud, but Lao Jiang calmly pulled out half of the blade from his waist. I dared not laugh anymore, and put on the sun mask I touched. This was what I prepared for myself early in the morning. I wet it with perfume to filter out multiple layers of odor. Lao Jiang asked me, what about his? I said that I was not thoughtful, and did not prepare. Lao Jiang was furious, but he could do nothing with me. I walked to the door, and closed the doors and windows tightly. At the same time, I ordered Lao Jiang to use chopsticks to pick up all the stinky tofu on the plate, put the Gandhar statue on the ground, and circle it with stinky tofu. Lao Jiang did it and asked in confusion, what kind of nerves are you, kid? You want to take me crazy with you, so that you can crack the mechanism? I stood quietly by and covered my nose. The smell was so pungent that I could smell it through the sun mask. Lao Jiang asked me what I wanted to do. I waved my hand and gave him a reassurance. Don't worry, the truth will be revealed in half an hour. In fact, it didn't take half an hour. In a moment, the Gandhar statue surrounded by stinky tofu couldn't stand it. The noble and beautiful face felt a little distorted. Under the torture of the pungent smell, wisps of fragrance began to overflow from the Gandhar's nose and ears. The wisps of fragrance were milky white, and vaguely formed a picture in the air. When Lao Jiang saw this scene, he immediately slapped his thigh. Damn it, it really came out. He looked at me in disbelief, and I quickly reminded him, where is the spy camera you brought? After hearing this, Lao Jiang quickly took out the camera, pressed the shutter button towards the pattern formed by the fragrance, and took several photos. Fortunately, Lao Jiang reacted quickly. The picture composed of the aroma only lasted for dozens of seconds before returning to the Gandhar's body again. Lao Jiang asked me if the task of collecting these stinky tofu was completed. I quickly opened the doors and windows, ran outside, and shouted to the inside, hurry up and take it out of my dormitory, throw it wherever you want. Lao Jiang poured the stinky tofu back into the wooden barrel, and a plan came to his mind. Give those bastards, who laughed at me a snack at noon, fried stinky tofu. Lao Jiang carried the wooden barrel with both hands, but after taking a few steps, his steps suddenly paused, as if he had come to his senses, and shouted at my back, boy, did you use the principle that Gandhars hate stench by nature to force out this fragrance? I nodded, yes. Lao Jiang frowned. There are many things in the world that can stink. Qilin can prepare various potions, and even ready-made toilets. Why did you make me run all morning to search for stinky tofu in the streets and alleys? As he spoke, the expression on Lao Jiang's face became more and more ugly, and the look of wanting to hit me became more and more obvious. I just said 6 words to him. I just want to mess with you. Lao Jiang's face suddenly turned blue and purple, and he even pulled out his knife, but I raised the other 2 clay statues leisurely to remind him to pay attention to the consequences. You are a traitor to your teacher and ancestors. Lao Jiang couldn't do anything with me, so he left cursing. Chapter 99. At noon, the cafeteria really added a portion of stinky tofu. Although it smelled stinky, it tasted delicious. Lao Jiang is also a bad guy. He didn't remind others when they were eating stinky tofu. After they finished eating, he asked with a smile if they knew what the black ball of food was. Others were confused. Tofu, what else could it be? Lao Jiang explained slyly. It's tofu, or the 2 big buckets of stinky tofu I picked up this morning. You know, almost everyone laughed at him for picking up manure, and now that the food has entered his stomach, many people can't stand it and scratch their throats to vomit. Old Jiang returned with great ambition, but when he came to our table with a plate, Helangsu and Yiling are both left with the plates in tacit understanding, with their other hands still covering their noses, causing old Jiang to keep shouting behind him. I've taken a bath and rubbed it 3 times, and the skin is almost rubbed off. I shrank my neck and planned to take the opportunity to slip away, but old Jiang grabbed me by the collar. Hey, good disciple, hello. When I turned my head, I saw a murderous face. I didn't dare to go against his will, so I could only accompany him to finish the lunch. After eating, I hurried to the dormitory, and old Jiang followed quickly, completely entangled with me. I didn't chase him away, but silently thought about how to crack the remaining 2 clay statues, otherwise Dahu and Banban should continue to accompany old Xiaodo before the big things in their hands are done. When I think of that arrogant big cat, I miss its furry touch. Thinking of that companion who is full of murderous intent but as wooden as a stick, I really want to take him out for a good meal right now. As soon as we got back to the dormitory, Lao Jiang slammed the black knife on the table and threatened me to quickly crack the secrets of the dragons and yikshaws. I picked up the clay statue representing the dragons and asked Lao Jiang if he had any ideas. Ideas? Lao Jiang frowned and looked at the statue. He saw that the other party had a human body, a dragon head, and a layer of golden scales on his arms. It was like a dragon warrior wearing golden armor, stepping on the waves towards us. I reminded Lao Jiang, Maharaga is the incarnation of a python, and loves to swallow and spit out moonlight. Gondar feeds on fragrance and hates human filth. So this dragon, what method do you think can be used to force it to tell us the secret? Lao Jiang grabbed the clay statue, and hinted me to continue. I explained, don't forget, the dragons in the legend of Tianzhu are different from the dragons in the Central Plains. Their dragons live in the water, not flying in the sky all the time. Before I finished speaking, Lao Jiang's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Fire. Use fire to roast, right? I nodded slightly, which saved me the effort. Lao Jiang lit several oil lamps, and kept roasting the clay statue. At first, he was very patient, but he couldn't stand it for a stick of incense, so he asked me to take over his job and gave me the good name of respecting teachers and respecting the Tao. Ha, this lazy guy. I reluctantly took the oil lamp and roasted the dragon. After about half an hour, I found that the golden scales on the clay statue slowly faded under the burning of the flames, and some strange pictures and texts appeared instead. The worker was called Daomen Lagio. It's out, Sanskrit, this is Sanskrit. Old Jiang recognized the words on it at a glance, and looked at me with a little more appreciation. Dragon God likes water, and fears fire. Boy, you have really made great progress. Of course, during this period of time, I was just about to use his words to praise myself, but old Jiang slapped me, took out a pen and paper, and asked me to quickly write down the words on it with him. Old Jiang is a smart man. He first took a circle of dragons with a spy camera, and then quickly copied these pictures and texts with me. At present, 3 of the 4 statues have been cracked, and the speed is so fast that old Jiang almost admires me. It seems that I, old Jiang, am really blessed by God. After so many stupid apprentices died, I finally got a decent one, which can be regarded as inheriting 1/10 of my intelligence. Old Jiang sighed. I laughed. Then why don't you tell me how to break the last clay statue? The future belongs to you young people. Of course, I can't snatch your budding style. When saying this, Lao Jiang's face was not red and his heart was not beating, which made me really want to hit him. I looked around with the Yiksha statue, and Lao Jiang told me not to be stunned and to break it quickly. He thought I was deliberately showing off. The problem is that I have used many methods to break this clay statue, but it has not changed at all. To be honest, I was really in trouble this time. Lao Jiang finally saw it and sighed. Yiksha is worthy of being the most terrifying god among the 8 heavenly dragons. Even Dio, he has been thinking about it for several months, and has no clue. It's really hard for you to break it all in one day. Lao Jiang finally spit out an ivory from his dog's mouth. I held the Yiksha statue in both hands, thinking about it, but I didn't know how to make it open the sun. Before I knew it, the sun was setting in the west, and the red sunset was hanging on a dead branch, like a ripe persimmon. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in my mind, reminding me, blood? Blood? I had a question mark in my mind. What does this mean? Who made that voice? Was it Li Jinglan with 3 eyes in the dream? I simply hugged the Yiksha statue, sat cross-legged on the ground, and asked Lao Jiang to tell me the story about Yiksha. Lao Jiang kept talking about the Lotus Sutra, until he mentioned the story of Yiksha being enlightened by the Buddha in the Indian legend, and I finally smiled. Yes, that's it. Tell me again from beginning to end. Remember, don't miss a word. Lao Jiang nodded. According to legend, Yiksha is one of the most terrifying monsters in India. It comes and goes without a trace. Every night, it will appear in places where people live and knock on your door. If you open the door, it will stretch out its fangs to suck your blood. But Yiksha is also a very fair ghost. It doesn't like to take advantage of people for nothing. After sucking blood every time, it will fulfill a small wish of yours. In this way, a deal is formed. For example, if a homeless man wishes for a beautiful wife, Yiksha will kidnap the most beautiful girl in the city and bring her to him. For example, if a farmer wishes to get rich, Yiksha will steal a gold bar for him. But people's greed is infinite. Many people make more and more wishes, and finally they are sucked into bones by Yiksha. This story can also be regarded as a warning to the world, telling us, all transactions in the world are equal, and there is no such thing as pie in the sky. So, can I make a deal with Yiksha? I looked at Lao Jiang leisurely. Lao Jiang frowned and held his finger in midair. You mean? I nodded and asked Lao Jiang to find a way to give me a basin of blood. Lao Jiang was startled and asked me what kind of blood I wanted. Human blood? I shook my head. No, any blood will do. Lao Jiang stood up in a hurry and glanced at the Yiksha statue before leaving. When Lao Jiang returned, it was completely dark. He was holding a large copper basin filled with blood plasma, which gave off a choking smell. Is this enough? The canteen has put all the blood of chickens, ducks and fish that everyone will eat in the next few days. If it doesn't work, I find another way. Lao Jiang put the copper basin on the table with a snap. I ignored it. There seemed to be a voice in my mind reminding me, feed it blood, feed it blood. For some reason, I put the Yiksha statue into the basin. The next second, an incredible scene appeared. The clay statue seemed to be a waking monster, swallowing blood plasma like a whale sucking water, and the blood level in the copper basin was also dropping little by little. Oh my god, this thing is alive? Not to mention me, even the knowledgeable Lao Jiang was stunned. The clay statue was only the size of a fist, but it sucked up a large basin of blood in a short while. When there was no more blood in the basin, the skin of the Yiksha turned blood red, and the fangs at the corners of its mouth were still hanging with 2 drops of blood, which looked extremely ferocious. But is that the end? It seemed to have no expression at all, and still stood there quietly. Lao Jiang looked at me, and then at the clay statue. What's going on? Why is he staring at you? It was then that I realized that the 2 eyes of the Yiksha were staring at me as if they were alive, staring at me until my scalp was numb. I subconsciously moved to the left, and its eyeballs turned to the left. I jumped to the right again, and its eyes were still locked on me. It had identified me. For some reason, I seemed to be out of control, and suddenly pulled out the black knife that Lao Jiang had placed on the table, slashed my finger, and squeezed out a drop of blood and fell on the top of the Yiksha's head. The drop of blood quickly moistened in. Get out of the way! At the same time, Lao Jiang grabbed the back of my neck and quickly pulled me away 2 or 3 meters. The Yiksha, which had been motionless all the time, actually sprayed a stream of blood from its mouth after absorbing my blood. The blood arrow rushed straight to the wall, and the scene was spectacular, directly spraying the white wall of my dormitory into a blood curtain. Along with the blood spurting out, there was a crisp sound of clang. A piece of copper the size of a thumb was mixed in the blood on the ground. I picked it up curiously. Hey, what is this? The copper piece is a bit like the copper coin in ancient times, but it is smaller than the copper coin. It is round in shape, and has no square hole in the middle, which is very strange. Lao Jiang grabbed the copper piece and turned from surprise to joy after a while. Little bastard, didn't you find it? What did you find? I tilted my head curiously. Lao Jiang replied, many words and patterns have been carved on this copper piece with a sophisticated technique. This seems to be the long-lost micro-carving technology of Tocharian Kingdom in the western region. Then he put the copper piece down, asked me to wait for a moment, and rushed out of the room. When he came back, he had a magnifying glass in his hand. Under the magnifying glass, I clearly saw another broken map of the ancient Silk Road, with scattered words on it. Lao Jiang couldn't help but slap his hands on the table. His joy was beyond words. Everything is ready. Turning his head to look at me again, he added, Li Jinglan, you have done a great job this time. Chapter 100. Now that the 4 clay statues have been cracked, all that is left is to piece together a complete treasure map. Lao Jiang pulled my arm and dragged me out. Follow me. I asked, where are you going? Lao Jiang replied, of course, to find Master Diao. After that, he did not allow me to refuse, and took me to the first floor. It was already dark outside. There was no moon tonight, but the stars were very dense, hanging in the sky, blinking. On the way, I asked Master Diao where he lived. I'm afraid he had already gone to bed at this time. Lao Jiang ignored the second half of my sentence and replied, Master Diao has a special status and lives on the top floor of Qilin. Soon, he took me to the elevator day. The top floor of Qilin? I hesitated and said, but I am just an ordinary Lin, and I just joined Qilin not long ago. Isn't that my restricted area? I was worried that Lao Jiang was overwhelmed by excitement, but Lao Jiang pulled me in. Who cares about so much now? The elevator swayed and stopped at the mysterious 4th floor. This was the first time I saw its true face. The entire 4th floor was heavily guarded. As soon as the elevator fence opened, I saw 2 men in black majestically guarding the corridor. Both of them had golden badges on their chests. Obviously, they were born from Jean Lin. Oh my god! Even the doorman was Jean Lin. I couldn't help but blush and cover my silver badge with my hand. Lao Jiang seemed to know them, and simply greeted them. I'm here to find Yao Yi, emergency. The 2 men immediately made way tacitly. It must be said that this corridor is very refined and elegant, with a row of exquisite paintings on each side. The paintings depict either simple and heavy bronzes, crystal white ceramics, or magnificent jadeite. It's just that there is a number under each painting: 1840, 1900, 1910. Like the years. Lao Jiang told me that these are national treasures that have been lost overseas, and the numbers below represent the years they left Yin State. For example, the lifelike bronze double sheep zun was a burial object of the kings and princes during the Shang dynasty. It was looted during the Opium War in 1840, and has been treasured in the British Museum since then, and is regarded as the highest level of trophies. Qilin hung their photos on the top floor to tell himself that things that belong to Yin State will be taken back one day with interest. This speech made my blood boil. In addition to the paintings, there are many rooms on the 4th floor, and each room is unusual. To be more precise, this is the real heart of Qilin. The first room is the high-level archive room. I quietly asked Lao Jiang, "Why is there an archive room here?" Lao Jiang whispered, "The one you usually see is ordinary, and the ones stored here are the highest archives that cannot be accessed by those below the Black Blade Qilin, including what Qilin saw and heard during his previous visits to the tomb. For example, everything we encountered in Ningxiu, my fourth sister, and I will keep the records in this archive room after we come back." I frowned and asked in confusion, "But there are also S-level secrets in the archive room on the 2nd floor?" What Lao Jiang replied to me was a sneer. "You are still too young. These are all S+ secrets, and S+ is the highest." At that moment, I was stunned for a moment. It turned out that I didn't know Qilin at all. And the reason why Lao Jiang brought me to the 4th floor was to deliberately take me to see the world, right? Looking at his back, I felt a strange feeling inexplicably. After passing the archive room, the next room turned out to be the armory. Lao Jiang took the initiative to introduce it to me. This is the place where Black Blade Qilin comes to collect weapons every time he performs a major mission. Never underestimate Qilin. Although it is just a legendary organization, while guarding the Yen country nation, Qilin also has the world's largest financial resources and network of relationships behind it. Therefore, this place has almost the most advanced weapons in the country. Even weapons that are still being developed abroad have been stored in Qilin's armory. This reminds me of Shen Xiaoyu's powerful heavy machine gun when escaping from Ningxiu, and Lao Jiang's terrifyingly small spy camera. There are still too many things I don't know about Qilin. Going further in, there is a large room with no sign or any special markings on it. Lao Jiang told me that this is where the leader of Qilin usually receives important guests, and Diao, he has been staying here temporarily these days. Diao Yi is a very picky guy, and this is the most comfortable place in the whole Qilin. Lao Jiang stepped forward and knocked on the door gently, and a slightly hoarse voice came from the door immediately. "Come in." As soon as the door was opened, the two door gods, Shahu and Luotuo, came into view. They had sharp eyes and tense muscles, like two warriors, always protecting Diao Yi's safety. At this time, Diao Yi was lying on the sofa, leisurely eating snacks, delicate pastries like lotus flowers, and tea cakes with the fragrance of osmanthus. No need to guess, they were definitely from the most famous Furongzai in Yanjing City. Luotuo must have traveled all over Yanjing City to buy them. I don't know if this old guy has mysophobia or is he always on guard against others. Even if it was something his subordinates bought personally, he would use a pair of silver chopsticks he carried with him to test for non-toxicity, before chewing it slowly day by day. Lao Jiang pulled me forward and bowed to Diao Yi. "Please forgive me for disturbing you so late at night." Diao Yi snorted, implying, "The last person who disturbed me while I was eating has been put into a sack and thrown into the Huangpu River. Don't think that this is your Qilin territory, and you can come and go without permission. You are too serious. We have a big thing to do this time." Lao Jiang smiled and said, "This matter is definitely more important than your snack. We have cracked all the statues." "What?" Diao Yi sat up suddenly, seeming a little unbelievable. "Those 3 were cracked?" "That's right." The silver chopsticks in Diao Yi's hand fell to the ground along with his hand. He didn't even look at it, but stared at us and asked, "Are you serious? It hasn't even been a day since I handed the Iksha to you." Perhaps even he couldn't believe that the unsolved mystery he had been working on for several months would be easily solved by Qilin. Lao Jiang didn't say much, and directly proved everything with his own actions. He spread out the texts and pictures we copied, as well as the black and white photos that were about to be developed, one by one on the table, and Diao Yi couldn't help but stare blankly. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, and then stopped in midair. It was not until the end that he made up his mind, and looked at the pictures and texts seriously. After he read them all, his eyes turned red, and his eyes were slightly moist. This ancient road has been passed down through the ages and buried in the vast yellow sand. Surprisingly, it really reappeared in the world. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other and knew that Dia Yi was interested, so he asked, "Now our mission is completed. Do you have a way to restore this treasure map?" Dia Yi's eyes seemed to be glued to those pictures, and he was reluctant to leave for a moment. "I try." I saw him quickly stitching the pictures in front of him with his hands. There were only 2 hands, but I felt like there were 4 hands, 8 hands, and even 16 hands in front of me, moving quickly. After a while, a long road appeared in front of us. Dia Yi couldn't hide his joy. He pointed to a red dot in the front and said, "A long time ago, our ancestors walked from Chang'an to Dunhuang County on foot, then passed through Chiama State, passed through Suya City, crossed Lake Balkhash, and finally reached ancient Rome. This is a miraculous road walking in the desert, and it is also the cultural road for the Chinese nation to break out of the western regions and go to the world. I don't know how many merchants' bones are buried on this road, and countless gold and silver treasures are left behind. Do you know? I have been looking for it for 50 years. I have been waiting for it for 50 years. Dia Yi's hands were shaking, then his arms, and finally his whole body couldn't help shaking slightly. Lao Jiang couldn't help asking, "But can we find the treasure hidden deep in Dunhuang with this route alone?" Dia Yi suddenly smiled strangely, and found a pair of scissors from somewhere, and cut up the pictures and texts we had recorded with great effort, especially the precious Sanskrit on them, which were cut into small characters one by one. I couldn't stand it when I saw the scene. Lao Jiang's face also became a little ugly. He asked Dia Yi angrily what he was doing. I also added, "This is our only hope at present. It was exchanged by many people's lives. You actually want to destroy it." Dia Yi didn't look at us, but stroked the cut Sanskrit characters obsessively. Each small character was cut into squares, about hundreds of them. He had a smile on his lips, but his voice seemed to float from the far west. He said faintly, "If I don't cut it open, how can I help you find the tomb?" "Huh?" Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, not quite understanding what Dia Yi meant. Dia Yi touched his sparse beard and finally looked up at us. "You go back. Come back tomorrow morning when the rooster crows." Just leaving like that? Lao Jiang and I looked at each other and wanted to ask something, but Dia Yi ordered us to leave. "Since you have uncovered the secret of the clay statue, I will tell you the story behind this treasure map when you come back." Turning around, Dia Yi told Luotua, "Go get me a basin of water." "Okay." Shahu seemed to know something, and sternly kicked me and Lao Jiang out of the door. I finally couldn't help it, and asked Dia Yi what he wanted to do, but the one-eyed Shahu just replied to us, "The head is going to perform the unique skills of the shaman, outsiders stay away." His eyes suddenly became deep, and he said to himself, "I haven't seen Dia Yi so serious for a long time. This trip to the west is really more and more exciting." Chapter 101. After returning to my dormitory, I was still in the state of curiosity. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. What is Dia Yi's secret knowledge? Can he really help us restore the ancient Silk Road? Just as I was thinking, I found that Lao Jiang also followed me in. "Aren't you going to sleep? Or do you have something to tell me?" I asked. Lao Jiang occupied my lower bunk carelessly, and put his hands on the back of his head. "Isn't there a bed?" "Good guy. Ban Ban is not here. He is going to grab my bed." However, adhering to the excellent virtue of respecting teachers, I still climbed to the upper bunk reluctantly. The waiting time is always long, especially for an old guy like Dia Yi who likes to keep things secret, which makes my heart feel like being scratched by a cat, itchy and unable to sleep. As a result, I found that Lao Jiang didn't seem to sleep either, tossing and turning under the bed. I asked him why he didn't sleep. Lao Jiang replied me, "Same as you." After waiting for the first crowing of the rooster, we got out of bed immediately, washed up, and rushed to the elevator. When we arrived at Dia Yi's door, before we knocked, the door was opened by Luotua. I saw Dia Yi's face was pale, and he was lying on the sofa exhausted. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, dripping down. It was obvious that the so-called unique skills last night consumed a lot of Dia Yi's energy. At the same time, I also noticed that the Sanskrit characters on the table, which were originally messy, were all broken up and reorganized by him, and neatly arranged into several long paragraphs. "Take a look," Dia Yi said to us after smoking a pipe tiredly. Lao Jiang pulled me forward quickly. I didn't understand Sanskrit very well, but Lao Jiang was very familiar with it. He just glanced at it, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Then he sighed secretly. "Zhou Shaman is worthy of being one of the 3 great masters in the tomb-robbing world, and his reputation is well-deserved." His admiration was beyond words. Dia Yi smoked tobacco leaves for several days, and Shahu helped him stand up, Now you know why I cut off your treasure? Dioya's words made Lao Jiang stand in awe. I know. It turns out that there is a second code hidden on this treasure map, which is these Sanskrit. If you just follow the normal translation, you will think there is no problem at first glance, but in fact you will fall into a trap. The Sanskrit shown on the treasure map will not let you find the real location of the treasure, but will make you wander in the desert. Camel's words revealed a lot of pride. Fortunately, when I was young, I traveled in the western regions and learned the exquisite ancient Indian Sanskrit, which enabled me to understand the codes in the text. Dioya suddenly touched the centipede-like scar on his face and smiled. It's just that I have walked a lot and eaten a lot of salt. But Dioya kept it a secret and continued, deciphering these Sanskrit is like deciphering telegrams. In addition to the information itself, a master code is required. And the master code of these Sanskrit is the first Buddhist scripture Lotus Sutra translated by the famous Buddhist master Kumarajiva. How did this bring up the scriptures again? I felt that what he said was a bit too profound and I couldn't understand it at all, so I simply asked directly, so what did you figure out? Dioyi waved his hand lazily, with a tired look on his face. I have sorted out all the words. Let your master tell you. Lao Jiang was not polite. He directly moved 2 chairs, asked me to sit at the table with him, and then told me a mysterious legend of the western regions. In ancient times, there was a special period of time called 16 Kingdoms. During the 16 Kingdoms period, various countries attacked each other, and various ethnic groups opposed each other. At that time, the swords were blood red, the earth was blood red, and even the sky was blood red. The common people caught in the middle could only flee everywhere, and live one day at a time. At this time, a monk named Lu traveled to Dunhuang. Dunhuang's vast sea of sand is spectacular. When he walked to Meishan Mountain, Lu saw the golden light flashing on the opposite side of the mountain, as if thousands of bodhisattvas had descended to the world. So he chose to stay and carved caves and statues here to spread Buddhism. That was the first Buddhist cave in Dunhuang, named Mogeo Grottos. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Is this the origin of Mogeo Grottos? Lao Jiang nodded. Yes, you may know the existence of Mogeo Grottos, but the story that happened later. As a student of history, I'm afraid you have never heard of it. It turned out that during the days when the Buddhist caves were built in Meishan Mountain, Lu witnessed the scene he least wanted to see, war. Often after a war, no matter who wins or loses, all that is left are corpses all over the ground, and thousands of people who have lost their loved ones. War breeds all kinds of evil, and even Buddhism cannot heal the scars of this land. So he suddenly came up with a bold idea that even he himself couldn't believe. He wanted to persuade the 16 kingdoms to stop fighting and coexist peacefully. When I heard this, I was so shocked that my eyes almost fell out. How is this possible? The camel and the sand fox also stared at Lao Jiang without blinking. None of us believed that this wish could be realized, but Lao Jiang said, yes, it is very difficult, almost impossible. Monk Lu really persuaded the 16 kings. I don't know what method he used. I only know that in the end, the armies of the 16 countries all laid down their weapons and signed a peace agreement. They began to believe in Buddhism and built Mogeo Grottos together with Monk Lu. But not long after, Monk Lu passed away. We looked at each other, not daring to believe that this monk with supernatural powers had left the world like this. Before Lao Jiang could finish, Dio Yi, who was smoking a pipe, suddenly interrupted. It is said that after Lu passed away, a colorful glass relic was burned out, which amazed the monarchs of the 16 kingdoms. Everyone believed that he was the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva, who came specially to save the people. So the 16 kingdoms jointly built a 9-story pagoda for him, and stored the relic in the pagoda. Because Li's reputation in the eyes of the people of the 16 kingdoms was so high, each kingdom took out its most precious treasure to bury him. And the so-called greatest treasure in the depths of Dunhuang is this relic. Dioyi became more and more excited, and Lao Jiang nodded. Yes, the text on it also says so. After listening to what they said, I was almost completely shocked. Not to mention the burial objects of the 16 kingdoms. Everything is priceless and represents the highest level of a kingdom. This relic alone is a well-deserved national treasure. The meaning behind it is even more important. It symbolizes peace. Lao Jiang smiled bitterly. It seems that it will be difficult for Qilin to not take action this time. The eagle-like eyes of Dia Yi were shining, and it was difficult to hide the boiling blood in his body. Go and report to your boss. This matter cannot be delayed. After saying goodbye to Dia Yi, Lao Jiang really went to report the situation to the leader of Qilin without stopping. After a while, Lao Jiang notified us to gather in the conference hall. The spacious conference hall was already full of people at this time. The black Qilin carved on the wall with 4 claws galloping and neck raised to roar represented the supreme glory of this organization. The leader of Qilin still sat in the main seat, and on his left were Lao Jiang, Helengsu, Linger, Shen Xiaoyu, Guangtou and others. On the right sat Diao Yi, Camel, and Shahu. Unlike the extreme exhaustion just now, in just a cup of tea, Diao Yi's expression has recovered, his face is ruddy, and his eyebrows are full of scheming. The fact that so many people came this time fully shows how much Qilin values the whole thing. I didn't expect that after so many years. We still have to fight with Warner. The leader of Qilin sighed slightly. Too many cultural relics have been lost in Dunhuang. We must not let him plunder every brick and tile there, because every national treasure is engraved with not only how much US dollars, but also, Yingwen Nation. I believe that every colleague present does not want to see your children and your descendants in the future pointing to your tombstones and saying, look, it was because of that generation that they could not resist the barbarians outside, and could not catch thieves inside that countless national treasures could not return home. After being bullied for so long, it's time to stand up, right? At the same time, I suddenly found that Lao Jiang, Helengsu, Shen Xiaoyu and others had a fierce fighting spirit in their eyes. All the black knife unicorns stood up, clang. That was the sound of the black knife coming out of the sheath. At this moment, they must have waited for a long time. Diao took a sip of tea from the teacup and coughed slightly. The leader of the unicorns immediately asked him for his opinion. Boss, what do you think? Diao put down the teacup and said faintly, I'm afraid that our every move is under the surveillance of Warner now. I even have a bigger guess. Diao suddenly paused. Everyone held their breath and waited for his next words. Diao suddenly smiled. There is no evidence yet, so I won't say anything. In short, what I mean is that in order to prevent more trouble, we will set off directly tomorrow morning. The leader of the unicorn smiled. That's exactly what I want. The 2 top figures made the decision, and the departure was set in stone. The Kirin leader pointed casually. How about this? Lao Jiang, Helan Shui, Li Jinglan, Linger, you and the chief, go and explore the truth of this ancient Silk Road. What about us? Shen Xiaoyu's hand that was chewing an apple suddenly stopped. The Kirin leader smiled and told him not to be anxious. He couldn't just stare at him. You and the bald head will be a hidden line. First, make a circle, and then rush into the vast desert of Dunhuang from another direction. We will send out 2 teams, and there will always be one that Warner can't catch. Such an arrangement, let alone Shen Xiaoyu, even I can hear that the strength of the 2 teams is not equal at all, and it can almost be described as favoring one over the other. As expected, Shen Xiaoyu protested immediately. I'm just a gun player, I've never been to the desert, how can you let me live in the desert? I don't have apples to eat. After saying that, he did not forget to bring the bald man, pointed at the other party and said, and him, he is not good at desert fighting either. The Kirin leader showed a mysterious smile. You just need to go, that person will be waiting for you there. Shen Xiaoyu smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. Which person? The one you are most afraid of. The Kirin leader replied indifferently. I just saw them playing charades on a table, bullying me, a novice who knows nothing. As a result, the moment this sentence came out, the air in the entire conference room stagnated, and a stream of cold air rushed towards me. I noticed that not only did the apple in Shen Xiaoyu's hand fall to the ground, but Helengsu and Lao Jiang also took a day's cold air, and even the bald man who remained calm in the face of the collapse of Mount Tai obviously twitched at the corner of his mouth. Is this person a big shot? I couldn't help but poke Lao Jiang under the table and whispered, Tell me, who is that person? Lao Jiang whispered in my ear at this time. Don't tell anyone. It's the one that Mr. Zhang has a crush on. Ah, the one that Mr. Zhang has a crush on? I was surprised. But how scary is that person? I know Shen Xiaoyu's strength. His skills are even comparable to yours. Lao Jiang quickly covered my mouth. Who is he? Who am I, that person? Talent is the strongest existence of Qilin. Every mission of his is 100% successful, and every time he attacks, he will kill the enemy. If it weren't for Warner, I believe the boss would never use him. I swallowed the water and asked a tricky question. What will happen if you 4 come together? Lao Jiang's answer made my little heart thump, and I almost paused. Then you will visit the graves of our 4 old predecessors next year. At that moment, my eyes widened. The existence that can kill 4 Black Knife Qilin at the same time. Is he a human, a ghost, or a god? Chapter 102. Since the departure time was too tight, after leaving the conference room, Lao Jiang urged me to go back and pack some clothes and then meet at the elevator. I asked him where he was going. Was it the 4th floor? After all, there was only one place in Qilin that I couldn't go alone. Lao Jiang smiled happily and said, "This time I will take you to see the true face of the armory, and by the way, prepare all the luggage for this trip to the desert." I was ecstatic. Did the old man have a change of heart and wanted to help his apprentice? I was about to leave quickly and pack my luggage as soon as possible, but suddenly an idea popped into my mind. "Lao Jiang, why don't you bring Ban Ban this time? You know his ability." Lao Jiang didn't expect me to make such a request, and his brows immediately sank, and the air was filled with thick silence. After a long while, Lao Jiang slowly said, "This time we are going to the boundless desert that we have never set foot on. It has always been regarded as a forbidden zone for life, and there is a possibility of direct exchange of fire with Warner. Jinglan, are you sure it is the right choice to bring Ban Ban with you? Are you sure you can control a 1,000-year-old zombie in a critical moment?" His tone was extremely serious, and it was obviously a deliberate consideration. I did not hesitate and answered without thinking, "Yes. Ban Ban is my friend. He always wants to protect me. I believe that with Ban Ban, we can definitely get out of danger, just like Inchu. Don't forget that he is the great wolf commander of Shang, who wiped out the enemy country. I believe in Ban Ban, just as I believe in Lao Jiang." Recalling everything during this period, Lao Jiang couldn't help muttering to himself, "This seems to be a big zongzi with human nature." He hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, "Then take him with you. As for the rest, I will explain to the boss. Remember, dress him up, at least he should look like a human being, otherwise he will be too conspicuous along the way." I was very happy, and couldn't help asking, "Do I need to go to Lao Xia to pick up Ban Ban now? It seems that he has never had a weapon that suits him." Hearing this, Lao Jiang was stunned at first, and then pointed at my nose and said, You have a lot of little tricks. The best and most loving master in the world." I tried to act like a spoiled child like Yin Linger, but Lao Jiang didn't buy it. He waved his hand, and told me to go to Lao Xia to pick up the left-behind children. But when we parted, Lao Jiang muttered to himself in the distance, "He is really my disciple taught by Lao Jiang. If he doesn't take advantage of the opportunity, he is a bastard. This smartness is like me." Soon, I arrived at Lao Xia. Ban Ban was holding a brush and writing. When he saw me coming, his eyes instantly shone with a faint brilliance, as if he had finally waited for Wu Ding and Fu Hao to come after fighting alone. But this time, he did not pounce on me directly. Instead, he raised his hand awkwardly, trying to learn modern etiquette and greet me. He was still as tall and handsome as ever, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, but the murderous aura in his eyes had obviously decreased a lot. I touched his head and choked a little, "Ban Ban, I'm back." Ban Ban was also very much like me, suppressing the sound of humming, and his eyes were red. I saw Ban Ban wearing new clothes, which I had ordered for him at the tailor shop before. A well-cut white Zhongshan suit, which especially highlighted his figure, and matched with his wheat-colored skin. He wore it with an unruly and exotic beauty. My partner is really a clothes hanger, he looks good at anything. I pulled my partner to sit down, he was like a piece of wood, put his hands and feet together, and listened to me explain why I had been away for so long and where I had gone. When he heard that I was going to go far away again this time, my partner actually grabbed my sleeve and said 2 words, "Reluctant." I held his big hand with distinct joints and comforted him. "What if I want to take you with me?" The pair of dim and silent eyes immediately flashed with strange brilliance. His voice was stuttering, but it was the best promise I had ever heard. "I am willing to shelter the master from wind and rain, and I am willing to be the master." The master. He seemed to be unable to say the last 2 words, but he was a stubborn person. He bit his finger directly and wrote 2 words crookedly on the ground. "My ancestors, don't you have a brush?" Old Xia saw it, and quickly took the brush on the table. At this moment, I couldn't hear or see anything, only Ban Ban's sincere and clear eyes, and the 2 words on the ground that were almost imprinted in my heart. The 2 words mean, "Go to die. After sleeping for 1,000 years, the first thing I saw was you, my master. From now on, Ban Ban. Willing to protect the master from wind and rain. Willing to fight for the master and die." My heart was stirred, and I immediately took Ban Ban's hand and stood up. "Come on, I take you to a place." Ban Ban followed closely, and at this moment, I suddenly thought of Dahu, and asked Lao Xiaodo to take good care of him for me again. Lao Xiaodo was quite troubled when he thought of Dahu. This fat cat just offended Lin Jianjian and so a few days ago, and insisted on digging into the corner to listen to other people's private conversations. Now he has been tied up and hung for several days. It's unfortunate for the family, unfortunate for the family. I really want to know how Shen Xiaoyu raised Daha during that time, and raised a gossipy spirit for me. However, relying on Lao Jiang's face. Others dare not touch Dahu, and most they can show it some color. Then Dahu has worked hard, Xiao Lao. I bowed and took Ban Ban away. When we arrived at the first floor, we found that Lao Jiang was already waiting at the elevator. He raised the key in his hand cunningly, and his smile could not hide his pride. Everything is done. Ban Ban is very protective of me. Even when meeting Lao Jiang, he has to guard my vital parts. You, a left-behind child, are quite protective of your master. Lao Jiang teased. When we arrived at the fourth floor, Ban Ban was obviously very interested in this quaint corridor. Seeing the exquisite paintings on the wall, especially the simple and heavy bronzes, his eyes bloomed with a familiar feeling as if he was back home. I patted his shoulder and reminded him to keep going. We soon arrived at the armory. Lao Jiang threw the key into my arms. With a humble attitude of an elder giving way to a younger person, "You come to open the door, it's more ceremonial." I couldn't ask for more. It was a copper key. I put the key into the hole, turned it to the left 3 times, and then poked it in, and the lock was opened. When I pushed open the door of the armory, I was shocked by everything in front of me. How could this be a warehouse? It was simply a military museum. There were 2 floors here. The lower floor was full of arms, and rifles and submachine guns were lined up in the corners. There were also 2 or 3 heavy machine guns in the corners. On the wall were hanging pistols, grenades, smoke bombs, and other daily equipment. Lao Jiang walked in with ease. He took down 2 beautiful silver pistols from the wall, and 2 boxes of bullets, and threw them all into my arms. This is a Browning pistol made in the United States. For Sister and Ian Linger don't need guns, so only the 2 of us can carry them for self-defense. At this point, he glanced at my companion behind me. As for this stupid big Zongzi, forget it. Put it in his hands. Don't let it go off accidentally and kill me. I put the gun on my waist and looked at Lao Jiang with some dissatisfaction. Is this the end? Lao Jiang shook his head. Why rush? The real stage is up there. Lao Jiang took us up the small stairs and came to the attic on the 2nd floor. Oh my god, this place is more than spectacular. On the left are all tomb robbing tools, including Luoyang shovels for tomb exploration, whirlwind shovels for tomb digging, centipede shovels for tomb digging, climbing ropes, flying claw hooks, water and fire shoes, mouse clothes, fluorescent sticks, dragon-seeking rulers, etc., hundreds of the world's top tomb robbing equipment. Look to the right, there are also Rishui wipes. Lao Jiang held my head and turned to the other side. There are all cold weapons that have been in power in the past dynasties, including cold and soul-stirring spears, gentlemanly Han swords, and daggers of different lengths. There are also some things that I can't name, but they look like peerless magic weapons. My eyes lit up. I swallowed and asked, "Can we just take all these?" Lao Jiang nodded, yes. As he said that, Lao Jiang went to the left and picked up a few common tomb-robbing tools. After all, he had a black knife with him, but I was different. I didn't have any weapons for self-defense until now. I looked at Ban Ban and found that he was also panting, just like a hungry homeless man who finally saw a table of fragrant dishes. Ban Ban's eyes were locked on the bronze spear in the middle, while I was attracted by a strange dagger with a white sheath and a winding snake-like blade. Although it was covered with dust and rust, it emitted strange purple light. I picked up the dagger and found 2 words engraved on it. Slay the god, good vision, kid. Old Jiang came over with his hands behind his back at some point. He said, "This thing in your hand is not only a sharp weapon, but also a cultural relic. This thing was first unearthed from a tomb of a southern Song general, and was worn by a senior Qilin. Later, he changed his weapon and left it here. No one has asked for it over the years, maybe it is waiting for the real destined person." When he said the last sentence, old Jiang looked at me steadily. I held the dagger in my hand, and waved it a few times. The more I used it, the better it worked. The more I looked at it, the more I liked it. Finally, I said firmly, "I want it. Can you tell me who the Southern Song general is, and the identity of Senior Qilin?" Old Jiang said lightly, "The Southern Song general is called Han Shizhong. As for Senior Qilin, I have nothing to tell you. The ways in my heart were magnificent. It turned out to be General Han's personal weapon. No wonder it is so powerful." On the other side, Ban Ban had already drawn his spear. He waved it with great passion like a dragon soaring into the sky. The spear exerted 12 points of power in his hand. The magic spear stabbed left and right without any flaws. He even let out a wolf-like roar with every move. I seemed to see the heroic figure of Wolf General conquering the barbarians on the battlefield of the Shang dynasty thousands of years ago. Finally, Ban Ban's spear fell out of his hand, and the spear was nailed to the wall like a rapidly rotating steel spike, blasting a big hole in the wall. Lao Jiang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and applauded. This big Zongzi has great marksmanship. I was amazed. Can this thing be taken away? Lao Jiang replied me with one word. Yes. But his eyes were still fixed on the long spear, as if he was still immersed in the fighting posture of Ban Ban, who was fighting against 100 people just now. I asked Lao Jiang how to take this thing to the desert if it was so long. Lao Jiang walked straight over, pulled out the long spear, and gently twisted it in the middle of the long spear. There was a mysterious mechanism hidden there. With a click, the long spear was instantly broken into 2 pieces. It turned out that there was a spring and a chain connecting the middle. Lao Jiang smiled and held the 2 short guns in his hands. Isn't this done? After getting a favorite weapon, Ban Ban's excitement was beyond words. I could actually see a faint smile on that expressionless and stiff face. Maybe this is the obsession of a natural fighter with weapons? Thinking about it, I couldn't help but feel happy for Ban Ban. Chapter 103. That night, I took my companion to the canteen for a good meal. After not seeing him for a long time, he still loved to eat raw meat as usual. However, he seemed to like the longing spear very much. He refused to put it down even when eating. Even at night, he slept on my upper bunk with his spear in his arms. The next morning, we set off. Helan Shui, dressed in a black outfit, had already stood at the foot of Qilin building. Her temperament of keeping people away from her was like a winter plum blossom that would bloom in the cold winter. Linger still carried the big bamboo basket on her back. The difference from the last time was that her big bamboo basket was obviously 1 level higher than before. It turned out that the daily necessities of the 2 were piled on it. From a distance, it looked like Linger was carrying a small mountain. Old Jiang glanced at him and said with a sly smile, "Now you know how good the master is to you, right?" I nodded. Linger has indeed endured pressure that she shouldn't have at this age. Dialia was still wearing that noble fur coat, holding a jade cane, and followed by 2 brave generals, Shahu and Luotuo. I asked curiously, "Didn't you say that you would take the 4 shaman saints with you this time?" "There are only 2 people, okay?" Dialia chuckled twice, hiding the cunningness of an old fox. "When the time comes, you will naturally see them." Dialia is a master who doesn't want to suffer. He has already arranged a car, and is waiting for us in the suburbs. He also gave each of us a train ticket to Longdi. The middle car was empty, and Luotuo was the driver. We didn't know what to talk about along the way, and it was finally Dialia who broke the silence. He took a nap in the front row, but as soon as the sun started, I knew clearly that he was asking me, "Little red man, have you prepared enough? The desert is not like you fighting on the plains, it will kill people." I snorted, "Don't scare me, I have also been to the world-shaking tomb. Do you know Inchiu? I am one of the few people who came back alive from Inchiu." Dialia closed his eyes and rested, without saying a word, but the camel who was responsible for driving said in a loud voice, "So you went to Inchiu? I saw it in the newspaper. You are worthy of being the one who touched the eldest lady's buttocks, awesome." The cold warning from the sand fox came from the back row. "Camel, if you don't want the tongue anymore, tell me as soon as possible. My knife hasn't seen blood for a long time." The camel shrank his neck and stopped making a sound out of fear. We arrived at Yanjing South Railway Station in silence. Because the time was very good, we could set off almost as soon as we arrived at the station. But there were only 2 cars coming, so I couldn't help but ask the question I had been holding back all the way. "Master Diao, didn't you arrange 4 cars for Qilin? 2 were responsible for picking us up. What exactly were the other 2 for?" Master Diao said coldly, "The other 2 cars will go to Yanjing North Station from the main road." I was puzzled at first, but when I understood, I admired Master Diao deeply. He is worthy of being the chief, and he is really shrewd. This is called setting up a false formation to prevent everyone from being followed. Linger jumped from another car to me. Lan Chua's eyes moved slightly, paying attention to the movements around, and even Lao Zhang's face was alert. Just when the steam locomotive blew the whistle, signaling the passengers to hurry up and get on the train, Lao Jiang suddenly put 5 fingers on the black knife at his waist, and Dia, he clapped his hands with a smile, as if he was sending out some kind of secret signal. With the sound of slaps, a woman in red clothes and with a graceful figure suddenly jumped down from the roof of the platform. She wore a blood-red veil, and a blood-red veil, revealing only a section of her snow-white waist, which was indescribably mysterious and charming. She was holding a red rope in her hand. As she landed, the heavy object tied to the other end of the rope was hung high above the platform. It turned out to be a dead person. His eyes rolled back, his scarlet tongue stuck out, and he looked painful and hideous. When she came over, her waist twisted like a water snake, and the smile on her face never stopped. Charming women always bring danger. This is my first impression of her. At the same time, a short guy walked out of the hidden corner next to him, also covered tightly with red cloth, revealing only a pair of death-like eyes. He held a scimitar in one hand, and blood was still dripping from the tip of the knife. In his other hand, he held a large iron cage, in which stood 2 eagles, one black and one white, with arrogant and domineering postures. The black eagle's feathers were a little bald. "Hey, why is that black eagle staring at me, as if we have a blood feud? Do we know each other? Could it be?" The man and woman bowed deeply to the eagle, and the eagle nodded slightly, and said in a hoarse voice, "Are the tails all broken off?" The 2 answered in unison, "Don't worry, the head. This kind of thing is not done once or twice." It turned out that they were the remaining 2 shaman saints. The woman was called Peacock, and the man was called Crow. The 2 eagles held by the Crow were the pets of the eagle in prison, Xiaohei and Xiaobai. "Why do you need to bring an eagle to the desert?" Eamlinger whispered. I told her, "It's definitely not for fun anyway." As soon as I finished speaking, I felt the black eagle staring at me, with a deep resentment in its eyes. I felt a chill on my back. It seemed that it still remembered the grudge of plucking its feathers. The eagle ignored the grudge between us humans and eagles, but took 2 pieces of meat from the gold enamel treasure box in his right hand and threw them into the cage, admonishing, "It's better to be careful. Water is the strongest opponent we have ever met in our lives, and we must not let him control our whereabouts at all." The longer I spend with the eagle, the more I understand why Lao Jiang has to go to Shanghai to ask him to come out of retirement. Only a fox can beat a fox. The steam train started soon, and the grass and trees outside the window moved faster and faster. Camels and sand foxes guarded the aisles on both sides, and peacocks and crows guarded the windows. There were only a few of us in this carriage. Dialia was generous and booked half of the train. His seat was a recliner covered with goat skin. He lazily leaned against the window and fell asleep in the sun. The 2 eagles beside him kept their eyes on him, observing the surrounding movements. I asked Lao Jiang how long it would take to go to Longdi. Lao Jiang looked at his watch. "At least 20 hours. If you are sleepy, take a nap first." It was the first time for Ban Ban to take a train. He looked around curiously and stretched out one hand out of the window to touch the flying flowers in the air. I was afraid that he would dig a big hole in the train with his claws, so I quickly explained, "This is a bigger and faster car than your time. Just sit on the car and don't move. You will reach your destination soon." Ban Ban nodded obediently, but his hand was always on his backpack. The bag contained his longing spear. I don't know how long it took, but Dioye got up to go to the toilet. I didn't know where the toilet was, so I just followed him. When I walked to the next carriage, I actually saw an old acquaintance, Professor Xian Wenli. At this time, he was sitting there upright, leaning against the window, flipping through a copy of Dun Wang Pictorial. There were several young people sitting next to him, obviously all members of the Free Commune. I couldn't help but have doubts in my heart. Why are they here? Are they going to Loni too? Or are they going to the same destination as us? I took a step forward, thinking about going over to say hello. However, at this moment, the always lazy and arrogant Dio Yi stepped quickly and hid behind me. He also held his breath and moved back step by step, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. What's going on? Is there a tiger in front? Even if there is a tiger, Dio Yi won't be so scared, right? Next, he actually used me as a shield to cover himself and escape from this dangerous place little by little. This made me even more curious. What's going on? The mouse saw the cat? It was the first time I saw Dia Yi showing such an expression, so I looked over with his fearful eyes, and in an instant, the whole person was bitten by lightning. I saw a short-haired girl in a school uniform sitting in the other row of the carriage. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, and there was a trace of heroism between her eyebrows. The more I looked at her, the more familiar she looked. It seemed that she was the one who was harassed by Lao Jiang on the tram. At this time, the girl's eyes also looked over, and after meeting my eyes, she stood up suddenly. Catch the pervert. Chapter 104. Good fellow. With this shout of pervert, everyone in the carriage looked at me. Professor Xian Wenli also put down his book out of curiosity. At that moment, I wished I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I covered my face in embarrassment, but it was too late. Xian Wenli recognized me. He looked at the girl who was still pointing at me, and then looked at me, a little confused. Do you know each other? I waved my hands repeatedly. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Just a beautiful misunderstanding. The girl snorted, obviously very dissatisfied with my words. Hearing the noise, Lao Jiang also opened the door and came over. Compared to my embarrassment, his eyes were obviously alert, and his first reaction was, "Why are you in the car?" Because this trip was strictly confidential, although the other party was from the Free Commune, not Warner, we absolutely believe that this was not a coincidence. Is our whereabouts leaked, or do they have some plans for us? Professor Xiang Wanli smiled elegantly, and quickly invited Lao Jiang to sit opposite and explain. It turned out that this was the idea of Boss Qilin. Dunhuang had always been protected by the Free Commune, and Xiang Wanli pleaded with him. The leader of Qilin told him the departure time, location, and train number today. Agree that our two teams will go to the front together. Xiang Wanli's admiration for Lao Jiang was beyond words. He sincerely sighed. It is the greatest honor of our lives to fight side by side with Black Blade Kirin. When the other members in the car heard the words Black Blade Kirin, their blood boiled, and pairs of eyes surrounded Lao Jiang. Because all along, Qilin only exists in legends. They guard the national treasures and the Yin people, and have long become the faith of young people. It's a pity that for various reasons, Qilin has always been a dragon that can only be seen from head to tail. Now that they can see the true appearance of Qilin, how can they not be excited? At this time, Helangsu also came with Yinlinger, but without Ban Ban. Thinking of my instructions to him not to move when getting on the car, Ban Ban must have taken it as an order. Yinlinger, a cute and lovely girl, and Helangsu, a unique, cold, and arrogant, two completely different beauties instantly took away the glory of Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang coughed dryly and introduced the identities of the four of us to them. Heilin Shui, my fourth sister, is also a Black Blade Qilin. This one is called Yinlinger, and she is the fourth sister's apprentice. When they learned that Heilin Shui was also a legendary Black Blade Qilin, the young people became even more excited. It was really hard to imagine that today they not only saw Black Blade Qilin, but also saw two at once, and the other one was so gorgeous and elegant. When it was time to introduce me, Professor Xiang Wanli accidentally caught a glimpse of the black scabbard exposed at my waist, and couldn't help but stare at me, and said in surprise, Could it be that this little brother is also the Black Blade Qilin at such a young age? Lao Jiang hurriedly explained, No, he is just my apprentice, and currently belongs to Yinling. Xiang Wanli was very confused. What about this knife? I quickly pulled out the God-slaying dagger and explained, This is just my self-defense weapon, not a black knife. Xiang Wanli wiped his eyes in the awkward atmosphere. Haha, my eyes are blurry, I made a mistake. At this time, the girl in school uniform stood up. He is indeed a fraud, a hooligan, a liar, and a smooth talker. Xiang Wanli immediately lost his face and scolded the girl. Ayu, damn it. These four people, no matter how old or young, are your seniors. How can you talk to your seniors like this? The girl named Ayu crossed her arms and said disdainfully, Humph. He doesn't deserve it. Now not only Xiang Wanli was curious, but even Helangsu and Yinlinger were confused. Only Lao Jiang showed a gloating smile. The rest of the young people asked Ayu to tell them what was going on. The next two teams will rush to Dunhuang, so don't make a big misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I saw it with my own eyes, and felt it with my own eyes. How could I misunderstand him? Ayu directly accused me of touching her, but on the tram, and touching a car of women. It was so shameless. Hearing this, all the young people in the Freedom Commune had very subtle expressions. Helangsu pursed her lips, wanting to laugh but unable to, while Yinlinger stared at me with eyes blazing with fire, wishing to cut me into pieces right now. I didn't want to be wronged, but I couldn't betray Lao Jiang, lest it damage the image of Black Blade Kirin in the outside world. I could only say gloomily, it was for a special mission at that time, and I had to be arrested and put in jail. In short, it's not convenient to tell everyone. Ayu curled her lips sarcastically. The special mission is to touch my butt? Xiang Wanli didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore, so he immediately asked Ayu to pay attention to his image and introduced the team to us. The girl who made things difficult for me was called Shengwan Lanwe, a student of the archaeology department of Peking University. She was gifted and as capable as a man, and had helped the Freedom Commune to recover several cultural relics from tomb robbers. But I couldn't see anything, except that mouth. What else was there about her? Xiao Yu glared at me when she noticed my gaze. The two young bodyguards, who kept guarding Xiang Wanli, were called De Wu and Xiao Wu. They both had guns on their waists. Their lower bodies were very stable, and calluses were faintly visible on their hands. They were good fighters from the military. Professor Xiang Wanli told us, De Wu and Xiao Wu are twin brothers. They have a wonderful telepathy and are very good at coordinated battles. It is worth mentioning that both of them were actually from military academies, and their fathers were warlords in Peking. If they didn't have a sincere heart to serve the country, they would not have joined the Free Commune. And my eyes were attracted by the middle-aged man wearing a white gown and a scarf hidden in the most inconspicuous corner of the carriage. He was only 30 years old, but his temples were already white, and he was playing with a black jade flute in his hand. I also noticed that from the beginning to now, even when he heard about Lao Zhang's identity as the Black Blade Kirin, his expression did not change. As if he caught my gaze, Xiang Wenli took the initiative to introduce. This is the military advisor of our Freedom Commune, nicknamed Yi Jianmei. The Freedom Commune can come to this day, all thanks to Brother Mei's advice, otherwise it would have collapsed long ago. After that, Xiang Wenli introduced several other members to us, some students, some military officers, but it is obvious that everyone has their own expertise. It seems that Xiang Wenli has revealed almost all his assets in this trip to Dunhuang. I am afraid he also knows that this is a tough battle. Finally, Xiang Wenli took out half of a black body, four-clawed Kirin bronze statue from his arms, and handed it to Lao Jiang. Mr. Jiang, this is our token. When he saw the bronze statue, Lao Jiang's frown finally relaxed. He also took out half of a bronze statue of a unicorn from his arms. The two statues snapped together, and the corners were exactly the same. Lao Jiang smiled and said, "Since it was really arranged by the boss, I am relieved." I was amazed as I watched from the side. It turned out that this was the black unicorn used for communication between unicorns, which was equivalent to the tiger talisman used to mobilize troops in ancient times. The emperor held half of it, and the general held half of it. Only by combining the two could the army be mobilized. After getting the token, Lao Jiang asked He Lanchua and the others to sit down, and told Xiang Wenli that the clay statue that by being brought back at the risk of his life had been cracked by us. At the same time, several other clay statues were also cracked. But he did not tell Xiang Wenli about the existence of the treasure map, but simply revealed a few words. "We have already secured the treasure deep in Dunhuang, and this time we will definitely be one step ahead of Warner. We will also definitely break the record that the ghost will definitely take away the treasure wherever he goes." Although he knew that this carriage was full of his people, Xiang Wenli did not dare to ask for specific information, but asked whether there was a very important Yin country civilization in the tomb. Old Jiang narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "Professor Xiang, have you ever heard of Monk Lo who founded Mogao Grottos? Have you ever heard of the ancient Silk Road from Chang'an to the western regions? Isn't that a legendary existence?" Professor Xiang Wenli's spirit was immediately lifted. "Do you mean?" Facing Xiang Wenli's inquiring eyes, old Jiang nodded. So this time, Qilin has already gambled his life. Just as everyone was talking more and more passionately, and the atmosphere in the carriage was getting more and more intense, the carriage door suddenly opened, which really scared us. Everyone subconsciously touched the weapons at their waists, and then revealed an ugly face, followed by a huge voice that resounded through the train. "Hey, isn't this the eldest lady? Why are you sitting with the boy who touched your butt? Could it be that he is the future son-in-law?" Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly pulled back by a huge force. Chapter 105. I was embarrassed and ashamed. Yu clenched her teeth, and her eyes were about to spit fire. Linger on the opposite side seemed to be smiling, and a furry poisonous insect appeared in her hand and crawled around. I didn't say these words. "Why are you all pushing me?" I have no words to say, and can only sigh in despair. "Miss Son-in-law?" Professor Xiang Wenli looked at Xiaoyu, and then at me. Lao Jiang coughed dryly, holding the black knife Jilin's posture, and said, "In fact, there is another master coming with us this time. I originally thought of introducing him to you when the right opportunity comes, and now is the perfect time." But when Lao Jiang came back, no one followed him. "Mr. Jiang, this is? Where is the person?" Old Jiang coughed awkwardly again. "Well, I don't know where the master is gone. Only a few subordinates are left. I will introduce you to each other later." Old Jiang sat down again. I thought that he was disdainful of seeing such a small person, but old Jiang shook his head. "The person is really not there. Except for Shahu and the others, I searched the entire carriage and didn't see Diao Yi at all." "What happened? Diao Yi missing?" Professor Xiang Wenli didn't care too much, but pulled old Jiang to talk. During the chat, I found that he was knowledgeable and learned. When talking about the exquisite murals and Buddha statues in Dunhuang that were stolen by foreigners again and again, he expressed regret several times in the middle. Unconsciously, I felt a little sleepy and planned to go back to my original seat to take a rest and bring my companion over. Otherwise, he would probably sit back on the same way when the train arrived without my order. I yawned and left the carriage, but was suddenly pulled aside by a hand halfway. I immediately woke up. Galya? Galya shushed me and nervously told me not to move. I had a plan in mind and said with a sly smile, "It depends on your sincerity." Galya's arrogant face actually smiled with a spring breeze and stuffed a jade pendant into my pocket. This is a green jade flower pendant from the Song dynasty. It can be exchanged for a small shop in Beiping. Good boy, I ask you for a favor. This is really direct. I raised my eyebrows and heard the second half of Galya's words. You must take good care of the girl on the way. Girl? I realized it later, and suddenly realized, could she be your daughter? That's not right. Her name is Shangwan Lanwe, your last name is not. Galya's face was ashen, and he explained to me in a low voice. She took her mother's last name. For some reason, I dare not see her, and she doesn't want to meet me. But Yuer's personality is too arrogant, and her half-baked ability can't get along in a shaman. It's because everyone gives in to her. Once she really enters the world, she doesn't know how to die. I smiled and said, you are so loving your daughter, aren't you? I heard Professor Xiang tell you that she helped the Free Commune to regain several cultural relics, which is not as delicious as you said. Master Dio sighed and shook his head and said, do you know how to act? All my subordinates are drama masters. Every time before she came, the 4 Saints of the Swords beat the group of tomb robbers, so that they didn't even recognize their own mothers, and forced them to hand over the stolen goods, otherwise their lives would not be enough for every month. Oh my god, can it be like this? I looked at Diao Yi in shock, thinking that the most feared chief in the western regions, who was the first to walk the sand, actually let his subordinates act every day to help his daughter succeed. It was really... Boy, do you agree? Diao Yi's words interrupted my thoughts. I chuckled. This was a great opportunity to blackmail Diao Yi. How could I, who was so smart, let it go? Diao, he was indeed an old sly man who had been in the world. When he saw me smiling like that, he immediately took off the jade ring and stuffed it into my day bag. This is the ice jade ring that Empress Dowager Cixi wore. You can't have more. Deal. I promise with certainty, your daughter's safety is in my hands. Anyway, I have Lao Jiang behind me. At worst, I rush in front of the girl, and the two of them rush in front of me. This deal is not a loss. What I didn't expect was that the crisis would come so quickly. After returning to the carriage, Ban Ban was still sitting upright and waiting for me. He stared at the door of the carriage, and didn't even look at the scenery outside the window. There was a long-lost fear in his eyes, as if I left this time and didn't know when I would be back. The taste of waiting is always uncomfortable, not to mention that he is a big zongzi with no sense of time. At that moment, my heart shrank and it hurt. I went over and touched Ban Ban's head and said softly, I'm back. The wolf eyes immediately reflected brilliance. After a rest, I took Ban Ban to Professor Xiang Wanli to listen to their chat, while Dioya and others still lived in the original carriage. The next morning, 2 waiters in shirts and vests came to deliver food, 1 male and 1 female. The male smiled politely, and the female was pretty and tender. They pushed the dining cart and served us exquisite Western steak, bread, eggs, and a glass of milk. This treatment was the first time I had seen it. However, when the young people from the Free Commune picked up their knives and forks, I keenly smelled a hint of bitterness from the milk and subconsciously shouted, Everyone, don't eat yet. The male waiter smiled and said, What's wrong with the guests? Is the food not to your taste? We still have Chinese food. After that, he took out the steamed buns and fried those sticks. I clearly noticed the distribution of calluses in his palms. There was a deep depression at the junction of his thumb and index finger. This is a special mark left by people who often use guns. It's okay, I just want to say that you have worked hard to prepare meals for us. Please drink this glass of milk. I raised the milk to the male waiter. The other party did not take it, but reached under the dining cart while I was not paying attention. We cannot touch the guests' meals. By the way, drink the milk while it's hot. I didn't notice what he said, but just stared at his hand vigilantly, and glanced in the direction of Helangsu and Lao Jiang. The two were completely unprepared. What's the situation? Is the other party okay? Just as the male waiter pulled his hand out from under the dining cart, I couldn't think about it anymore. A sharp intuition made me subconsciously pull out the god-slaying dagger at my waist and throw it straight at him. The dagger was accompanied by a purple light. With a puff, it nailed the waiter's wrist, and he fell to the ground with a wail. At the same time, a small pistol slipped out of his hand. I shouted, He is a killer. The man tried to pick up the gun, but he didn't expect that the figure of Ban Ban was like a wolf in the northern desert, and he fell to the ground in an instant, even with his sharp white teeth, trying to bite him to pieces. I cried out, Live till you're alive. The waitress was so frightened that she turned pale and collapsed in fear. Gun. Dawu and Xiaowu went to search the killer, and soon found that there was a strange cross tattoo on the killer's skin hidden in his sleeve. Xiang Wenli's eyes were stern. This is the symbol of the ghost. He is Warner's man. Ghosts are everywhere. You can't escape. The male waiter laughed eerily. Xiang Wenli winked at Dawu and Xiaowu, but before he could ask anything, black blood suddenly flowed out of the male waiter's mouth. He wants to commit suicide, stop him. Hearing my voice, Ban immediately grabbed the other's neck, but it was too late. The male waiter had already bitten through the poison pill in the sun, just like Nick in the Handan temple. The waitress was so pale, and her hair was messy because of this scene. Yu reached out to help the waitress, and tried to comfort her. When she was halfway there, the waitress's innocent eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of hostility, and her right hand attacked Xiang Wenli on the seat like a poisonous snake. A blade with a cold gleam slid out of her sleeve. I didn't expect that the male waiter just now was just cannon fodder to attract our attention, and she was the real killer. At this moment, Dawu and Xiaowu were no longer beside Xiang Wenli, and this was the best opportunity to assassinate him. Xiang Wenli was shocked, but at this moment, Lao Jiang and Yi Jianmei, who had not moved from just now to now, took action. The flute in Yi Jianmei's hand protected Xiang Wenli's chest. Old Zhang's 5 fingers formed into eagle claws, accurately grasping the waitress's joints, and with a crack sound, the other party's bones were directly shattered. Then he used this force to bully forward, grabbed the waitress's chin and took out a poison pill from her mouth. The whole action was done in one go, just in the blink of an eye. But this time, even if the woman wanted to commit suicide, it would be difficult. We young people were stunned, and old Jian looked back at me with a smile. Boy, your vigilance is much stronger than before, you have improved. But compared to the master, you are still far behind. Sure enough, Jiang is still old and shrewd. No wonder they didn't move just now. Are they trying to catch big fish here and test us young people? But that you seems to be just like her father said, not knowing the dangers of the world. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a kind beauty? Xiao Yu was so scared that she took a few steps back, but after noticing my eyes, she was still able to be full of energy and vent at me. Xiang Wenli asked Dawu and Xiaowu to tie up the waitress, and then he would find out the news about Warner. But the other party was very tight-lipped, and didn't say a word for 10 minutes, just looking at us and sneering. Laughing, she stopped moving. Blood slowly flowed out of her 7 orifices. No, the poison pill in her mouth had been taken out. Lao Jiang stepped forward to sniff her breath, and found that she was dead. After taking her pulse, he suddenly realized that they had taken the chronic poison before they started. What a terrible dead land this is. No wonder ghosts have become the nightmare of the entire Eurasian continent. I felt a chill that penetrated into my bones, and slowly crawled to my limbs. It was clear that when we set off, and when, and where we left were all arranged temporarily, including when we came, Gyo Yi specially prepared 2 batches of cars, and his men specially removed the tail. Why did Warner's people appear on this train? Lao Zhang's voice was light and floating. I am not surprised by this. Do you remember what I told you? When you really fight with the ghost, you will feel its horror. This sentence cast a shadow on all of our hearts. I always thought that after breaking the 4 clay statues, and having the help of Eagle Master, I would not have to be afraid of Warner. But when we get to the desert, I am afraid it is hard to say who will eat whom. Chapter 106. After this episode, everyone's laughter and joy were much less. They were extremely vigilant throughout the whole journey, and even ate with their own dry food. Who can guarantee that Warner will not launch a second assassination? The sun set in the west that day, and with a whistle, the train finally slowly stopped at Zhangye Station. As soon as we got off the train, we were greeted by a vast and magnificent sense of desolation. Because there was too much wind and sand in this place, I felt that the air I breathed was filled with fine sand and gravel, and even the sky was stained with a layer of yellow. The most important thing is that compared with Beiping City, Zhangye is obviously much behind. Dioya and his friends didn't know where they got a bunch of masks from. All 5 of them followed us, wearing various big-headed dolls. Especially the most funny thing about Dioya is that he is actually Neza, the 3rd prince, Xiang Wenli, and the others were obviously very curious. Lao Jian wanted to introduce Dioya's identity, but was stopped by Dioya. It's dangerous here, let's leave the station first. There were only a few scattered shabby houses outside the station, let alone cars. There were no rickshaws. Fortunately, it was Dioya's day, and someone had prepared a carriage, and was waiting early. The other party was a big-nosed man, with a square head and face, wrapped in a red headscarf, giving people a very down-to-earth feeling. Dioya called him Lion. I and Lao Jiang had a carriage, and the Free Commune had 2 carriages. As for Dioya and his friends, they sat in a carriage with a shed, and a soft goat blanket was laid inside. Shang Wanlanwei seemed to know the 2 eagles in the iron cage, but after just a few glances, he crossed his arms and snorted angrily. Dioya arranged for us to have dinner in a pub. Each table had a huge copper pot for us to cook shabu-shabu. When we smelled the authentic mutton, our stomachs started to growl at the same time. Dioya and his friends ate in the private room inside, while we ate outside. However, the dishes were the same. In addition to shabu-shabu mutton, there were also mutton soup buns, beef noodles, and various barbecues. It was really a good meal. Banban's eyes were green with hunger, but when I took off the felt hat covering his head, his unruly face really attracted a lot of attention. Shang Wanlanwei was stunned for several seconds. Who is this? I was too lazy to introduce Banban's identity to her, but except for his stunning face and the way he grabbed meat with his hands, Banban's other living habits were very close to humans. If I hadn't taken him out of the coffin myself, I would have thought he was a young master. After dinner, Dioya began to ask about the camel team. Because we are going to the depths of the desert this time, we can't do without camels. Then the terrified voice of the lion came from inside the house. This is fucking hell. Just 2 days ago, the camels in the backyard started to have problems. First one died, foaming every day, eyes bulging, then a few more died, and today they are all dead. Boss, do you think we are infected with camel plague? What plague, you fool? Dioya knocked his jade cane heavily on the ground. It's obvious that someone secretly attacked. Immediately, Dioya asked the lion to take him to the place where the camels were raised to find out. We followed him, and when we turned out of the tavern, we found that there was a large yard in the back. On the left side of the yard was a sheep pen, and on the right side was a camel pen. They should all be the property of Dioya. A bright horse headlamp hung in the middle of the yard. Under the pale light, we suddenly saw dozens of camels lying limp on the ground, skinny as a stick, with their eyes wide open. The scene was extremely weird, and the strange thing was that in the sheepfold just a few meters away, the fat sheep were grazing leisurely. Nothing happened. Dia, he exclaimed, walked forward to check. Lao Jiang also took me to follow, and saw that the dead camels all had one feature: eyes wide open, pupils blood red, white foam every day, and a faint smile on their faces. More importantly, all the camels' faces were facing up, and it looked like they were deliberately put in this shape. This is not a plague, it's clearly poisoned. Dioya's eyes were stern, and he made a judgment immediately. A young man named Wei in the Free Commune asked Xiang Wanli in a trembling voice, Professor, look at this camel. Why is it laughing even though it's dead? The camels, who were obviously honest and loyal, all had creepy evil smiles at this moment, as if they were possessed by the devil. What I'm curious about is why all these camels died strangely just when we needed them. Xiang Wanli frowned and pondered. Suddenly, Linger ran over, and she, a pretty girl, didn't mind the stench, and directly reached out to check the camel's chest and belly. The sound of silver bells colliding in the air came, which was originally as beautiful as the sonata of heaven, but now in this weird environment, it was like the death notes in hell, which made people feel numb. I was worried that Linger would get into trouble, so I followed her step by step, and Bandan stayed by our side, like a door god. Lao Jiang and Gio, you were still investigating the cause of the camel's poisoning. At this time, Linger said, this is the long-lost ghost smile in Xiangxi. It is colorless and tasteless, and the poison takes a long time to take effect. The poisoned people do not have any abnormalities during the day, but when the moon comes out at night, they will smile at the moon, even if they have become a corpse. Hence the name, Ghost Smile. Lao Jiang clenched his fists and sweared, Warner, this bastard. He doesn't even let the beasts go. Dioyi glanced at Linger unexpectedly, wondering how this girl could have such knowledge at such a young age. Sensing the gaze, Linger's tail was almost up to the sky, and she looked at me proudly. Shahu, you and the lion go to the nearby herdsman's house to see if you can borrow a camel. Dioyi began to issue instructions quickly. He knew that since Warner played this trick, he must want to delay our pace, and he must not let him have his wish. We returned to the tavern and drank barley wine, while waiting for someone. Half an hour later, the two came back dejectedly. We could feel their disappointment through the masks. The camels of Lao Zhang's family died a few days ago. All the camels of Lao Li's family are foaming all day. The same goes for Lao Lu's family. As expected, all the camels in the vicinity were killed. The camel wearing the mask of the old man of longevity couldn't help but slap the table. It turns out that they want to wipe out our camel family. His nickname is Camel, and he consciously puts it in the family of relatives. At this time, Diao Yi is no longer panicked, but pushed up the lower half of the mask, and smoked a hookah all day coldly. Interesting. In that case, we can't stay here tonight. Diao threw a gold bar to Shahu and asked him to find the brigade commander Chen station nearby to exchange a fast horse for everyone. Lao Jiang explained to us in a low voice that the Northwest was currently divided by warlords. Since Diao could set up an industry here, he must have some connections. In fact, the identities of Diao and his companions were already obvious. Shang Wanlanwei didn't know whether he was really stupid or slow to react, and didn't care about them at all. In a short while, Shahu came back riding a tall horse, followed by a group of soldiers leading horses. Diao bowed to the leading soldier and thanked him. Give my regards to your brigade commander. More than 10 of us all climbed on the horses. Before leaving, Lao Jiang asked Diao how to solve the camel problem. Camels are crucial to crossing the vast desert. It can endure hunger and thirst, has wide soles, and especially the 2 humps can store fat, which can sustain life for 2 weeks without water. It can be said that camels are animals born for the desert. Even if there are black knife unicorns among us, it is a fantasy to want to enter the desert with a few horses. No matter how strong a person is, he cannot compete with nature. But Diao Yi told us not to worry. It's still a long way from Zhangye to the real desert. Let's talk about it when we get there. I don't believe that water can poison all the camels in the Northwest. Then we tightened the reins and set off in a hurry. Chapter 107. After riding for about half a day, we were getting farther and farther away from Zhangye, and the scenery on the road was getting more and more desolate. The bright moon shone on the Gobi Desert, and we saw clumps of black haloxylon amodendron breaking through the rocks, showing the strength of life. The dead poplar trees were obviously dry, but they stood firm. Riding in the night of the Gobi Desert, the cold wind brought waves of ghost-like cries, as if the soldiers guarding the border were folding Chong flutes and missing their distant homeland. When the sky was dawning, we finally saw the most beautiful sunrise. There are endless famous quotes about the sunset in the Northwest from ancient times to the present, such as the smoke in the desert is straight, and the sun is setting in the long river, and another example. In the thousands of mountains, the long smoke and the setting sun are closed in the lonely city. But who would have known that the sunrise in the desert is so beautiful that it is beyond description? Just then, I saw a dirt hill from afar. The sun shone on the dirt hill, as if it was coated with a layer of golden light. In the middle of the dirt hill was a 3-story vermilion building, and on both sides were densely packed with caves. I couldn't help but take out the telescope to take a closer look, but it turned out that there were all kinds of colorful Buddha statues sitting in the caves. The golden light reflected on the side faces of the Buddha statues, as if they were preaching and leading us to the Western Buddhist kingdom. This is... Lao Jiang pointed his hand. Boy, this is the legendary Mogeo Grottos, also known as the 1,000 Buddha Caves. Our group of young people were attracted by the magnificence of the Mogeo Grottos. Linger even counted the caves one by one with her fingers. Master, there can't be 1,000 caves here? Heelin Shue raised her chin slightly, and her cold eyes also had a hint of reverence. Xiang Wanli smiled and said, Masters, why don't we take a rest in Mogeo Grottos? This is also half of the home of the Free Commune. I haven't been back for a few years. The camel held a piece of grass in its mouth and whispered disapprovingly, Then you really live in a monk's temple. After a while of galloping, we arrived at the edge of Mogeo Grottos. When we got there, we found that there was a man in a cotton coat, with a full beard and a slovenly appearance standing at the door. He held a paintbrush in his hand, as if he was preparing to color to the Buddha statue. When he heard the sound of horse hooves, he instantly became alert and found a hatchet from somewhere, which made people laugh and cry. But it was such a weak scholar, but his eyes were full of determination. We all dismounted, and when we saw Professor Xiang Wanli, the man's face changed from anxious to calm, and he staggered towards us, shouting excitedly, Professor, you are here? Full of disbelief. Xiang Wanli was also very excited, and said with concern, Xu Hong. The two held hands tightly, and although they did not say much, they were full of true feelings. This scene made me very curious. With the way this man was dressed, he looked like a gatekeeper. How could he be so respected by the professors of Peking University? Shangwan Lanwe and others also curiously asked about the identity of the sloppy man. Xiang Wanli smiled and kept it a secret. Guess. Everyone looked at each other, but they all guessed wrong. Finally, Xiang Wanli introduced. This is Chang Shuhong, who once studied in France. He is a knowledgeable artist, and one of the warriors of the Free Commune. According to the rules, you should call him Uncle Chang. Chang Shuhong waved his hand. Just call me Mr. I was stunned, and I couldn't associate him with the French students. After all, in my impression, France is the most romantic country. The men who come back from there are fashionable, and the women are noble. Why is it that only he? Chang Shuhong seemed to see something and smiled. As long as there is faith, there is no need for romance. Xiang Wanli patted Chang Shuhong's shoulder, his eyes slightly wet. You have suffered a lot over the years. In fact, Chang Shuhong was a handsome man at that time. He was elegant, and sought after wherever he went. Even when he was studying in France, his grades were excellent. His tutor hoped that he could stay and promised to make him the most famous artist in Paris. Unfortunately, Chang Shuhong accidentally saw a picture album. The picture album was full of murals from Dunhuang. There were solemn Buddhas, fairy goddesses, and lifelike nine-colored deer. Every page amazed him. He never thought that there were such a thing in Yin country. As a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, he had never heard of such a place. What's more ironic is that every picture in this album was torn off from the Mogao Grottoes in Dunhuang by an explorer named Warner as a robber. At that moment, Chang Shuhong suddenly had an impulse. I want to go to the Mogao Grottoes to have a look. Once this idea came up, he couldn't let it go. Chang Shuhong resolutely returned to China with his wife, and came to the seldom visited Thousand Buddha Caves. When he really stood at the foot of the Mogao Grottoes, he felt that his soul had finally found its home, just like a swallow returning to its nest, and a fish returning to the ocean. He was born to be here, so Chang Shuhong had another impulse. I want to stay and protect Mogao Grottoes. He refused the generous treatment in France. No matter how famous an artist was, he could not compete with the Buddhas in the sky. He joined the Free Commune and protected this place with Bai Bing. The conditions in the northwest were very poor. Chang Shuhong's wife could not stand it. She threatened him to choose between marriage and these broken stones, and to go back to the romantic country with her. Chang Shuhong was silent, and his wife left without saying goodbye. That was the love of his life. He rode a horse to Qinghai Lake, but never saw the beloved figure. In the end, he returned to Mogao Grottoes, and has been sticking to it until now. At the beginning, I just took a look, but who would have thought that I could never let it go again? Chang Shuhong smiled faintly. There was sweetness, bitterness, and consistent determination in this smile. At this point, Chang Shuhong searched the crowd and asked Xiang Wanli, "Where is Bai Bing? Isn't he coming back either?" Xiang Wanli sighed deeply. "No, he just can't come back." The phrase "can't come back" hides deep sorrow. Xiang Wanli briefly recounted the tragedy on the train. Chang Shuhong was slightly startled, but I didn't see sadness on his face, only a deeper determination. Even if there is only one soldier left, I will protect the Mogao Grottoes. Chang Shuhong took us to visit the Buddhist caves briefly, and vividly introduced the stories behind them. Among them are Sakna giving himself to feed the tiger, and 500 robbers becoming Buddhas, etc. We were deeply shocked, and at the same time a heart-wrenching feeling spread in our chests. Many Buddhist caves here have been devastated. Most of the originally beautiful murals were stripped away, and some Buddha statues were blackened by smoke, and there were even messy graffiti on the walls. Chang Shuhong said with great sorrow, "No one has cared about Mogao Grottoes for a long time. I have sought help from officials and tycoons, but all I got was a cold refusal. Even ignorant local herdsmen use some Buddhist caves as pig pens to raise pigs. It was not until he and Bai Bing stayed here that the situation changed. When he heard that our purpose was to bring back the treasure deep in the desert, he couldn't help but be ecstatic. Great! In this way, Dunhuang will have a real national treasure, and more people will definitely pay attention to this place in the future." It took us only a few hours from disdain for this sloppy man to respect from the bottom of our hearts. Due to time constraints, we could not stay any longer, and said goodbye to him after a while. Dio Yi holds the secret route of the treasure map in his hand. He told us, "The next step is to go straight to Human Pass, and enter the desert where few people go. The real decisive battle will also start from there." When bidding us farewell, Chang Shuhong took out the French wine that he had treasured for many years, and had not been willing to open it. He chose to pour the first glass on the ground. "This glass of wine is for my good friend, Bai Bing." Then he poured the second glass of wine and drank it all. "This glass of wine is for myself, and I can still stay in Mogao Grottoes." Finally, he pointed the third glass of wine at us. "The last glass is for all my comrades in arms. I urge you to drink more. There will be no friends when you go west of Yangguan." Chapter 108. The next journey was extremely difficult. After leaving Mogao Grottoes, we could no longer see any traces of human beings. I asked Yao Yi where to go. Yao Yi pointed forward. "Continue to the west." We traveled for a whole day, hungry, and both people and horses could not stand it. Only then did Diao Yi allow us to stay and camp. Since we were traveling light, and did not bring any tents or other props, we could only find a sand dune and dig a hole to barely spend the night. The temperature difference between day and night is large here. It is hot during the day and cold at night. More importantly, there is no water source in this place. We can only drink from the water bags on the horses one by one and break the hard naan bread into pieces to eat. How can people swallow this? I subconsciously looked at Diao Yi, wanting to see the joke of this pampered old man, but Diao, he was eating with relish. Is this still the picky Diao Yi? I was stunned. At this time, Sha Hu came over and said to me for the first time, "You didn't expect it. This is the real Diao Yi. What about the one in Shanghai?" I remember that he was not like this when he was in Shanghai. He wanted the best food, clothing and shelter. I asked in confusion. Sha Hu smiled wisely. No, he always does that just to protect Zhou Shaman. There are many powerful enemies in Shanghai. Only when the outside world thinks that Diao Yi is crazy and useless, they will not unite to deal with Zhou Shaman. In fact, Diao Yi has a good heart. He has been using secret ways to protect Zhou Shaman's children. While we were chatting, Diao Yi suddenly waved at me strangely. "Little red man, come here." I pointed at myself to make sure he wasn't calling Sha Hu. Then I went over. As soon as I got over, I asked him to take off the funny big-headed doll mask. Otherwise, I would always feel like a little Neza was talking to me, noisy and hard to hear clearly. Diao Yi refused to take it off, so he secretly stuffed a small box of canned fruit into my hand. I got it with great difficulty. "Help me give it to Yaya." I snorted and refused directly. "You have your own hands and feet. Why do you ask me to serve tea and water to others? I just promised you to protect her, not to be a servant." Diao Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and I swallowed some water unconsciously, thinking that Lao Jiang and the others were there, so I shouldn't be killed to vent my anger, right? What I didn't expect was that he actually gritted his teeth and took out a small golden thing from his bosom and secretly put it into my palm. "Little red man, this is the gold earring I dug from the ancient country of Lulan, which can allow you to buy a small building in Beijing. Are you satisfied?" I waited, and thought that what Diao Yi carried with him must be a good thing, so I hurried to deliver the canned food. Why not do it earlier? Who would have thought that Linger almost strangled me to death because of a canned food, thinking that I was specifically trying to be attentive to other girls. When we camped that night, we decided that each side would send 2 people to take turns on duty to prevent emergencies. On the Qilin side, it was me and Ban Ban. On the Diao Yi side, it was Sha Hu and Luotuo. And on the Free Commune, it was the brothers Dao and Xiaowu. Ban Ban and I guarded the first half of the night. I don't know why I always felt uneasy in my heart, that is, I felt that something would happen at night. Even after we finished the night watch and returned to the Earth Cave, I kept my ears perked up and listened to the movement outside. However, until the second half of the night, there was not even a bird call in the hundreds of miles around, and only the footsteps of the night watchman walking back and forth, so I rested and went to sleep. When we woke up one after another the next day, Lao Jiang suddenly asked me to go to the toilet with him, and even forbade my companion to follow. I don't know Lao Jiang's character. My heart sank immediately. Could something have happened? When we walked to the edge of a Saxall grass, Lao Jiang put away his smile and pointed to a place. "See." I looked over curiously, and saw a very shallow shoe print on the cracked sand. This shoe print was very fresh, otherwise it would be completely covered by wind and sand the next day in the northwest climate. So it must have been left last night. I immediately asked Lao Jiang what happened. Lao Jiang said he didn't know, which was rare. He only found it when he woke up this morning. But we were obviously on duty in turns last night. This area was all open. If there were people nearby, there would be absolutely no place to hide. Unless... I took a deep breath and asked Lao Jiang, "Is this a human being?" If it were the past, Lao Jiang would have slapped me on the back of my head, but this time Lao Jiang answered again for the first time, "I don't know." There was an inexplicable undercurrent in his eyes, and I subconsciously felt that he was hiding something from me, so I broke the casserole and asked him to the bottom of it. Lao Jiang then said vaguely that the problem was with the shoe print. I just checked it out. This shoe print came from a boot produced by a company in the United States 20 years ago, but because of the war, the company had stopped production a long time ago, and it was not available on the market. But why did it appear here? And there is only one shoe print within a radius of hundreds of meters? I don't know. I asked Lao Jiang if he needed to tell others. Lao Jiang shook his head. The young people in the Freedom Commune are too young to cause panic in the main force. Let's keep going and see what happens. After returning, I immediately urged everyone to get on the road. Although everyone didn't understand why, They all rode on their horses one after another. The further I went, the more I felt the vastness of the northwest and the insignificance of myself. The sky was full of wind and sand, and I couldn't see the edge. A feeling of thinking about the vastness of the world, being sad and crying alone came to my mind. On my left-hand side, there is a tall green mountain range that stretches as far as the eye can see. On my right-hand side, there is a yellow desert that makes me sigh. Only here can I see such an unexpected scene. Professor Xiang Wanli waved the reins and said, "Do you know? On the left is the famous Chilean Mountains, and on the right is the Alasan Desert bordering the western Xinjiang. If we continue walking forward for another day, we will reach Yumen Pass." Zhang Qian took this road to visit the western regions and built a bridge between Yin State and the world. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. Is this the famous Silk Road? Professor Xiang Wanli nodded. From then on, our silk and tea can be sold to Central Asian countries one after another, and their gems and spices also enter Yin State in an endless stream. These words made us sigh with emotion. Thinking that we were walking the same road as Zhang Qian, the young people in the team felt a sense of pride. At this time, Lao Jiang was concerned about another problem. He raised his concerns to Diao Yi. "We don't have enough water and food, and what we lack is an experienced local guide and a camel team that can carry 18 people. Boss, what do you think we should do?" Diao Yi smiled mysteriously. "Haha, you will know when you reach Yumen Pass. There is an old friend of mine there, who will give you everything you want in the desert." Lao Jiang became interested and asked, "Who is he?" Diao Yi pushed the big-headed doll mask on his face, and a vicissitudes of life and heavy voice came from under a funny and cute face. We all call him the Ship of the Desert. Chapter 109. After 3 days and 3 nights of trekking, we finally arrived at Yumen Pass. I had heard before that Yumen Pass was the most powerful pass in the Han Dynasty. In its heyday, there were thousands of famous generals guarding the border here to defend the Chinese people from foreign invasions. At that time, all the forces in the western regions had to pay tribute to the Han Dynasty. The most tribute they offered was Hetian jade, and some jade was even inlaid on the city gates, so it was named Yumen Pass. It's a pity that today, the majestic Yumen Pass has been mostly destroyed, and the Yin Kingdom is also in turmoil. There are only a few broken walls and ruins left, whispering to us about its former pride. Seeing Yumen Pass so desolate, I was a little nervous. "Do people really live here?" Diao Yi just replied, "Just follow me." After saying that, he pulled the reins in his hand and rushed to the front of the team. Under the guidance of Diao Yi, we found a circle of round earthen houses in Yumen Pass. Many houses surrounded a vertical shaft. It looked very strange from a distance, but it could resist most of the wind and sand. I asked Diao Yi, "Does the Ship of the Desert live here?" Diao Yi nodded. When we got off the horse, we found that there were many camels in these round houses. Linger said excitedly, "Oh my god, these camels are alive." I finally saw live camels. At this time, an old man with a strong northwestern Japanese accent came out of the house. "Hey, what are you talking about? Could it be that the camels raised at home are dead?" The old man was very old, with a circle of white beard on his chin. He wore a colorful small hat from Xinjiang and a big golden earring on his left ear. He was Ayamyahan, the Hui people called the Ship of the Desert in Diaoye region. Ayamyahan seemed to be very familiar with Diaoye. Although Diaoye was wearing a big-headed doll mask, he was still recognized. Today, the clouds are lined up in rows, and the birds in the desert are calling back and forth. I know that Allah told me that the distinguished guest is coming to chat. Ayamyahan said. Diaoye didn't waste time talking to him. He directly pulled him aside, whispered instructions, and pointed his finger to the outside of the pass. Gradually, I clearly noticed that the smile on Ayam Khan's face disappeared, replaced by a deep fear. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, No, I can't take you to that place, you will die, everyone will die. This time, Diaoye changed his tone to a warning, but Ayam Khan still refused to compromise. Even if you kill me, I will never step into the desert of the dead. After that, he picked up the hammer and continued to nail the wooden boards in the yard. Please go back, you are no longer welcome here. That look was obviously angry, which made me very curious. Why Ayam Khan was unwilling to come out? Why did he keep it a secret about the place called the Desert of the Dead? He would rather offend Diaoye, who traveled across the northern desert. Lao Jiang seemed to know some details. He whispered to me. The so-called Desert of the Dead is actually a branch of the Alasan Desert. It originally had no name, but because many people died, it was gradually called the Desert of the Dead by the locals. Legend has it that countless souls of the dead are floating in this desert, and every night there are bursts of sobbing ghost cries. Anyone who sets foot in the desert of the dead will not have a good end. De Wu and Xiao Wu beside Wanli said disdainfully. You Qilin also believe this kind of nonsense to deceive children? The ghost cries in the desert are just a natural phenomenon of the singing sand. Lao Jiang couldn't help but sneer. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, but it pees in a pot when it sees a tiger. Dia, he was still trying to persuade Ayamu Khan, but it didn't work at all. He put down the hammer and said, The desert of the dead is a forbidden place in the hearts of herdsmen. I will not take my camel team to die, no matter how much money you give me. After that, he pointed to a mud house on the left, his eyes full of grief. Do you see that house? That's where my son lives, and it has been empty for many years. I suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, Is it because of the desert of the dead? Ayamyahan took a deep breath. Yes. Many years ago, my son was bewitched by the foreigners, and became their guide, and entered the desert of the dead. As he spoke, he pointed to a white camel in the camel circle. See? This is the descendant of the camel my son rode at the beginning. Now it has grown so big, and my son has not come back yet. Hearing his words, all of us felt very complicated. We also knew that we had no right to force an old man in his 70s to follow us on an adventure. Lao Jiang discussed with Dia Yi and asked Ayamyahan to sell us a team of camels, and forget about the guide. Ayam Khan gave Dahlia a face, and readily agreed to it, saying that he didn't want a penny, and would just lend us the camel. How can this be possible? We all refused. However, at this moment, a baby suddenly cried in the mud house. The sound became louder and louder, piercing our eardrums, and making us feel creepy. The old lady was also slapping the child and coaxing him. I looked at Ayam Khan in surprise. Is this your grandson? Ayam Khan's old face blushed. This is my newborn son, God bless you. All the young people present looked at Ayam Khan in shock, with a hint of envy that was hard to explain. Lao Jiang whispered in my ear, This old man is still able to fight at the age of 70. He is still strong. I didn't answer, but continued to listen to the crying in the house, and I felt that the crying sounded more and more strange. It wasn't the kind of intermittent crying, where the baby cries for a while, and then stops for a while, but it was continuous and loud, even heartbreaking. No, this is not normal. I was so sensitive that I noticed something, so I grabbed Ayamyahan's hand and asked him what was going on. Ayamyahan was shocked at first, and then he sighed heavily. Barangzi is quite capable. My baby cries more than other babies when he was born. He cries miserably at night. It used to last for only an hour at most, but later it cried longer and longer, and even cried in waves during the afternoon. I looked for all the doctors here, but they couldn't give me a prescription. They only said that it would get better when I grow up. But if he keeps crying like this, whether he can grow up is still a question. Later, a monk who traveled here told me that the so-called night crying boy cries night boy, and he cries until dawn. Crying from day to night, the passing dead souls float around. My child is cursed. He can see the passing dead souls of human pass, and the souls in his body follow the dead souls. As he cries more and more, when he cries from evening to morning, from day to night, the souls will be gone and will never come back. Ayamyahan wiped his tears and said, I make a living as a guide. I don't know how many groups of people I have led into the desert and Chilean mountains decades ago. I also unknowingly broke countless rules set by God. Maybe this is God's punishment for me. The previous son entered the desert of the dead and never came back, and this son can't be saved either. After that, Ayamyahan picked up the hammer again and continued to hammer nails. At this time, I realized that he was making a small coffin for one day. It was obviously prepared for that child. I cast my eyes towards Lao Jiang, who was also looking at me. The tacit understanding between a master and his apprentice may only require a glance. I immediately walked over and asked Ayamu Khan if Lao Jiang and I could see the baby in person? Because we are both proficient in some medical skills. You only invited doctors from the northwest. What if doctors from the central plains can save it? Ayamu Khan was obviously a little hesitant, but the old lady in the room opened the door and handed the baby to us. If you don't let our family be extinct, you will be a benefactor like heaven. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other and immediately checked the child's eyelids, tongue coating and other places, but did not find anything abnormal, but the little face was very pointed, and it looked malnourished. His heartbeat was also very fast, almost several times faster than that of an ordinary child, and his belly was swollen. I pressed it with my hand, and the child immediately cried even more painfully, which broke the hearts of Ayamyahan and his wife, but this also gave me new inspiration. The child's belly was bulging and full, as if it was stuffed with a pile of food that had not been digested for a long time. I looked at the old lady who was wiping her tears, Can the child usually eat and drink? The old lady had a very confused expression on her face. The child is too old to eat, and can only drink milk. Strangely enough, he drinks half a bucket of camel milk every day, which is 2 days older than us. Maybe the child needs nutrition, because he cries too much. At the end, the old lady added a sentence. Lao Jiang couldn't help shaking his head gently. Stupid. I was going to take off the child's clothes for a deeper inspection. Ayanyahan was a little angry, and didn't want me to do this. Lao Jiang explained for me. The child is 100% not cursed. This is your only hope. The old lady quickly pulled Ayam Khan aside. Although Ayam Khan was very tough in front of us, he was a coward in front of his wife. I undressed the child and found that there was nothing wrong with his front. He was just a little thinner than ordinary children, with his ribs exposed. It seemed that his nutrition was only supplemented in his stomach. But when I saw his back, I suddenly found a green crawling mark. The mark was dotted, as if many thin feet had stepped on it at the same time, which was particularly scary. Chapter 110. I pointed at the green crawling mark and looked at Ayanyahan's wife and said, "What is this?" The old lady took a closer look and answered in confusion, "It should be a birthmark." Old Jiang muttered again, "Stupid. One is ignorant, and the other is stupid." No wonder the child cried so hard, and no one found the reason. Ayanyahan also stretched his neck. He came to the same conclusion as his wife. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. You really have released too many camels. Your head has become a camel brain. This is obviously caused by some unknown poisonous insect crawling on you. The poison has not been discharged. It is not karma at all. At this time, a white and tender little hand stretched out from the crowd, and Einlinger shouted anxiously, "Green crawler, it's a green crawler." She squeezed into the house, with a tall bamboo basket on her back. I asked what a green crawler was. Einlinger tilted her head and told me, "It is a kind of insect that does not exist in our Miao area, but it is very bad. It has many hairy legs. People who are bitten by it will have a big belly, regardless of whether they are men or women. When the belly of the bitten person gets bigger and bigger, he will feel more and more pain, and finally there will be a bang and the person will die." I suddenly realized that the child's crying was caused by the torture of pain. Because the pain became more and more frequent, his crying became longer and longer. Ayanyahan asked hurriedly, "Then can my baby be saved?" Einlinger touched the baby's belly and shook her head. "Generally speaking, a belly that is this big cannot be saved because it is too late." The old lady threw herself into Ayanyahan's arms and cried loudly, "My poor child, why doesn't God have mercy on our family?" Ayanyahan's eyes were red, and even the young people in the team couldn't help but sigh for the child. As a result, Einlinger patted the old lady on the back and told her not to cry. The girl's charming smile bloomed like a spring flower. I haven't finished speaking yet. "Generally speaking, he is hopeless, but he met me." "You mean?" Ayanyahan and his wife looked over. Einlinger raised her chin proudly, put her hands on her waist and promised, "Leave this matter to me. I promise to give you a boy who won't cry. But Jinglan and Uncle Lao Jiang need to help a little." Einlinger suddenly turned her head to me and Lao Jiang. We nodded repeatedly. According to Einlinger's instructions, I carried the child into the house. Einlinger asked Ayanyahan to find a day basin, and then asked Lao Jiang to take out his unique silver needle to seal the acupoints of the child's lower body. Old Jiang frowned. "Do you want to force that thing out? Isn't it too risky?" Einlinger's eyes curved into a crescent, and she said with a smile, "I just want to make it have nowhere to hide." Old Jiang quickly gave the needle, and saw a series of afterimages on his right hand, and 3 silver lights suddenly poured into the child's belly. Then, Einlinger patted her big bamboo basket. "Xiong xiong, come out to work." Then I saw a black poisonous insect with a particularly ferocious look, a round head, big eyes, a thin belly and long legs, like a grasshopper, whooshing out of the bamboo basket. Einlinger changed her hand gestures and gave orders, and she didn't forget to shout, "Scare it to death, scare it to death." The black poisonous insect jumped on the child's bulging belly, and its ferocious head pressed against the child's skin, as if it was sending waves of terrible threats inside. The next moment, a terrifying scene happened. A large mass of things began to run up and down in the child's stomach. It wanted to hide downwards, but was blocked by Lao Jiang's silver needle, and finally could only rush upwards. I clearly saw that the child's face was hideous, his face was blue, his throat seemed to be blocked, he couldn't breathe, and he was about to suffocate to death. Sweat rolled down Ayanyahan's head, and he held the copper basin tightly with both hands, as if he was restraining himself. But when the child was about to suffocate, he couldn't help but rush up. "You are trying to kill my baby." I don't know where the confidence came from, and I roared, If you want your child to live, go back. At this moment, I saw the child's eyes roll up, and it seemed that thousands of objects were pouring out of his throat. Elinger immediately lifted him upside down and slapped his back hard. Wow, groups of black, translucent, round particles came out of the child's mouth, just like the eggs laid by a big fish. Each one seemed to have life, and would wriggle when it fell into the basin. The child vomited for half an hour, and half of the basin was filled with vomit. It was sticky and disgusting. After the child finished vomiting, he finally stopped crying, and his bulging stomach shrunk. Ayamahan and his wife cried with joy, but Elinger asked them to pour a glass of water, and then fed the child a white pill. She took the silver needle from the child, and returned the child to the old lady. Grandma, hold him, and let him have a good sleep. He will be fine after the anthelmintic pill is digested. The old lady took it immediately, and was so moved that she didn't know what to say. Ayamahan held a torch and glared at the things in the copper basin with hatred. You are the ones who made my baby cry non-stop. I will burn you to death. Unexpectedly, just as the torch was about to approach, Lao Jiang shouted, Wait! I looked at Lao Jiang in surprise, but soon understood what he meant. These are just the descendants of the green crawler. The culprit, the green crawler, has not been caught yet, and there is no guarantee that it will not continue to give birth to the child. Lao Jiang was planning to play a trick to lure the snake out of its hole, and catch all the troubles in this place. Ayamahan wondered where he had provoked the green crawler, why it did not harm himself and his wife, but only chose this little baby who could not speak. Lao Jiang told him, You traveled a lot, and you probably accidentally walked into a worm nest while leading the way, and brought this green crawler home. I saw that there was barley wine on your table, and wine can kill viruses. I guess it's because you and your wife have the habit of drinking all year round that the green crawler dared not lay eggs in your body. Then, Lao Jiang took the basin out and deliberately roasted the eggs with fire. The young people in the team were so disgusted by the black thing that they were about to vomit, but Banban squatted over to observe with interest. Lao Jiang was happy to be free, so he handed the task of roasting the eggs to Banban, and told him to just scare them, don't really burn them to death. Banban obeyed and grabbed the torch to roast the basin, and we were vigilant and paid attention to the movements around us. In a moment, a long green worm crawled out of the well. Its body was segmented and about the length of a palm. It looks like a centipede, with 2 long whiskers on its head and dozens of legs densely arranged on both sides, which looks particularly terrifying. The long green worm quickly snaked towards the copper basin, and when it came close, it swooped towards Banban's face, wanting to kill him. It seemed that on the one hand, it wanted to save its own child, and on the other hand, it wanted to take revenge on us. Unexpectedly, Banban's speed was even faster, and his hand seemed to be a top-notch killing weapon in the world, and he instantly grabbed the green crawler in two. Oh my god, is that a human? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? What a terrifying speed. Is this bug solved like this? The young people in the team talked a lot, and Lao Jiang was satisfied and moved over, ready to roast the green crawler to death. Unexpectedly, Xiang Wanli suddenly stood up at this time, and said with some reluctance, Mr. Jiang, isn't it too cruel to do this? They are also mother and son with deep affection. Old Jiang sneered and stuffed the torch into Xiang Wanli's hand. The green creeper will not die, only fire is its nemesis. If you don't burn it, and its descendants to death today, all the girls and men in your free commune will become pregnant women tomorrow. By then, it will really be a mother and son with deep affection. At that moment, I saw Xiang Wanli standing in the wind and petrified. After a while, he held the torch and gritted his teeth to continue to roast the green creeper, and muttered in his mouth, Eliminate all evil, eliminate all evil. After getting rid of the green creeper, Ayam Khan's attitude towards us changed drastically. He treated us as guests of honor, and invited us to eat. At the dinner table, I wanted to take the opportunity to mention the matter of entering the desert of the dead again, to see if there was any turnaround, but old Jiang stepped on my foot and warned me not to open the day. He himself never mentioned this journey to the west, but kept praising Ayam Khan for his good cooking skills and delicious food. Ayam wanted to say something to Zhang Rui several times, but was interrupted by Lao Jiang. After dinner, Lao Jiang apologized abnormally. I really disturbed you this time. We will leave tomorrow, and don't want the camel. When I heard this, I was anxious. I risked my life to save this kid, and in the end, you have to pretend to be a saint with the appearance of Black Knife Kirin. At this time, Duke Yi called me and asked me to help him get a glass of water. What's going on? Dia Yi didn't let me speak. I turned my head to see that Diao Yi also showed a meaningful smile, and Helan Shui gave Lao Jiang a fierce look. That night we stayed in the mud house. When it was late at night, Lao Jiang told me the truth. You are a young bastard. You are not very experienced in the world. What do you know? The herdsmen in the northwest are simple and honest, and they will repay kindness. My trick is to retreat by advancing. Look, sleep well today, and he will volunteer to be our guide tomorrow. At night, the lights in the room where Ayam Khan lived were on all night. When we walked out of the mud house the next day, we saw that Ayam Khan had already organized the 18 camels into a team. The white camel was in the front. Each camel had 4 large bags of water and baked fragrant cakes. Ayam Khan himself also changed into a set of clothes and hung a thick wind and sandproof scarf around his neck. I couldn't help but ask, Uncle, what are you doing? Ayam Khan put his hand on his chest, bowed sincerely and said, You saved my baby, I can't watch you die. Anyway, I am already old, let me die on the way of repaying my gratitude. After that, he stroked the head of the white camel. Let me go to find my son who has left home, and you go to find my lost father. That day we set off in a camel team. With the sound of swaying camel bells, we went west out of Yumen Pass. Chapter 111. When we passed by the city of Yumen Pass, Ayam Khan took a strange poplar branch, dipped it in well water, and sprinkled it on our foreheads, and each of us tapped it 3 times. Many people didn't understand why, and Ayam Khan explained, This is the custom before the camel team sets out every time. The poplar tree is called taklak. Take the wood and dip it in water 3 times, hoping that this trip can get the blessing of Allah, go safely and return safely. At that time, we really thought we could return safely, but we didn't expect that this trip to the desert would cost us blood, and even Chilan himself suffered heavy casualties. Of course, this is all later. In this way, we rode camels all the way forward. To be honest, riding on a camel is a completely different feeling from riding on a horse. The camel hump was quite bumpy, and we were miserable after walking for a few hours. Ayam, speaking in a deep northwestern Japanese accent, said sarcastically, Why are you going to the desert of the dead? We still have a long way to go. So we didn't say anything more. I saw Inlinger carrying the big bamboo basket up and down, and the basket jumped high several times and hit her head. She kept saying ouch, ouch all the way. At first, I thought it was a bit funny, but later I felt sorry for her and offered to carry the big bamboo basket for her. If it really didn't work, Banban could help. Banban had never ridden a camel, but he was surprisingly steady. He looked at the long-haired giant in surprise, like a child who had just been let out by an adult. Yinling refused angrily, girls from Yajiang don't need help from boys. But just after she finished speaking, she cried out ouch. She cried out even more after that. I couldn't force her, so I could only take the initiative to pull the camel behind Yinlinger, so that even if she had any problems, I could help her as soon as possible. In this way, we traveled westward and said goodbye to Yumen Pass. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, the vast Gobi Desert in front of us finally changed, replaced by yellow sand all over the sky. Not far away, covered with a ray of sunset light, the outline of a devil-like castle rose from the ground, standing alone in the wind and sand. The top of the castle was pointed, and the area was quite large. Countless mounds stood there, like pieces of terrifying tombstones, suppressing countless evil spirits underneath. I asked Ayam Khan where this place was, but my voice couldn't help but carry a hint of fear. Ayam Khan pointed to the front and said, We are now close to the edge of the ghost-crying desert. In front of us is the Devil's City, where the devils live. If the previous words have already made us excited, the latter words are almost killing us. Ayam Khan said, Everyone will rest in the Devil's City tonight. The young people in the team protested in a low voice. Since it is said that it is the place where the devils live, why are they rushing to camp there? Isn't this sick? Ayam Khan spoke in a lovely northwestern Japanese accent, and said in a rhythmic way, My camel rolled his eyes. It may not be able to walk. I have to let it eat grass, drink some water, and rest for a while. After you enter the city, you must listen to me in everything. You are not allowed to speak loudly, and you are not allowed to walk around alone, otherwise you will disturb the devil in the castle. By then, even Allah can't save you. The first few sentences had a light-hearted tone, but the latter ones deepened the fear in the team. I asked curiously, Is there really a devil city in this world? At this time, Xiong Wanli smiled and explained behind him, Little brother, in fact, the devil's city is a natural wonder. We call it Yadin landform in science. Yadin means steep earthen hill. It was named by a foreign explorer in the early years. The local herdsmen call it the Devil's City. You must know the reason. Due to the special weathering, the sand dunes here become extremely terrifying. From a distance, it looks like a castle where ghosts live. But don't worry, there are absolutely no ghosts here, and there are no ghosts in this world. Unexpectedly, before Xiang Wanli finished speaking, Ayamyahan shouted loudly, "Old man, shut up. I don't know how many stubborn scholars like you I have met in the first half of my life, and they all stayed in the Devil City and became new demons." Because he spoke with a northwestern accent, one by one, he jumped out. Not only did not make people angry, but he looked like a funny and cute old man. Ayamyahan's words amused us all, and the weird atmosphere disappeared. When we arrived at the foot of the Devil City, we found that it was more spectacular than we had imagined, and there was an indescribable beauty under the sunset. It was like a deserted city in the northwest built in the vast Gobi Desert, housing the lonely ghosts who were exiled here. The first thing Ayamyahan did after getting off the camel was to light a small oil lamp under a red rock wall in the Devil City. He kept chanting the Hui scripture and kowtowed to the rock wall. Bang, bang, bang. After kowtowed, Ayam Khan took a black sun bag from the white camel he rode. This sun bag had made me very curious before. What was in it? I didn't expect that it was just some dry cosmos flowers, and he sprinkled all the petals under the rock wall. After doing all this, he pulled up the sandproof scarf around his neck again and explained to us, "This is a local way of praying. You should kowtow like I did just now. Tonight you will sleep on someone else's territory, so you must not be disrespectful to the owner." I and Lao Jiang and others all did as he said, and I also pushed down Banban's head and kowtowed well. As for Dyoya and others, they were all more disciplined than each other. However, the free commune was a bit of a headache. Xiang Wanli leaned over and bowed deeply to the rock wall, indicating that he only kneeled to the heaven, earth, and the emperor, not to these strange and chaotic gods. De Wu and Xiao Wu ignored him directly, and walked into the city with camels. This scene made Ayamyahan shake his head. It was very simple to spend the night in the desert. Ayamyahan took us to find some sand dunes that could block the wind, and then asked us to find more poplar wood to make a fire. Because the temperature here is very cold at night, sometimes it can reach below zero. At night, we put on thick clothes and chatted around the campfire, discussing whether there are any demons here. Ayamyahan drank the barley wine he carried with him for a day, and said in a hoarse and desolate tone of a veteran, "You are still too young. There are many things happening in the Devil City, especially the sound of ghosts crying every night. That's because the dead here don't believe they are dead, they still want to go home. And I heard that many years ago, a foreign expedition team dug up a mummy in the Devil City, and the mummy was transported back by camels raised by my people. Then something weird happened. On the way, the mummy suddenly opened its eyes and sat up, biting the throats of several foreigners. Even the 3 foreign explorers, who handled the whole thing, were all infected with a strange infectious disease, and died of festering all over their bodies. It was tragic that all their families with blonde hair and blue eyes died. After that, we herdsmen set a new rule for the Devil City. Things here cannot be touched or taken at will, otherwise even if you escape abroad, the devil will catch up with you." In the middle of the night, his story made us a little scared. Everyone tightened their clothes at the same time, as if they were scared. "Uncle, you better stop talking, it's late at night." Yaya swallowed the water and rubbed her hands together. Ayamyahan laughed, which was a little creepy under the reflection of the campfire. I can't finish telling horror stories in a day and a night. Another time was my personal experience. At that time, I led a team to cross Misha Mountain, and I actually met a person who died on the way the day before. He asked me for water in the middle of the night. Do you know how scary that face was? That face was so white, without any blood color, it didn't look like a living person at all. His lips moved and he kept staring at me. "Water, water, I want water." At this time, a gust of wind blew, and our heartbeats stopped for a moment. Ayamyahan didn't tell us what happened later. He just took a deep breath and said slowly after a while, "In the end, I poured half of the team's water into the place where the man died, so that the team could return safely. This is the desert, ghosts looking for water. Listen carefully, don't provoke the devil, those things are not to be provoked." I, who have always been brave, felt a chill on my back, and Imlinger and Yaya were frightened. I looked at Imlinger. "Aren't you playing with insects? Are you afraid of ghosts?" Imlinger bit her round lower lip and replied confidently, "Ghosts are different from insects." Ayamyahan saw that the group of young people who disrespected the Devil City during the day were a little sad, and couldn't help but smile, tightening the lid of the wine bag. "I will continue to tell you the rest of the ghost stories tomorrow." However, at this moment, the wind suddenly blew in the Devil City. There was sandstorm everywhere. Diao Yi reacted very quickly and ordered us to put on square scarves, face the sand dunes, and wear goggles to prevent the sandstorm from entering our noses. Originally, we thought it was just a gust of sandstorm, which would be gone after it blew away, but unexpectedly, along with this gust of wind came a burst of mournful crying. Like a tide, it rolled into the Devil's City from all directions. What was even more terrifying was that the crying was made by men, the kind of painful, sobbing, and forced sobbing, which rushed into the Devil's City from all directions, as if thousands of men were crying to the Devil's City. No, to be more precise, they were surrounding our entire team. The sight was completely blocked by the wind and sand, and the hearing became extremely sensitive. A series of horrible scenes appeared in my mind. One by one, the devils with horrible dead faces crawled out of the sand with the wind, stood beside us, and surrounded everyone in a circle, trapping them inside. Yaya couldn't stand it first. She covered her ears and shouted in pain, "It's a ghost! It's a ghost!" The brothers Da and Xiaowu seemed to be interested in Yaya. They rushed to show themselves. In the end, Da took the lead and grabbed a handful of wind and sand to explain, "This is not a ghost crying at all. It is a natural wonder like the Devil's City. It is the wind that blows the sand to collide with each other, making a sound similar to crying. When the wind stops, this sound." It disappeared. Ayanyahan was angered and said viciously, "You are blaspheming the devil." Da and Xiaowu snorted and didn't take Ayanyahan's words seriously. After a while, the wind really stopped, and the crying that made everyone's hair stand on end just now also stopped abruptly. Da smugly adjusted his sandproof scarf. "I tell you." Lao Jiang, who had been abnormally silent from beginning to end, suddenly stabbed him. "I don't think so." Da was about to refute, but suddenly lost his voice, and everyone, including me, got goosebumps on the spot. Because there was no wind now, we heard a crying sound that was 100 times more terrifying than before coming from the Devil's City. What's more terrifying is that this crying sound did not come from the wind, but from underground. Chapter 112. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. The clear and audible crying sound from the underground came from all directions, surrounding us. A chill also jumped from the soles of my feet, making my heart tremble with tears. I asked Lao Jiang tremblingly, "What's the situation?" Lao Jiang was still calm and said, "Remember what I taught you when you asked me about the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas?" My mind suddenly moved. The art of looking at Qi. The situation in the desert is completely different from that in the Central Plains. It is too empty here, and it is unlikely to be surrounded by mountains and rivers. Therefore, ordinary feng shui techniques cannot be used at all. The only thing that can be used is the art of looking at Qi. Looking at Linger, who buried her little head in her body, I gritted my teeth. At this time, I couldn't care too much. I grabbed the telescope from Lao Jiang's neck and climbed straight up a mound more than 2 meters high. As I adjusted the lens, a strange scene suddenly appeared in front of me. In the dark night, although it was not clear, there seemed to be a faint black breath in the Devil's City, which was coming out of the soil little by little. The denser the black texture, the denser the crying. My heart sank, and I hurried back to the team. The group of people in the free commune asked me if I had any new discoveries. I only replied with one sentence, "There is something underground." My eyes were fixed on Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang pondered for a moment, then got up and went to the place where the camel was tied, took out 2 engineer shovels, and threw one of them in my hand. He followed me to the place where the black air was, and asked me to dig with him. We were digging the sand in the Devil's City in full view of everyone. Ayamu Khan was so scared when he saw the scene. "You are going to kill me. The devils here don't even give face to Allah, so how can they give me a person who believes in Allah?" Ignoring his nagging, Lao Jiang and I continued to use the engineer shovel to dig down. When we dug more than 1 meter deep, the engineer shovel suddenly stopped. Lao Jiang stopped and said in a deep voice, "Switch hands to dig." Oh my, you are going to kill me. You are going to kill me." Ayanyahan stamped his feet and spoke in a northwestern accent, circling around Lao Jiang and me. We thought there would be some treasure buried underground, because the Qi watching technique is generally used to find treasures, but what we saw was a vertical dried corpse. That's right, a vertical dried corpse buried in the soil. You know, ordinary dried corpses are lying horizontally, and this kind of corpse is the first time I've seen it. Especially the expression of this mummy, it is really hard to describe. One word to describe it is that the eyes are about to burst. The dark and shriveled head is like a knot on an old tree, which is indescribably weird. This reminds me of the ghost story told by Ayamu Khan. I am not worried that this thing has any devil's curse, but I am afraid that he carries an infectious virus. So Lao Jiang and I jumped away tacitly. A gust of cold wind blew, and the wind and sand began to wave around again, as if consciously irrigating the earth pit we just dug. Lao Zhang's eyes suddenly shrank. The corpse is hidden vertically, and the pit is filled with ghosts. There is something strange about this place. It is not advisable to stay for a long time. The camel has almost rested. Let's leave the ghost city overnight. Ayamukan was eager to escape from this ghost place at this moment, and immediately shouted to the camel to run away. During the day, we were traveling under the scorching sun, and at night, we were traveling and shivering. For us, it was like ice and fire, and we felt like we were in heaven and death. I saw Linger's lips were white from the cold, so I took off my thick coat and gave it to her. This time Linger didn't refuse, but you snorted coldly, "Humph, you bitch." After walking for about an hour, I saw rows of crooked poplar trees gradually appearing on both sides of the road. Under the shade of the poplar trees, there was a lonely beacon tower in front. I suddenly became curious. Isn't there no one outside Human Pass? How come there is a beacon tower here? After taking a look, Xiong Wenli explained knowledgeably, this should be left over from the Han dynasty. At that time, the Han army was stationed here to resist the invasion of the Huns. This beacon tower is equivalent to our border monument. Once the Huns invaded, the local soldiers would light billowing smoke to warn Human Pass. Therefore, this beacon tower is also a warning to the invaders. This is the dividing line of the Han territory. Those who offend the powerful Han will be punished even if they are far away. The words made us passionate, and the bleak chill also subsided a lot. Professor Xiong Wenli is indeed worthy of his name, and has the most knowledge of history in the team. We immediately decided to go to the beacon tower to take a look, or simply stay here for the night. Aimukan also said that this is a good place to shelter from the wind and cold. We quickened our pace, and came to the beacon tower. Aimukan tied the camel to the poplar tree outside. After entering, we found that the place was in a state of disrepair. There were many stones and debris scattered on the ground. Lao Jiang dug around in it, and pulled out a wooden slip that was not completely rotten. There was a line of words vaguely engraved on it. On February 18th, the border was in danger. Xiong Wenli explained, because there is almost no bamboo in the northwest, the generals here in ancient times used wooden slips to record major events. The 18th day of the second lunar month is the day of the spring equinox, and there should have been an invasion by the Huns during that period. The professor is indeed a professor, and his reputation is well deserved. He restored the historical truth with just one look, and we couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. However, as Lao Jiang and I dug out more and more wooden slips, things became more and more weird. Because every time the border was in danger, the time period actually pointed to February 18th. Now even Xiong Wenli was confused. Did the Huns go crazy? Why did they choose February 18th every year to attack Human Pass? There is no strategy at all. At this time, Lao Zhang's face turned cold, and he made a terrible guess. What if the Huns were not attacking Human Pass? Xiong Wenli asked in a daze. If not the Huns, who else could it be? Lao Jiang stared at a wooden slip in his hand in a trance. It says that the Han dynasty will send 500 more people every year to resist the spring breeze here. This made everyone even more confused. Spring breeze? Does the spring breeze need to be resisted? The wind brought a low whimper, and this dilapidated beacon tower was like a secret in the abyss, which was unpredictable. Lao Jiang and I continued to look for the slips, and when we couldn't find anything anymore, we went straight to the second floor of the beacon tower. Many of the stone steps were weathered, and if you were not careful, you would step into a deep pit. Everyone walked very carefully, but when we reached the second floor, Linger suddenly cried out, and I shone the flashlight at her feet. At that moment, I clearly saw Linger jump 3 feet high, and she was about to jump off the beacon tower. Yaya covered her mouth and screamed in fear. There was a yellow skeleton lying there. Under the light, the 2 sunken eye sockets seemed to be staring at us, which was indescribably terrifying. There were 3 crooked English letters engraved on the stone wall behind the skeleton XLV. Lao Jiang just took a look at the skeleton and immediately determined that this was not an Asian, but a European skeleton, most likely an explorer who had come here before. Lao Jiang and I went forward to observe the skeleton and found that there were some crooked small letters engraved under it. It seemed that this foreigner was trapped here and wrote some desperate last words before he died. Xiong Wenli, who was in the team, had the best English. He stepped forward bravely. When he saw these English, his expression changed. After a while, he took a breath of cold air. How is it possible? He took a step back uncontrollably and suddenly squatted down, as if he wanted to check it again carefully. After a moment, he finally gave up. Lao Jiang hurriedly asked him what was written on it. Xiong Wenli told us, the deceased was a British explorer named George, who named this beacon tower, V Fortress. George had been studying the history of the western regions, especially the Yumen Pass. He believed that while ancient China was resisting the Huns, it was also resisting a more terrifying existence, which was called spring breeze. The 18th day of February every year is the day when the spring breeze descends on the earth. George at that time came to the beacon tower specifically during this period, holding a 1 in 10,000 possibility to investigate what kind of existence the spring breeze was. But unfortunately, when he saw Chufeng with his own eyes, death also came quietly. The whole story ends here. We have no way of knowing what George saw, nor who Chufeng is. We only know that a strong fear is gradually enveloping us. Just when we wanted to continue searching for the beacon tower, Diao Yi suddenly said, "What day is today?" Lao Jiang, Xian Wanli, and I looked at our watches at the same time, and after a while, we said with a tearful expression, "In 7 minutes, it will be midnight, which is February 18th. At that moment, the air was stagnant, and no one dared to breathe loudly. At this time, Diao Yi could no longer hide in front of Ye, and he shouted to the crow, "Eagle." The next second, the crow opened the door of the iron cage, and 2 eagles, one black and one white, instantly jumped out of the cage, like arrows from a string, soaring in the sky with a heroic posture overlooking all living things. I asked curiously, "If this thing flies out, can it come back?" The sand fox replied indifferently from behind, "Not only can it come back, but it can also help us detect the situation within hundreds of miles. If it weren't for the eagles, how could I stand firm in this great northwest?" The 2 eagles became smaller and smaller in my naked eyes, and finally became 2 dots in the sky, circling in the vast desert. From time to time, they made a sharp cry, as if they were keenly searching for something. I don't know how long it took, but the eagle finally came back. Diao stretched out an arm and let the eagle land on it, but to our surprise, the eagle did not land on Diao's hand, but got into the iron cage in a daze. With the 2 low calls of Xiuhei and Xiaobai, Diao's face became uglier than ever. He walked down the beacon tower quickly and pulled Ye with him. Ye wanted to resist, but Luatua said loudly, as if he was about to cry, "Miss, don't make trouble, now is not the time to joke." I heard something was wrong from the camel's tone, so I hurriedly chased after him and asked what happened to him. Diao answered as he walked, "This is a dead place." Xiuhei and Xiaobai said, "There are many scary things coming here. We have to go fast." I asked where he was going. Diao glanced at the sky and said sternly, "Escape back to the Devil City." Chapter 113. The situation was extremely urgent, and Lao Jiang handed over the command of the entire team to Diao Yi without any hesitation. The camel dragged Yu. Helan Shui protected Yinling Air, and we fled from the beacon tower like dogs that had lost their homes. There was no time to untie the ropes that tied the camels, and Lao Jiang pulled out the black knife and cut the ropes one by one in an instant. Although I don't know what the 2 eagles saw, and what is the connection with the spring breeze recorded on the wooden slip, but to be honest, this is the first time I have seen Diao Yi show a fearful expression. Amid the swaying camel bells, we retreated at the fastest speed. On the road, Ayam Khan's puzzled voice floated forward with the wind. "What are you doing? You finally came here exhausted. Why are you going back?" Hey, Mr. Jiang in front, slow down. I'm old and can't stand the tossing." In fact, in addition to Ayam Khan, the group of young people in the free commune were also quite dissatisfied. One moment they asked who Diao Yi was, and why he was giving orders, then they complained that we were not determined and retreated when victory was at hand. Old Jiang turned around and glared at them fiercely. "If you don't want to leave, stay and see who can survive tonight." The cold murderous intent burst out from him, stabbing at the group of young people like frost and flying flowers, scaring them so much that they dared not murmur immediately. They could only lead the camels, and silently follow the large army. When we hurried back to the Devil City, the morning star appeared in the east, like a huge white jade plate, overlooking us alone. The desolate night enveloped this strange empty city. The intermittent crying was louder than before, rubbing our ears like nails scratching glass, making our hearts tremble. Looking at this deadly place, I couldn't help but sigh. It's just out of the tiger's den, and into the wolf's den. After entering the natural castle in the center of the Devil City, the group was already exhausted, but Diao Yi didn't give us any time to breathe, and directly issued the first order. "Everyone get off the camel, grab the engineer shovel." Lao Jiang began to distribute engineer shovels to everyone, and Diao Yi asked each of us to dig a pit along the largest and sharpest sand dune. I couldn't help but feel ashamed. Still digging? How deep? Diao Yi was standing under the sand dune, leaning on a jade cane, like a leader who was pointing out the way, at least 1 meter deep, Enough for you and your camel to hide in it. Thinking of the mummy I just encountered, I said with a bitter face, what if I accidentally dig up that kind of thing again? Dio, he was a little impatient, knocking the ground hard with his cane. Stop talking nonsense. Is the mummy scarier or the spring breeze scarier? Dig for me. At that moment, everyone started digging the pit in the cold wind. Fortunately, the free commune also brought a lot of tools, so everyone could barely take care of themselves. When we finished digging the pit, everyone had lost 70% of their strength. After all, 2 rapid marches back and forth in the middle of the night, and digging pits non-stop. Even Lao Jiang, a black knife unicorn, was a little overwhelmed, not to mention Professor Xiang Wanli, who has always been known for his elegance. At this time, his face was pale, sweating profusely, and he was almost out of breath. I wasn't much better, except for the monster Ban, who dug one hole after another tirelessly, like a perpetual motion machine, and stunned everyone around him. However, Iengahan, Ealinger, and Yaya had their pits dug, all of which were dug by Ban alone. Who is this young man in white? He is as strong as Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu. The way he shovels, and the strength he has showed that he is a good digger. The monks were very curious about Ban, and I was too lazy to explain. I leaned on Ban and panted heavily. Seeing that everyone had dug a pit, Delia gave the second order, get down in the pit with your camels. We did it obediently, because the pit could block the wind and was warmer. Delia and several monks took off all the blankets on the camels, and laid them on us. Then, Delia actually unscrewed his jade cane. I always thought the thing was just for Dia Yi to show off, but I didn't expect it to be so hidden. He walked up to us carefully, and poured a drop of the strange liquid in the cane onto the blanket we were covering. I don't know what this liquid is, I only know that it is only a small drop, but it exudes a pungent fragrance, even stronger than a whole bottle of foreign perfume. Shaw Hu explained, this is refined musk, an extremely precious Chinese herbal medicine. When the monks go to the tomb, they often use this kind of incense to drive away poisonous insects, snakes and ants. Poisonous insects, snakes and ants? I frowned. Could it be that Dio Yi already knew what spring breeze was? Just as I was thinking, Dio Yi also laid down in the pit and continued to speak. Everyone stay in your respective positions. No matter what happens or what you see, no matter how horrible or incredible it is, you are absolutely not allowed to leave the pit without my order. Remember, your life now is not only your own, but also affects the life and death of the entire team. Dioya's words instantly brought us a strong sense of fear, and at the same time, it also aroused our curiosity. At this moment, I really can't wait to see with my own eyes the spring breeze that invades Yumengwen every year, the thing that makes foreign explorers die tragically in the beacon tower. What exactly is it? I lifted a corner of the blanket and squinted my eyes, and stared at the other side of the sky. At this time, a trace of fish belly white appeared in the east. Because of the telescope, I can see very far. But the other side of the beacon tower is still surprisingly calm, as if Delia just played a big joke on us. Just as I held my breath and continued to stare into the distance, the iconic loud voice of Camel suddenly sounded in the pit behind. General Head, don't say it. You lie here, big and small, just right. Does this count as early burial? As soon as these words came out, even Yaya couldn't help laughing. Then I heard the vicious voice of Dia Yi. When we get back, I will cut off your tongue and feed it to Xiao Hei. The sand fox next to him warned solemnly. Luotua, this is the 367th time you have offended the chief. I thought to myself that Dia, he was really kind to his subordinates. Suddenly, Lao Jiang shouted, quiet. Following the direction of his finger, we clearly saw that the sky on the other side of the beacon tower had changed, and the color of the whole sky had changed. I swear that in my life, I have only seen the sunset dye the sky red, and the wind and sand have blown the sky yellow, but I have never seen a green sky, a faint green, as if there are endless clumps of green grass growing wildly along the sky. There is no end in sight, no edge. No, those grasses grow from the ground to the horizon. In the telescope, I suddenly saw that the entire distant horizon was also covered with green. The green was dense, as if it was composed of countless small green dots. And that burst of green was not static, it was coming towards us at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh my god, what is this? Xiang Wanli was quite optimistic at this time. Could this also be a natural wonder that we have never known? Lao Jiang couldn't help but curse. Hack your mother's natural wonder. This is a disaster of human past. You know, Lao Jiang has always respected Xiang Wanli. If the situation is not critical, he will not swear. It was not until later that I learned that when Lao Jiang was at the beacon tower, in order to avoid causing panic in the team, he secretly hid a wooden slip. Only Heelan Shui and Yo, he had seen this wooden slip. The wooden slip read, Xian was sent to the western regions, and 3 years later, there was an insect plague at Human Pass. The insects were green and had wings, and could turn everything into withered. They were called Spring Breeze. So I asked Dunhuang County to increase the border troops by 500 every year to guard Human Pass. As the green color got closer, the others saw it. The strange thing was that the green color made a buzzing sound when it moved, as if there were thousands of insects flapping their wings. The whole team was in a state of panic at this moment. Xiang Wanli stammered, This thing I have never seen or heard of it before. Others' voices also rose and fell. Help! Help! Everyone, hurry up! Keep running back. We will die. Imohen climbed out of the pit at some point. He kept bowing his head to the sky in the distance, muttering to himself, Allah appears, Allah appears. I really don't know whether to admire his piety or his courage to not fear death. Lao Jiang immediately shouted, Be quiet, all of you go back to the pit. While speaking, Lao Jiang reached out and pulled Imohen back. There were still a few young people ready to move, and Yoye smiled coldly. Didn't you see how fast that thing was? Run, where are you going? This mockery made the group of young people dare not say a word. When the moving green ocean was still dozens of meters away from the Devil City, we finally saw their true colors. It turned out to be insects waving transparent wings one after another. They were round in appearance, green all over, only the size of bottle caps, but there were tens of thousands of them. This group of insects came in groups, vowing to cover the sky of the entire desert and devour all the creatures outside Human Pass. Lao Jiang was counting down silently. 3, 2, 1. Lie down and wrap yourself tightly with a blanket. When we pulled up the blanket and covered the entire pit tightly, holding the corners tightly with both hands, we heard the green tide of insects passing through the Devil City. Those closer were like dive bombers flying over our heads. Boom, 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 accompanied by a noisy noise in my ears. Because there were so many bugs, the cries of the Devil City were torn apart, and the yellow sandstorms were raised, which strengthened our concealment. This made me feel a little lucky that Dia, he was indeed a good fighter in the desert. If it weren't for him, I couldn't believe what the fate of the whole team would be like. Just when I was convinced in my heart that asking Dia, he to come out was the best decision, something changed suddenly. I only heard a low hum, and something suddenly rushed out of the pit. It was the cry of a camel. It was followed by a sharp female voice. Come back, come back. It turned out that the camel next to Yeye was frightened and rushed out of the pit without control. It was like crazy, shouting and rushing out of the Devil City. Chapter 114. Such a strong adult camel is a rare delicacy. It rushed out foolishly, not knowing that it had become a walking piece of fat meat. The green insect tide that had just left the Devil City made a 90-degree turn in the sky, like a green claw, and instantly turned back to grab the camel. In just a blink of an eye, the camel's body could not be seen. Only a green whirlwind could be seen wrapping it tightly and moving madly. Yeye still wanted to save it at this time, but Diao Yi scolded, Little girl, don't want to die, come back. De Wu and Xiao Wu wanted to be heroes, and Professor Xiang Wanli was also angry for once. Go back. In full view of the public, we clearly saw one green insect after another attached to the camel's fur. They gathered together densely, as if countless green diamond heads were inlaid on the camel, which made me have intensive phobia. The camel's cry became more and more miserable and smaller. Finally, its entire body was sucked dry, leaving no blood or water in its body, only a layer of empty skin attached to the skeleton. With a bang, that was the sound of the dead camel falling on the sand. The group of insects had started eating meat, and seemed to have noticed that there was still life in the Devil City, so they ran towards the center of the Devil City again. It can be said that their goal was here, and they soon found our traces. Fortunately, we were hiding in the pit, and the only exposed front was the musk water sprinkled by Dia Yi. Those green insects seemed to be particularly afraid of the smell of musk. They charged towards our position again and again, but each time they turned back when they were more than 10 centimeters away. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Buzz, buzz. Woo, woo. Groups of green insects continued to rush over unwillingly, and then were forced back by the musk. Although we temporarily resisted their attack, I knew that this was not a solution at all, because the smell of musk was getting weaker and weaker, and it would evaporate in a short time. By then, our fate would be exactly the same as that of the fat camel, just now. Dio Yi seemed to have noticed this earlier than me. He suddenly jumped up from the pit, not even bothering to shake the yellow sand in his collar, and said in an irresistible tone, Hold the camels, and put on blankets, and run with me. We were like lambs being driven, fleeing in the Devil City, with overwhelming green shadows behind us. He would drop a drop of musk along the way to delay the speed of the insects, but it was obvious that although this method was effective, it was only a temporary solution. The slowest runner in the whole team was Linger, because the bamboo basket she was carrying was too big, and there were a lot of luggage in it. Helan Shui had no choice but to walk and support him all the way. I saw that Linger's forehead was covered with sweat, her face was pale, and she obviously couldn't run anymore. I asked anxiously, "Didn't you say that all insects are your good friends? Can we turn enemies into friends, and have a social gathering or something?" Linger wiped her porcelain doll-like face and cried, "But these insects are not my friends. I don't even know what they are." Just as she was talking, Linger suddenly tripped over a stone under her feet and fell to the ground. The blanket fell to the side, and she had no time to pick it up. At that moment, my mind was blank. I almost rushed to Linger without thinking and pressed her firmly to the ground. I knew that there was a spring breeze covering my back, but I dared not let go of Linger's hand for a moment. At that time, the only thought left in my mind was, don't let her die, absolutely not. Even if it means exchanging my life. Why don't you run? Idiot, I don't need you to be a hero. Linger was struggling. One hot tear after another fell on the back of my hand. I hugged her tightly, wanting to comfort her, but I couldn't say a word. But the expected death did not come for a long time. I turned my head with doubts, and finally understood why. At this time, Ban was standing in front of the spring breeze without any fear. He held a longing spear diagonally, and his whole body was particularly slender and tall, firmly protecting me and Linger. His eyes were still dull and lifeless as always, and his face was still expressionless, but I could read the oath he made before he set out from his movements. I am willing to protect the master from wind and rain. I am willing to fight for the master and die. Just as the insect tide was about to swallow all three of us, I clearly saw that Ban's eyes changed. I will never let you hurt the master. Not even a bit. He uttered each word with difficulty, and his eyes were as bright red as if they were filled with Shura blood. He seemed like an ancient god of war who had been sealed for 1,000 years, and burst out all his anger at the moment of life and death. Ban stabbed the ground with his spear, and let out a long, earth-shaking howl towards the spring breeze. Ah! It was invincible, it was powerful, it was the first roar that cut through the eternal night, it was the overwhelming fighting spirit of the great Shang Wolf commander. This roar seemed to condense the air in front of us into an invisible wall, blocking the spring breeze. I even saw that the dense swarm of insects seemed to be completely dispersed, as if a god general, who took the head of a general in the army, succeeded in charging the battle formation. The swarm of insects was torn into several strands, unwillingly continuing to hover over the Devil City. It was like a big green hand, covering Ban's head. Ban's back at this time was like a god descending from heaven, and the felt hat used to cover his hair and face had slipped off. His wild long hair danced in the wind, and a spear pierced the sky. He looked like the storyteller Zhao Zilong of Changshan. He fought for 3,000 miles, and his spear was used to defeat 1,000,000 soldiers. The insect swarm only stared at Ban for a moment, and then chose to retreat. They knew that Ban was not easy to mess with, so they turned around and chased Lao Jiang and the others. Lao Jiang could only circle around the mound with a grin, and finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "My dear disciple, your chance to repay your gratitude has come." Then he ran away, and shamelessly hid behind Ban. The group of insects chased Yo Yi and Xiang Wanli, and the others again. Then I heard the high-pitched and annoying voice of Luotuo. "Son-in-law, here I come." And Xiang Wanli's breathless voice. "Everyone, hide behind Li Jinglan. We must keep the revolutionary fire alive." And Iamyahan's funny and pitiful northwestern Japanese voice. Wait for me, an old man. I am so old that my legs are going to break from running." The weird scene that appeared in the Devil City afterwards was that more than 10 of us, leading camels, hid behind Ban and fought with the green insect tide. This scene was like an eagle catching chicks. We were all chicks, and Ban was the mother hen protecting her chicks. It was a little funny when I thought about it, but it was more of a bitter tear. I don't know how long this situation lasted. When it was completely bright, the insect tide began to gradually retreat, and finally they all withdrew from the Devil City. We thought they were completely frightened by Ban, or were afraid of light. When the sun rises, they will return to their nests. No, neither of them. Lao Zhang's words broke my imagination. He pointed at the insect tide and analyzed. "Didn't you notice? At the beginning, when they faced the big Zongzi, they only showed a bloody fighting spirit. They were indeed shocked by the corpse gas that burst out of the big Zongzi, but they were not afraid. But now, did you see it? The first batch of insects couldn't even flap their wings steadily and fell directly to the ground. They were afraid. The only thing that could scare them to this extent is their natural enemies. Natural enemies? But where are the natural enemies here? I looked around. The entire Devil's City was empty. There was not even a blade of grass to be found except for the sand and earth mounds. In other words, if there were really natural enemies in the Devil's City, how could the spring breeze rush into the city and almost destroy the Devil's City? At this time, the Eagle Master calmed down. He smoked for a day and said quietly, "What if their natural enemies can only appear on February 18th? And it is a special time point, such as now." There was a flash of lightning in my mind, and a terrible idea came to my mind. My eyes looked down at my feet. If there was anything else in the Devil's City, it was only the group of mummies underground. At this moment, I suddenly felt the sand under my feet moving. Yes, they were moving. Even the entire Devil's City was experiencing a small earthquake, causing us to sway left and right. I suddenly understood something and shouted to everyone, "Hold the camel tightly, and climb up the mound closest to you, the faster the better, the faster the better." As I spoke, I also quickly pulled Bam-Man, the wood, and climbed up the mound next to me, and also pulled Linger. In a few minutes, we saw a scene that we will never forget in our lives. I saw the howling north wind blowing through the Devil's City, and also blew away the layer of yellow sand on the surface. Under the entire Devil's City, countless human-shaped objects wrapped in gravel, like terracotta warriors, emerged. They were all standing, just like bamboo shoots emerging from the ground after the rain. It seemed as if countless invisible hands were hidden in the yellow sand underground, lifting them up one by one. When all the humanoid objects rose to the ground, they were exactly as I thought, the mummies that had been dug out before. Their bodies had been eroded for many years, and had completely turned black. They were thin and wrinkled like twisted willow trees, without a drop of moisture in their bodies. A cheek with only skin left pressed against the skull, and only two deep black holes in the eyes. They lined up in a row neatly, like a well-trained army of the dead. Mummies. Can mummies be trained? Linger stuttered, her hands pulling at the corners of my clothes uncontrollably. I couldn't answer her question at all, because it was beyond my cognition. In a flash, the mummies bent down one by one and got on all fours, like hellhounds, rushing towards the spring breeze. Every time the mummies took a step forward, the spring breeze retreated 1 meter, until all the mummies stood at the edge of the Devil's City. We saw the spring breeze retreat. The green insect tide that covered the sky was retreating step by step back to the distant beacon tower, and then to the horizon in the direction from which it came. The sky was no longer green, but turned into a touch of blue, with clear sky and light clouds. At this time, I saw Lao Jiang talking to himself from behind. "I understand." I asked Lao Jiang, "What do you understand?" Lao Jiang only replied me with a familiar ancient poem. "Why should the Chong flute blame the willows? The spring breeze does not pass the human pass." Chapter 115. It was then that I realized that rather than saying that this group of mummies were guarding the Devil's City, it would be better to say that the direction they were facing was human pass. It was the territory of our great China. Professor Xiang Wanli also said with a complicated expression, "During the Tang Dynasty, a great poet named Wang Jihuan came to the border, which is now the human pass. We are heading west." He saw the sadness of the desert and thought of the soldiers who guarded the border during the Han Dynasty. A famous sentence that has been passed down through the ages came out. Why should the Chong flute blame the willows? The spring breeze does not pass through human pass. However, what I never expected was that after teaching for decades, I actually misunderstood the original intention of this great poet. It turns out that the spring breeze in the poem is not that spring breeze, but refers to this kind of insect. And the reason why the spring breeze can never pass through human pass is that it is the generals of my thousands of Han people. When the spring breeze invades, they will light the beacon fire and defend the city with their lives intact. Even if they die, even if they are buried in a foreign land and turned into a pile of dried corpses, they will still guard the people day after day, spring after spring, year after year. As I listened, my eyes became moist, and I felt infinite emotion in my heart. When the green insect tide called spring breeze dissipated, these dried corpses also lost their purpose, standing upright like wooden sculptures, without any movement. We bravely jumped off the mound. Because there were many insects that were scared to death on the ground, Professor Wanli walked over and picked up one with tweezers, and took out a magnifying glass to observe carefully. After a while, he told us, "Spring breeze seems to be a green beetle that has been extinct for thousands of years. Its history is as distant as the scarab beetle in ancient Egypt. The pharaohs of ancient Egypt used the principle of the scarab beetle's continuous reproduction to protect the pyramids for themselves. I suspect that the spring breeze was brought to the western regions by merchants traveling to Central Asia after the opening of the Silk Road. Its hometown may be in ancient Egypt, or even more ancient Rome. After hearing Xiang Wanli's words, we looked at each other in surprise. We couldn't believe that such a terrible thing actually existed in the world. Xiang Wanli took a breath and continued. In short, where this thing came from, history has no conclusion. The only thing worth mentioning is that after arriving in the western regions, this thing may have become a terrifying species invasion. The unique climate of the desert caused them to mutate, and gradually, they became the spring breeze we see now. No grass grows in the land where they pass, and all the animals and beasts die on the road. They will suck the water out of all the plants and animals, just like the camel that just died. I suddenly thought of the group of mummies in the Devil's City. They were squeezed dry of water, leaving only an empty skin on the outside. Could it be that they also died in the hands of the spring breeze? But by coincidence, they became a kind of desert mummies that science cannot explain. The spring breeze absorbs water and drinks blood, but the mummies have no water to absorb, so they have lost their only weakness of fearing the spring breeze, and they only know how to attack and move forward. They died in the spring breeze, but became the natural enemy of the spring breeze. Is this what we often say, cause and effect cycle? No one is exempt from it? Lao Jiang said quietly. Maybe some master made them into immortal corpses and buried them here to fulfill their unfinished wishes. Or maybe they still have a deep longing for their hometown when they die, and they still think in their hearts that even if they fight to the last soldier, they must defend human pass. That obsession made them look like this now immortal. Hearing this, we couldn't help but feel deeply sad, and the ugly and scary mummies didn't seem so ugly anymore. Whose husbands were they in their lifetime, and whose handsome sons were they? Ian Linger sniffed. Then will they have to stay in the Devil's City forever? Too pitiful. The spring breeze never stops blowing. After all, they have to resist the spring breeze on February 18th every year. I just wanted to comfort Ian Linger, but the words in my throat were swallowed back before they could be uttered. I pointed my right hand forward and said tremblingly, You look. I saw that hundreds of mummies outside the city all turned their heads with a click, turned 180 degrees, and stared at us with a resentful look. Their heads were facing us, but their bodies were still facing the side that was retreating from the spring breeze. Oh my God, they are not coming over. Linger opened her mouth wide, her face pale. Everything was just as she expected. The group of mummies kept a strange posture with their heads in front and their bodies in the back, twisting towards us, like upside-down poplar trees, moving forward step by step in the wind and sand. Lao Jiang slapped his thigh. It's over, they may also regard us as invaders. What should we do? Everyone looked at Lao Jiang. I gritted my teeth and said decisively, Let's go up the mound first. Everyone started running back, determined to find the largest mound as a safe haven. However, at this moment, Ejime, the military advisor who had not said a word from beginning to end in the team, suddenly pulled out his black jade flute and floated on a rock wall 3 or 4 meters high. The wind lifted his white gown, and Ejime's expression was indifferent, without any fear of the mummies. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Perhaps thousands of years ago, Wang Jihuan had told us how to appease the mummies. Then he played an endlessly sad song, which sounded like the Liangzhou tune of the Han dynasty, or the famous song Zhiyang Lu from the northern frontier. The sound was humming, like resentment, like longing, like crying and complaining. The lingering sound was endless. In the sound of the flute, I seemed to see such a picture. On the cold city wall, the soldiers were wearing cold iron clothes, writing letters to their families on wooden slips with their red hands. The night was cold, but it could not blow away the gentle smiles on their faces. On the other side of the Guanha River, there was a white-haired mother and a newlywed wife, sitting on the doorstep every day, waiting for the return of her son or husband. But day after day, month after month, after spring comes summer, and after summer comes autumn, and after autumn comes winter. My great men stayed in Dunhuang forever. In order to resist the invaders, they could never come back. Only the faint sound of the Chong flute outside Human Pass told the merchants and travelers. There was such a group of brave people who protected Yin State and the Silk Road. Why should the Chong flute blame the willows? The spring breeze does not pass Human Pass. In the sound of the flute, we saw that the resentment in the eyes of the group of skeletons disappeared, and drops of red liquid that could not be called tears fell from their empty eye sockets. Then, they froze their steps, returned to their original positions in unison, and sank into the vast wind and sand again. I don't know how many years they will have to wait in this long wind and sand. I only know that they will wake up again on the 18th of February next year. Year after year, eternal protection. This reminds me of the famous self-sacrificing words of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. And this group of ordinary people is no different. As long as the spring breeze does not die, the military spirit will not be extinguished. When the spring breeze disappears, they can escape from the world, return to the dust, reincarnate as human beings, and experience family, friendship and love. Because our physical strength has been overdrawn to the limit, our legs and feet are sore, and we almost slept on the mound for most of the day before we recovered our strength a little. When the scorching sun was high, we led the camel away from the Devil City forever. But at the end, I couldn't bear to look at it. Everyone was very sad, didn't say much, and walked forward in silence. At this time, Diao Yi suddenly called me. Because Yeye's camel was eaten, but she couldn't follow us on foot, so Diao Yi asked me to ride a camel with her, which was convenient for protecting Yeye. I rejected this bad idea without hesitation, let alone that I have no good feelings towards Yeye. Just talking about Einlinger will make me witness what a worm that covers the sky and the sun is. Deoya raised his mouth and turned the thumb of his right hand, as if reminding me to be soft-hearted. Don't forget that I took several treasures at the beginning, and I said with certainty that Shangwan Lanyua's safety was in my own hands. I pretended to be stupid and said to Deoya, how good is it for you to sit with her? Father and daughter are of one mind, and their strength can break metal. Deoya couldn't help but point at my nose and scolded me repeatedly. You. De Wu and Xiao Wu took the initiative to propose to ride a camel with Yeye, but Yeye refused. She turned her eyes to Einlinger, who asked innocently, do you want to keep groaning with me? You know, the big bamboo basket that Einlinger was carrying was too unsafe. It was already difficult for her to carry it alone, and with one more person, the camel would probably collapse halfway. In the end, there was really no other way, so Yeye had to ride on the same camel with Alangsu. When we returned to the beacon tower, I suddenly asked to wait a while. With Lao Zhang's consent, I simply buried the explorer named George and put up a sign. In memory of you who are chasing the spring breeze. No matter what, he is a whistleblower, reminding us that we have avoided a catastrophe in the desert. This respect is what I, Li Jinglan, should give him. Chapter 116. Beyond the beacon tower, there is a real no-man's land. In front of us are high sand mountains, which look like countless pyramids of ancient Egypt. In order to save energy, Ayam Khan specially planned an S-shaped route for us, so that we can avoid those highlands as much as possible. Even so, everyone can't stand it. It was almost afternoon, but the sun showed no sign of setting. We began to sweat profusely, and we couldn't help but drink water every half an hour. Aimu Khan immediately grabbed the camel and warned, young men and women, drink less water. We only have enough water to last for 10 days. After drinking it, we can only drink our own urine. Einlinger squinted her eyes and glanced at the strong sunlight, and asked, why is it getting hotter here? Aimu Khan said, we haven't gone deep into the desert of the dead. The further we go, the hotter it will be. I don't want to die here either, old man. You insisted on dragging me to die together. With Aimu Khan's words, everyone could only restrain their physical desires, and they stopped drinking water even if their lips were chapped. We finally crossed the first sand hill with great effort. What came into view was a huge riverbed winding forward, but this riverbed had long been dry, and underneath was full of cracks dried by the scorching sun. Those cracks are crisscrossed like spider webs, which makes us feel distressed. Ayamyahin told us, this place is called Yanchi Sea. There was water in the ancient western regions. It was this sea that fed the poplar trees on both sides, and saved countless caravans that were about to die of thirst in the desert. But since my grandfather's generation, the Yanchi Lake dried up overnight, without a drop of water, and this place has become the desert of the dead. But now that we have seen the Yanchi Lake, it means that we have officially arrived at the core area of the desert of the dead. We rode camels, and continued to move forward along the riverbed. In the middle, Lao Jian got off the camel once. When he caught up, his expression was a little strange and gloomy, as if the situation was not good. I whispered to him what was wrong. Lao Jian opened his tightly clenched fist in front of me, and there was a smoked cigarette, but in his palm. What's going on? I was immediately alert. Lao Jian looked around and whispered, believe the intuition of an old smoker, this is not a cigarette from Yen country, but a Marlboro from Lifone country. Could it be? I was shocked. Lao Jian hissed at me and nodded heavily. He wasn't sure if it was Warner, but there must be someone walking ahead of us. We must be extremely vigilant on the road ahead. After this little episode, I didn't care about hanging out with a group of young people from the free commune along the way. I just sat on the tall camel's back, looking around in the sand like a hawk, hoping to find some clues. However, nothing was found. I thought the day would pass so uneventfully, but when we walked out of the riverbed, we actually saw a long black shadow lying in the sand sea in the distance. The black shadow was at least more than 10 meters long, with its head facing up and its tail stuck in the sand. It was like a ship stranded in the golden desert. Was it my eyes? I immediately picked up the telescope to observe, and what I saw was indeed an abandoned ship. I told others about my discovery, and the team was excited, and everyone was talking about it. How could there be a ship in the desert? Is it because you are too thirsty and have hallucinations? I said you need to drink for at least a few days. Whose ship can be stranded in the desert? It's a ghost. Everyone was discussing it, but only Xiang Wanli patted the camel and came to my side. He took my telescope and observed the distance carefully for a while, then smiled confidently. There are naturally no ships in the desert. We must have encountered the wonder of a mirage. This ship is very likely stranded on the beach at the other end of the desert, but it was projected here by the mirror-like smooth sky, and coupled with a visual error, we mistakenly thought it was in the sand. The young man behind nodded repeatedly. The teacher is indeed a walking library. The professor is right, it must be a mirage. Only Lao Jiang laughed sarcastically. Have you ever seen such a realistic mirage? This question stumped Xiang Wanli. He simply took us to the sunken ship first, and the camel team followed. One hoof, one sand pit, one step, one sway, accompanied by the rapid sound of camel bells, we soon arrived under the black shadow. When the sunken ship actually appeared in front of us, everyone was shocked. It was not a mirage, but a real ship stuck in the sand. A real ship that you can touch with your hands. However, the mast of the ship was broken, the deck was rotten, and even the hull was rusted. There was a huge iron anchor thrown out at the bow, deeply sunk into the sand, as if the captain was urgently dropping anchor at the last moment before the accident. There was a strange symbol faintly written on the hull with white paint, SOS. This seemed to be a signal used by foreigners to ask for help. Xiang Wanli hid his embarrassment and made a bold guess. Didn't we pass by the dried-up Yanqi Sea before? Could this ship have been sailing on the river, but was stranded here because of a storm? As time passed, the riverbed dried up completely, and it was buried. The young people in the free commune echoed again and again, yes, that must be the case. I shook my head. No, it's impossible. Everyone looked over, and before they questioned, I began to explain. This is obviously a foreign merchant ship, and it is definitely no more than 50 years away from us. As for the Yanqi Sea, didn't Imam Khan say that his grandfather's grandfather had already dried it? Xiang Wanli was also confused by me. Then could this ship have fallen from the sky? At this time, Imam Khan climbed up the slope breathlessly, and in the tone of an experienced person, he laughed at everyone for not having seen the world. What's the matter? There are too many incredible things in the desert. There was once a man who called himself Skywalker. The guide likes to explore the desert in the northwest. The team can always enter and exit safely. The young man has some skills, but he underestimates nature. He thinks he is a Skywalker and is fearless, until he led his men into the desert of the dead. Not long after entering, the whole team lost the signal and never returned. However, in the second year, Skywalker's body appeared on the Chilean mountains. Some of the other people in the team floated on the sea, and some turned into mummies in the Alasan desert. In short, they all died. Several of them were still incomplete, with missing arms and legs. Since then, fewer people dared to enter the desert of the dead. Chilean mountains, the sea, and the Alasan desert are more than 100 miles away from here. How did the bodies get to those places? And each person has a different location. This is incredible. The more we thought about it, the weirder it felt. Imam Khan shook the sand in his boots with satisfaction. You are just young and inexperienced. When you are my age, you will know that everything is possible. Think about it, the big river can dry up into sand, and the mountain can be flattened into water. What else is impossible? I suddenly thought of a word, vicissitudes of life. The power of nature is always beyond our imagination. Was this ship brought by the sandstorm? Or something else? The group of young people from the free commune were full of novelty about this ship. While listening to the story, they came forward to watch. I saw Yaya also went there, so I could only stay near her. After all, I took away several treasures of Yoya that supported my family. It would be a bit against the moral code of the world to cross the river and then destroy the bridge. Yaya didn't appreciate it. She suddenly turned around and said, "Pervert, stay away from me, especially your hand." Her eyes were fierce, warning me not to move. But at this moment, my eyes suddenly sharpened and I shouted, "Be careful." Don't try to trick me. Yaya had no idea what was going on at this time. She crossed her arms and sneered at me. You want to take advantage again, right? I didn't bother to explain to her at all. Seeing that the situation was extremely urgent, I pushed Yaya to the ground. At the same time, a long and extremely fast object rushed out from the abandoned iron ship and headed straight for the direction where Yaya had just stood. If I hadn't been quick-eyed and quick-handed, I'm afraid Yaya's neck would have been hit. Oh my god, it was actually a yellowish-brown snake. Seeing that the snake turned its head in midair and wanted to bite me, I stretched out my right hand without thinking and grabbed its body. Hit the snake at its 7 inches, and this time I pinched it accurately at its 7 inches. At this moment, the snake twisted and turned. Although it lived in the desert, its body was scratched. Especially the shiny black scales and yellow patterns, which made people feel creepy. Little thing, can I cure you? I increased the strength of my hand and threatened the snake not to move. I saw it spitting out scarlet tongues from its mouth and struggling hard in my hand. A black tail swung back and forth, making a whistle-like sound. When Yaya got up from the ground, she wanted to get angry at me, but when she saw what I was holding, she realized that I had saved her life. What is that? She said palely. I was also in a dilemma because of this snake, so I called Lao Jiang. Master, how can there be such a thing in the desert? The moment Lao Jiang saw what I was holding, his pupils shrank slightly. Little bastard, throw it away quickly, it's a poisonous snake. Poisonous snake? Do you see its tail? It's a rattlesnake. If you get bitten for a day, no one can save you. I was so scared that my legs almost went limp, and my soul almost left my body. If you know it's a rattlesnake, even if he gave me a mountain of gold, I wouldn't care about his daughter. Life is much more important than money. The more I thought about it, the more I felt scared. I could only throw the snake in a full circle in a panic. It turned out that it was thrown in the direction of Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang saw that the rattlesnake was running towards him, with both fangs open, and he didn't even have time to scold me. He took a defensive stance, caught the snake, and instantly pinched its vital points. Lao Jiang broke out in a cold sweat. Little bastard, why did you throw it to me? When he started to scold me, I had already run away. Old Jiang couldn't help but look back at the others, but when they met his gaze, Xiang Wenli and the others all stepped back, fearing that the snake would be passed on to them. Old Jiang wanted to cry, but had no tears, so he turned to look at Helangsu. For sister, let you handle it. This rattlesnake was thrown out by old Jiang impatiently, just like passing the parcel. No good. Helangsu's cold voice sounded in the wind and sand. She supported herself on the camel's back with one hand, and the whole person jumped out with a sword, sprinting out from midair. When she fell, the sword of fire had already slashed out a cold sword light. Before the rattlesnake got close to her, it was cut into 2 pieces neatly. The snake head that lost its body wanted to sneak attack Helangsu, but was nailed by a sword, which gave people goosebumps. In order to prevent other rattlesnakes nearby, we were very careful in our next actions. But you don't know until you see it, and you'd be shocked. Turned to the other side of the boat, I suddenly found a few transparent holes on the hull, which seemed to have been shot by bullets. What's going on? There was actually a gunfight here? I looked around and found a dead person at the bottom of the boat. Chapter 117. The man was wearing a brown leather coat, a cowboy hat, a red scarf around his neck, and thick leather boots. At this time, his body was leaning on the iron ship, one hand hanging down weakly, and his middle finger was still on the trigger of the revolver before he died. I immediately understood that the bullet hole in the hull was his masterpiece. Master, there is a person here. I shouted Lao Jiang, and went to check it out bravely. It was a foreigner's face, with golden curly hair and skin as white as paper. His eyes were wide open, revealing a blood-red bottom of his eyes, and his eyeballs were covered with red bloodshot. Especially his mouth was open, revealing an expression of extreme fear. It was as if I saw the most terrifying thing in the world in the last second before death. There was a tooth mark on his left ankle from a poisonous snake bite. I immediately shouted, "Be careful, there may be more snakes." Lao Jiang picked up the engineer shovel and turned the body to the side. As expected, he found another black and yellow rattlesnake coiled together under him. Lao Jiang almost didn't think about it, and slapped it with a shovel. This time, he used at least 70% of his strength. The rattlesnake was immediately smashed to pieces, and the bloody mess made me want to vomit. After making sure that there were no more poisonous snakes around, Lao Jiang and I went to check the dead one by one. I didn't hesitate for a moment, and rolled up the dead man's sleeve. As expected, there was a special cross tattoo on his arm, which was the symbol of the ghost. These are Warner's people. They really came. I looked at Lao Jiang and said calmly. Lao Jiang's face also became solemn. He didn't say anything, but continued to search the dead body. Soon, we found some bullets in his backpack. The bullets were exactly the same size as the bullet holes in the hull. In addition, there were several outdoor exploration tools. Lao Jiang threw all these, along with a revolver, to Xiang Wanli. Professor, you take this pistol for self-defense, and share the rest with the young people. Maybe it will come in handy next time. We were still searching in the backpack, and at this moment, Lao Jiang's body suddenly stagnated, as if he had touched something unexpected. Then, I was also shocked. There was actually a clay statue in this foreigner's backpack, on which was carved a monster that looked like an eagle. The eagle spread its wings, its claws were sharp, its eyes were fierce, and it held a lifelike little snake in its mouth. What came to his face was a murderous aura of preying on the human world. This is Garuda, one of the 8 heavenly dragons. Lao Jiang took a deep breath and slowly said, Legend has it that Garuda is a big pung bird in the Buddhist country of India. It is cruel and vicious, and it will take revenge for any slight. It even dares to scratch the Buddha. What's more terrifying is that it eats 500 poisonous snakes every day. Day after day, it actually eats up half of the snakes in India, causing the snake mother to complain to the Buddha. But the Buddha couldn't do anything about Garuda. Of course, Garuda didn't have a good end in the end. Because it swallowed too many poisonous snakes, various toxins accumulated in its stomach, and it was eventually poisoned to death. After Garuda died, he suddenly realized the Dharma, and was named the guardian god to protect the safety of the sky in the Buddhist country. Looking at this murderous statue of Garuda, and thinking of the 2 rattlesnakes entwined here, I can't help but sigh. Fate is so clever. Garuda and poisonous snakes are naturally incompatible, and both sides want to get rid of them as soon as possible, just like the relationship between roosters and centipedes. Therefore, this Garuda statue will attract 2 nearby rattlesnakes. It's just strange that did Warner encounter any danger on the road? Otherwise, how could this subordinate suddenly get lost from the main force, and carry such an important clay statue with him and his whereabouts are unknown? But for us, it's a treasure. Lao Jiang threw the statue to me, and asked me to keep it well. Then he continued to dig on the dead body, and finally found a notebook in the interlayer of his clothes. We were immediately excited. I thought that this notebook would record the purpose of Warner's journey to the west, or at least what they saw and heard along the way, but unexpectedly, the whole notebook was empty. The first few pages were torn off. Not even a single English letter was left. Only the last page had a cross drawn on it, and 2 sets of strange numbers marked on it. North 40 degrees 26 minutes 12 seconds. West 93 degrees 53 minutes 50.8 seconds. What is this? Coordinates. Lao Jiang pointed to the string of numbers and told me. N refers to the north latitude, W refers to the west longitude, and the numbers behind refer to the specific location. I scratched my ears, not quite understanding. Lao Jiang muttered to himself. Is there anything special about this place? Is it the place where the treasure is buried? But why is there no mark at all? After Lao Jiang put away the notebook, I stood up too. Seeing the corpse with eyes wide open, I couldn't help but sigh to myself. It's a pity that this guy was bitten to death by a poisonous snake. Otherwise, if he were alive, we would probably know the color of Warner's underwear. Lao Jiang only looked at the ankle of the deceased for a while, and then he shouted, No, he was not bitten to death by a poisonous snake. I thought I had heard wrong, and I looked at the wound again. The tooth marks were clearly from a poisonous snake, and the area around the wound was dark blue, which was obviously a sign of poisoning. Lao Jiang corrected me word by word. No, he was bitten by a poisonous snake one day after he died. After that, he began to demonstrate to me that for people bitten by poisonous snakes, the venom will quickly flow up along the blood until it flows to the heart, paralyzing the heart directly. During this period, his eyes, nails, and lips will turn blue. But on this corpse, none of them. On the contrary, his eyes were wide open, and he wanted to scream but couldn't, which was a sign of being scared to death. Not to mention that I don't believe this. Even Xian Wenli, who was walking over, was a little surprised. As the top mysterious organization in Europe, Ghost is not short of masters. Moreover, those who can be selected by Warner to participate in the desert trip must have extremely rich combat experience, and cannot be cowardly guys. How could such a person who licks blood all day long be scared to death? Mr. Jiang is joking. Old Jiang's expression was more serious than ever before. He stretched out a hand to Xian Wenli. Bring the knife. Xian Wenli was stunned at first, and then immediately understood and borrowed a suitable dagger from Da Wu next to him. After taking it, old Jiang blew on the dagger for a day, and then smiled. It's still sharp. The next moment, while we were dumbfounded, old Jiang peeled off the corpse's shirt, stabbed his abdomen with a knife, slid upwards, and took out his gallbladder and heart that had not yet rotted. The fact is self-evident, his gallbladder was broken. Green bile flowed all over his stomach, and even his heart cracked a tiny day. Xiang Wenli was surprised and full of disbelief. Actually, he was really scared to death. Then his expression changed completely, and a deep fear filled Professor Xiang Wenli's pupils from the inside out. What did this person see before he died? What a terrible existence it would be to be able to scare a well-trained killer to death. We dare not think about it, and we can't think about it. When Lao Jiang stood up, his expression had become extremely serious. This person died within 12 hours. If he was really scared to death by something terrifying, then this thing would definitely not go far, and it might even be in some invisible place at this moment, staring at us to death. This sentence made our originally hot bodies feel like falling into an ice cellar. Dio, he even made a gesture directly. Get on the camel at the fastest speed, and hurry on the road immediately. Chapter 118. After Lao Jiang took out the compass to find the right direction, we urged the camels to gallop all the way. Everyone was a little flustered at this moment. Only Iam Khan comforted his camels and shouted in Northwest Japanese, "Wait for me, you are going to torture an old man like me to death. How can we rush like this?" Although we felt sorry for him at such an old age, no one dared to stop. Maybe we really scared ourselves. After rushing for several hours, nothing happened along the way. That night we chose to camp under a sand hill to avoid the cold. Iam Khan was really an expert in desert survival. He simply used the blankets on the camels, and some tools, to build a few small tents for us to live in. Looking at the starry sky, we can finally have a good sleep. But a strange thing happened that night. At night, I was sleeping soundly on the blanket when I heard Linger scream outside. She rushed in and woke me up without thinking. I rubbed my eyelids and asked her what happened. Bam Bam was also confused, staring with eyes wide open, but Linger was frightened and stammered, I saw a ghost." Ghost? Hearing these two words, I immediately became alert. But how is this possible? I asked Linger if she had a nightmare. Linger wiped her face and said confidently, "It's true. I really saw it, on the opposite mountain." She pointed in a direction with a horrified look on her face. I saw the foreigner in the daytime standing in the moonlight, waving at us with a pale face. I was scared to death, really scared to death. Linger's shoulders trembled, and her face was pale, without a trace of blood. I immediately rushed out of the tent to check, but there was nothing but flat sand in the distance. Where was the ghost? How could there be a ghost that was restless in the middle of the night and waved at us? Linger's behavior woke everyone up. After hearing what Linger saw and heard, everyone agreed that it was a nightmare, or at least an illusion. The girl is young, and it is normal for her to have dreams at night after seeing that scene during the day. Xiang Wenli analyzed it as a matter of course. Even Lao Jiang, who always loved Linger, just patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. It is understandable that a girl sleepwalks, and it is very brave not to wet her pants. Linger wanted to cry, but Lan Xue put her arm around her shoulders, saying that she would watch over her in the second half of the night. We all hurried to catch up on our sleep. After all, we had to travel a long distance the next day. Then, not long after he laid down, he was interrupted by another scream, this time from a man. As soon as I rushed out, I found Xiao Wu, holding up his pants, trembling and sneaking back, pointing his finger in the direction Linger had just said, "Ghost, there is a ghost." It turned out that Xiao Wu, who had just been woken up by Linger, felt the urge to urinate, so he planned to go to the toilet, but just halfway through his urination, he felt eyes staring at him from behind. Indistinctly, there was a slight sound of feet stepping on the sand. He turned his head suddenly and immediately saw a pale and hideous face. The foreigner, who was dead during the day, was less than a meter away from him at this moment, with bloodshot eyes, blue chin, and even the other party's chest still looked like it had been dissected, with intestines sticky and pulled together, not to mention how scary it was. Xiao Wu almost cried as he finished speaking incoherently. The grown man was frightened like a quail. I looked at Linger beside me. The same thing happened the first time, which could be called a nightmare. The second time was definitely not a coincidence. But how could there be ghosts in this world? Lao Jiang also frowned deeply. He asked us to stay in the tent, while he ran into the cold night with a black knife in his pocket. I don't know how long it took, but I vaguely heard a knife coming out of its sheath in the wind, and Lao Jiang shout. Just as I was about to get up to help, I saw Lao Jiang had already lifted a corner of the blanket and rushed in breathlessly. I asked him how he was. Lao Jiang squeezed out the first sentence in a hoarse voice. It was too dark, I couldn't see clearly. The second sentence made my heart, which had been relieved, rise to my throat again. His tone became solemn. But I am sure something is following us. I handed over the water bag and waited for Lao Jiang to finish what he had just said. Just now, when I almost caught it, I shone the flashlight and saw only a white shadow disappearing in the sand hill. Xiaowu was still in the fear just now and couldn't calm down for a long time. He asked tremblingly, "Aren't those ghosts all wearing white clothes?" Then his voice became sharp. "I know, he must have killed that foreigner and is here to kill us. Otherwise, how could a good person suddenly be scared to death?" Dawu patted the back of his head. "Shut up. Look at how timid you are. It really embarrasses our Wu family." With such a big hat on him, Xiao Wu dared not say a word no matter how scared he was. The rest of us also kept quiet tacitly, no one spoke, and we just sat there until dawn. During this time, that thing seemed to have never come again. When the first rays of morning sun appeared, everyone climbed out of the camp one by one. However, at that moment, all of our faces became unusually ugly. We saw a cowboy hat neatly placed on the open space in front of the camp where the camel was tied. It was the hat worn by the dead foreigner. Xiao Wu could no longer control himself, and even Linger was so scared that she shrank behind me and my companion. Lao Jiang pretended to be calm and stretched his body. "It's nothing, it's just blown here by the wind." There were still people in the team who wanted to say something, but Diao Yi scolded them. "Keep going." The deep and sharp voice with irresistible toughness really blew away the haze in the team to a certain extent. Although we knew that what Lao Jiang said was impossible, Lao Jiang and Diao Ye's appearance undoubtedly played a role in stabilizing the morale of the troops. Especially the camels were still joking loudly, and everything seemed not so scary anymore. We drove the camels all the way, hoping to leave this troubled place as soon as possible. But the further we went, the more familiar I felt. Although the scenery in the desert was almost the same, I always felt that the sand hill in front of me seemed to have seen it somewhere. I looked at Lao Jiang and asked worriedly, "Are we not lost?" Lao Jiang checked the compass and answered with certainty, "It is unlikely." But when we turned to the halfway point of the sand hill, everyone was stunned. Everyone clearly saw the traces of our previous camping. What was even more terrifying was that the hat was still lying there neatly, as if it was mocking us, and we would never escape its grasp. Crying began to gradually sound in the team, and the young man's tender voice trembled slightly. "Are we lost? Are we in a ghost wall? We can't get out. Are we never going to get out again?" Seeing the team getting more and more chaotic, Ayam Khan also cried. "It's really thunder and lightning in broad daylight. It's strange. I have led the team for decades, and this is the first time I have encountered a ghost wall. Are there ghosts in the daytime?" Diao Yi roared, "Be quiet. Go home and cry if you want to cry. Come here and cry. And think you are still little guys who haven't grown up." The slightly sarcastic tone shattered the unique pride of young people, and also poked their soft spots. Although they were still very scared, everyone tried their best to control their crying. Lao Jiang raised the compass and shook it. "Strange, I didn't take the wrong road. Is this compass broken? Take a look at yours." He looked at Diao Yi and Xian Wanli. Both of them were leading camels over, but when they met, they found that their compasses pointed to the same direction as Lao Jiang. "But the facts have told us that this direction is not north, it is fake." Seeing this scene, Diao Yi couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, he pulled out the curved knife on the waist of the sand fox, walked down the slope alone, and split a withered poplar tree in one go. I looked over curiously. "Diao Yi, is this the first time you have been pecked by an eagle in the northwest for decades, and you came down to cut down trees to vent your anger?" Diao Yi said angrily, "Vent your anger, you big-headed ghost." He pointed to the sun in the sky and patiently explained to me, "Everything in the desert will deceive us, but the sun will not lie. There is an iron law in nature. The side facing the sun is dense, and the side facing away from the sun is sparse. And their annual rings are the same." Then, he threw the split poplar wood into my hand. I suddenly realized that the side with dense annual rings is the north, and the side with sparse annual rings is the south. Diao Yi smiled slightly. "Boy, you are not stupid." Lao Jiang ran down in a hurry, compared the annual rings of the poplar wood with the compass, and finally found something strange. Although the difference between the two is very small, it is still a full 15 degrees. Li Jinglan, do you know what a 15-degree difference means when marching in the desert? Lao Jiang sighed. I shook my head. Lao Jiang added the unfinished sentence in a tone of a senior. It means that we will keep going around in circles here, and will never get out. Xiang Wanli also poked his head out and asked, "Is it because of the magnetic field nearby?" Lao Jiang answered with certainty, "No, I suspect we have been tricked." Xiang Wanli swallowed his water, and asked a question that usually sounds stupid, but is very possible here. He asked Lao Jiang, "Are we tricked by people or ghosts?" Lao Jiang narrowed his eyes and hesitated for a moment, or rather, he was thinking. After a long while, he finally said slowly, "In the folklore of Yin country, have you heard of a monster called Liang, the Liang of Qimei Wang Liang?" Xiang Wenli has not yet reacted. I seem to have understood. You mean? Lao Jiang nodded and continued. Legend has it that some Liang are raised in the desert. They may not have strong attack power, but their brains are no dumber than humans. They often use some tricks to make the merchants and travelers lose their way, and then watch them die of thirst and starvation. I suspect that the foreigners that Linger and Xiaowu saw were just. They came here on purpose to scare us. There were too many people in the team, and it wanted to make everyone panic first, so that they would fall into its trap unknowingly. And it should have something like a magnet on its body, which was disturbing us all the way. Xiang Wenli began to ask again, "What is its purpose in doing this?" Lao Jiang replied, "To kill us, or take us to a certain place." Now I have a deeper intuition, leaning towards the latter. At this time, I suddenly remembered the coordinates on the notebook in my head, and hurriedly reminded Lao Jiang. When Lao Jiang used tools to measure, he immediately showed an expression of seeing a ghost. Everyone, we are now less than 50 meters away from that strange coordinate. Chapter 119. Everyone was shocked, and Xiang Wenli asked directly, "Mr. Jiang, what does that coordinate represent?" Old Jiang couldn't answer this question. He just said with a cold look, "Li Jinglan, you will use the dragon-seeking technique, and I will use the acupuncture technique. Master and apprentice will work together to break the feng shui here." Okay. My blood was boiling, and the 36 techniques of moving mountains and filling seas that the three-eyed Li Jinglan taught me in the dream appeared in my mind, and I began to check this sand mountain. There are 36 Tiangang and 72 Disha. All kinds of methods in the world cannot escape the opening of the heavenly eye. You can find dragons in tombs, point acupuncture points when climbing mountains, break through barriers when waiting, and break through the sky with the heavenly eye. Although I am currently in the desert, most of the tomb robbing techniques cannot be used, but I just treat you as a feng shui treasure cave. What I have to do is to find out where your dragon vein is. No matter how you hide, you can't escape the eyes of Li Jinglan. Lao Jiang was assembling a 4 or 5 meter long Luoyang shovel. After a while, I vaguely felt a ray of golden light overflowing from the west, and I couldn't help but excitedly pointed my hand there and said, "There." And that was exactly where the cowboy hat was. Lao Jiang took the Luoyang shovel and went over without thinking, and dug it down with a shovel. After he pulled out the Luoyang shovel, the top few sections of the pipe were quite normal, just ordinary sand. But the last section made all of us breathe quickly. There was actually a small layer of green soil, which was the inferior soil layer used for tomb sealing in the northwest region. And at the very bottom, there were a few grains of shining golden sand. The grains of golden sand were heavy, yellow and orange, and were obviously made of highly refined gold. Lao Jiang and I shouted at the same time, "There is a tomb below." Xiang Wenli and his men came over quickly and asked whose tomb it was. Could it be Monk Li's? Diao Yi smoked his pipe and sneered. If Monk Li's pagoda is so easy to find, will it be our turn? Don't forget, this coordinate came from Warner. His words undoubtedly reminded us. But now that the duck is in hand, no one is willing to let it go. No matter whether the tomb below is Monk Li's stupa or the tomb of other western regions' princes and nobles, we must go down and explore it. At that moment, Lao Jiang used a black knife to draw a big circle on the sand hill and asked the other people in the team to lead the camels to retreat outside the circle to prevent the entire sand hill from collapsing due to excessive weight. After all, since there is a tomb below, it is 100% empty. Only Lao Jiang and I, as well as the 4 monks who borrowed from Diao Yi, were left at the scene, staring at the small hole opened by the Luoyang shovel in a daze. Several people stared at each other, and Luotua asked Lao Jiang loudly what he was going to do, and why he didn't give orders, but Lao Jiang stared at the watch in his hand and said nothing. When the sun was halfway down, his dozing eyes suddenly opened. Down with the whirlwind shovel. We each had a whirlwind shovel, which had 3 triangular iron blades, just like a windmill, and the sand under our feet was shoveled and scattered. Legend has it that the whirlwind shovel was invented by Lu Dashinger, a tomb robber in the early years of the Republic of China. He was a lazy guy. At that time, he just thought that digging a hole with a shovel was too slow, and wondered if there was any shortcut. As a result, after working behind closed doors for several months, he, who was born as a blacksmith, really figured out such a weird thing. The whirlwind shovel is particularly suitable for places with loose soil. It is like a magic weapon in the desert. In a short while, We dug more than 2 meters deep, and a layer of bluestone was exposed under our feet. Lao Jiang waved his hand and said, "Stop!" Then he carefully cut the bluestone in the middle with a black knife. His black knife was extremely sharp. In addition, the bluestone had been exposed to the temperature difference in the desert for many years. It was extremely hot during the day and icy at night, so it had already become brittle. After the bluestone was cut open, Lao Jiang chiseled a small hole on each side, tied it with a rope, and then climbed up the slope skillfully. Lao Jiang asked us to stand 2 people on each side and use ropes to pull out the bluestone slab. I asked Lao Jiang, "Is it really that troublesome?" "It's just a small piece of stone slab. We can smash it into pieces with a shovel." Lao Jiang seemed to want to avenge the previous snake throwing. He slapped me on the back of the head. "Little bastard, have you forgotten what I just said? This tomb is empty? I suspect it was built in the belly of this sand hill. If you smash the bluestone slab rashly, a group of us will fall into it and die without a complete body." This sentence made my stretched neck shrink back obediently. Sure enough, when the stone slab was opened, I saw that there was an octagonal ancient well below. This ancient well was dark, and it seemed like an unfathomable abyss of death below. Strangely, the ancient well was engraved with lotus patterns. Lotus flowers bloomed around the well, as if they were saving the souls in the well. A sense of weirdness came to me. I asked Lao Jiang, "Is this a tomb?" Before Lao Jiang opened the sun, Shah, who next to him, opened the sun and said, "Yes, this is the most famous well burial in the northwest. Due to the geological reasons here, it was very difficult to bury a person in ancient times. Ordinary people simply used sky burial, and the monks threw the body to the edge of the desert and let the vultures eat it. But the princes and nobles obviously didn't want this. They also hoped that after their death, their souls could continue to enjoy the wealth and honor of their lives, so they came up with this well burial. The so-called well burial is to dig a dry well in the desert and carry the coffin to bury it. Don't look at the small well, the main tomb and the burial room below are all complete." I couldn't help but give Shahu a thumbs up. This brother doesn't like to talk, but he basically doesn't say a word of nonsense every time he opens the sun. Lao Jiang fired a flare down, and in a moment, when it was as bright as daylight, I saw that this well was about 5 or 6 meters deep, and the wall at the bottom was covered with colorful murals, a bit like the style of Mogao grottos. We decided to go in immediately. Due to the limited space below, the entire large group could not go in all at once. If they encountered a trap, they would not be able to escape. Finally, it was decided that Lao Jiang and I would lead the charge, followed by Di Yi and the woman called Peacock among the 4 saints of Shaman. As for the Freedom Commune, they wanted to exclude it, but after repeated requests from Professor Wanli, they finally decided to let the Wu brothers and Yaya follow to learn more. After we slid down the rope one by one, I finally saw the true face of the mural in the well. It was a group of beautiful fairies, wearing red and green skirts and dancing barefoot in the air. Each fairy held a different musical instrument in her hand. Some fairies were playing the pipa, some were beating the small drums on their waists, and some were dancing gracefully. Their dancing postures were very graceful, with one foot on the ground and the whole body spinning in circles, which was the unique Huchuan dance of the western regions. As they danced, their skirts flew up, and even their hair buns fluttered with them, making it seem as if they were in the western paradise. I asked Lao Jiang what the women on the mural were doing. Lao Jiang told me, "This is called music and dance picture." Then, he gently scraped the paint on the mural with his little fingernail, blew it under his mouth, and said, "This should be an ancient tomb from the 16 Kingdoms period. To be more precise, it should be a Northern Liang tomb from the 16 Kingdoms period." I was envious of Lao Jiang's trick, and I quickly flattered him, "Master, you can judge what era and region it came from just by blowing on the paint. It's really amazing. Can you teach me as a disciple?" Lao Jiang rolled his eyes at me and smiled ruthlessly. "Call Master if you have something to do. Call Lao Jiang if you don't. Want to learn? Humph, let that rattlesnake teach you." I was about to retort, but at this moment, the brothers Da Wu and Xiao Wu suddenly shouted, "What's under our feet?" My eyes were attracted by the mural just now, and I realized that there was a layer of yellow-orange gold sand under my feet, and my shoes squeaked when I stepped on it. If it were any other tomb robbing gang, they would have fought over the gold sands, right? But we are not greedy people, and we did not have any evil intentions towards the gold sands. What surprised me most was the Wu brothers, who were only surprised at first, and then took out their pens to quickly record what they saw and heard in the tomb. They are indeed Xian Wanli's students. I secretly admired them in my heart. Old Jiang had already started looking for the door to the tomb, but there were fairies from the western region singing and dancing all around, so where could there be a door? But since this was a well burial, it would definitely not be a place of death. Dong dong. Dong dong. Old Jiang knocked on the walls one by one with his knuckles. When he knocked on the wall on the west side, he stopped and said with a smile, "The soul wants to go to the western paradise." The owner of this tomb is really a devout Buddhist. After that, he picked up a shovel and violently demolished it. The thin wall was immediately broken through. There was really a different world behind the wall. Under the illumination of the flashlight, there was a straight corridor in front, and at the end of the corridor, there was a strange painted statue. The statue seemed to be a vicious man, with a little ghost begging for mercy under his feet, looking fierce. And around the statue were 4 black things hanging, like moldy bacon dried in a farmer's house. I don't know what it is used for, but it gives people a very eerie feeling. Heavenly King stepping on ghost statue. Old Jiang slowly pulled out half of the black knife, and walked forward along the corridor alone. He asked us not to follow him, because he suspected there was a mechanism in the corridor. In order to prevent us from getting hurt, he planned to explore the way first. In this way, old Jiang's figure disappeared in the dark passage. The corridor was only 4 meters long in total. Because he was concentrating, he walked for a full minute to reach the middle. Seeing that nothing happened, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "Maybe I worry too much? I have never seen old Jiang so nervous." Just when we put down our hanging hearts, the brick that old Jiang's left foot was stepping on suddenly sank in with a click. "Be careful," I shouted. Fortunately, Lao Jiang is a black knife unicorn, and his reaction speed is almost 10 times that of an ordinary person. At that moment, his whole body seemed to be a cannonball, ricocheting upwards and instantly away from the brick with the problem. But strangely, as the blue brick fell, no mechanism appeared, as if the tomb owner was playing a joke on us. Is it because it has been too long and the mechanism has failed? I stretched my neck, very curious. No, the mechanism is here. The voice of Dio Yi came slowly from behind. The next second, I suddenly realized that the golden sand under my feet began to swirl and fly, and we were deeply trapped in it, just like falling into a large mixer. Shaking, I could hardly stand. Chapter 120. "Come over here," Lao Jiang called out loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. I saw Dawu had already fallen on the golden sand, and was about to be swallowed alive by the golden sand. Xiaowu rushed over and pulled him up. But before Dawu could say thank you, the wall that Xiaowu was supporting, the fairy holding the pipa in her hand suddenly broke, and 3 cold iron spikes flew out from the mural. The iron spikes were thin and long, and they pierced half of Xiaowu's shoulder in an instant. Only then did he wail. As the iron spikes fell, all the blood that spurted out poured onto the mural. Jiayi narrowed his eyes and said, "Everyone, don't touch the wall. This is the Heavenly King Thorn. Every time it is touched, 3 iron needles will be shot out. Although this mechanism is disposable, who knows if this thing is installed on every painting? But now we are in a dilemma. On one side is the vertical shaft that collapses and cracks, and on the other side is the constantly rotating golden sand. We can't keep our balance at all. It is simply harder than climbing to the sky to jump into the corridor with 2 feet like this. The only possibility of survival is to move by holding the wall, but... Hurry, time is running out." Lao Jiang over there was very worried. "Hold steady, I will pull out these mechanisms one by one." At this time, Dio spoke. He grabbed the jade cane and wanted to test the mechanisms one by one. But he was afraid that the flying needles would hurt us. After all, there was his precious daughter, who he wanted to see, but didn't dare to see in the crowd. I don't know what Diaoyi's face looks like under the mask. I guess he must be very embarrassed at this moment. But an unexpected scene happened. Someone got ahead of Diaoyi. It was Xiaowu, who was already injured. I don't know where he got the courage from. His right hand, which was covered in blood, had no strength left and was hanging there helplessly. He gritted his teeth and used his remaining left hand to pat the wall from the left to the right. And with every step he took, 3 flying needles pierced his body. In just a dozen steps, a young man had turned into a hedgehog with needles all over his body. Blood holes were all over his body, and blood bloomed on his body like flowers. "Xiaowu, brother, come back," Dawu called out from behind with red eyes, wishing he could rush over to suffer for Xiaowu, but he was held tightly by a woman. That was Peacock, and Master Yao ordered Peacock to keep a good eye on Dawu. I stared at the scene in front of me in a daze. Is this still the Xiaowu I know? The cowardly Xiaowu, the Xiaowu who was scared to tears by ghosts? At this time, Yi said in a hoarse voice, "Don't let this little brother sacrifice in vain." Xiaowu turned his head with blood on his face, and nodded to Diao Yi as if out of gratitude. Then, he walked forward with a more determined look. When he was still more than 10 steps away from the corridor, he could no longer walk, so he simply pressed his entire back against the wall and rolled. The sound of the mechanism in the tomb was endless, all of which were the notes of whoosh whoosh. The black Xiongxan suit Xiao Wu was wearing was full of blood holes, and blood flowed down his trouser legs, dyeing his white socks red. That was the color of burning life. When he finally walked into the corridor, Xiao Wu's body slowly slid down the wall, as if he had used up his last bit of strength, and his voice was low but clearly audible. The danger on the left has been cleared. Seeing that everyone was still in a daze, I couldn't help but shout, "Hurry up!" I was the first to take the lead, holding on to the safe wall, dragging the crying Yaya to the direction of the corridor, and then Diaya and the others also escaped one by one. The walls were full of shocking bloodstains. Our hands that touched the wall and walked became bloody hands, and those were all Xiaowu's blood. At this moment, Da hugged Xiaowu in his arms with a broken heart, and tears had already covered his entire face. "Why did you do this?" Xiaowu replied weakly, "I know I shouldn't have come this time. Because I am the most timid one in the team, but I always want to prove myself." "Brother, do you think I am brave now?" Da choked and replied, "Brave." Xiaowu smiled with satisfaction. "Among the two brothers, you are the most suitable one to inherit our father's family business, so please, live for me." "Why do I feel so cold and painful all over? It really hurts." Lao Jiang, who always keeps a straight face, couldn't bear to look at him. He turned away his slightly wet eyes. I squatted down and gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. "Brother, go to sleep. It won't hurt when you fall asleep." Xiao Wu closed his eyes slightly, and his consciousness seemed to have begun to fade. He kept mumbling, Yeah, brother, father." Those were the people he loved most, and the ones he couldn't let go of. Da Wu carried Xiao Wu on his shoulders with red eyes, choking, "Brother will take you home, brother will take you home." Xiao Wu's hands gradually fell down, and he was completely silent, leaving us forever. Da Wu was shaking with grief. He was crying out Xiao Wu's name, and even I was filled with sadness. Only then did I realize that the free commune was not what I had imagined. Although these young people were sometimes self-righteous, whether they were military sons or rich young masters, when the villagers were in danger, and when the people needed them, they could stand up resolutely and fight to protect the most precious things in their hearts. No matter how sad it was, we had to keep going. We continued to move forward, and the whole team was enveloped in a sad atmosphere until we came to the statue at the end of the corridor, and everyone stopped. This was a statue of a king stepping on a ghost. Although the color on his body had changed for thousands of years, it was still very impactful. But the king wore a crown on his head, his hair stood up, his eyes almost popped out, and he stared at the little ghost begging for mercy at his feet with a fierce look on his face. Logically speaking, the ordinary heavenly king stepping on a ghost should be stepping on a yiksha ghost. But the heavenly king stepped on a newborn baby ghost. We were especially shocked and frightened by the appearance of the baby ghost. It actually had 4 arms, each of which was dark blue, as if it was possessed by an evil demon. I asked Lao Jiang what was going on. Lao Jiang couldn't help but look at Diao Yi, but unexpectedly, even Diao Yi shook his head in surprise. He squinted his eyes, and looked at the statue and said, "It's strange. I have read a lot of Buddhist scriptures, but I have never seen a baby ghost, let alone a baby ghost with 4 arms. Lao Jiang was also surprised. Why would such a thing be carved in the ancient tomb of the western regions? While everyone was talking about it, I suddenly caught a glimpse of the bacon-like things hanging behind the statue of the heavenly king in the light. Oh my god, they were actually mummies of little children. As I opened my mouth to exhale, the mummy in the front, I don't know if it was blown by the wind or for some other reason, turned 90 degrees and happened to face me, and it looked horrible. A deformed child with a shriveled face, green eyes, and bandages all over his body. But this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that it had 4 arms, like the little ghost stepped on under the statue. I screamed and took a step back. Lao Jiang held my waist and looked in the direction I was scared of, and finally saw the ugly thing. Yaya was also very scared and retreated behind Dao. Lao Jiang, with a stern face and holding a lantern, simply walked around the statue of the heavenly king and told us that the other 3 mummified babies were also deformed children with 4 arms. As we started talking, the mummies seemed to have absorbed some fresh air. I suddenly saw that their originally shriveled cheeks were gradually becoming rosy and saturated. Lao Jiang, that thing is moving. I quickly told Lao Jiang about my discovery. Lao Jiang's face changed. No, we must not let them rise. Then he reached into his bag, but after searching for a long time, he didn't take out anything. I was anxious and asked Lao Jiang what he was doing at a critical moment. Lao Jiang said to me, "We are in the desert. How could I know that I need to bring items to suppress demons and ward off evil spirits? It would be great if my 4 sister came with me. The infernal fire sword is the nemesis of zombies in the world. 1 sword each, and send these 4 clowns to the west." But the problem is, Healan Shui is not here. I reminded Lao Jiang weakly, and at the same time, my feet could not help but rub oil. We can't let these little kids make trouble in the heavenly palace, can we? At the critical moment, Diu Yi coughed dryly, walked over slowly with a cane and said, "The corpse has not been raised yet, right?" This tone seemed to be disliked that the 2 of us were making a fuss. But Diao, he really had the ability to dislike us. I saw him point the tip of the jade cane at the forehead of each baby at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the bulging skin of those babies shrank again. We finally relaxed, and Lao Jiang immediately asked us to move forward. In front of us was a circular tomb, and even the tomb was built in the shape of a wonderful lotus, which just echoed the lotus well above. This made me think that the purpose of the tomb owner was not as simple as believing in Buddhism. He seemed to have been trying to use this tomb to save someone. "We are in the burial room," Old Jiang said. Following the direction of Old Jiang's finger, I saw many treasures unique to the western regions piled up on both sides, like 2 hills covered with pearls and agates, emitting colorful luster. For example, western servants riding camels, golden wine cups and golden wine pots, and some grape bunches and watermelons carved with agate, etc., each of which is not only priceless, but also a family heirloom. From this point, it can be seen that the owner of this tomb must have been a famous figure in the Northern Liang period, otherwise where would he have accumulated so much wealth? However, when we really entered the tomb and saw the 4 unprecedentedly huge scrolls behind the burial objects, we realized that we had underestimated the identity of the tomb owner. He was not a high-ranking noble, but the king of Liang who controlled the 4 northwestern counties at that time. Chapter 121. As for this tomb, it was not built by the king of Liang for himself, but for his children. To be more precise, he built it in memory of the monk named Le. The long scrolls of calligraphy and painting are all carved with high-quality stones, showing the highest craftsmanship of that era. The story in the first painting is very simple. The king of Liang, who has not given birth to an heir for a long time, has been praying for the arrival of a future heir. He wants to give the best of the Northwest to his child, and let him rule the world. After waiting for several years, his concubine finally got pregnant, but when she delivered the baby, she really scared the king of Liang. It turned out to be a strange baby with 4 arms. The king of Liang was very disappointed and ordered his men to throw the baby into the well and drown it. Seeing the scene, everyone was palpitating, and at the same time, they all noticed the text under the painting, where there was actually a line of dense official script. Old Zhang's eyes moved, and he explained, "This official script is square and flat, as sharp as a knife, and is a typical Northern Liang style." Then he told us the secrets behind these paintings. It turned out that it was not the first time that the king of Liang gave birth to a strange baby. His previous concubines all gave birth to deformed babies with 4 arms. The king of Liang was troubled by this. What's more terrifying is that I don't know whether it was out of guilt or the revenge of the babies he drowned in the well. Every midnight, once the king of Liang fell asleep, he would dream of a wet child with 4 arms crawling towards his bed. He was still shouting, "Father, father, why did you throw me down? The well is so cold, so wet, and so dark. Father, please come and keep me company. Please come and keep us company, hee." Every word hit his heart like a hammer. Every time he woke up, the king of Liang would break out in a cold sweat and suffered from severe insomnia. As time went on, the king of Liang became increasingly mentally deteriorating and was on the verge of collapse. Until one day, a monk from the western regions came to the outside of Dunhuang City. The monk's name was Le. Monk Lu ignored the guard's obstruction and went straight into the palace, insisting on seeing the king of Liang. Strangely enough, the heavily guarded Dunhuang City, with 500 imperial guards in iron armor, actually let Monk Lu in like this. The king of Liang was also in a strange mood and agreed to meet him. He wanted to see what the monk wanted to ask for by insisting on seeing him. However, what the king of Liang did not expect was that Monk Lu did not want money or a temple. His first words of the day were, "Please ask the king of Liang to stop sending troops to the surrounding areas and let the people live and work in peace." When the king of Liang heard this made everyone laugh. "Have you become stupid because of practicing Buddhism? Even my ministers dare not say such things. How dare you, a commoner? Monk, do you know that there are many powerful enemies in the world today? If I don't fight others, others will come to fight me. By then, what will happen to the people of Bailiang? Won't they all become lambs to be slaughtered? Are you a spy sent by another country? Monk Lu just put his hands together, muttered Amitabha, and told the king of Bailiang what he saw and heard along the way. The road he passed was covered with blood, and there were mountains of corpses on the border. Countless people were displaced because of continuous wars. He could understand the king of Liang's worries, but weren't those suffering people the people of Bailiang? If the king of Liang could temporarily put down his swords and spears, let the people rest and recuperate, and strengthen the country, how could the enemy dare to invade? If the people are strong, the army will be strong, and if the army is strong, the country will be strong, instead of the current war of aggression. When the people are already suffering and can't afford to eat, they still have to spend a lot of money to build weapons, and when there are not many young and strong people left, they still have to let them die on the battlefield one by one. Although Lu was a monk, his words were not completely unreasonable. King Liang was not a person who liked killing. It was just that the situation was like this, so he proposed a condition. If you can make the enemy countries not to touch the northwest, then I will disband the army, put the weapons into the warehouse, and there will be eternal peace. Unexpectedly, Monk Lu laughed. This is not difficult. I will persuade you first, and then persuade other kings. King Liang looked him up and down, and said contemptuously, How can you persuade me? How can you be sure that you can persuade me? Monk Lu put his hands together, looked at King Liang with a smile, and said only one sentence. I can make you sleep well at night, and I can also make you give birth to a healthy prince. King Liang was struck by lightning on the spot. These 2 points are exactly what King Liang needs most urgently. He didn't know where this monk came from, how he knew his long-cherished wish, and what kind of magical power he used. He only knew that on the third night, when this monk sat in the palace and chanted sutras, he could finally sleep peacefully. In the dream, the drowned babies appeared again. But this time, they were smiling. They said they were warm now, and wanted to go to a place called Mogeo Grottos, which was paradise. On the fourth day, a horse with a speed of 800 miles rushed out of Dunhuang, and ordered the vanguard troops, who were preparing for battle, to return. On the same day, the king of Liang issued an edict, declaring that the whole country believed in Buddhism. He wanted to build the largest temple in Bailiang for Lu, so that Lu could receive incense and offerings from all the people of Bailiang, but Lu refused. Lu did not stay in Bailiang for long, but left with the skinny horse he came with, and holding the 9-ring staff. The last words he left were, I still have to persuade other kings. If you are interested, go to Mogeo Grottos to find me. In the text, the king of Liang almost racked his brains, and used all the gorgeous words he could to praise Lu. At the end of the story, Lu seemed to have used great magical powers, and really persuaded all the kings to stop killing, sign a peace agreement, and build Mogeo Grottos with him. This is the full content of the 4 carvings. After reading these paintings, we sighed. Even Ye couldn't help but touch the paintings, muttering to himself. The 16 Kingdoms period was the most chaotic in history. I used to have a question. Why was Buddhism the most widely spread at that time? And why was the miraculous Mogeo Grottos built at that time? Now I understand. Lao Jiang took a step forward and continued Ye's words. Mogeo Grottos represents not only Eastern art, but also the peace that generations of people yearned for. At the end of the official script, it was written that after Monk Lu passed away, the kings built a pagoda specifically for his colorful glazed relics. The 4 countries closest to the desert built a burial tomb in the 4 corners of the east, west, south, and north to protect the relics. And this tomb should be one of them. As for the 2 hills of burial objects, I asked Lao Jiang if he wanted to pick a few. Lao Jiang waved his hand and said, There is no need to take these gold, silver, and jewelry. You may not be able to take them back even if you take them. Let's leave them here, and wait for future archaeologists. We can only bring back real national treasures. After Lao Jiang took a few photos with his spy camera, we prepared to enter the main tomb chamber. Connecting the burial chamber and the main tomb chamber is a tall red lacquer door, which is inlaid with many gilded copper studs, and even the copper lock on it is gilded. This copper lock is not difficult for us, the master and apprentice. At Lao Jiang's suggestion, I only borrowed a silver needle to pick the keyhole. With a creak, we pushed open the door. If the murals in front are enough to open our eyes, then the world behind the door is simply a big surprise for us. Although the main tomb behind the door is smaller than the burial chamber, the dome is inlaid with moonstones to illuminate in the dark, like a bright galaxy shining in the closed tomb. Under the illumination of the moonstones, we saw a round platform in the middle, on which a clay statue was enshrined. This clay statue is a strange twin man and woman, like conjoined twins, with a man on the left and a woman on the right. The woman maintains a beautiful dancing posture, and the man raises his neck as if singing. This is... My breathing quickened, and I could even feel the slight resonance of the other clay statues in the backpack. Lao Jiang's eyes were stern, and he uttered 3 words. Kinara. Chapter 122. No one expected that in such a desert tomb, the 6th clay statue of the 8 heavenly dragons would be unearthed. When we saw this lifelike Kinara, many of our previous questions were solved. First, the first question that has puzzled us for a long time. Where did these 8 clay statues with hidden treasure maps come from? It turns out that 4 of them were buried in the 4 major royal tombs around the pagoda. As for the rest, they may have been guarded by people from other regions for various reasons. For example, the treasure of Handan Temple was brought back from Mogao Grottos by the mysterious ancestor. It's a pity that this Kinara statue can only be viewed from a distance, but not desecrated, because the main tomb chamber is not easy to enter. The clay statue is placed on a crystal platform, and the surroundings of the platform are covered with yellow sand. We know how powerful the golden sand is. Looking at it, my heart can't help but be scared. The tragic scene of Xiao Wu covered in blood, and the flying needles that took people's lives flashed before my eyes. Lao Jiang stopped Ru Ri. Don't go in yet, let me explore the way. After saying that, he glanced and took the pen pinned on Yu's chest. Regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, he threw the pen directly to Jinsha. Yu was so angry that she wanted to curse, but she was frightened by the scene before she could get out of the sun. It seemed that there was a huge sun hidden under the Jinsha, with infinite suction, and it sucked the whole pen in with a whoosh. We couldn't help swallowing our saliva. If it were a human, I guess there would be no chance to struggle. What should we do now? We have come to this point, we can't give up halfway. Just as we were staring at the Kinara statue, we suddenly heard a rustling sound from the top of the tomb, as if something was jumping over the wall. There's something above my head. Yaya screamed. Everyone immediately shone their flashlights over, but the other party was extremely smart, and happened to hide in a blind spot. We couldn't see clearly what it was. In the darkness, we could only vaguely see a pair of emerald green, breathtaking triangular eyes, blinking and reflecting a strange light. Get out of the way! Lao Jiang shouted at us to retreat without thinking, and at the same time fired a precious flare in the direction of the green eyes. The flare flew over with sparks, and the thing was startled and slowed down. Then, we saw its true face. It was an unknown humanoid monster, with extremely long fingers and toes. I measured it in my mind, and thought that one of its fingers was about as long as 2 of my fingers put together. Its whole body was bald, without a single hair, only pink skin was exposed, but its face was covered with white hair like a big white monkey in the primeval forest. Its nose was pink, and its mouth was also pink, but its eyes were green and gloomy, staring at us gloomily, as if they could seduce our souls. My first thought at that time was, what the hell is this thing? Yaya was also stunned, hesitating and unable to speak. Only Diaoye and Lao Jiang said one after another, it's a ghost. As soon as he heard the word Liang, the culprit who led everyone into the ancient tomb was right in front of him. De Wu's eyes suddenly turned red. He quickly pulled out the pistol at his waist, and with a bang, a bullet was fired in the direction of Liang. Unfortunately, Liang's movements were too fast, and his long arms climbed the top of the tomb and swung a few meters away. Although the bullet did not hit the Liang, it hit the place where it was previously located, and the gravel splashed, and the sound of the rustling startled it to squeak. At this time, the light of the flare had gone out, and when we looked at that direction again, Liang had disappeared. We looked around for its position, and Lao Jiang suddenly shouted and reminded us, be careful, don't look into its eyes. It turned out that the Liang had swung to a higher position. In the darkness, a pair of emerald green eyes, with a soul-stirring light faced De Wu, who was about to fire a second shot. Those eyes seemed to come from the messenger of the underworld, and there was an indescribable emotion in their eyes. There is resentment, indifference, hints, and despair. The gun in De Wu's hand fell to the ground with a snap, and his face, which was furious just now, was now replaced by panic. He seemed to have seen the most frightening thing in the world, and retreated again and again, terrified. Don't come over. Don't come over. There is a tiger, it is about to pounce, father, save me, save me. De Wu screamed hoarsely, his feet were tripped by a stone, and he fell to the ground. Yaya was about to comfort him, but De Wu fought back and almost strangled Yaya to death. Yaya subconsciously looked at Diao Yi, trying to seek Yaya's help, and said loudly, De Wu is most afraid of tigers, he will be scared. It turned out that when he was young, De Wu followed his father, Wu Chengyang, a warlord of the Anhui clique, into the mountains to hunt. Unexpectedly, he got lost in the snow, and was almost eaten by a tiger. Since then, Dawu has been afraid of snakes, not to mention real tigers, even tiger paintings and calligraphy. Even if it is a cute kitten, a relative of the tiger, he has to hide against the wall every time it approaches. That kind of fear has been rooted in the depths of Dawu's soul. Yu tried to suppress Dawu, and it seemed that he was about to lose control. Yi used the jade cane to hit Dawu's forehead heavily, and Dawu's eyes were slightly clear for a moment. However, the Liang above his head came to do bad things again. In Dawu's eyes, the ghostly reflection of Liang and the pair of soul-stirring eyes were clearly reflected. Just when Dawu was about to go crazy again, Lao Jiang rushed to Dawu's side and chopped Dawu's neck with a knife, knocking him out directly. Old Jiang was alert to the movements around him and told us, "The eyes of a Liang can bewitch people, remember. Don't stare at it for more than 1 second. But now we are in a tomb, we can't compete with this monster to see who can outlast the other, right?" Seeing the pair of green eyes flickering left and right, opening in this direction and appearing in that direction, old Jiang drew out the black knife from his waist with a clang and stepped forward. I grabbed the corner of his clothes and said worriedly, "Master, can we deal with this thing?" Old Jiang sneered and calmly removed my hand from his clothes. If I can be teased to death by a Liang, then what kind of name am I called Black Knife Kirin? Watch this move for night battles. I will only show it to you once. While speaking, he tore off a piece of cloth from Yaya's black school uniform and covered his eyes with it. Yaya looked ugly and angrily said, "Why do you always mess with my things without permission? You are disrespectful to the elderly." Yaya was also dissatisfied with Lao Jiang's series of actions. At the same time, he glanced at me lightly, implying, "I wonder why this kid is like this. It turns out that he is a bastard master. It's a pity to waste a good seedling." I also shamelessly added, "Like master, like disciple. I learned all my bad habits from my master. Last time he touched." Lao Jiang was worried that I would reveal more things, so he immediately shouted, "Shut up." At this time, his eyes were covered, and only his 2 ears could hear the movements around him. We already knew his intentions, so we naturally didn't dare to make any noise, and we didn't even dare to breathe. About 4 or 5 seconds later, there was another rustling sound overhead. The ghost seemed to have changed its position again, trying to seduce us with its eyes. At this moment, Lao Jiang moved. I saw him soaring into the sky, and the black knife reflected a dazzling cold light in the dark tomb. Just when his jump reached the limit and his body was about to fall, his left foot quickly kicked the tomb wall, and his body borrowed a force and flew straight up. This speed was so fast that I could even catch the 3 afterimages and 3 knife shadows he left in the air. Break. As the black knife chopped down, the pair of green eyes screamed. It seemed that it didn't expect us to be so powerful. It fell from a height as if escaping for its life, and drilled into the golden sand, and disappeared. Lao Jiang used the remaining strength to lightly fall back to the original place, and the blood-stained black knife slowly returned to the sheath. I was stunned by the scene. "Master, you are much stronger than I thought." Lao Jiang smiled, not knowing how to be humble at all. "I am old now. If I were young, I would not just hurt it, but carry its head back directly." Without the threat of Liang, we began to think about how to take away the Kanara statue while avoiding the golden sand. Because the Kanara statue may be related to the most critical link in the treasure map, not to mention that water is ahead of us now. This is likely to be the most critical move to defeat him, but the golden sand has a very strong suction force. Even Lao Jiang, who is very good at light work, dare not take such a big risk. Just when everyone was at a loss, a charming voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. "How about letting me try?" Chapter 123. We looked back and found that the one who opened the sun was the peacock who had been protecting Master Yu. As one of the 4 sages of shaman, I know that the camel is good at surviving in the wild, the sand fox is good at scheming, and the crow seems to be the breeder of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. But the peacock has never shown any of his skills. But since he can become Master Dio's right-hand man, how can he be mediocre? Master Dio smiled sinisterly at this time. "I forgot about you. Go!" The peacock was wearing a red gauze dress. As she walked, her graceful figure was looming, and her snow-white waist was also a bit eye-catching. Even though most of her face was covered by the gauze, just looking at her watery peach blossom eyes, it can be concluded that she is definitely a rare and peerless beauty. Peacock twisted her waist, and came to the edge of the golden sand. Her charming figure stretched out like a flying tail, and she shook out a rope hanging on her back straight. The strange thing is that this is obviously an extremely weak hemp rope, but under her internal force, it is like a spear stabbing out. There is also a movable lasso at the front end of the rope. The lasso just hooked it lightly, and hooked the Kanara statue back steadily. The whole action was just a blink of an eye, just like a magic trick, and the clay statue fell into Peacock's hands. I watched this scene steadily inside, one blindfolded to hurt the enemy, and the other took things from a distance. It's really a master among the people. Lao Jiang also praised Peacock without hesitation, and praised her, half of her face blushing. Yaya snorted unconvincedly, and glared at me with squinting eyes. A gangster is a gangster. Peacock waved his hands modestly. No, it's just a little bit of craftsmanship. I deliberately said loudly, No, Sister Peacock is beautiful and skillful, worthy of being a golden flower in the shaman. Unlike some people, you don't look ordinary, but you have such a bad temper. Before Yaya said anything, Dyoya knocked the ground with his cane fiercely, reminding me to stop. This girl-protecting maniac, Yaya's unruly temper is probably spoiled by him. Peacock covered his face embarrassedly and said, Little brother, if you really have this intention, help me find a man for a blind date after you go back. I haven't married yet. No problem. We Qilin have many men. I promised all day. However, at this moment, there was a sudden bang in the tomb. Lao Jiang was a master of machinery, so he naturally knew what this sound meant. 2 words popped out of his mouth. It's over. We then discovered that when the Kinara statue was taken away, the crystal platform under the clay statue actually shrank back. At the same time, there was a crackling sound above our heads, and the moonstones embedded in the dome suddenly exploded, revealing one transparent hole after another. Old Jiang quickly explained, This is a weight balance mechanism. I didn't expect that the owner of the tomb played a series of tricks. The gold sand outside is just a decoy. The real killer is actually here. Although the clay statue weighs less than a few taels, it has maintained a balance with the mechanism in the tomb for 1,000 years. Once this balance is broken, the mechanism will be activated, just like we only need to hook our fingers to pull the trigger of a pistol. At this moment, I didn't know whether to praise Lao Jiang for being smarter than Zhuge Liang or scold him for having a bad mouth. I just heard him explain the principle of the mechanism, and the transparent holes above my head began to pour in streams of gravel. Thousands of gravel poured on my head, as if it was raining sand. Lao Jiang stared at it in a daze, muttering, The yellow sand is pouring back, it's going to bury us alive. But now we have no way to go. We can't retreat, and going forward is a dead end. The speed at which the gravel poured into the main tomb chamber was getting faster and faster. Even if we stood in the tomb chamber and didn't go in, our shoes were already submerged. If this continues, it won't be long before we will be buried with the 4 deformed children of King Liang. Thinking of the eunuchs who were buried with the emperor in ancient times, I couldn't help but look at Lao Jiang and thought to myself, if this guy shaved his beard, he would really look like an old eunuch. It's a pity that I'm so young and I'm done for before I get a wife. I'm sorry to all the elders and villagers in Lei Town. Just as I was thinking about it, Lao Jiang suddenly shouted, I know. Everyone asked him what he knew. He was going to be buried alive, so he shouldn't keep it a secret. Lao Jiang analyzed quickly, Aren't you curious? When we went down to this tomb, the lotus well of the sun was sealed tightly, and there was no sign of the mechanism being activated. How did the Liang that lured us in get in? I immediately realized, there is a second sun in this tomb. Lao Jiang nodded, yes. Then Dia, he also said in a hoarse voice, the Liang is such a smart creature, it is definitely not a dead end when it escapes with injuries, unless these seemingly life-threatening golden sands are a way to the outside world. Lao Jiang said, that's right. Quicksand is called quicksand because there is an underground river underneath that can support the floating sand on the surface. In chess, it is better to sacrifice a piece to win than to cling to it to survive. Everyone follow me. He yelled, but strangely, there was no action after he yelled. It turned out that he didn't want to be the first to jump down. At most, he would just yell the sun. I pouted my mouth and was about to use the method of provoking him. However, just when I looked at him, Lao Jiang changed his tone. Everyone follow my apprentice Li Jinglan to jump. Then he kicked me in the butt and kicked me into the golden sand. At the moment I fell into the golden sand, I only felt that my nose and ears were all covered by something. The whole person was extremely uncomfortable, wet all over, and was dragged to swim deeper into the sand by a natural force that could not be escaped. Gradually, I couldn't feel anything. When I woke up, I was already near the camp. Lao Jiang and the others were all there, even the unconscious Da Wu and the dead Xiao Wu. From Lao Jiang's words, I learned that there was indeed an underground river under the golden sand, and it was that underground river that washed us to the foot of the sand hill. My nostrils were blocked by sand, causing a temporary shock, and I was the last one to wake up in the team. And the first thing I did when I woke up was to kick Lao Jiang in the ass. Honestly, How many of your former apprentices were killed by you using this method? Fortunately, I am lucky, otherwise you can wait for Qilin to find a new apprentice for you. Lao Jiang knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say much, but I couldn't stop scolding him. Although we successfully recaptured the Kanara statue this time, we lost a brave comrade, and the whole free commune was shrouded in a sad atmosphere. Xiao Wu's body was carried out, but it was obviously impossible for us to carry his body deeper into the desert. First, it would waste manpower, and second, the weather here is hot, and the body will rot soon. Rather than letting him rot and stink, it is better to leave him the last bit of dignity at this time, because he sacrificed for us. After learning about Xiao Wu's heroic feat of protecting everyone, Xiang Wanli couldn't help but burst into tears. When I joined the Free Commune, I asked Xiao Wu why he wanted to join us. Xiao Wu said this. Mr. Lucen once wrote such a paragraph in the collection of essays Hot Wind. I hope that the young people of Yin country will get rid of the cold air and just move forward. Those who can do things will do things, and those who can speak will speak. If you have a little heat, you can give a little light, and you don't have to wait for the torch. This is Xiao Wu's dream and his belief. If there is no torch in this world, I will be the only light. He is willing to be a young man of this generation, and use the weak light in himself to illuminate this dark world. At that time, I felt that what he said was very good. If our young people could be like him, the people would be saved. Why should we be afraid of the great powers and invaders? Ye comforted Professor Xiang Wanli. Xiao Wu's sacrifice was worth it. He is a brave man. Xiang Wanli wiped his tears, and said repeatedly, yes, we should be happy for him. Finally, Xiang Wanli brought Ye, Dao, Yi Jianmei, and 2 other young people from the Free Commune to hold a simple funeral for Xiao Wu. Xiang Wanli was like a mortician, quietly tidying up Xiao Wu's clothes and wiping the blood off his face with a handkerchief. However, there were too many holes on his body, so many that they could not be wiped off, so he had to give up. It is really hard to imagine how much perseverance a person has to use his flesh and blood to wipe out all the institutions for others. Finally, Xiang Wanli put the Free Commune armband on Xiao Wu, and put a copy of New Youth on his chest. Xiao Wu is the symbol of this new youth, and he will become a role model for the new generation of young people. Soon, very soon. We led the camel away from this sad place. If the prediction is correct, the next sandstorm will cover Xiao Wu's body, and he will be forever integrated with the desert of the dead. On the way, Professor Xiang Wanli was still a little sad, only Lao Jiang's face was calm. I asked Lao Jiang, don't you have a conscience? Linger just cried so hard that her face became clown. Lao Jiang replied calmly, Qilin has long been used to it. Many times, we don't even have time to bury the bodies of our comrades before rushing to the next battlefield. They were nameless when they were born and nameless when they died. When we pay tribute to them, they are also nameless and can only be collectively called Hua Xia. At that time, I didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence until one day in the future. Chapter 124. After the camel team had walked for half an hour, we actually saw a few green spots. They were cacti. For us who entered the desert, this was more precious than real gold and silver. The camels raised by Ayamyahan were already impatient to bite the cacti, ignoring the thorns on them, and chewed them with a grunt. Lao Jian also cut off a large piece of cactus with a knife, carefully peeled off the skin, and handed the juicy green meat to Alangsu and Linger. Fourth sister, Linger, quench your thirst. I asked Lao Jiang, where is mine? Lao Jiang glanced at me, and threw the remaining thorny skin to me. I didn't scold him, because I knew that it would be useless to scold such a master who forgot his loyalty for the sake of beauty. I just quietly put the cactus on his camel cushion while he went down to smoke. I believe that something exciting will happen later, but when Lao Jiang's butt was stabbed, he fought back, making my butt feel like sitting on pins and needles. This is really shooting oneself in the foot. In the afternoon, after a short rest, the team continued to move forward under the leadership of the white camel. Yi told me, now there is good news and bad news. The good news is that if we are fast enough, we will reach the range of the pagoda before sunset tomorrow. If possible, Li Jinglan, I hope you can break the secret of the 2 new clay statues before then. Because there is another bad news. Yi kept us in suspense, which made us anxious and asked him what the bad news was. Yi then slowly said, the bad news is that the pagoda we are looking for will move. Move? When I heard this word, I was full of disbelief. How can a tomb move around? It doesn't have legs. The people of the Free Commune were also full of suspicion, and asked Yi what was going on, and if he could explain it in detail. Gyoya spread his hands. Except for knowing that the pagoda can be moved, the Sanskrit words did not reveal any unnecessary words. Others asked Gyoya if there was a deviation in the translation, and Delia answered hoarsely, "This possibility is very small. I believe that no one in the country knows Kumarjiva's Lotus Sutra better than me. The desert has changed dramatically, and perhaps a moving tomb is the most brilliant anti-theft method left by the original designer?" Lao Jiang immediately threw the 2 clay statues into my arms and ordered, "Little bastard, wait until the next break, it's up to you." I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. Why didn't you think of me for good things? Lao Jiang smiled. When God wants to give my disciple a great task, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, his body hungry and empty. Master is giving you an opportunity to exercise, so cherish it. I simply don't know how to describe this damn master, so I simply turned my head and ignored him. Unexpectedly, just as the camel caravan set off again, something very strange happened. The radio on the back of the last camel actually started beeping. Lao Jiang immediately looked suspicious, and I nodded to him, indicating that I heard it, and then asked Ayamu Khan to stop the camel caravan. Lao Jiang ran over to check, and the radio was indeed ringing, making a rapid beeping sound, as if it was a death warrant from the king of hell. Lao Jiang held out his hand, paper, pen. I quickly gave him what he needed. Lao Jiang put the walkie-talkie to his ear with his left hand, looking serious, and quickly wrote down with his right hand. The content on the white paper was, "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday," 3 times, the same line of English letters, followed by a big exclamation mark. An unprecedented tense atmosphere was penetrating the radio and enveloping our team. I hurriedly asked Lao Jiang what this meant. Lao Jiang looked at the letters and explained, "This is an international radio distress signal. It translates to, help, help, help. Please come to rescue us as soon as possible." Hearing this, I couldn't help but be stunned. You have to know that we are carrying a small radio, and the signal range that can be received is only within 10 kilometers at most. But how could there be people in the desert, continuously sending out distress signals? Are they near us? What exactly did they encounter? I swallowed my water and made a bold guess. Could it be Shen Xiaoyu and the others? Lao Jiang shook his head. This is not the frequency band we agreed on in advance. It's not them. I breathed a sigh of relief, and then I heard Lao Jiang add a sentence. Besides, I know the guy's character. Even if he was eaten by a monster, he would not ask me for help. I asked again, who could it be? Could it be Warner and the others? Lao Jiang fiddled with the walkie-talkie with a bit of doubt. Not likely, wouldn't he expose himself like this? Moreover, as an international thief who traveled all over the world, would he be stupid enough to send out distress signals in the desert? It's better to take a few more steps. I couldn't help but frown. It's neither this nor that. Could it be a ghost radio? Lao Jiang was stunned this time. His throat rolled, and he asked a question that surprised even him. What if it's really a ghost radio? This sentence was like a knife, piercing my pounding heart. Lao Jiang pointed at the radio and said, "Do you know which channel these endless distress signals are sent from? It's a channel that has been abandoned for more than 10 years. When radio was first used in the civilian world, many explorers regarded it as a treasure, and used it to maintain communication between teams. It's just that the initial channel had a short transmission distance, and was easily disturbed by wind, sand, or rainy days, and was gradually replaced by better channels. It can be said that now, no one will activate those outdated channels, unless some supernatural events, for example, a European passenger plane has clearly crashed into the sea, and none of the 130 people survived, but the sea area where the accident occurred still sent out distress voices, which were full of distress and sad cries." As he was talking, Lao Jiang took out a Hardman and started smoking. I hesitated for a while, and asked Lao Jiang what to do now. Lao Jiang took a deep breath, pulled out the cigarette butt and said, "Never mind it." But his face was a little heavy, and he didn't seem as calm as he seemed. We continued on our way, and just after walking a few steps, the telegraph machine started beeping again. This time, in addition to the distress signal sent by the ghost channel, there was also a distress signal sent by another new channel. At this time, Lao Jiang's cigarette was only half smoked. His lips were trembling slightly. After he translated this distress signal, it was no longer in English, but in Chinese. It was a line of strange words. "My apple tree has withered." Lao Jiang smoked a few cigarettes fiercely for a few days, and the whole cigarette was finished. His face was no longer calm, and his panic could no longer be concealed. "Oh no, this is an emergency call for help from another team of Qilin. Shen Xiaoyu and others are in trouble." My whole heart was lifted up instantly. Lao Jiang replied without thinking to the radio, wanting to ask the other party for the specific coordinates. But the other side seemed very anxious, and didn't know where they were. They just replied, We are in a dark fog, with no way to the sky and no door to the ground. I don't know what this sentence means, but I can clearly feel Shen Xiaoyu's despair from the text. He is with Baldi, and there are other Qilin masters, and even the one who is called God. Will they also fall into a dead end? Lao Jiang and He Lanqiu briefly discussed and proposed a plan: divide the troops. The main force stayed where it was, and the four of us Qilin went to search for the source of the distress signal, and we must get to the bottom of it. But Dia Yi and Professor Xiang Wanli were worried about only asking the four of us to go. So Xiang Wanli sent a young man named Lin Qiuxing from the Freedom Commune to go with us. Lin Qiuxing had worked in the archaeological team, was very good at search and rescue, and had good skills, so he might be able to help a little. We couldn't refuse Xiang Wanli's kindness, and after witnessing Xiao Wu's sacrifice, everyone's respect for the Freedom Commune had already deepened a lot. Dio Yi sent Crow, and also brought Xiao He with him. He still looked calm. Xiao He will find someone. If you take him with you, maybe you won't die so quickly. Okay. Let's take care of each other. Lao Jiang clasped his fist towards Dia Yi, and made a gentleman's agreement with him. The team that stayed behind will only wait for us for 12 hours. After 12 hours, if we haven't come back, it's up to Dia Yi to decide whether to leave or stay, because if we haven't come back in 12 hours, then I'm afraid we will never come back. Chapter 125. After parting ways, the most pressing issue for us was how to locate the coordinates of Shen Xiaoyu and the others. They seemed to be facing an unprecedented crisis at the moment. It often took a long time for them to reply to us sporadically. We had no way to deal with this, so Lao Jiang could only use the most primitive search and rescue method, searching according to the strength of the signal light on the walkie-talkie. When the distance is close, the radio signal will be strong, and the signal light will flash brighter and faster. On the contrary, when the distance is far, the signal light will dim. In this way, we rode camels through the desert, and the flickering of the small red light along the way became our indicator for moving forward and backward. As we searched, we gradually found a strange result. The location of Shen Xiaoyu and the others seemed to be exactly the same as the location of the ghost signal just now. I swallowed the water and asked Lao Jiang cautiously, "Master, could this be a trap?" Lao Jiang smoked another cigarette with a dark face. When there was only the butt of the cigarette left, he threw it out. "Even if it is a trap, we have to fall into it. We have no choice." These words came out of his mouth, a black knife unicorn, and inexplicably became a little colder. I don't know if it was because the sun was setting in the west, but I felt colder and colder, but the signal indicator light was getting brighter and brighter. At this time, we had been searching in the desert for a whole afternoon. Lao Jiang said, "The distance should be very close." Suddenly, Lin Qiuxing and the team pointed his hand forward and shouted, "Everyone, there seems to be water ahead." We looked closely in the direction of his finger. There seemed to be a green oasis in the distance. There was a thin river around the oasis. It should be the river that provided nutrients for life. But I became nervous again because of the appearance of this oasis. It is really strange that an oasis appeared out of nowhere in the vast desert, not to mention that this is the dead desert known as the Death Zone. What's even stranger is that this oasis can't be seen to the bottom at a glance. The end of the green is not yellow, but a hazy white. But the signal came from there. After weighing all the pros and cons, we decided to enter. When I stepped onto the oasis, I found that there were some green plants with very long leaves, like orchids. Lao Jiang told us, "This is called the 1,000-year orchid, known as the immortal grass in the desert. Even in places where it doesn't rain all year round, it can survive tenaciously." But what? We asked one after another. Lao Jiang frowned slightly and said, "It's just that the Welwitchia here seems to be different from what I've seen before." We looked at each other and stared at the green plant. We saw bright red stamens blooming on the top of the orchid grass, as if the life was burning wantonly. Lao Jiang continued, "I have never seen Welwitchia bloom before, but did you notice the Welwitchia here? All of them are blooming." This was the first time Lao Jiang saw Welwitchia bloom, and the flowers were blood flowers. Although everyone thought the flower was a bit weird, they didn't dwell on it, and their eyes unconsciously moved to another place. It was a small river flowing quietly among the Welwitchia. I don't know who in the team suddenly swallowed the water with force, which made me feel like my throat was smoking, my tongue was dry, and my whole body was shouting, "I want water, I want water." Everyone was attracted by the river in front of us, because we didn't carry much water, and Ayam Khan always reminded us to drink sparingly. After such a trip, everyone was already hungry and thirsty. If we couldn't see it, we wouldn't think about it. Now the body's instinct for survival almost eroded the last bit of rationality in the brain. It was like a person who had been hungry for days and nights, and suddenly a delicious meal appeared in front of him. Who could bear it? The sound of swallowing water spread in the team, and even Lao Jiang couldn't help wiping his mouth. But he still remained calm and waved his hand. Wait, let me and my fourth sister check it. Lao Jiang was an extremely cautious person. After he and Helengsa checked it with their own methods, and unanimously confirmed that the water was non-toxic, they allowed us to drink it happily, and filled the water bags on the camels. Inlinger was even more happy to wash her face, washing her dusty little face back to the appearance of a porcelain doll, which was very cute. We have to remember this river, and fill it with water, when we come back. By the way, we can also call Sister Peacock and the others to replenish the water source. Inlinger said happily, and the smile on her face could not be hidden. After drinking a full stomach, I burped and remembered something, and asked Lao Jiang, could it be that Shen Xiaoyu and the others are in the oasis? Lao Jiang looked at the flashing red light, and replied, 100%. Could it be that Shen Xiaoyu and the others also found the oasis with great difficulty, but were trapped by something inside? Saving people is like putting out a fire, and we rushed into this oasis in a hurry. Just walking, I felt something was wrong. It is impossible to have fog in the desert, but before we knew it, fog was gradually rising around us. At first, it was very light, and did not attract anyone's attention, but gradually the fog became thicker and thicker. When we found it, the road we came from was completely covered by the misty white fog. There was fog in all directions, and what was even more strange was that the fog came very strangely without any signs. It was as if there were countless invisible ghosts around us, tightly surrounding us. Lin Qiusheng asked if we wanted to go back. Lao Jiang looked at the indicator light with a dark face and gritted his teeth. Keep going. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. We could still vaguely see the road in the distance before, but then the fog turned into milky color, as if a ghost covered our eyes, so that we could only see the distance of more than 10 steps ahead. We walked through the fog, and our hearts couldn't help but rise to our throats. Ban Ban stayed by my side all the time, and his tall figure gave me full comfort. However, at this moment, I suddenly thought of the telegram that Shen Xiaoyu replied to before. We are in a dark fog, with no way to the sky and no door to the ground. I suddenly looked at Lao Jiang, but saw that Lao Jiang was also looking at me. We both frowned and smiled bitterly. Obviously, the tacit understanding between master and apprentice had made us think of the same thing, but Lao Jiang was obviously more experienced than me. He took out his pistol, loaded a red bullet into it, and said, we can only try it. That was the last flare in his hand. As the trigger was pressed, the flare shot straight into the sky, and a burst of explosions broke through the sky. Then we saw an extremely bright light explode in the fog. Now we are saved. Lin Qiusheng was overjoyed, but soon his smile froze on his face. None of us could laugh anymore, because outside the fog was a thicker, deeper, and wider fog. I turned back stiffly. The oasis where I could vaguely see its shadow was now gone. The orchids were gone, the stream was gone, and the only thing left was a vast expanse of white. Lao Jiang, what should I do? Lao Jiang's face was gloomy, as if water could drip from it. He took out the compass from his arms, and said angrily, I don't believe that I can't break this magic barrier today. He wanted to use the compass to walk in one direction to get out of the thick fog. It's impossible that the entire desert is shrouded in fog, right? However, something strange happened. The needle of the compass seemed to be stuck by something at this moment, and it didn't move at all. Lao Jiang shook the compass hard, but the pointer still didn't move at all. No matter what he did, it no longer pointed the way. This time, Lao Jiang finally gave up. He showed an expression of wanting to cry, but not being able to. I said, that bastard Shen Xiaoyu, if it wasn't for a disaster, he wouldn't even think of me. He's not asking for help. He's clearly asking us to be buried with him. The team immediately exploded. What do you mean? Then we can never get out. Linger doesn't want to die in this fog. Everyone was talking about it, and just as we were talking, there was a sudden movement on the crow's back. That was Xiao He, the golden eagle Xiao He, who was originally sleepy and dozing, suddenly stood up straight. Its two golden eyes were spinning in the eye sockets, and then it flapped its wings uncontrollably, and made a woo-woo sound of fear from its mouth. Xiao He seemed to be very anxious, and several feathers fell off. I didn't understand bird language, so I hurriedly asked the crow what was going on. The crow's face also changed, and he said word by word, it has a premonition of death. An unprecedented atmosphere of terror was spreading along the fog, little by little. In the thick fog that we could not see, it seemed as if a group of terrible monsters were staring at us. Chapter 126. The breath of death enveloped the white desert, and none of us dared to breathe. I subconsciously looked at Ban Ban, Since the eagle had sensed the danger, Ban Ban, a 1,000-year-old Zongzi, must be more sensitive than it, but the strange thing is that Ban Ban just rode on the camel and followed me like a human fossil. Not to mention being scared, he didn't even have the slightest emotional fluctuation. If someone didn't know, they would have thought he was a young actor from the Republic of China who came to the desert to shoot a film. Old Jiang stared at the thick fog in front of him and said, "Li Jinglan, turn on the flashlight you are carrying. Load the pistol." Although it was old Jiang who said this to me, the others didn't dare to take it lightly. They jumped off the camel one by one and were on full alert. I and old Jiang took the lead, with Ban Ban, Crow, and Lin Xiaoxing in the middle, and Helangsu and Yinlinger in the rear. When everyone turned on their flashlights, several elongated shadows appeared in the fog in front. Is there really a monster? I looked closely. No, those shadows looked like a group of people moving forward. Are those people? I pointed my finger, attracting everyone's attention. Lao Jiang hesitated for a moment and suggested that everyone go over to take a look, but don't get separated. After approaching, we clearly saw 7 unfamiliar-looking people walking hard on the sand step by step. They were all wearing yellow expedition suits, wearing bowler hats and leather boots. These people looked extremely well equipped, obviously an experienced expedition team. But the strange thing was that I found that they were covered with a lot of dust, as if they hadn't been cleaned for many years, and the style of their clothes was also relatively old, all of which were styles that had been eliminated in the early years. We didn't find any traces of other expedition teams along the way. Where did these people come from? What was their purpose in coming to the Desert of the Dead? More and more questions in my mind made me very alert. What's more worth mentioning is that in addition to Chinese faces, half of this team is foreign white people. Everyone's face is extremely indifferent, their eyes are dull, and they move mechanically, making a very regular sound of tap-tap, just like a puppet being controlled to walk. Everyone be careful, these people are not right. Old Jiang just sounded the alarm. Lin Xiaoxing had already raised his gun and shouted, "They must be Warner's people." I saw the foreigner's face. Old Jiang immediately scolded Lin Xiaoxing and told him not to act rashly, but the movement on our side had attracted the attention of the expedition team. Everyone stopped and slowly turned their heads to look at us. When aiming at the gun in Lin Xiaoxing's hand, the leading foreigner said, "Hello." Another Chinese who seemed to be a translator asked kindly, "Are you also lost here? We have been walking for a long time." When I heard that they could speak and were not hostile, my vigilance was put back in my stomach, and I immediately accompanied Lao Jiang to communicate with them. It turned out that they were a Sino-US joint expedition team that got lost here. They heard about the strange phenomena in the Desert of the Dead, so they came here for scientific research. While Lao Jiang was chatting with them, I looked for an angle to observe this group of people. 2 people in the team rolled up their sleeves, just revealing half of their arms, and there were no cross tattoos on their arms. In other words, they are not Warner's people. After these people introduced their identities, it was my turn and Lao Jiang's turn. Originally, we were scratching our heads and thinking, what reason can we make up to hide Qilin's identity? As a result, a strange scene happened. They only answered the questions we asked, but did not ask about our origins. They were not curious about where we came from, nor did they care about our purpose for coming here, and they were not afraid that we were bad people with ulterior motives. After all, in a place like the desert, supplies are scarce. How many people start to kill and rob supplies after finding out the details of the other party? But they not only answered our questions, but also did not have any defense against us at all. I don't know whether to say they are simple or stupid, all this is really too abnormal. During the short break, I only heard them discussing there, sometimes in Chinese, and sometimes in English, but they no longer said a word to us. The translator who greeted us said, "It's getting late, we need to find a date as soon as possible, you guys can go with us." Then we continued to move in the white fog. At that moment, I was stunned. On the surface, this expedition team seemed to have no problems, but I always felt a little uneasy. When the group of people were talking, a newspaper was left on the ground and forgotten to take it away. I walked over as if possessed by a ghost and secretly picked it up. The first thing I saw was the bold black headline on the front page of the newspaper. The tomb of the ancient Gaochang kingdom was unearthed, and the Fuxi and Yuhua pictures were found. For the first time, Chinese and American explorers joined forces to enter the Gansu Desert. The text below was a little weathered, but it can be vaguely distinguished. Most of the introductions were about the history of Gaochang Kingdom, and how the explorers of Lifeng Kingdom discovered them. Because the tomb complex was too large, the 2 regions finally decided to join together to conduct rescue excavations here and jointly search for lost secrets. Finally, there is a deadline, 1919. Lao Jiang and his team also came at this time. After seeing the newspaper, Lin Qiusheng sneered and said, "What joint expedition is nothing more than this group of foreigners stealing the national treasures of the Chinese people in the name of an archaeological team? But what I am entangled with at the moment is not this, but a more serious problem. It is obviously 1934 now. Why do these people go out with an old newspaper? Could it be that this newspaper has any special commemorative significance for them?" I handed the newspaper to Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang glanced at it, but his face became more and more gloomy. Finally, he squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. "Follow them, but always keep a safe distance." Originally, Lao Jiang planned to keep a distance of 5 meters, but due to the influence of fog, if we are too far away, we can easily lose them. So the safe distance was set at 3 meters. As they were walking, something happened ahead. Somehow, a member of the expedition team fell into the quicksand. Several hands nearby reached out at the same time, trying to save him, but they couldn't pull him up. The unlucky guy shouted hysterically, "Save me! Save me!" Lin Qiusheng was quite brave and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Lao Jiang. "Don't move, I go." Lao Jiang's figure flashed by like a thunderbolt. He swept across the quicksand layer horizontally, and grabbed the unlucky guy's arm with his hand. The unlucky guy's body was immediately pulled up a little. Seeing that he was out of danger above the waist, Lao Jiang suddenly let go, and then fell to the sand next to him as if exhausted. Is Lao Jiang out of strength? The unlucky guy fell into the quicksand again, and the speed was getting faster and faster, like a rapidly rotating vortex, swallowing him vigorously. Gradually, his chest and shoulders were submerged by the quicksand. The voice for help became smaller and smaller. The sand filled his mouth, nose, ears. In the end, his head could not be seen, and only one hand was left struggling helplessly outside, which made me suddenly think of a sentence. There is no way to heaven, and no door to the earth. Watching the teammates die tragically, the archaeological team suddenly fell into a fierce quarrel. The whole team was divided into 2 groups. One group accused the other of not being able to lead the way, and the other group accused the other of why they had to run here, what treasure to look for. The 2 forces were fierce, and only a guide-like Northwest man was left. He wanted to persuade this one, but was thrown away, and wanted to pull the other one, but didn't dare, and finally could only stand there scratching his hair. Looking at the Northwest man, I had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if I had seen him somewhere before. But I couldn't tell for a moment. After all, except this time, I had never been to the Northwest. Maybe the people in the Northwest all look similar, and they all like to wear a gold earring on their ears? These are all small things. At this time, a bigger question emerged in my mind, and I had to wait for Lao Jiang to come back to solve it. The team did not blame Lao Jiang for his sudden departure. At that moment, I felt that they treated Lao Jiang as if he did not exist at all, indifferent, and had no IQ to start a quarrel in front of outsiders like us. After Lao Jiang came back, Lin Qiusheng and the others said with regret, "What a pity," and comforted Lao Jiang not to feel guilty. It was not his fault. However, Lao Jiang's face did not show any sad expression. I immediately asked the first sentence, "Can you really not save him?" Everyone looked at me in shock, thinking that I was kicked in the head by a camel. How could I say such a thing to my master? Isn't this openly questioning Lao Jiang's indifference to death? However, what surprised them even more was Lao Jiang's answer. "I can save him, but I deliberately let him go." Everyone stared at Lao Jiang in amazement, while Lin Qiusheng's eyes were straight, and he stammered to ask Lao Jiang why. I could feel that the lofty image of the black knife curing collapsed in Lin Qiusheng's heart. But what Lao Jiang said next made us feel like falling into an ice cellar. His hand was cold. I pulled it hard, deliberately grabbed his wrist, and found that it was also cold, and there was no pulse. The wrist is where Chinese medicine takes the pulse to diagnose diseases. The inch is the only one that controls the 5 internal organs. An experienced old Chinese medicine doctor only needs to take the pulse to know what is wrong with the patient. And Lao Jiang didn't feel his pulse, which meant that he didn't have a heartbeat at all. I widened my eyes. You mean, he died before he was drowned in the sand? But he could still call for help and struggle at that time. What on earth was going on? My mind was full of question marks, but Lao Jiang made me even more frightened. He told us with a serious face, "No, I doubt that no one in the team ahead is alive." When this was said, everyone took a deep breath. The people in that expedition team could obviously walk and talk, and they could argue enthusiastically. How could they look dead? Are they all ghosts, or are they all possessed by ghosts? On the way, I watched the expedition team with great vigilance, because in folklore, ghosts walk differently from people, ghosts need to walk on tiptoes, and ghosts have no shadows in the sun. But I found that the group of people in front of me walked on tiptoes. except that their walking posture was a bit rigid. And when a ray of sunlight came in between the fog, their shadows were also very obvious. This obviously had nothing to do with ghosts, but Lao Jiang would never joke about such things. I told Lao Jiang about my discovery, and Lao Jiang said, thoughtfully, "Let's deal with it as it happens." At this moment, it was almost dark, and the team in front began to set up camp. The translator who talked to us before was very kind, and lent us a tent. I thanked him repeatedly, and he didn't say anything and ran away directly. However, when we opened the tent, we almost vomited the dry food we had just eaten. The tent smelled musty, and I also smelled a sour smell like rotten apples. This made Lao Jiang and I a little unbearable, so we could only let Helangsu and Linger go in temporarily and wash their bodies. I sat on the sand and sighed helplessly. It was already night, and the fog had no intention of dissipating. I didn't know what would happen tomorrow. At this time, I noticed that Ban Ban was looking at the group of explorers in front of him like a piece of wood, with eyes like lightning. I asked Ban Ban what was wrong. Ban Ban wrote a word on the sand with his hand. When I saw it, my heart twitched violently. The word was death. Chapter 127. I asked Ban Ban, "What does this mean?" Ban Ban hesitated and gestured. It turned out that he smelled a death on the group of explorers. Ban Ban even had a premonition that the death would spread to us. Not long after, the expedition team camped in front of us broke out into a fierce quarrel again, and two figures were vaguely fighting each other in the tent. "It's all because of you. You tricked us into coming to the desert to find that tomb. If it weren't for that gold bar, would you come? Hee, you're a well-known expert, a guy who's greedy for money." This seems to be the voice of the translator. The two people quickly turned from fighting to a bloody fight. In the end, the translator desperately pressed the expert on himself and raised the paratrooper knife viciously. "Go and accompany Lao Wu and the others." With a scream, blood splattered in the tent. "Someone's dead, someone's dead." The people outside were frightened by this scene and immediately opened the tent in a panic. At this moment, the translator Yunzi's eyes were red, and he was pinching the neck of the dead man tightly, saying fiercely, "Die, die, everyone will die anyway." The person under him had obviously stopped breathing, but he was still trapped in the frenzy just now, unable to extricate himself for a long time. At this time, with a bang, the translator fell down. The one who shot was the foreigner leading the expedition team. He was furious and shot the murderer to death with one shot, and warned the others in the team that if they continued to disobey his orders, don't blame the guy in his hand for being rude. All the remaining people dared not say a word. In just 2 or 3 hours, only 4 people were left in the 7-member expedition team, namely the foreigner leading the expedition team, the Northwest guide, the bodyguard with a big beard, and a Chinese expert. They finally decided to continue on their way, but the water they carried seemed to have been used up. I kindly untied a water bag from the camel and wanted to give it to them. After all, they had borrowed a tent from us. But they seemed not to notice it, and continued to discuss where to find water. In the end, the Chinese expert went to another direction to find water alone with a trekking pole. His lonely figure disappeared in the thick fog and never came back. I felt a little pitiful, thinking about whether to go and give water, but I was worried that I would get lost. At this moment, a vast white fog suddenly floated out of thin air, enveloping the camp in front, and we couldn't see anything in an instant. Lao Jiang made a gesture anxiously, asking us to move forward immediately. However, we never expected that when we rushed to the camp, the tent was still there, the campfire was still there, but the remaining 3 expedition members had all disappeared. They were caught by the fog, and no matter how we looked for them, we could not see their shadows again. A strong sense of uneasiness rose in the team. I asked Lao Jiang what was going on. How come the 3 people disappeared in the blink of an eye? Lao Jiang's voice became a little hoarse, and he said to everyone, "It's none of our business. Let's continue to look for Shinxiaoyu." As he spoke, Lao Jiang handed me a piece of white paper. It turned out that Shinxiaoyu had just received a signal for the first time, but there were only 4 words on the paper. Don't believe it. Was he reminding us not to believe anyone we saw along the way? I looked at Lao Jiang suddenly. Lao Jiang took out a Hardman and was about to light it. He seemed reluctant to just sniff it deeply under his nose for a day. I have encountered too many strange things in these years in Qilin. Don't take what happened just now to heart, so as not to lose your composure. The experience he learned is, don't look blindly, don't listen blindly. We rested for a while and planned to continue on our way, but before we took a few steps, I saw a scene that I would never believe in my life. The 3 expedition members who were caught by the fog before actually appeared. They were not injured at all, and the Chinese expert, who went out to find water, also appeared at the same time. But this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is the other two people who set up tents in the fog. One is the expert, who was stabbed to death at night, and the other is the translator, who was shot to death. At this moment, how can they be mortal enemies? They are actually chatting and laughing together. "Hello, little brother, are you lost too?" A voice came from behind me. When I met that person's face, my whole soul was almost scared out of my body, not to mention how to respond. Because the person who spoke was the unlucky guy who was swallowed by the quicksand before. Alive. All the dead people are alive. Am I having a nightmare? Or is everything in front of me real? The expedition team appeared in front of me alive again. I was so sad that I couldn't cry. My whole body was shaking like a sieve. I stumbled back. At this time, a hand supported my shoulder from behind without leaving a trace. "Don't be afraid, Master is here." The hands were broad and warm, trying to soothe my uneasy mood. "Remember, stay the same in the face of change," old Jiang said lightly. After that, like a movie played over and over again, we once again witnessed the first person falling into the quicksand. The second person was killed by mistake because of a sun angle, the third person was executed by the foreigners, the fourth person went out to find water, and the rest were captured by the white fog. All this was like a script that was constantly rehearsed, played out over and over again, and cycled over and over again. The only change was that we were not in this script. This is a terrible death cycle that lingers in our hearts. For a moment, I seemed to have figured out something. The clothes on these people were indeed not from this era, but from more than 10 years ago. The newspaper was not a souvenir they collected, but the day they set out into the desert. All I said seemed to have been known to Lao Jiang, and he was not surprised at all. Instead, he asked quietly, "Do you remember that unforgettable night before we entered Human Pass? Do you remember those footprints?" I was struck by lightning, and I suddenly showed a horrified expression. You said at that time that we were on guard all the time and didn't see anyone around, but a pair of old shoe prints appeared in the bushes the next morning. The shoe prints seemed to come from an old leather boot that was discontinued in Lifeng country. Old Jiang pointed to the ground. On the sand, the footprints left by the expedition team in front were exactly the same as the shoe prints that night. I felt that my brain was about to explode at this moment, and my hands couldn't help shaking. Then we are trapped in the fog with this group of non-human and non-ghost things? In front of us is another complete expedition team of 7 people, but we don't even know whether they are human, ghost, corpse or monster. Old Jiang didn't have the fear at the beginning. He smiled slightly and said, "My dear disciple, do you know how to break a good show?" I frowned, not knowing what Lao Jiang meant. Yinlinger raised her white little hand, and her sweet voice flowed in the air. "If someone is performing on the stage, I will go up and grab the protagonist and beat him up. Then all the other supporting roles will not be able to perform anymore, right?" Lao Jiang nodded. "Well, Linger is still smart. For sister, everyone's safety is in your hands. Li Jing'an, help me to scout the battle." Lao Jiang jumped off the camel with a flip. He launched Yue did not reply, but silently protected Yinlinger, Lin Qiusheng, and Crow. And I subconsciously followed Lao Jiang, and saw that Lao Jiang's aura was exposed. His thumb gently pushed the black knife on his waist half an inch, and then he rushed straight into the camp in front. Swoosh! The black knife, with a ray of dazzling light, split the fog surrounding the camp. I saw the foreigner leading the expedition team at a glance. He looked at us blankly, and Lao Jiang's black knife chopped down mercilessly, chopping off his head. "There are enemies, go! Go! Go!" This scene stunned the rest of the expedition team. The foreign bearded man who looked like a bodyguard and the Northwest guide all drew their paratrooper knives and stabbed at him. I was just about to take out my gun to cover Lao Jiang's back, but I pulled out the god-slaying dagger from my waist. For some reason, although the dagger was rusty on the surface, it contained a desire to fight. It was as if I had been sealed for decades, and finally saw the demons and monsters, and I couldn't help but want to join the battle. I could even feel the rolling heat flow transmitted to the handle of the knife. What's going on? But I didn't have time to think. Seeing the foreign bearded man thrust his knife at me, I quickly parried and subconsciously swung it sideways. At that moment, I clearly saw that although it was just a simple swing, the god-slaying dagger turned into a circle of purple light in the mist. That light was even stronger than the white light from the black knife Kirin. The purple light was like a dead tree and rotten wood, cutting through the bearded man's body. I held the god-slaying dagger and stabbed it hard, and the guide was also pierced directly by the purple light. They didn't spray out plasma like ordinary people, but decomposed like sand. I looked at Lao Jiang, and the foreigner's head also dissipated in the mist like quicksand. Because according to the original script of this play, they were the only ones who survived, or in other words, they were the three who died last. Lao Jiang did the opposite and disrupted this death cycle. The rest of the expedition members did not attack us. They just stood there like a still clock hand, as if they didn't know how to play this scene. A gust of wind blew, and they disappeared in the mist. I stared at all this in amazement, and I didn't know how to describe what I saw and heard in words. I don't know if it was an illusion, but at the moment when Lao Jiang and I put away our knives, the fog around us seemed to dissipate a little, and we could see about 10 meters away. Lao Jiang looked at me with a strange look, or more precisely, glanced at the god-slaying dagger on my waist. Little bastard, you are really lucky. Ah? I thought that after he left, Johnson would rather turn into a pile of scrap metal than recognize a new master. I didn't understand what Lao Jiang meant by this, but he had already walked towards Helan Shui. This way, our vision became much clearer, and Xiao He on the crow's back was no longer afraid. The crow, which was wrapped tightly in red cloth, suddenly put 2 fingers into a ring and held them under its mouth, and a loud whistle sounded immediately. Cry! At that moment, Xiao He spread his wings and flew like a soldier who had received an order. After circling around us, it soared towards the sky. Xiao He is showing us the way. The crow raised its head and said lightly. We immediately took the camel and began to follow Xiao He. However, not far away, we found that there were several black and withered mummies lying on the sand in front of us. The mummies were wrapped in khaki expedition uniforms, and their outfits were almost exactly the same as the expedition team just now. Are these 3 bodies the 3 people who died in the end? I looked at Lao Jiang and asked. I suspect that after the expedition team died in this foggy restricted area, they may have been manipulated by some mysterious force, and eventually their souls were imprisoned in this place forever. They didn't even know that they were dead, but just repeated the things they did in their lives over and over again. What kind of terrible place is this? The desert of the dead? Is this the origin of the desert of the dead? This is the cage of all life. Anyone who steps into this will turn into a desert dead, and will never be reborn. We didn't find anything useful on the 3 mummies, and even their manuscripts had completely rotted away. The only thing to be thankful for was that there was a well-preserved oil paper bag on the foreigner's chest, and we found a black and white photo with the ink blurred inside. The photo was a group photo of the Sino-US Joint Expedition Team, and this team was not just 7 people, but a large team of 30 or 40 people. Sitting in the middle was a foreigner with a forked beard, a suit, and a gentleman's hat, with a high-nose bridge, blue eyes, and about 50 years old. Is this Warner? I pointed at the photo and exclaimed in surprise. I had seen Warner's photo in Chilean. Although I knew that foreigners look similar, this person's nose and eyes were so similar to Warner's, they were simply carved from the same mold. Lao Jiang held the photo and shook his head. No, he is not Warner. Remember, this photo was taken in 1919, 15 years ago. I suddenly realized that this person would be at least 70 years old if he were alive today. The only person who could match him is Warner's father, or his uncle. Obviously, the Warner family has been eyeing Dun Wang since the previous generation. Lao Jiang's eyebrows were almost wrinkled into the shape of a character. Now I suspect that Warner is not just looking for the treasure of Dun Wang. There may be a huge conspiracy behind this. Chapter 128. Xiao He. Don't run. Just as we continued to study the photos, the crow's cry interrupted my discussion with Lao Jiang. It turned out that just now, Xiao He, who was still circling in the fog, suddenly rushed in one direction at a high speed, leaving behind a series of cries. Did it sense danger? Lin Xiuxing stepped forward and asked. The crow shook his head. No, it just found traces of living people and told us to hurry up. He looked excited and patted the camel to lead the way for us, but Lao Jiang was obviously not as optimistic as him, and his eyes were full of caution. We followed Xiao He all the way, and soon we heard the faint sound of footsteps in the thick fog ahead. Hush! Don't move! Lao Jiang made a calming gesture and asked us to stop. Everyone held their breath immediately. Lao Jiang's ears moved slightly, as if he was listening carefully. After a while he said, one is normal, and the other 3 are injured. Linger wanted to ask for details, but I covered her mouth. At present, the enemy and friend are unknown, but we must not expose it. 30 steps. 20 steps. 10 steps. Lao Jiang's expression became more and more serious, and we became more and more nervous. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. 5 steps. They are coming. Raise your guns. With an order, I, Lao Jiang and Lin Xiuxin behind me raised our guns at the same time, and He Lanqiu also put 5 fingers on the hilt of the sword, ready to deal with sudden crises at any time. However, what we didn't expect was that this time, I don't know if it was a stroke of luck, the people who came out of the fog were Shinseoyu and others. The companions we had been searching for so hard just happened to meet us on the narrow road. This was the first time I saw Shinseoyu in such a miserable state. There was a streak of blood on the corner of his mouth. His sunglasses were half broken, and his originally handsome and clean face was covered with sand. At this time, Shinseoyu was helping a dying man to move forward. That man was another Black Blade Qilin, bald head. Behind them, there were two Qilin members supporting each other, each with injuries, and the situation did not look good. Lao Jiang took a deep breath and asked in surprise, "How did you get into this situation?" Shinseoyu was stunned at first, and then cursed dejectedly, "Damn it, I don't know. I can't get out after walking for a while." Lao Jiang frowned almost invisibly, shook out a cigarette from his pocket, and handed it to Shinseoyu. "Here, smoke it slowly." Shinseoyu took it, and took a deep breath. "There is fog everywhere here, and there are monsters hidden in the fog." Then he threw away the cigarette. "But it's too late to say so much. I know the way out. You guys follow me quickly. The fog behind is chasing us all the time. Once it catches us, none of us can escape." Shinseoyu's face became more and more panicked, as if some unknown and terrible monster would kill him at any time. I followed Shinseoyu subconsciously, and asked, "What on earth caused you all to get hurt?" Shinseoyu looked horrified, the real owner of this desert. I swallowed my water, and looked at Lao Jiang, but saw Lao Jiang standing there motionless, while the crow looked at the sky with a confused look on his face. It turned out that Xiao He was still flying forward. Logically, after finding a living person, Xiao He should stop. But it didn't mean to stop. Instead, it seemed to keep looking in the direction where Shinseoyu and the others had fled. The crow thought Xiao He had lost control, and even blew a whistle to summon it back. Xiao He didn't care, and just went into the fog. I noticed something unusual and couldn't help but stop, but Shinseoyu was still exaggerating the horror behind. "Why don't you leave? Don't you know that the fog will eat people?" Lao Jiang smiled meaningfully. "Don't leave in a hurry, you are so badly injured. There is water and medicine on the camel. At least let me and my fourth sister help you bandage your wounds." Shinseoyu was uncharacteristically, "What wounds? I can still hold on, hurry up, I can't drag you down." "Okay, let's go." Lao Jiang spit out the last word, and the smile on his mouth became more obvious. At the moment when he and Shinseoyu passed by each other, he suddenly pulled out the black knife with lightning speed, and with one stroke, he cut Shinseoyu in half from shoulder to waist. "Ah! Uncle Xiaoyu!" Yinlinger screamed, and Lin Qiuxing thought that Lao Jiang was possessed by evil spirits, and his hand actually reached for the gun. Only I seemed to have realized something, and suddenly understood something. Helangsu was still sitting on the camel coldly, as if all this was within her expectations. Shinseoyu, who was cut in half, fell weakly on the sand. The moment he landed, his image blurred and turned into a humanoid monster with naked skin, only his face was covered with bursting white hair, like a monkey. "This is clearly the kind of ghost we encountered before. He is not Shinseoyu," I said to myself. Lao Jiang replied, "Of course he is not Shinseoyu." After the fake Shinseoyu was killed, the remaining counterfeits all revealed their true colors in the fog. There were 3 ghosts with white hair on their faces, 1 big and 2 small. A pair of breathtaking green eyes stared at us in the fog, and then fled unwillingly. Lao Jiang had no intention of chasing after it, fearing that it would fall into a trap. I picked up the bloody corpse on the ground and sighed. It turns out that they are the culprit of everything. Lao Jiang sheathed his black knife, and his expression changed from the frivolousness of the past. "No, everything must not be that simple. According to the skills of this group of ghosts, they can't create such a big fog at all. They are just accomplices. There must be a more terrifying existence that controls this area in the dark. It wants everyone who enters this area to be trapped in a death cycle forever like the Sino-US Joint Expedition Team, and never be reborn. I even suspect that the distress signal is also a bait to attract outsiders." Hearing Lao Jiang's words, I looked at the thick white fog thinking, "I don't know when this fog will dissipate." I threw the body of the ghost on the ground, and Lao Jiang said thankfully, "Fortunately, these beasts can only imitate its form. Otherwise we would have been fooled." It turned out that Lao Jiang's initial handing of cigarettes was just a test. Shinseoyu never smoked, he only loved to eat apples. Secondly, Xiao He wanted to fly in, which meant that the real living people did not escape at all. As for the third point, Lao Jiang told me, Shinseoyu is a lazy guy. He has been without food and water for so long. Even if you whip him with a whip, he will eat first and then run for his life. In this kind of place, To recognize a person, you need to look at his face as well as his character. You can change your skin, but you can't pretend to behave. Seeing that Xiao He was flying faster and faster, we didn't have time to waste here, so we all sped up. After walking for about 10 minutes, a small sand dune seemed to appear in front of us, looming in the fog. Lao Jiang immediately led the way. When we got closer, we found that there were all kinds of desert equipment and sped shells scattered around. I even saw at least 5 or 6 fresh bodies of foreigners. Those people were all wearing cowboy hats without exception, and they looked fierce. There was a cross tattooed on their arms, which was the symbol of ghosts. They are Warner's people, I said, pointing to the bodies on the ground. Lao Jiang made a rough inspection, and found that the bodies were all shot in the head. His tone immediately became excited. This is Shen Xiaoyu's shooting skills. They must have had a fierce battle here. Hurry, Shen Xiaoyu must be nearby. Everyone continued to move forward, and soon saw 2 people leaning against the sand dunes in the distance. One had long hair tied behind his head, and a pair of big sunglasses on his face. There was a scar covered by dust under the sunglasses. The other was a bald man, with a unicorn tattooed on his head. These 2 people were Shen Xiaoyu and the bald man. There were dozens of yellow-orange bullets stacked at Shen Xiaoyu's feet, and a German Mauser 98K rifle leaning on his shoulder. The bald man held a black knife in his hand, which was covered with blood red, which should be the blood of the enemy. There was also a radio guarding beside him. In addition, I also noticed 2 strange figures on the sand dunes. One was a short, fat old man with a snow-white goatee. He was sitting there scratching his itch with his eyes squinted, looking very funny. But he had a huge weapon box hanging on his back. In the box were at least 5 or 6 kinds of weapons, including knives, swords, bows, whips, and things I couldn't name. One by one, the cold weapons emitted a dazzling cold light, which should not be underestimated. The old man didn't have a unicorn badge on his chest, but he was wearing the same black Zhongshan suit as Lao Jiang and the others. I subconsciously searched his waist, but there was no black knife, only a wine gourd, so I couldn't identify his identity at all. There was also a pink-dressed girl about 18 years old next to him. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, and her snow-white long legs accounted for 2/3 of her whole body. She had 2 ponytails on each side. Her eyes were indescribably smart, and she was pounding the old man's legs. According to the rules of Qilin, this should be the old man's apprentice, right? The entire Qilin second team, including Shen Xiaoyu, was injured, but this old man seemed to be fine, unscathed. And seeing him sitting on the sand dune, it must be him who guarded the team from beginning to end. I have participated in many meetings in Qilin, and have seen many Black Blade Qilin, but I have never seen this strange old man and girl combination. Thinking of this, I can't help but be curious about the other party's identity. Could it be, he is the legendary god? Chapter 129. Who is it? When we entered the visible range, Shen Xiaoyu pulled the bolt like a storm, loaded a bullet into the 98K, and pointed the black hole of the gun at us. And the people on our side also drew their pistols, and pointed them at him. The atmosphere between the 2 sides suddenly became tense. After seeing each other's appearance clearly, Shen Xiaoyu was just relieved for a day, but did not put down the gun, and we were the same. Because we were afraid of being deceived, Shen Xiaoyu seemed to be afraid of being deceived too. Lao Jiang shouted immediately, "Are you really Shen Xiaoyu?" Shen Xiaoyu cursed. "I was going to ask if you were that bastard Lao Jiang." Lao Jiang smiled slightly, crossed his hands, thumbs down, and made a Jianghu gesture, dragon's coil, and tiger's crouch in the mountains. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoyu stood up suddenly, and replied with the same gesture, "A piece of autumn water lies a unicorn." This is the special code for the unicorn to identify its identity this time, and those ghosts can't imitate it. After the code matched, the 2 sides smiled at each other, and put away their weapons. We immediately came to the sand dune where Shen Xiaoyu was. Lao Jiang was about to ask about the situation, but Shen Xiaoyu said, "Is there any water?" He launched you immediately threw 2 water bags. "Catch it." Then she threw a water bag to the old and the child on the hill. Shen Xiaoyu picked up the water bag and gulped it down his throat. Finally, he laughed and poured the water on his head. He washed his sandy hair in a casual manner and shouted, "It's so comfortable, so comfortable." This scene made Lao Jiang feel painful. This is what I say day by day. I can't bear to drink it, so you, my grandson, will waste it all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I quietly nudged Lao Jiang with my elbow, and whispered to him about the origins of the old man and the girl on the sand dunes. Lao Jiang glanced in that direction and said mysteriously, "Do you remember the meeting before departure?" I immediately confirmed what I thought in my heart. Oh my god! It turns out that this old senior is the god among the Qilin. No wonder he carries so many magic weapons. Is the girl next to him a princess? She is so old, how can she live like this? Lao Jiang frowned and warned, "Don't ask about such things." I snorted and deliberately sat next to Shen Xiaoyu to irritate Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang pulled Shen Xiaoyu to tell him about the business quickly, what he encountered along the way, and how he almost died in the desert. After recovering his vitality, Shen Xiaoyu started from the beginning. It turned out that he was ordered by Qilin to take another car and sneak into the desert from another direction of Dunhuang. As a result, Warner's traces were found. Warner not only led the team personally this time, but also the team was full of masters. There were at least a dozen members of the Ghost organization, all wearing cowboy hats, carrying pistols, submachine guns, and explosives, and were governed by a man named Dante. Qilin had mastered Dante's information a long time ago. He was the third on the European killer list. His original name was Johnson. Johnson came from the west of the Gale country. He liked to use a golden revolver the most. He was very fast. All cowboys who competed with him in guns could not see the sun the next day. Later, he joined the Ghost and made a special trip to Iceland and Norway, just to kill the first and second on the killer list and let the world fear him. From then on, Johnson changed his name to Dante to show that he was the master of hell. Dante was extremely loyal to Warner. Half of the blood debts Warner committed in these years were completed by Dante. In addition, Warner's team also had more than a dozen tomb robbers he recruited from the people of Yin. The team was also equipped with a Xinjiang guide, an archaeological expert, and an animal and plant expert. After listening, Lao Jiang frowned and said nothing. Shen Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something. By the way, they have another person who is very extraordinary. That person was covered in black clothes and a black veil on his face, like a Taoist priest. I don't know what his background is, but he has a high prestige in the team. Many times when deciding which road to take, Warner obeyed him. Usually he rarely spoke, either sleeping on a camel or hiding in a tent, like a ghost who couldn't see the light. After discovering Warner's traces, Shen Xiaoyu immediately decided to follow him quietly. So they followed Warner into the desert of the dead after 3 days and 3 nights, and passed through several dangerous places one after another. I thought I could follow him to the end, but I didn't expect that the Taoist priest would still find him. The Taoist priest deliberately set a trap to ambush Shen Xiaoyu and others, but Shen Xiaoyu was not stupid. He quickly retreated to the commanding heights and began to snipe Warner's men. If it weren't for that Taoist priest, I would have been sure to kill Warner. It's a pity that the Taoist priest was too evil. No matter where we escaped, he could find us in the first place, as if he could predict the future. The last sandstorm came, ending the battle early. What's even more weird is that after that, the radio Shen Xiaoyu carried began to receive a continuous distress signal. He thought we were in danger, so he searched everywhere, and ended up falling into this oasis. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other in bewilderment. We were almost fooled by the radio at that time, and finally had to break into this forbidden area for Shen Xiaoyu. This made me think of the ghost pulling people. The Sino-US Joint Expedition team wandering in the fog tricked Shen Xiaoyu and his team into coming in, and we were also pulled in by Shen Xiaoyu, forming an infinite loop. If Qilin sent someone to find us, I'm afraid. I shook my head and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Next, Shen Xiaoyu told us a few more weird things. It was nothing more than their experience in the white fog. They saw a strange expedition team, and they kept performing a death loop on the road like a haunted one. He wanted to rush up several times, but was stopped by Feng Lao. After that, Shen Xiaoyu looked at the sand dunes with gratitude. If it weren't for Feng Lao, we probably wouldn't have survived. It turned out that the old man was called Feng Lao. I looked at him with respect. A master is a master. I didn't expect that Warner was also deceived by the radio, and the two teams met on a narrow road and started a fierce confrontation. Dante's bullets were extremely vicious, and they would always come from unexpected places. Even Shen Xiaoyu, who had the natural suppression of rifles over pistols, could only tie with him. Fortunately, he and the bald man were not seriously injured, but Warner left behind several bodies, but the 2 Qilin members they brought this time died one after another. The bald man's apprentice was shot in the neck by Dante's golden revolver. At that time, he thought there was fog to cover him, so only half of his head was quietly stretched out, and his neck was hit with a bloody hole. Their bodies are there. The bald man looked at the back slope with a little sadness, where 2 young men were lying quietly. One of them had a bloody neck, almost broken, and he must be the bald man's apprentice. Lao Jiang told me. His name is Fei Dao, and he is the bald man's last disciple. Shen Xiaoyu and the bald man brought 2 golden unicorns with him this time, But they still met with an accident. Hearing that they were all golden unicorns, I couldn't help but tremble a little. It won't be my turn next, right? Looking at the two bodies lying under the sand dunes, Lao Jiang patted my shoulder and said, "Now you know what I told you, right? We often don't have time to bury the bodies of our comrades, and we have to rush to the next battlefield. This is the fate of the unicorn." I swallowed the sun water and looked at the other body. The young man's eyes were bulging, but his mouth was full of a smile. Strangely, his temples were bright red, as if he had shot himself. Did he commit suicide? I couldn't help but take a step back. Shen Xiaoyu showed a rare fear on his face at this time, and then said something that puzzled us. "Don't listen to the bell. Don't listen to the bell." He said it twice in a row before answering my previous question. Shao Qi was bewitched and committed suicide. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other and asked in unison, "What do you mean by the bell?" Shen Xiaoyu glanced around vigilantly, and then lowered his voice and said, "The bell is far more terrifying than those expedition teams that staged a death cycle." Then he glanced at his watch. "Every morning at 5 o'clock or evening at 7 o'clock, the bell will appear and take a life. 5 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the evening. Is there anything special about these 2 hours?" Just as I was thinking hard about these 2 time points, Shen Xiaoyu continued, "At that time, Feng Lao had reminded us long ago that we must never leave this sand dune. But before the bell approached, you know? In the white fog, a pair of green eyes actually lit up, densely packed, like pieces of soul-stirring jade. It's Liang." Lao Jiang and I had the same sound on different days. Shen Xiaoyu was surprised at first, and then seemed to understand something. "You also encountered it?" We nodded. Lao Jiang was still curious about the subsequent developments, so he urged Shen Xiaoyu to quickly describe what happened next. Shen Xiaoyu told us, "Because they were afraid of Feng Lao's knife, those ghosts didn't dare to approach us. At that time, Feng Lao drew a circle with his knife around the sand dune, and asked us to send you a signal to wait for rescue. At first, when the ghosts were forced to retreat, Shen Xiaoyu thought it was no big deal, but then a strange bell sound suddenly came out in the thick fog. The bell was like the morning bell in the temple, thick and loud, echoing in the whole thick fog. Then I saw that Shao Qi seemed to be possessed by evil spirits, his eyes were dull, and he walked into the fog with his head tilted and tiptoes. Seeing that he was about to walk out of the circle, I rushed over and wanted to pull him back, but at that moment, I suddenly had a beautiful dream." "Beautiful dream?" He Lanchua even exclaimed. Shen Xiaoyu's face was full of yearning, and his face became much softer. "I saw you and Lao Jiang came to pick me up, and you also brought me a bag full of apples. You told me that the relic has been found, the mission has been completed, and we can go home." At that time, Shen Xiaoyu wanted to follow the old Jiang Helangsu in the dream back to Qilin, and at that time, the bald head was also tricked, and they seemed to fall into a dream at the same time. The bald head saw the woman who he had reluctantly left because of his youth. The woman was as gentle as water, and opened her arms to him. "Xiong, I have been waiting for you in the same place." At that moment, Shen Xiaoyu and the bald head were eager to grab the hand of the beautiful dream, and they were about to walk out of the circle unknowingly. At the critical moment, Feng Lao made a move. He pulled out a knife and a sword from his back, and the thick fog was illuminated by the cold light, and the illusion where Shen Xiaoyu and the bald head were was also split alive. Feng Lao pulled them back one by one. But Xuqi was not so lucky. He had been completely lost in the fog, and there was no trace of him at all. A few minutes later, Shen Xiaoyu heard a gunshot. Old Feng chased into the fog, but only brought back Shao Qi's body. No one knows what Shao Qi saw, or why he shot himself. The only thing that is certain is that you can't believe the bell's sound, and you can't walk into the fog. Shen Xiaoyu's words made my whole back cold, as if an invisible poisonous snake was approaching me little by little. But I don't know where to escape. I'm afraid of encountering the soul-stealing ghost again, and I'm also afraid of hearing the bell sound that makes people fall into a dream. What exactly is this forbidden land of death that kills people without blood? This place is dozens of times more terrifying than the traps we encountered in Inshu. The fear is not visual and sensory, but the horror in the depths of the soul. A bone-chilling chill is rising from our hearts and spreading to our limbs. Old Jiang can't help shivering. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something, and bowed deeply in the direction of the sand dunes with his hands clasped together. "Old Feng, what do you think next?" Chapter 130. Mr. Feng sat quietly on the sand dune, just opened the wine gourd, squinted his eyes, and drank for a day. "What does this mean?" Just as I was wondering, the pink-dressed girl shrugged and said, "What our master and apprentice mean is that we can't get out now. We have to wait until the next bell rings before we can find a way." "Yeah, that's right." Mr. Feng nodded. So they are really master and apprentice, 80 years old and 18 years old. It's really strange. Next we can only continue to stay where we are. Lao Jiang tied the camel next to the sand dune, and we also took a rare rest. Helan Shui sat cross-legged with a sword on her back and lit a stick of incense in front of her. The refreshing sandalwood scent lingered around us, diluting our fatigue for the past few days. Brother Xiaoyu, you must be starving. Linger jumped in front of Shen Xiaoyu and Guangtou, and took out a few fragrant sesame naan cakes from the big bamboo basket behind her. I give you the cake in exchange for 100 braised chicken legs. Take it back and give it to me. Isn't this a good deal? It's a great deal. We need to sign a contract. Sign, sign, sign. Shen Xiaoyu didn't care about the image of the black blade Kiran anymore. She wolfed down the cake and cried with joy in the end. Then, Linger put her hands on her waist and looked up. The girl above is so beautiful. Do you want to eat? You can exchange it for 100 chicken legs. The pink-dressed girl's eyes turned into crescents with a smile. She covered her face in embarrassment. Little sister is really good at talking. Am I really that beautiful? Linger nodded seriously. Of course. Since childhood, the grandmothers in our Miaojiang area have said that the longer the legs of a girl, the more beautiful she is, and the more people will pursue her. Look at my legs, they are very short. Linger stamped her feet in anger, a little disappointed. The pink-dressed girl seemed to have not expected Linger to be so humorous. She glanced at her straight long legs and said, No, many people dislike my flat chest. After that, she glanced meaningfully in the direction of Lao Jiang and Shen Xiaoyu, and snorted coldly, Next time I hear you, I will let Lao Feng chop you all into pieces and feed you to the dogs. This sentence surprised me. Everyone respected Lao Feng very much. Why would the girl call Lao Feng every day? As an apprentice, how could she disrespect her elders? What's even more strange is that Lao Jiang and others all huddled under the sand dunes when they heard the pink-dressed girl's provocative words, and dared not move. They also changed the subject. Delicious, this naan is really delicious. Seeing this, my impression of her couldn't help but decline a lot. Such a rude girl. I don't know how she will die next. As if she understood my look, a cold light suddenly shot towards me from the sand dune, and then with a plop, I saw the girl in pink falling down. Her lightness skills seemed to be very poor, and she almost fell into an H-shaped position when she landed. But she got up from the ground without any embarrassment, patted the sand on her clothes, pointed her finger at my nose and said, Who are you? Do you have any opinion about me? I waved my hands repeatedly. No, I am Lao Jiang's new apprentice, namely Jinglan. She was so surprised that she covered her mouth. Why did Lao Jiang accept another apprentice? I didn't know how to answer this sentence. Maybe he is more unlucky with his apprentices. Of course, I am very lucky. I even made it out of Yinshu safely, and became a Yinlin. Right, Lao Jiang? I threw a look at Lao Jiang, but he buried his head in his naan like a coward, not daring to say a word. But I could vaguely hear him muttering, You are so shameless to brag to everyone that you are back from Yinshu. The pink-clothed girl covered her mouth in surprise again, and stretched out her hand to me, and said, You are so amazing. You can get out of Yinshu, which is full of traps at such a young age. Please give me more advice in the future. I will call you Brother Jinglan. At this time, I saw Linger shooting a pig-killing look at me, and I didn't dare to shake her hand. No, just call me Li Jinglan. You joined Qilin earlier than me, so you should be my senior. The pink-clothed girl shook her head. No, I just followed Lao Feng all the way to eat and drink. I don't have any skills, and I am not even a formal member of Qilin. I originally wanted to be polite to the pink-clothed girl, but was dragged away by the angry Linger. Her pink cheeks were puffed up like a pufferfish, and she stared at me and said, Do you want me to let Mama out and call you Brother Jinglan? I immediately felt an itch on my back, and shook my head immediately. Our conversation made Lao Jiang and the others burst into laughter, and even Helangsa couldn't help curling her lips. But no one saw that the moment I left, the pink-dressed girl's eyes actually fell on the god-slaying dagger on my waist, and stayed there for 2 or 3 seconds before moving away. I don't know if it was because of the support of Master Feng, but I felt relieved all of a sudden. Listening to Linger chattering that the dry food of the whole team was on her, Shen Xiaoyu and Guangtou already owed me hundreds of chicken legs. In fact, what I was thinking about was the hermit-like Master Feng on the sand dunes. He must have been to many tombs, right? Did he fight with Warner? And the godlike man that Master Zhang missed so much after we parted in Shanghai, could it be Master Feng? But Master Feng is at least 70 or 80 years old, with white beard and few teeth left in his mouth. Even if Master Zhang is feminine, and doesn't like beautiful women but strong men, his Japanese taste shouldn't be so unique, right? Maybe he is a person who pays attention to inner beauty? Appearance is just a passing cloud in his eyes, I thought secretly. Noticing that my eyes were a little strange, Linger came over and asked me why I was absent-minded. I was embarrassed to say this in public, so I could only whisper to her quietly. Unexpectedly, Linger couldn't help laughing after hearing this, and laughed so hard that tears came out. Oh my god, Master Zhang's Japanese taste is actually, ha ha ha, too funny. I covered her mouth and reminded her to speak softly. Secret? This is a little secret between us. Linger and I made a promise. But strangely, when I wanted to continue to inquire about the identity of the master and apprentice, Lao Jiang and others kept silent, and were even unwilling to tell us the real names of Master Feng and the pink-dressed girl. The faces of several people were very abnormal, as if they were very secretive about the identities of the two. Linger and I became more and more curious, but we saw Master Feng holding a wine gourd in both hands, mumbling and sleeping. A trace of sun water even slid from the corner of his mouth. My admiration for Master Zhang deepened a little bit. This kind of handsome young man who only cares about the inner self and dares to challenge the secular world is really unique in the world. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes and rested. Only the pink-dressed girl in the team was extremely lively. She ran over with a clatter, stared at the camel, rushed to the crow, curiously teased the golden-billed eagle Xiaohei, and was attracted by the handsome face of Ban Ban, asking him about his life. Finally, Ban Ban couldn't stand it anymore and wrote a word on the ground. Kill! I hurried over to stop him. I knew what Ban Ban meant. Master, I can't stand it anymore. Can I kill her? If they start fighting, Feng Lao will probably kill me. I quickly acted as a peacemaker and told Ban Ban to stay calm. But I also know the name of the pink-dressed girl. Her name is as strange as her person. It's called Niwa Xiao Xiao. I glanced at her flat chest. I felt Xiao Xiao. But what does Niwa mean? From the time I was born to now, this is the first time I've heard someone use Niwa as a surname. You know, since the birth of the Yin nation, the first myth is Niwa mending the sky. It was Niwa who saved the world and molded the first generation of humans out of mud. How could she use the name of the god of creation as her surname? Her parents are really brave. They are not afraid of the baby dying just after birth. Thinking about it, I was a little sleepy, but I didn't dare to close my eyes for fear of encountering danger again. After all, the two Qilin members lying nearby were still alive. As expected, I suddenly noticed a very light footstep in the fog. It seems that the other party doesn't want to be discovered by us, but because there are so many things coming, it is inevitable that 1 or 2 feet will sink into the sand, making a creaking sound. I wanted to call Lao Jiang, but found that everyone was awake. Everyone widened their eyes, moved their ears slightly, and captured the movement in the thick fog. The footsteps became bigger and more dense. Linger, Lin Qiusheng, and I turned on the flashlights from 3 directions, and suddenly saw green eyes in the fog. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. I couldn't count any more. There must be at least 100 or 200 pairs. Those eyes were floating in the fog, like ghost lights from hell, wandering around us. Chapter 131. It's Liang! I shouted. Old Jiang also said at the same time, from now on, everyone below Black Blade Qilin, close your eyes. He and Helangsu drew their weapons at the same time. Shen Xiaoyu raised the Mauser 98K rifle. Only Feng Lao on the sand dune was still snoring. In the dark night, his snoring was the loudest, like thunder in a drought, one after another, shaking my heart and liver. Seeing those green eyes getting closer and closer, my heart was like 15 buckets of water up and down. One ghost tortured us to death. Wouldn't these hundreds of ghosts eat us alive? I couldn't bear it any longer, and regardless of whether it was offensive or not, I shouted directly to the sand dunes. Mr. Feng, please wake up. You must be responsible in times of crisis. Wake up, Mr. Feng, wake up. I shouted louder and louder, but Mr. Feng was still sleeping and snoring louder. Until the pink-dressed girl pulled Mr. Feng's ears and said coquettishly, Mr. Feng, get up. Mr. Feng woke up slowly, stretched out his arms, and yawned lazily. What are you in a hurry for? Didn't I say that as long as you don't leave the circle, they won't dare to come in? I was dreaming about drinking Matai, and you interrupted me. After that, he burped, as if he really drank a lot of wine in his dream. But why did the sour smell make me cover my nose from such a distance? Mr. Feng asked the pink-dressed girl what time it was. The pink-dressed girl replied, 4:30. Mr. Feng's frown immediately relaxed. There's still half an hour before the bell rings, so let me catch up on some sleep. After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep, not caring whether we lived or died. But this group of ghosts obviously refused to give up. Seeing that we closed our eyes, and could not use the soul-stealing spell, they gathered one by one and wanted to attack us. The circle drawn by Mr. Feng seemed to be cast a spell. As long as the ghosts stepped on it, they would scream like being electrocuted. But everyone overlooked one thing. The circle drawn by Mr. Feng was complete before we came. But when the two teams met, the left part of the circle had been destroyed invisibly because of the footsteps of people and the trampling of camels. No one realized this, only the ghosts discovered it. At this moment, it was too late for me to remind everyone. The IQ of those ghosts was beyond imagination. They actually separated a small part of them to deliberately attract our attention here, and the other part of the ghosts had turned around from the white fog and pounced on the missing son of the circle. These ghosts had extremely long fingers and white hair on their faces. They looked extremely hideous and terrifying under the cover of the thick fog. I immediately wielded the god-slaying dagger to hold the circle and stabbed at the chest of a ghost, but this time the god-slaying dagger let me down. It seemed that it would only emit that strange purple light under certain conditions. Only under the shining of purple light would it be indestructible. At this moment, it was like a piece of broken copper and iron. I tried my best but couldn't cut the skin and flesh of the ghost. I could only change the gun in a hurry. But the ghost had seized the opportunity. I saw it open its bloody mouth, and a foul odor came, which almost made me vomit. Two curved hooked fangs were approaching my neck. The pair of fangs were gloomy, and were about to pierce the aorta in my neck, but at the critical moment, it suddenly froze. That was Banban. Banban's hair was loose at this time, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was full of murderous intent. He lifted the liang into the air with just one hand. He raised his head, and let out a proud wolf howl, then grabbed Liang's claws with one hand, and Liang's legs with the other, and tore them apart with all his strength. With a puff, the liang that was just so arrogant was broken into two halves. The whole body was thrown on the ground like a rag, and the earthy yellow blood splashed all over my face. And the other two liangs that rushed up were also grabbed by Banban one by one, and they collided with each other, and their brains burst. Those who hurt the master, die. I can't describe the scene at this moment. I just feel that Banban is so angry at this time. Could this be the terrifying appearance of the great Shan Wolf commander when he rushed into the battle array to kill the enemy? No wonder it would scare the enemy countries. At this time, Lao Jiang and Helan Shui had already arrived. Lao Jiang swung out 3 white lights, cutting off the arms of 3 ghosts. Helan Shui, on the other hand, blocked the circle with a sword, and the sword of fire was like thunder and lightning, forcing back the ghosts, who were eager to try. Those who wanted to take the opportunity to jump and were kept away by Shen Xiaoyu, who shot them in the head. The bald man held a knife indifferently, protecting Yin Linger, Lin Xiusheng and the others. The number of these ghosts was too large, and the footsteps were dense in the fog behind them. Obviously, there was a constant supply of backup forces. We couldn't fight them to the end. Even if we could win in the end, we would definitely pay a heavy price. If anything comes at that time, it will be like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Banban has to let out a wolf howl from time to time. Wolves are born at the top of the food chain, and their howls alone can make the weak feel fearful, especially the murderous intent that soars into the sky, like a whip, imprinting a strong fear in the minds of every ghost. Those ghosts wanted to retreat. But at this time, something strange happened. As the watch ticked, the pointer fell to 5 o'clock in the morning, and a melodious bell sounded in the thick fog. Although the bell sounded only once, there were countless echoes in the fog. What surprised me was that the bell that made Shen Xiaoyu extremely scared did not have the kind of heart-wrenching feeling when I first heard it. Instead, it was like a lotus blooming in a clear pool. It was so solemn and so zen, emerging from the mud without being stained, and passing waves of elegant fragrance to us. My consciousness gradually became blurred, and a bright and clear picture began to appear in front of my eyes. I don't know when the annoying white fog around me dissipated, revealing a clear lotus pond. I saw butterflies flying and staying on the lotus. I saw countless fairies, holding ribbons, dancing gracefully. They sprinkled petals all over the sky to welcome the arrival of the Bodhisattva. But as the golden Buddha light appeared, why did the Bodhisattvas who were preaching the sutras look so familiar? There were Mahukala, Gandharv, Yaksha, etc. These were the 8 clay statues we collected, the 8 heavenly dragons. I seemed to see the 8 heavenly dragons looking at me. Their mouths were not open, but they clearly conveyed a sentence. Li Jinglan, you have arrived in paradise. Then everything in front of me changed again. The 8 heavenly dragons pointed their hands into the distance. If you don't believe it, look. At that moment, I clearly saw that the people of Lei Town who were hiding underground had returned to the ground. They were no longer afraid of the sun, and could live freely like ordinary people. Because the curse of the 3 eyes has disappeared, my father was also resurrected in the Buddha's light. He and my mother stood on the Legendary, waiting for me to come home. The scene suddenly changed. This time it was the dormitory of Qilin. The 3-eyed Li Jinglan, who looked exactly like me, was sitting in the mirror. He no longer called me a waste like before, but nodded with an admiring look. You have learned the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas. Go, and do what you want to do. I also saw that Lao Jiang retired gloriously. He took the black knife from his waist and handed it to me solemnly. Little bastard, from today on, you are the Black Knife Qilin. I asked Lao Jiang, am I qualified to do that thing now? Lao Jiang laughed. Linger's mother has agreed. Go to Miaojiang and be your Kamani. When I rushed out of the door, I found myself in a Miaojiang village surrounded by thick green. Linger was sitting on the 2nd floor. Her head, neck, and wrists were all covered with beautiful silver ornaments. Her water green dress turned into a red dress. Her eyebrows were curved, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Brother Jinglan, I have grown up. I want to marry you and become your bride. I don't know if this is true, but I just want to have all this forever and enjoy my bliss. Linger's cheeks were slightly flushed, like a bright rose waiting to be picked. I couldn't wait to drink the quilled wine with her, so I hugged her and wanted to kiss her soft lips. Zibu you. Just then, I suddenly heard a shout in my ears, my head was aching, and the picture in front of me was torn apart by the shout. The lovely Linger disappeared, and the bottomless white fog appeared again in front of me. It turned out that it was just a beautiful dream. I looked up and saw that Feng Lao on the sand dune had woken up at some point. He clapped his hands behind his back, and a sword and a knife shot out from the ancient and huge weapon box. He also took off into the air and caught the sword and knife, and the whole person fell like a meteor. Swish, swish, swish. Feng Lao's movements were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, slashing in the fog around all of us. Although he was slashing at the air, the sharp sword and knife energy actually forced the white fog back a foot, waking each of us up. The sound of the bell was really powerful, because I clearly noticed that even Lao Jiang and Ilanjua had a satisfied smile on their lips, as if they were immersed in a beautiful dream without knowing it. Almost everyone was lingering in the world created by the bell. Lao Jiang must have been thinking about Helan Shui, and definitely about her lower body. She was probably preparing for the wedding night. I don't know what Helan Shui was thinking about. But what really surprised me was that the pink-dressed girl, Nuo Xiao Xiao. She didn't seem to be disturbed by the bell at all, because there was no smile on her lips, but she looked at the fog with a hint of contempt from beginning to end. Who is she? Chapter 132. Boom! The second wave of echoes did not give us a chance to breathe. Once again, it confused our nerves. I couldn't help but recall the beautiful dream just now, and my heart became lighthearted. If I could have that dream again, it would be worth dying for. My vision began to blur, and just when Linger in her wedding dress appeared in front of me again, Feng Lao's deep voice sounded like a gong in my ears. Everyone sit on the ground, close your eyes, and recite with me. His voice was intimidating, and the scene in front of me disappeared immediately, leaving only Feng Lao's voice in my ears. If your heart is as clear as ice, you will not be startled by the collapse of the sky. No matter how many changes you make, your mind will be calm and your spirit will be peaceful. Everyone followed Feng Lao to recite the Qingxin Riju. At first, everyone recited it haltingly, but after reciting it several times, they could recite it fluently. I don't know if it was the sense of security given by Master Feng, or if this daily formula really worked. I just felt as if my whole body was being poured down by water from an extremely cold land, and my restless heart was frozen. The echo of the bell continued, and the third wave came through the mist, as if it wanted to compete with Master Feng. That beautiful picture also appeared in my mind, but this time it was different. The lotus in the stream had not yet bloomed, but it was already covered by a layer of frost. From the roots to the flowers, the whole lotus was frozen. Then all the pictures, including Leijian breaking the curse, me becoming the Black Blade Qilin, and going to Miaojiang to marry Linger, these beautiful pictures were covered by layers of frost. My brain became extremely clear due to the stimulation of the frost, and my mind was completely restored, and I was not disturbed by the bell. The same thing happened to Lao Jiang and the others. Even Lin Qiusheng, who had the worst foundation in the team, was not killed by the bell because he could recite the daily formula skillfully. The fourth wave, the fifth wave, the echo of the bell lasted for 9 times before it completely stopped. At this time, Feng Lao stretched his waist, stood up, and asked the whole team to follow him. I asked where Feng Lao was going. Feng Lao smiled with his eyes half drunken. Of course, to the end of the fog, to see what is controlling all this. We immediately followed Feng Lao's footsteps with camels. Feng Lao took the lead, and Niuhua Xiaoxiao followed him leisurely, followed by Lao Jiang and Helengsu. Then it was me and Ban Ban, Yinlinger, Crow and Lin Qiusheng. Baldhead and Shen Xiaoyu were at the end of the team, responsible for the rear guard. Yinlinger looked at Lan Xue innocently. Master, do we really have to go find the bad guy who created the fog? It should be very powerful, right? Wouldn't it be better for us to just run away? Niuhua in front of us put her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and smiled meaningfully. Sister Linger, do you think it will let us go if we don't eliminate the instigator? Naive. At this time, Lao Jiang and I were also worried. Judging from the several waves of attacks we faced after entering the fog, the thing behind us was quite powerful. Going directly to find it, to put it nicely, it is like the person who tied the bell to untie it. To put it bluntly, it is like sending yourself to death. But since Master Feng said so, it is obvious that he had already planned it. There is no better way except to follow him. Master Feng and his disciples seemed to know how to go. They took us around in the fog. In the middle, we encountered several sneak attacks by the ghosts, which were all repelled by Lao Jiang and Lan Xue from the left and right. The fog ahead was getting thicker and thicker. I had already walked in the fog for more than half an hour. I couldn't help but ask Mr. Feng how long it would take. Mr. Feng held the wine gourd and didn't speak, but muttered a little song. When I was young, I bought a long sword and led a pony to travel the world. When I was middle-aged, I sharpened the long sword and returned to the rivers and lakes to drink with young ladies. When I was old, I broke the long sword. They said this is no longer your rivers and lakes. Only the autumn wind is left. I sit on the bridge with the old horse, and the autumn wind is rustling. Mr. Zhang also likes to sing songs. But the songs they sing are completely different styles, and Mr. Feng's singing is really not good. But maybe this is just a case of a turtle and a mung bean falling in love. Seeing that Feng Lao ignored me, I asked again in a hoarse voice. This time, Niuhua Xiaoxiao was angry. Brother Jinglan, don't you believe Lao Feng? Don't think he only drinks and sleeps. Niuhua Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her finger. When the bell rang twice, he was tracking the source of the sound. Don't worry, you will soon be able to solve the mystery in your heart. The fog became thicker and thicker, and the visibility was shortened to 1 meter. The whole team was close together, fearing that a hand would suddenly reach out from the fog and drag their companions away. There were more and more ghosts, and they were getting more and more fierce, as if we had arrived in their restricted area. Feng Lao held a wine gourd in one hand and walked forward drunkenly, while Niuhua Xiaoxiao still looked heartless, with her hands behind her back, not afraid of being eaten alive by ghosts. Lao Jiang and Helengsu, one holding a black knife tightly, and the other with a long sword out of the sheath, protected the team. But because there were too many Liang, they couldn't handle it. From time to time, a few fish that slipped through the net would pounce on me and Yinlinger. Yinlinger wiped her cute little nose and snorted coldly. You dare to bully me, Guai Guai. It's time for you to show up. She patted her big bamboo basket, and finally used her goo worms for the first time in the desert. A group of black insects flapped their wings and flew out of the bamboo basket. Yinlinger pointed at the black insects in an innocent voice and said, Jiang Jiang, you must protect us. The group of goo worms seemed to have heard the order. Wherever Yinlinger pointed, they attacked and pounced on the nearby Liang. The skin of any Liang bitten by the goo worms would turn black and then begin to fester and pus. This poisonous insect seemed to carry a special toxin. Although the ghosts that were bitten did not die immediately, their speed of attacking us was obviously much slower, and their speed of chasing us also slowed down. Ban Ban tore all the ghosts that were within 5 steps of me into pieces. I waved the god-slaying dagger, and tried to get rid of the few fish that slipped through the net. Looking at the dull god-slaying dagger in my hand, Niuhua shook her head in disappointment. Li Jinglan, this is not how things are used. I was surprised and looked at her suspiciously. How should I use it? Do you know how to use it? Chapter 133. Niuhua Xiaoxiao seemed to realize that she had said too much, and immediately changed her mind. Of course, it's skewered rabbit meat for barbecue. I couldn't help but feel ashamed. This girl can still make such a joke at this age. She can only live this long because of Feng Lao. Under our attack, the group of ghosts finally withdrew from the thick fog that they fearlessly guarded. However, what we never expected was that after we walked more than 10 meters, there was no fog in front of us, and this thick fog did not fade away little by little, but disappeared all of a sudden when we left that specific range. It seemed that the thick fog only covered a specific range. But when they saw the scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but open their mouths wide. There was actually a dense patch of welwitschia in front of them, with blood-red flowers blooming everywhere, like pools of blood dyeing the desert red, which was shocking. Are we walking out now? Lin Qiusheng asked a stupid question. I pointed to the center of the Welwitchia and said, see? There is a strange building there. It wasn't there when we came here. In other words, this is not the sunrise we saw before. The Welwitchias with green leaves and red flowers were layered and clustered around the strange building in the center. The building was carved from the red stone unique to the western regions. It was also in the western style, like a semicircular arch, as if you could reach the Buddhist country of India by taking a step further. Under the arch, there was a strange bronze bell. The whole bell was rusty, and even from a distance, you could feel the repressive aura in it. Bell? Could this be the day bell? My hand stopped in midair, somewhat unbelievable. Old Jian also became suspicious. This bell weighs at least 1,000 pounds. Even the strongest wind can't shake it. Who was ringing it before? Or was it ringing by itself? I felt my scalp tingling, but Feng Lao turned the wine gourd upside down and pointed at the ground. The answer you want is under these orchids. 1,000-year orchid? Although we didn't believe it, we still took out the engineer shovel and dug according to Feng Lao's instructions. After a while, I was shocked by the scene I saw, because I just dug a few shovels and found that the plump roots of the 1,000-year orchid were deeply embedded in a skull. Yilinger also screamed because she also dug a skull. Everyone's discovery is the same. Under each 1,000-year orchid here is a skeleton, blooming with bright and colorful flowers. Old Jian was wondering why the 1,000-year orchid here blooms red flowers, but now he understands that their color is irrigated by blood. Have you found it? Almost all the bones you dug up are not complete. Feng Lao's voice flowed in the air, and he had come to the bronze bell of that day with Nuwa Xiao. Just as Feng Lao said, he found it after digging 3 feet into the ground. Most of the bones had their heads chopped off, some had broken legs, some had both arms cut off by sharp weapons, and some. In short, almost no bones were complete. Feng Lao looked at the bronze bell of that day with a complicated expression. There was a biography engraved on it, explaining the origin of these white bones. It turned out that this place was an ancient battlefield during the 16 Kingdoms period, where Northern Liang, Southern Liang and others had fought each other. Under the endless yellow sand, countless Western region warriors were buried. Their bodies could not return home, and their names were forgotten by the world with their death. Only new wars buried new dead. Gradually, this place became a place of wronged souls. These dead generals suffered great pain in their lives, and could not return to their hometowns after death. Their ghosts and resentment were lingering, forming a piece of fog that enveloped the desert. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but think of an ancient poem. Swear to sweep away the Huns without caring about their lives. 5,000 minks and brocades were lost in the dust of the Huns. Poor bones by the Wooding River, they are still the people in the spring boudoir's dreams. At the beginning, Munklo led a horse and a stick and traveled thousands of miles to the western regions. He passed through the desert and witnessed this resentment. He sighed. War brought too much killing, the living were displaced, and the dead could not be reborn. It was for this reason that Li yearned for peace and resolutely decided to persuade the kings of the 16 kingdoms to put down their butcher knives. After that, he saw the Buddha's light in Mingshan Mountain and began the long journey of building Mogyo grottos. The Buddha's light shone on Dunhuang, and compassion also enveloped the entire desert. The kings who were persuaded followed Munklo back to the desert. Everyone saw the skeletons all over the ground, heard the cries of the dead, and felt their own sins. The kings wanted to free this group of brave warriors, so according to Li's design, they sent the best craftsmen to build this day bell, hoping to save the tens of thousands of dead souls. The name of this day bell is Bliss. But because there were too many dead people, the resentment covered the sky, and even Lu could not save them. He could only use the special melody of the bell to let these dead souls see the most longed-for picture in this life. The sound of the blissful bells weaves beautiful dreams for the dead souls in order to alleviate their resentment and allow their souls to rest in peace one day. The kings also fell into a beautiful dream after hearing the sound of the bliss bell. They saw the peaceful central plains. When the weapons of all countries were put into storage, the people lived and worked in peace, and the East and the West exchanged what they had. At the beginning, the various nations still had blood feuds because of the previous wars. But in the trades again and again, everyone really felt the sincerity, and the ancient Silk Road was opened again. The national strength of each country reached its peak because of mutual support. Everyone stopped fighting and no longer hostile, and gradually became a common name, the Yin people. This dream made the kings see the future with their own eyes, and they were determined to take the first step, so they signed a peace contract. This Munklo is really amazing, I exclaimed from the bottom of my heart. This day, the bliss bell brought beautiful dreams to too many people and comforted their souls. But as thousands of years passed, these dead souls should have gone to where they should have gone, but because they were trapped in the beautiful dream, they never wanted to wake up. At the same time, the passing dead souls were also attracted by the bell, deeply trapped in it, unable to extricate themselves. Instead, this oasis has become a bloodless death zone. It's time to end it. Mr. Feng sighed, and then asked all of us to step back, turn around, and close our eyes. No curiosity, no peeking. He wants to break the sun clock and save everyone. We followed Mr. Feng's instructions, and walked to the edge of the 1,000-year-old orchid, all with our backs turned. But what surprised me was that Nuwa was so small, and had no ability. Why did Mr. Feng keep her by his side? Wasn't he afraid of accidentally hurting her? And the sun clock weighs 1,000 pounds, and Mr. Feng is just an ordinary person no matter how powerful he is. Can he really destroy the 1,000-year-old sun clock? I didn't expect to see you take action again after so many years. I only heard Mr. Feng say a strange word, and then the sun and the moon collapsed, and the sky and the earth changed color. With a rumble, I felt something huge behind me smash down, and even the ground under my feet shook. Chapter 134. When Mr. Feng calmed down and said, "You can turn around now," I turned around and found that the bronze bell had rolled down to the sand, and was neatly split in half from the middle. I'm afraid that even the work of God is just like this. As the bronze bell was split, it seemed that golden light shot out from it, and shone on the 1,000-year-old orchids. Then I saw the flowers of the 1,000-year-old orchids fading little by little, and the blood red gradually faded to a touch of white, almost transparent. Oh my God, who is this old man Feng? He actually, I don't know what words to use to describe him. I only know that all secular words seem much shallower when used on him. As Qilin said, a godlike figure. He is worthy of being called the god of Qilin, and only this word can match him. The fog in the distance was also dissipating little by little, revealing a group of green-eyed ghosts. When the ghosts saw the broken bell, they not only did not fight with us, but they bent their knees, shed 2 lines of tears, and knelt down to kowtow to us. Their duty is to guard the tombs. They cannot leave until the dead are gone. Now it's all right. Everyone is free. Mr. Feng happily held up the wine gourd. Nuwa Xiaoxiao cleared her throat beside him. Mr. Feng, if you don't save money, you will only drink urine next. Mr. Feng was not angry, but squinted at the scorching sun in the sky. Won't we be able to leave this damn place soon? What does this mean? We will be able to leave the desert soon, but haven't we found Monk Lee's pagoda yet? And haven't we got the colorful glass relic yet? As the dead souls were freed, the mist became thinner and thinner. Just then, Xiao Hei suddenly spread his wings and flew away from the crow's back, like an arrow shot from a bow. Xiao Hei. The crow was about to blow the whistle to call it back, but was stopped by a scene in the sky. A white eagle swooped down from the sky. That was Xiao Bai. Even though they had only been separated for less than 2 days, the 2 eagles seemed to be separated by death, circling around each other non-stop, like a newlywed couple who had just separated for a short time, rubbing their ears together. At the same time, a melodious camel bell sound came, and I saw the leading eagle and Iamu Khan. When I saw Iamu Khan's face, I was startled and couldn't help muttering, "I know who he is, I know who he is." The same dress, the same face shape, the same smile, and a big golden earring on the left ear. My whisper twice attracted Linger's curiosity. "Who are you talking about?" I told her excitedly. "It's the big man from the northwest, the guide of the Sino-US Joint Expedition Team that was trapped in a death cycle." Linger tilted her head, her mind still not turning around. I hurried to Lao Jiang, who was looking at Iamu Khan in deep thought, obviously thinking the same thing as me. Iamu Khan's unique Japanese voice came to my ears. "Wait for me. It's not easy for an old man like me, you guys go slower." Diao Yi and the others were very anxious and soon joined us. Lao Jiang couldn't help but give Diao Yi a grateful look. At the beginning, it was agreed that if we didn't come back within 12 hours, Diao Yi could lead the team by himself. After all, he had the treasure map in his hand, and the experience of tomb robbing in the northwest. Wouldn't he be able to choose the treasures in the pagoda at that time? But Diao Yi chose. Xiang Wanli also came to us. He patted Lao Jiang's shoulder excitedly. "Great, Mr. Jiang, you are all still here." Lao Jiang nodded at him. "These people are." Xiang Wanli looked at Shen Xiaoyu and others. We introduced them one by one. When we saw Iamu Khan, Shen Xiaoyu couldn't help but frown. "You are not." I squeezed his hand and told him not to talk nonsense. At this time, the sun was rising, and the sun was shrouded on Iamu Khan. His body was thin and small, but with the ruggedness and simplicity unique to people in the Northwest. He took some supplies from the camel and enthusiastically distributed them to Shin Xiaoyu and the others. There's not much water, so you should drink it sparingly, and eat less non-bread. Imaheng wiped his forehead honestly, much more righteous than Yinlinger, who took advantage of the fire to rob 100 braised chicken legs. Shin Xiaoyu couldn't bear it anymore, turned his head, and his eyes were slightly wet. Imaheng didn't know what was wrong, and asked with a smile, "This young man, are you still shy?" You know, Shin Xiaoyu has always been thick-skinned, so he doesn't know the word shy. It's just that while accepting Imaheng's kindness, he feels more and more sorry for Imaheng. I looked at Lao Jiang, wondering whether to tell Imaheng about the Northwest man. Lao Jiang sighed, and nodded slightly. He came to the desert to collect the body of his son. Instead of lying to him, and making him never find his son in his life, it's better to fulfill this wish. Imaheng was still happily distributing things bit by bit, muttering, "You guys are about the same age as my eldest son, and you are all stubborn. How can you not bring more things into the desert? No matter whether you can finish drinking, you must prepare enough water and food." Listening to Imaheng's words, I felt bitter in my heart, but I had to walk over and said seriously, "You go to a place with us first." "Ah?" Imaheng didn't understand what I meant, and Xiang Wanli was also very surprised. "Why do you have to go in? Aren't all our teams gathered?" Lao Jiang stood up. "No, there is another person." He looked at Imaheng and said word by word, "Someone is waiting for you." Imaheng said, "Ah," and was about to say something, when the hat in his hand fell on the sand, and then asked in disbelief, "Is it him?" Lao Jiang nodded. Imaheng then rushed to the front with his footsteps at a high speed. After realizing that he didn't know where to go, he looked at Lao Jiang in surprise. "Take me there, take me there." We led the way with camels. As tens of thousands of dead souls ascended to heaven, the fog had dissipated little by little, gradually revealing the clear land, but it would take some time for this white fog-restricted area to completely disappear. We soon arrived at the place where the mummies were buried. They were the remains of the last 3 people of the Sino-US Joint Expedition Team, one of whom was dressed as a Northwest man. Imaheng walked briskly along the way. He was so eager to meet his eldest son, but now he came to the sandy land and stopped. Lao Jiang told him, "Your son led the team as a guide, but he got stuck in the fog and died of thirst here." Imaheng shook his head. "No, my son is the best guide in the Northwest. How could he get lost? No, no. How is it possible?" There was still a faint white fog around, even though he told Imaheng that it was the fog that made them lose their way. Imaheng still covered his face, and covered his eyes, to avoid looking at the corpse on the ground. Gelya walked over and patted Imaheng on the shoulder. "I know you don't want to believe it. When I lost my beloved, I didn't want to believe it either. But life is like this, either you send your love away, or your lover sends you away. Open your eyes and look at him. He has been here, waiting for you to take him home. He misses home." Chapter 135. Imaheng was completely moved by Gelya's words. He walked over tremblingly. The short few steps seemed to have spanned a century. He came to the mummy of the Northwest guide, carefully identified the withered face, and kept muttering, "I can't cry, it's not him, my son is not dead yet." Imaheng was worried that once his tears fell to the ground, everything would become true. But the dead man was his son. Every time he confirmed a part, the pain in his heart deepened, until he finally pulled out a Z-bead pendant from the other party's sand-proof towel. The moment he saw the Z-bead, Imaheng's tears that he had held back rushed to his cheeks, and he wailed, "Zaylor, my Zaylor." He threw himself on the mummy, burst into tears, and cried out his son's name in grief. But Zale will never respond to him. At this time, a stranger's voice suddenly came to his ears. "After I go back, I will never come to this ghost desert again." Who said it wasn't? The gold bar given by the foreigner is enough to treat my wife's illness. If it weren't for the sufferings of the world, who would be willing to be displaced? It turned out to be the 2 people who had a conflict in the Sino-US Joint Expedition Team. One was a translator, and the other was an expert. It's just strange that they didn't raise daggers and fists to kill each other like the previous death cycle. But they were like brothers, walking towards the distance with their arms around each other. The foreign leader shouted from behind, "Stop! Stop! Stop for me!" The foreign bearded man sitting in place looked at another Yin country expert. "Sir, do you still want to find water?" The expert threw away the trekking pole in his hand, and shook off the sand on his clothes. "No, this time we go home." The Northwest guide, Ayam Khan's son Jar, who was standing at a loss not far away. He was no longer confused, and turned his head to look at us. No, to be more precise, he was looking at Ayam Khan. Jar's mouth moved, and then he showed a satisfied smile. He knelt on the ground and kissed the desert for the last time. Ayam Khan burst into tears and shouted, "Don't go, I won't let you go. Your mother misses you very much. You have a younger brother, Jar, come back, come back." But Jar left without looking back. Later I learned that kissing the desert is a unique way for the people of human past to say goodbye. People here are born in the desert and return to the desert after death, becoming a wisp of wind, a grain of dust, and guarding their hometown forever. We came to the oasis again. The 1,000-year orchids at the setting sun had all withered, and only the small river winding through it was still clear. We planned to go over to get water, but found many fresh footprints by the river. Lao Jiang looked closely, and his eyes immediately became stern. "Warner, it's Warner and the others." Linger bit her lip. "They are not dead? Could it be that they took advantage of us and sneaked out when the fog cleared?" "That's probably the case," Lao Jiang replied. Suddenly, Linger pointed to the ground with her sharp eyes. "Hey, what is that?" There was a broken jade bagua on the sand. The bagua was green with emerald, and it was obviously not an ordinary item. There were just a few drops of dried blood on it, as if someone had vomited blood in order to break the formation. After picking it up, Feng Lao looked at it carefully and said, "This is the innate Yin-Yang Bagua card, with the birth date and 8 characters engraved on it. It is obviously the life magic weapon of a master. He used the Yang energy of the Bagua card to tear the Yin energy here, and led the team to break through. In the end, it also caused his own magic weapon to shatter, and force blood out of his heart. This person is not simple." This is the first time I heard Feng Lao praise someone, and there was even a hint of worry between his eyebrows. "We must leave this place as soon as possible to prevent Warner's ambush." Before setting off, Ayam Khan asked us to check our things to avoid missing anything. Everyone hung the water bag and food on the camel, and I carefully checked the backpack. After all, there were 2 treasure-like clay statues in it. But when I just opened the backpack, I was shocked by the scene in front of me. The Garuda statue was still strong, but the Kinara statue was broken into 8 petals. Could it be that it was broken in the fight with Liang? "It's over, Lao Jiang will definitely skin me alive this time." I hugged my backpack tremblingly. Tears were about to come out, and then Linger noticed that something was wrong with me, and came over hopping. "Li Jinglan, what are you doing? We've already set off." "No way, are you crying?" Linger caught the expression on my face, and when her eyes fell on the pile of debris in the backpack, she couldn't help but shout, "Oh my god, the mud statue is broken. Li Jinglan, you're done." This scream was no less than a thunderbolt from the blue sky, attracting everyone, and Lao Jiang rushed over at a rapid pace. I immediately hid the backpack behind me. "Master, I was joking with Linger." At this moment, I had already used all my acting skills, but Lao Jiang stretched out a hand seriously. "Take it. Don't think the master is blind." When Lao Jiang saw that the Kinara statues, which were originally twin men and women, were now only pieces of fragments, his eyes were almost murderous. "I gave it to you, and this is how you keep it," I explained with tears in my eyes. "I don't know why it broke, not to mention that the 2 clay statues were wrapped in clothes for cushioning." Unexpectedly, the Garuda statue was fine, but the Kinara was broken. Broken sweat. The beads dripped from my forehead. I couldn't find the words to defend myself. My voice became lower and lower, and finally it was like a mosquito buzzing. "If I can glue it back together, can I make up for my mistake?" Lao Jiang said with a smile. "If I cut you into 8 pieces and glue you back together, can you make it intact?" "Alas! This clay statue is of great importance. If we can't find the pagoda, all our efforts will be in vain." I felt guilty. Xiao Wu's young and tender face even appeared in front of me. This clay statue was bought with Xiao Wu's life. But I didn't protect it well. Guilt and self-blame surged in my heart, and I could only pick up the fragments. Gradually, I suddenly found something wrong. Why is there a pattern on the back of this fragment? Everyone was still discussing what to do. Lao Jiang kept apologizing, saying that he was inconsiderate and didn't keep the clay statue well. Blame him if you want to blame. Both Jia Yi and Xiang Wenli were very generous. They waved their hands and said it was okay. Li Jinglan had performed very well along the way. I patiently pieced together all the fragments with patterns, and suddenly found that all these fragments came from the belly of the Kinara statue. There was a miniature map drawn inside the belly of the man on the left, and a string of words was written on the belly of the woman on the right. If the pictures and texts on both sides were connected together, it looked very much like the treasure map that was cracked before. I shouted Diao Ye's name and asked him to come quickly. Diao Ye came over when he heard the voice, and when he saw the pattern, his eyes lit up. "It's done." Chapter 136. Hearing what Diao Ye said, Lao Jiang and the others could not help but come over. Dia, he ordered Luotua to carefully hand over a huge sheepskin scroll and gently unfold it on the sand in front of us. This was also the first time I saw a complete treasure map. Xiang Wanli and others were also shocked. Diao Yi had already drawn the entire ancient Silk Road. Seeing that there were many places circled with red pens on it, I suddenly discovered Dunhuang, Human Pass, including the Devil's City, the Desert of the Dead, etc. However, there was a large empty space on the left side of this treasure map, which happened to be the key route for finding treasures. Shaw, who was very observant, and found a magnifying glass, and placed it on the fragments of the Kinara statue. Dia Yi picked up a thin pencil and filled the pattern on the big treasure map. Soon, our incomplete treasure map was filled with a small piece, and the remaining blank spaces were like jagged teeth, which was a headache. Lao Jiang was in the back and was amazed. I didn't expect it. The previous clay statues were all hidden with mechanisms. Even I, a master of mechanisms, couldn't figure it out, but this Kinara statue was so easy to crack. If I had known, I would have smashed it with a hammer, and almost scared my precious apprentice to death. When Lao Jiang called me his precious apprentice, I immediately gave him a look, calling me Li Jinglan when something goes wrong, and I am the treasure when good things happen, and Dogtail Grass can't turn around as well as him. Dioya laughed hoarsely and shook his head. Wrong. This clay statue was not broken, but was cracked by accidentally hearing the sound of the bliss bell. What do you mean? We looked at each other in bewilderment. We never thought that the secret was cracked by the bell. Then, Master Dio told us the story of the god Kinara. The people of ancient India liked to sing and dance. Whether they were working in the fields or getting something, they would sing and dance a beautiful dance to express their joy. So among the people, they worshipped a god of singing and dancing, Kinara. Kinara's appearance is a strange twin man and woman, like conjoined twins, with a man on the left and a woman on the right. The man raised his neck as if singing, while the woman always maintained a beautiful dancing posture. As more and more people believed in him, Kinara became more and more arrogant. He began to think that his singing voice was the best in the world and his dancing was unparalleled in the world. Unconsciously, Kinara fell into the devil's way. The image of the man laughed sinisterly. If you don't compete with singers all over the world, how do you know that I am the god of singing? The image of the woman raised her head proudly. No matter where the dancers are, they will bow down under my dance skirt. With this idea, Kinara began to challenge famous singers and dancers from all over the world. Those people must accept the challenge, unless they choose to admit defeat. But there is a prerequisite for admitting defeat, that is, as a singer, you are not allowed to sing anymore, and you must cut off your tongue. As a dancer, you are not allowed to dance anymore, and you must cut off your legs. They were unwilling to lose their tongues and legs, so most people accepted Kinara's challenge. But no one has ever defeated Kinara, and they all lost. And the losers naturally ushered in Kinara's punishment. Once they lose to Kinara, Kinara will take a bone from their body alive, and make it into a musical instrument belonging to Kinara. Gradually, Kinara's temple was filled with all kinds of human bone musical instruments, and people began to fear Kinara and stopped worshipping him. Many people did not dare to sing or dance, and even had to speak in a rough manner, for fear that Kinara would find out that someone had a good voice and was a natural singer. This matter soon reached the Buddha's ears. When he saw that people no longer had smiles on their faces, there were no more songs and laughter on the ground, and there was no more beautiful dance, the Buddha turned into a traveler from the western regions, and sang melodious music under a Bodhi tree. Many people were attracted by the music, and some kindly reminded the Buddha that singing in public would bring disaster. The Buddha not only did not stop, but intensified it. Soon, the news of a singing and dancing master under the Bodhi tree reached Kinara's ears, and Kinara challenged him again. When the man's head on it sang a wonderful song, it thought it had won, but heard the Buddha on the opposite side singing a more lively song. This song makes people feel extremely happy. It makes the flower buds in the bushes bloom with happiness, and makes the larks on the trees close their mouths in shame. The man-incarnated Kinara was defeated. But the next moment, he turned into the image of a woman. I want to dance with you. If I win, I will cut off your legs and use them as my drum stand. The woman was wearing the most gorgeous dance dress. The bright red clothes were dotted with various gems. Her figure was enchanting, and she was holding a small drum in her arms. Oh my God! Her dancing was so beautiful that everyone watching the competition was intoxicated. Although they knew that this woman was a demon, they couldn't help but applaud her. Soon it was the Buddha's turn. The Buddha did not take any musical instruments. He just spun around and jumped on the spot, without any high-skilled movements, without any gorgeous clothes, only the simplest happiness. The people who had originally applauded Kinara soon joined the Buddha and danced happily with him. This is the highest realm of a dancer, and also the most basic thing, which resonates with the audience and gives them the simplest happiness. As a woman, Kinara gradually remembered the smiling faces of the people when they worshipped her. There was no fear, only yearning and appreciation. While she was blindly pursuing victory and being arrogant and rude, she had long lost her original intention as a dancer. Kinara was extremely ashamed. She put away her arrogance and wanted to atone for her sins from the bottom of her heart. At that moment, she suddenly realized that she had become a bodhisattva and was willing to become the guardian god of the Buddha's country. Since then, he has become one of the 8 heavenly dragons. After hearing this story, I suddenly realized it was the beautiful melody of the blissful bell that made this clay statue feel inferior and reveal the secret in its belly. Diayi nodded. Everything is like a dream, true and false, real and fake. The way of the mechanism is to play with the mind. Even if it clearly tells you that you can get the secret by smashing the clay statue, do you dare to bet? I was speechless. What Diayi said was really the truth. There is only one such important Kinara clay statue in the world, and behind it is the secret of the pagoda of Monk Lu. Who dares to break it, and who is willing to break it? There is only one chance. Once you make a mistake, it will be too late to regret. Since ancient times, the mechanism has been a contest between tomb robbers and anti-tomb robbers spanning thousands of years. If it weren't for the guidance of 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas, how could I see through these 8 heavenly dragons? But what about the remaining Garuda statue? While I was thinking, everyone was staring at me without blinking, especially Lao Jiang, whose eyes were almost glued to me. I asked him, "What do you mean?" Chapter 137. Lao Jiang smiled flatteringly. "My dear disciple, aren't you a professional cracker? It's time to show your skills again." I knew time was running out, so I didn't bother with Lao Jiang. Instead, I took out the Garuda statue from my backpack and looked at it carefully in my palm. As I looked at it, the 2 rattlesnakes that were coiled on the bodies of water subordinates in the desert suddenly emerged in my mind. It was at that time that we accidentally discovered the Garuda clay statue. Thinking of the natural incompatibility between Garuda and poisonous snakes, a bold idea slowly grew in my heart. Seeing the light in my eyes, Lao Jiang immediately asked me if I had an idea. My answer was only one sentence: go find snakes. Everyone looked at each other and looked at me in confusion. Especially Linger, she showed a very disgusted expression. Snakes are so disgusting, it's hard to avoid them, and you still let everyone go to find them. Yaya also muttered, "It's really a pervert." Lao Jiang stood on my side this time and let me talk about it. I started to explain. Garuda birds eat snakes and die because of snakes. If you want to make it spit out the secret, you have to use snakes to force it. There is a folk saying in Yin country, on March 3rd, snakes come out of the cave, and on September 9th, snakes return to the mountains. It means that every spring, poisonous snakes will wake up from hibernation. Snakes at this time are the most poisonous and must not be touched. And snakes at this time are also the most threatening to Garuda. As I talked, I became more and more confident. As long as we can find enough rattlesnakes, we can accomplish great things. Master Yao couldn't help but show me an admiring look. He stroked the green cane and said with satisfaction, "Good boy, your brain is quick enough. If you really do it, I will reward you with a jade pendant." I touched the back of my head embarrassedly and accepted Master Yao's praise. But now there is a vast desert everywhere. Finding a rattlesnake is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just when everyone was discussing how to divide the troops, Professor Xiang Wanli suddenly said, "I have a way to find a snake." Everyone's eyes fell on him. The elegant Professor Xiang Wanli picked up a stone and drew on the sand. He said, "Rattlesnakes hide during the day and come out at night. They crawl horizontally in the desert, so the traces they pass by are like waves in the sea. Remember, it's the shape." Xiang Wanli told us that as long as we find enough wave patterns, it means that there must be a snake nest in that place, and there will be enough snakes to use. We divided the camel team into 4 groups, each with at least 2 experts to prevent accidents. Then we equipped some Realdra powder and set off in 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. Everyone looked for waves along the way. Linger was lazy. She hid behind her companions all the way and did nothing. She just yelled at me and asked me if I had found it and when I could go back. We had no clues, but this was Professor Xiang Wanli's strength. Not long after, the Free Commune sent a signal. Everyone headed in the direction of the radio. After the team reunited, I found that this was actually a shady place in the sand hills. The sun cannot penetrate in, and the wind and sand can be blocked, which is what feng shui calls a place where dirt and filth can be hidden. It is indeed very suitable for rattlesnakes to live. More importantly, there are scattered snake thorn grasses growing here. Xiang Wanli pointed his hand and said, "Look, there are so many traces of snakes crawling here." Following the direction of his finger, we clearly saw that in those shady depressions, there were all Z-shaped crawling traces, like waves that were blown. If you meet someone who doesn't know anything about it, I'm afraid they will mistake it for traces of wind. Fortunately, we have such a knowledgeable university professor in our team. I looked at Xiang Wanli with admiration and asked, "Professor, can you tell how many rattlesnakes there are around here?" Xiang Wanli pondered for a moment and replied, "There are dozens or even thousands of them." It was windy in the afternoon, and many of the crawling traces were covered by sand. But I am 100% sure that there is a huge snake nest hidden in this place. Linger grabbed my sleeve in fear, as if she was worried that a snake would suddenly appear somewhere. I patted her hand and comforted her. It's still broad daylight, and those snakes won't appear in large numbers. At the time when the broken ship was near dusk, 2 rattlesnakes were hiding under the bodies of the foreigners. Xiang Wanli also made a guess. This shady slope is so large, and there are so many snakethorn grasses. The rock layer below must be the largest snake nest in the entire dead desert. On the day of March 3rd, all the rattlesnakes nearby will come here to worship. I was stunned. Will snakes worship? What are they worshipping? Xiang Wanli smiled bitterly and replied with 2 words, "Snake Mother." When I heard the word Snake Mother, I felt a chill on my back and even got goosebumps. Others were not much better. After all, humans are born to be afraid of snakes. Linger and Yaya were even more frightened. Looking at their trembling appearance, I guess they have already imagined a series of vivid pictures in their minds. On the other hand, that Nuo Xiaoxiao was heartless and played with the snake thorn grass, not afraid of being poisoned to death. We stood on the sand dune and carefully observed the back slope. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew away the sand on the back slope. At that moment, I saw the most terrifying scene in my life. When the desert was lifted up, thousands of earth-yellow snake heads appeared below. These snakes all spit out scarlet tongues and were covered with black scales. Their tails whistled in the wind, their eyes were red, and their skin was sticky. They were colorful, and there were densely packed snake eggs under their bodies. Everyone was speechless at this scene. I even noticed that there was a huge shrunken snake skin in the middle of the snake nest. The snake's skin was translucent and at least 7 or 8 meters long. Could it be that it was shed by Xiang Wanli's mother snake in the sun? Seeing that we all looked miserable, Xiang Wanli wiped his sweat and explained, "In nature, social animals have their own nests and their own leaders. Just like a beehive has a queen bee, an ant has a queen ant, and a snake group has a mother snake." He even mentioned a personal experience he had that year, when he led a team to the Daliang Mountains in Sichuan to study an ancient village. In that sparsely populated primeval forest, Professor Xiang Wanli witnessed such a spectacle. Countless silver ring snakes fell down the waterfall. The scene was spectacular, and the spectators were all terrified and could not bear to look back on it in their lives. The thousands of silver ring snakes, each of them held a day's prey in its mouth, either a rabbit, a bird, or even a fruit. It turned out that they were providing food for the mother snake that was hatching eggs. Chapter 138. Lao Jiang swallowed his water, looked at me and said, "My dear disciple, now that the place has been found for you, what should we do next? We can't stay here for too long. If we run into a group of snakes taking a walk, we won't be able to escape." Linger also urged me, "Li Jinglan, let's go." I subconsciously looked at Master Feng's disciples. After all, Master Feng was the most powerful here, but Master Feng didn't care at all and didn't even look at me. After hesitating for a moment, I made a decision that made everyone shudder. Not only can we not leave, we have to stay here overnight until they all come out. Yaya behind Wanli screamed, "Damn pervert, are you crazy?" I gritted my teeth and frowned. "I'm not crazy. This is the last chance to crack Garuda. I've already said it, and it's up to Master Dio and Lao Jiang to decide what to do." As a result, both of them nodded in agreement. Lao Jiang even said to everyone, "Before we crack the Garuda statue, the command of the team will be temporarily handed over to Li Jinglan. Everyone listens to Li Jinglan. Anyone who disobeys orders should go back." In order to convince everyone, Lao Jiang even set an example by himself. Even if Li Jinglan asked me to jump into the snake group, I would not frown at all. His words undoubtedly gave me a command. I looked at him with a little gratitude, and then began to plan that crazy plan. The first step of this plan is for me to bury the clay statue in the snake nest while the snake group is resting. I went there bravely, and it was relatively smooth in the middle. The second step of the plan is just one word. Wait. Wait until the snakes come out to look for food and find the Garuda statue. At dusk, the sky gradually darkened and the temperature began to turn cool, which is the temperature that rattlesnakes like best. I held the telescope and stared at the Garuda clay statue without blinking. It was an eagle-like monster with wings spread, fierce eyes, and a lifelike little snake in its mouth. At this moment, a triangular snake head suddenly emerged from the crack of the huge rock layer. Then another one emerged. The two snake heads vigilantly observed the movements around them, and after finding that there was no danger, they crawled towards the clay statue. The smell of the clay statue's natural enemy quickly stimulated them. They wrapped their slippery bodies tightly around Garuda's body. This scene was thrilling for everyone. Linger was so shocked and frightened that she patted my shoulder. "Do you want to go over now?" I shook my head and replied, "The best is yet to come." After a while, the two snakes wrapped around the Garuda clay statue died, and then more than a dozen snakes crawled out of the cracks in the stone. They were like a well-trained team, constantly attacking the Garuda clay statue, as if they were an enemy with a deep hatred. Some snakes strangled Garuda's neck, some sprayed venom at Garuda, and some showed their sharp fangs and bit Garuda. I was worried that the clay statue would be bitten by them, but it seemed that there was something on its body that could restrain poisonous snakes. After a while, the dozen snakes turned out their white bellies one by one. Only one big snake crawled back into the gap at a very slow speed, as if to give a tip-off. Yaya also urged me, "Is it enough?" I frowned, indicating that it was not enough and more snakes were needed. We waited for a long time this time. Seeing that everyone was getting impatient, I hissed, "Be careful." Just then, hundreds of rattlesnakes emerged from the gap like a spring. These snakes were long and short, black and yellow. From a distance, it seemed that the desert was alive. They were like brave warriors, who were not afraid of death, and bit the clay statue madly, spraying snake venom on the clay statue day by day. But these snakes died one by one after spraying out the venom they had accumulated for half their lives. In a blink of an eye, the clay statue was covered by piles of rattlesnake corpses. The scene was extremely disgusting and terrifying. Even a little bit of Garuda's body could not be seen. All I could see were rattlesnakes with their bellies turned upside down. As time went by, the aura that attracted the poisonous snakes on the clay statue had been completely consumed, and the remaining rattlesnakes slowly returned to the snake nest like a triumphant hero. Lao Jiang asked me if it was okay now. I nodded. Linger immediately became happy. "Then let's get it tomorrow." I immediately said, "No. These snakes will come out to look for food in a while, and once they crawl to our side, it will be a disaster. The best way now is to take the clay statue while they are seriously injured, and then run away." But seeing the layers of rattlesnake corpses next to the clay statue, everyone's heart was scared. Yaya was directly scared to tears, and Linger also covered her face with both hands. At this time, I looked at Lao Jiang. "Master, do you want to make a trip?" In order to avoid Lao Jiang's refusal, I brought up what he said during the day. Even if Li Jinglan asked me to jump into the snake group, I, Lao Jiang, would not frown. Lao Jiang's face twitched immediately. "Master, that was just an analogy. Don't take it seriously." "How about Master Feng?" I turned around and saw that Master Feng was lying there pretending to sleep, not knowing whether he was deliberately avoiding me or was really drunk. This didn't work, and I finally gritted my teeth. "Forget it, I can't count on it. Since it's my idea, let me go by myself." Lao Jiang was suddenly shocked. "Do you really have the guts?" I pulled the corner of my mouth sarcastically. "You forced me to do it." But I didn't let Lao Jiang get away with it, and I snatched all the things he could use to defend himself, including a large bag of Ryager. However, just as I took a big step forward, as if I was possessed by Jing Ke, who was in the cold wind and the cold water of Ishui, Ban Ban followed me. He didn't say anything, but gave me a firm look. "Okay, let's go together." I was moved and approached the clay statue as quickly as possible, but the clay statue was covered with too many rattlesnake corpses, and I had no idea how to start. The scene was extremely disgusting. Finally, it was Ban Ban who stepped into the pile of corpses. He grabbed a handful of dead snakes and threw them far away, then grabbed another handful of dead snakes and threw them to the other side, and kept pulling out the clay statue. Seeing the scene, I couldn't help but admire. It's really like having a treasure in the family. However, just when Ban Ban picked up the clay statue, a snake that was not completely dead bit his arm. I shouted, "Ban Ban!" Chapter 139. Ban Ban just smiled and looked back at me, then crushed the snake head without any care. I looked at the place on his arm where he was bitten, and saw two black teeth marks slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then I remembered that Ban Ban was a 1,000-year-old corpse king, and the corpse aura on his body was the most fierce and cruel. So how could he be afraid of a small snake venom? Ban Ban successfully put the Garuda statue into the cloth bag I specially brought, and we planned to retreat. But just as we turned around, Ban Ban's face suddenly changed. Ban Ban, what's wrong? Master, there is a very fierce thing approaching. Although his face was still expressionless, he suddenly wanted to pick me up by the waist and run away. But before he finished his action, 2 hands were placed on our shoulders respectively. Although the hands were soft and small, we couldn't break free. Who is it? No one came with us just now, who suddenly appeared behind us. The voice that answered me was actually a woman's. Don't look back, keep going forward. Let the main force go with you, and stop when it's light. Her voice was as soft as sugar, but her tone was like water hitting a bell, making people dare not refuse at all. I was instantly surprised. I really couldn't believe that the person who came was Nuwa Xiaoxiao. Her 2 long legs stood on the desert. A corner of her pink skirt was lifted, and her aura was completely changed. Is this still the brainless Nuwa Xiaoxiao? Doesn't she fall like a dog eating shit even when jumping over a sand dune? Doesn't she cry when she sees a snake? How dare you come here? And how did you get here? No one could answer my question. Only Nuwa's sweet voice shot out like frost. Go! One word made my legs stuck in the sand take a step forward. My companion seemed to think I was running too slowly, and finally finished the action just now, picked me up, and ran forward immediately. Not long after running out, I turned my head quietly again, and saw her bored hands playing with rubber bands, and her 2 ponytails swayed in the wind behind her pink clothes. She didn't show any fear, but when I saw clearly what she was blocking, my legs were immediately frightened. I saw a snake head the size of a wash basin sticking out of the gap. In the night, the snake was actually a bit blue and white, and the dense scales made me feel cold. Obviously, it was the mother snake, the owner of the huge shed skin I saw. At this moment, it was staring at Nuwa Xiaoxiao, who was playing with the flower rope. But for some reason, the mother snake was very afraid of Nuwa Xiaoxiao. It just kept a confrontational posture with the pink girl in front of it with 2 tumor-like eyes. Ban Ban held me and ran faster and faster. After I met up with Lao Jiang and the others, I was about to tell them about Nuwa Xiaoxiao's strange appearance. But Lao Jiang waved his hand to show that he knew. And he led the whole team to retreat without caring about Nuwa Xiaoxiao's safety. Would it be too unrighteous to do so? We marched all the way until dawn, and then we stopped. When I handed the bag of Garuda statue to Lao Jiang, I heard Yinlinger and Yeye discussing Nuwa Xiaoxiao's safety. Why hasn't the long-legged sister come back yet? Has she been eaten by a snake? Hearing this address, I knew it must be Yinlinger asking. Yeye snorted. If you ask me, why would she go to save that gangster? Isn't that gangster protected by a handsome guy? Nothing will happen to him. Sure enough, if I want to really change the image of me in Yeye's heart, I still have a long way to go. But strangely, Lao Jiang and others did not show too much worry, and seemed to agree that Nuwa Xiaoxiao had a killer to escape. The same is true for Master Feng. I guess it should be a powerful treasure that Master Feng passed on to this female apprentice, which is the nemesis of those monsters, just like Yinlinger is a descendant of Miajiang. Yes, it must be like this. After a while, Yinlinger went to ask Feng Lao about this and that. Feng Lao pretended to be drunk, but when he turned over, I heard him muttering, "Hey, she has always been the only one who eats snakes, and no snake has ever dared to eat her." Lao Jiang handed me a pair of protective gloves and asked me to study the Garuda statue. At this time, the clay statue was completely covered with snake venom and mucus, as if it was covered with snot, which made me shake my head. But I soon found a place, that is, Garuda's wings. Its 2 wings that soared in the sky had been almost corroded by the venom, and a micro-small tendon of several millimeters was exposed at the root of the wings. My mind moved, and I pressed its wings with both hands. I only heard a click, and the Garuda bird was split in 2 from the middle, and a small piece of human skin fell out. It's done! I shouted Lao Jiang's name excitedly, but I saw that Lao Jiang had already squatted in front of me, and picked up the piece of human skin. The human skin fragments were dried and nitrated by skilled craftsmen. The craftsmanship was so exquisite that even the pores were clearly visible, and there were blue tattoo patterns on the human skin. It looked like a small piece of map. Diao Yi and Lao Jiang were so excited that they rubbed their hands and hurried to fill in the big treasure map. About half an hour later, Diao Yi finally put down his pen and shouted, "Great!" Although there were still 2 clay statues missing, Diao Yi was full of confidence and said that he was 90% sure to find the pagoda. But when he was stroking the Indian text he had just copied on the treasure map, his expression began to change. I can't understand this sentence. I asked Diao Yi. Aren't you the most proficient Indian in the entire Northwest? Di pointed at the Indian text and explained. This sentence probably tells us to avoid a huge danger and indicates that this danger will bring death to everyone. I asked, what danger? Diao Yi replied me with 3 words, Black Storm. This word shocked all of us, even Imam Khan, who had been walking in the desert for many years, couldn't help but interrupt. I am a living map of the desert. I have only seen sandstorms, not black storms. This broken map of yours is obviously fooled. Even 3-year-old children don't believe it in our human past. We didn't take Imam Khan's words seriously. Instead, while waiting for Niwa Xiaoxiao to come back, we started to complete the biggest goal of this trip, finding the pagoda of Monclo. But the biggest problem at the moment is that we don't have the world's top equipment positioning like Warner, and there is no reference in the desert. It is difficult to find a certain point accurately relying on such an ancient treasure map. After all, thousands of years have passed, and many places have changed dramatically. Dioya couldn't help laughing. Little Red Man, remember what I told you? Everything in the desert will deceive people, except the sun. This time he added, in fact, the stars and the moon will not either. I was enlightened. Yes, use the stars in the sky to find the pagoda. Chapter 140. The ancients also did not have so many equipment. They were able to locate the stars and build pagodas. We can also find them again through stargazing. Although the cracking of the treasure map has taken a big step forward, it is regrettable that until we waited until the afternoon, Niwa Xiaoxiao had not returned. Linger held her cheeks with both hands and stared at the direction of the snake nest in a trance. What a pity, that is the sister with the longest legs I have ever seen. This time even Lao Jiang and Shen Xiaoyu were a little discouraged, but Feng Lao waved his hand and said casually, it doesn't matter, maybe she has her own things to do, and will come to us later, let's go first. As night fell, we began to divide the coordinates through the stars in the sky. In the team, Diao Yi, Lao Jiang and I all have the ability to locate the stars, but they all seem to want to train me, and they actually gave me the most important Big Dipper for stargazing to observe. Although this is beyond my ability, I also want to challenge myself, so I accepted it with a stiff upper lip. When I was flipping through 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas, and trying to cram for the exam, Dia's words rang out behind me coldly. How long are you going to keep looking for something while reading a book? I thought he was going to continue scolding me, but I didn't expect his next words to make me suddenly enlightened. There is only one Big Dipper in the sky. If you think the starry sky is too far away and the universe is too big, you might as well treat it as a chessboard, and you, Li Jinglan, are its master. At that moment, I felt like a knight whose Ren and Du meridians were instantly opened. When I looked at the starry sky again, I only felt that the stars were brilliant, the universe was vast, and the Big Dipper quickly turned in my mind. Finally, I pointed in the direction of the spoon handle. Go straight over there. It will change. Go wherever it points. That night we set out along the Big Dipper, heading west. Sometimes we had to turn a corner, sometimes we would even take a few steps back. Lao Jiang and Diao, he both showed me trusting eyes, and no one in the whole team questioned my judgment. The next day, at dawn, we finally arrived at the place where the pagoda was buried in the treasure map. In front of us was a piece of ordinary sand, which did not meet any superior feng shui treasure land, and there was no tomb guardian beast, and there were not even a few more plants. De Wu, Lin Qiusheng, and the young man named Gua Fei in the Free Commune whispered, I don't think there is any treasure here. Feng Shui pays attention to the Tu Qi, but look at this place. There is no water, and no mountains, and there is no spirit. I can't even see a little bit of treasure. I was very nervous, feeling that I might have really found the wrong place. After all, this was also the first time I used the second level of 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas in the desert. Lao Jiang replied, we know if it's accurate or not after we use a shovel to test it. Lao Jiang and Shen Xiaoyu immediately used the Luoyang shovel, but after using the Luoyang shovel 7 or 8 times, they only dug out the most ordinary sand, which made us all feel confident. No one blamed me, but I couldn't help but hold my head in my hands and sat down on the ground in frustration. Maybe this is what is called the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Everyone placed their hopes on me, but I failed their trust. Li Jinglan, why can't you do anything well? A feeling of helplessness surged in my heart and eroded my heart again and again. Lao Jiang took out a cigarette, put it between his lips, and comforted him. Why are you discouraged? You were much better than Master when he was young. It doesn't matter. Let's continue looking tonight. We will always find it. Suddenly a voice interrupted us. Maybe Li Jinglan didn't find it wrong? The voice came from Diao Yi. At this time, he was squatting in front of the marked point, staring at it infatuatedly, as if there was really a treasure underneath. But Lao Jiang and Shen Xiaoyu had dug so deep just now, even if they didn't dig to the edge, there would be nothing unusual. Yeah, he was very firm. No, remember what I said before? This treasure may be active in the desert. It may appear in different locations, with a change of seasons. We will find it if we keep looking. Diao Ye's words made us shudder, but at this moment, Lao Jiang suddenly narrowed his eyes, and I was curious to ask him what happened. Lao Jiang made a strange gesture to me. Hilangsu and Linger. The middle finger, index finger, and little finger were slightly bent, and only the thumb was extended. Seeing this gesture, I was shocked. This is the secret code for communication between Qilin, which means, someone is following us. Lao Jiang pretended to touch the cigarette and quietly pointed us in a direction. Sure enough, a dazzling light spot appeared on the sandhill far away. I am very familiar with this point. Someone must be observing us with a telescope. But because the full moon is hanging high at this moment, the lens happened to be reflected. I whispered to Lao Jiang what to do. A puff of smoke came out of his mouth, and Lao Jiang reminded everyone, don't hide, don't run, continue to pretend that nothing happened. Several young people from the Free Commune were confused, so I quickly explained, Warner is nearby, he should want to follow us to find the tomb. Once we make any unusual movements, we will make him move in advance. Now all we have to do is stay calm, and do what we should do. After receiving Lao Jiang's order, no one dared to show their true colors, and they didn't even look at Warner. At this time, Diao Ye's face suddenly became cold. I hurriedly asked him what was wrong. Diao Ye's eyes were stern and said, do you remember before the departure, when we had a meeting, I suspected that there was another possibility? Now this possibility has come true. I suspect that Warner has been setting a trap from beginning to end, a trap that will eat all of us in. We were immediately shocked, and all sat down to listen to Diao Ye's analysis. Diao Ye believed that Warner had already found most of the 8-dragon statue, but he was a foreigner after all. Even if he knew more about Yin country culture and invited more experts, he could not crack the treasure map. So he set the first trap. He deliberately let the Free Commune take back the cultural relics, and deliberately killed Bai Bing on the train, just to arouse the hatred of the other party. When Qilin received the news and sent people to the station to meet him, he had already taken the bait. Lao Jiang and I witnessed Bai Bing's tragic death with our own eyes. Seeing Bai Bing sacrifice himself for his ideal, it was impossible not to be moved, and everything that followed was a natural result. The Free Commune really asked for help, hoping to get help from Qilin. As for the clay statue of Mahukala, Warner must have known that Bai Bing had sewn it under the seat, but he did not take it. Because without it, how could Qilin take the bait? As expected, Qilin took the bait. Whether it was for new or old grudges or national treasures, there was no reason to sit idly by. Even Qilin's going to Shanghai was probably within his expectations, because the Gandhar statue at the Shanghai auction was brought there by Warner. Therefore, the 2 robbers who sold the stolen goods afterwards were inexplicably drowned in the Huangpu River. Even if Master Zhang mobilized the Hongmen, he couldn't find the murderer. After that, Warner didn't plan to rob the dragon statues in Handan Temple. The few small shrimps he sent out just wanted to test your strength and see if you were qualified to take him into the desert. Diao Ye held up the priceless pipe and showed a subtle look. Of course, I was also calculated. This Warner is really a cunning old fox. He knew that you would ask me to come out, so as early as a few months ago, a foreigner traded in my territory and accidentally let my people find this Yiksha statue. One thing leads to another. It can be said that this Warner has understood the personalities of all of us and predicted everyone's predictions exactly. If there was any deviation, no one would have come to this step. I suddenly felt a chill on my back. A chill on my spine made me ask, what about the Garuda statue we found in the desert? Could it be that Warner deliberately put it in his subordinate's backpack?